righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Week 1 of professional football will kick off this week as we look forward to some fantastic matchups, including 7 division games across the league. However, the game that we're all looking forward to is when Baltimore will head north to face off against the reigning MVP and his squad in Buffalo. A lot of comparisons surround the 2 quarterbacks for the MVP last season, but now they get a chance to set the record straight in a huge Week 1 matchup. Who will get their team off on the right foot? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The new all Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
You're damn right it is. And we're starting at 7 o'clock this morning. We got to sleep in, Joey. Because you know why? The Red and Gold Summit yesterday was poppin'. Shout out King's Fish House down at Westfield Valley Fair. We had a great time. Shout out to all the listeners and fans that stopped by. All the hosts did a hell of a job. Shout out to engineering. Shout out to Mark Grandy for holding it down back here. Carter for stopping by. It was a great time. But unfortunately, Joe, some breaking news happened halfway through it. And not that it put a damper on things, but you could feel Niner fans getting very disgruntled and upset and a little melancholy, quite frankly, as the news appeared yesterday that Christian McCaffrey was added to Wednesday's injury report dealing with a calf issue. It's not good.
There are seminal moments in sports where you remember where a particular era or a particular player's career would never be the same. For example, Steve Young, 1999, September, lying on the ground in Arizona after Aeneas Williams just blasted him. Just like I knew Steve Young might not ever be the same. It'd be the last he'd ever play.
Yeah.
Navarro Bowman losing his leg in basically one of the most horrific collisions I've ever seen with Eric Reed, unintentional, obviously, at the goal line while he's stripping it from Marshawn Lynch in the NFC Championship game. Klay Thompson going up for that layup. I'll never forget, like Danny Green, it was just the most reckless thing he could possibly do. And the way he landed, how awkward, it was just like, oh my God, he might not ever be the same. Like, that's how I felt in real time watching that. And like CMC doesn't have that specific snapshot, like Bryant Young breaking his leg. I remember that. I remember the sound in the stadium. We don't remember that. Buster Posey with the collision with Scott Cousins, and he was able to come back from that. But I remember how gruesome it looked and the ankle just flopping. We don't have that here with Christian. We don't have an image, a moment, a car accident that just sticks in our head.
Like a Joe Theismann. Yeah.
And that's the most frustrating part of all of this is that we have no idea. And it feels degenerative, and it feels like, could he come back? Is he going to be 50%? Is he 80%? Is this something that flares up weeks from now? Is his career at a crossroads? Could you ever rely on him again? I have about 100 questions that I wrote down, and I just think for most Niner fans, it is one of the worst gut punches to start a season, and it feels like deja vu from last year where we found out almost 72 hours before kickoff. What? This minor little thing is now a big thing? You got to be kidding me. This cannot be happening.
He was a limited participant in Thursday's practice yesterday. He was on the field, according to reporters, and doing his usual warm-up and individual drills during the roughly 20 minutes open to reporters at the start of the practice, but he was not in the locker room after it was over to do his usual Thursday media session. So Christian McCaffrey right now, again, listed on Thursday's injury report. He was limited with a calf issue, and as we know, he is dealing and has dealt with, and he's dealing with something that's never going to officially go away. Now, we haven't heard about it, the bilateral Achilles tendonitis that was dominating the headlines last season this time, Joe. By all accounts, this is the best he's ever looked. You ask his teammates, Trent Williams saying, this looks like 2023 Christian McCaffrey. You ask Matt Barrows, covers the team for The Athletic. This looks like 2023 Christian McCaffrey. You ask anyone that has been watching this summer and this training camp, they'll tell you Christian McCaffrey looked like Christian McCaffrey. But the problem is, as you've alluded to, as we've heard many times from Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health, we're dealing with an injury that doesn't go away. That could flare up at any time. It's not a clean ACL repair. It's not a clean bone break that is recovery. This is something that he's going to have to deal with forever. We just thought that maybe, just maybe, he could get past it, and it flares up right before the season.
I know this guy's in the news right now for other things. It's got a Kawhi Leonard feel to it, where you feel like you're being robbed of watching what could be one of the all-time assassins, in terms of style of play, and just so unique, and it just feels like their body is betraying them. I've felt that way about Kawhi's knee, and I'm not a Kawhi fan, I'm not some diehard Kawhi, but wow, he's so awesome, right? But then I'm always in the back of my head how long is this going to last?
That was literally you have to be cynical about it. Like last year, we kept saying, the Clippers, the Clippers, they'll get hurt. And that's why we were all saying, oh, wow, the Clippers are actually healthy. James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, maybe they can do something. And then they didn't.
Jacob deGrom. Yeah. There are so many guys.
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose is a great one. Yeah. Derrick Rose is a great one. But to be fair, Christian did come back from his prior injuries. I'm talking about years ago with Carolina. Those were different injuries. Look, everybody's body's different. Some guys, super skinny, they stay in the league for... Deshaun Jackson never had any real, true major injuries. The guy was 150 pounds, dripping wet. Other guys, built like Adonises. Javon Curse comes to mind.
Yeah,
just an absolute freak. Yeah. I mean, if you were to generate a guy in a lab, it would be someone closer to, that man, Javon Curse. Jadeveon Clowney is another one. Looks like he's been generated in a lab. What's the guy? Jamal Chase. Come on, the Niners had him a couple years ago from Ohio State.
Chase Young.
Chase Young. Looks like he's built in the lab.
Just got hurt again, I think.
He's always hurt. there's no rhyme or reason on some of these. Why is Derrick Henry able to stay healthy for as long as he is? Why is Frank Gore, who doesn't look anything like some of these other guys in terms of peak physical, perfection, why is he able to last as long? Well, I mean, he's a totally different type of a player, but like sometimes we just don't know.
There's LeBron and Steph, totally opposite body types, but you know what? They're both going to be playing into their 40s, and one of them already is.
Kristaps Porzingis can't.
He can't.
And he's actually kind of skinny.
Exactly.
Like, he's not a heavy guy. Joel Embiid, a heavy guy, can't stay healthy. Like, I don't know what it is. It just sucks to me. It sucks to me that it feels like Christian McCaffrey, like resembling anything like 2023, it might happen for a game. It might happen for a couple of weeks, but in the back of my head from here on out, it's like, and it sucks that we're here. It just feels like it's inevitable that this will flare back up at some point, and that sucks. It sucks as a football fan, but it's just devastating for the Niners.
I hate that this thought popped in my mind, and I love Niner fans' participation today as we're ramping up for Week 1 in Seattle just in a couple days up at Lumen Field, 888-957-9570. Will they have to do this without Christian McCaffrey? Do we even want McCaffrey playing at this point up in Seattle? That could be a question for you as well. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Oak Studios, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. This did pop in my mind, though, Joe, heading over here, and I hate that I had this thought, but how could you not? As we're talking about all these guys where their career didn't end per se, but it was the beginning of the end. And that's kind of what I was thinking about heading into the show this morning. I was like, is his career over?
What do you mean, like just done? Or him done being a prime player?
He's about to be, he'll be 30 years old next year. 30. For a running back, that's like 40.
As we see Amari Cooper retire, Andrew Luck is running Stanford retired. He should still be playing.
It popped in my mind, and the fact that it just popped in my mind that it was a legit possibility, not to say it's going to happen, that his career's done and he can't play a few more years. I'm not saying that. But the Christian McCaffrey, as we once knew him, I think that might be done.
Well, I think him as your primary running back, week in, week out, taking 20 to 25 carries, and then another half dozen, passes. Like those are gone. It's just me. I still think the guy could be extremely valuable in a Kevin Falk, Terry Kirby role, which I referenced yesterday. Those guys were super, super good for their quarterbacks. Just perfect fits for years. But like being a scat back as a third down receiver is a far cry from 2,000 all-purpose yards and almost 30 touchdowns.
Can he be James White when he was on the Patriots, who wasn't the guy all the time, but he was the guy when you needed him the most? And it's a guy that could be shifty in the backfield. He can play in the passing game. A player like that who's, listen, you say James White, I know you're a diehard, like we all think about him, all those championships with the Patriots, but he's not, one of the greatest running backs of his generation. He was a running back of his generation.
He's nice.
But you can, like that type of a player. But even then, I say that, and thank God, by the way, they traded for Brian Robinson Jr. I mean, good God, and if you got him in fantasy, God love you, because it might be a Jordan, like, it might be a Jordan Mason situation again. Like, that's also what I thought about yesterday when this news broke and Mark Willard was talking about it at the summit with all of us, and we were all, kind of just wrapping our heads around it. And I even asked, and I kind of said out loud, and I wasn't trying to be cynical. I was just like, are we shocked by this? Are we like surprised by this? I think it's just the timing that might be shocking for people because of what took place last year, right before the Jets game when this news started coming out about his Achilles and calf. But I hate that I have to say I'm not really surprised because of the nature of the injury, Joe.
Well, I'm not pretending that I'm a professional athlete. I'm not. But if you just go down the rabbit hole, if you've had any foot, ankle problems, those things, you can maintain them. You can work to strengthen them, but it is something that you're always going to be dealing with one way or another. I've had the plantar fasciitis, which just crept into Achilles tendonitis and lots of calf issues, hip issues. I've had it all because it's all connected. I know my chiropractor Joe can kind of talk to it.
The hip bone's connected to that. It's all
is interconnected. And I'll go months where it feels great. And I work on strength training, and I do all my different lifts and different things like that, and I stretch it out like crazy. And then there's just sometimes it's super tender and super sore, and it's something I have to monitor, and I have to really, really, really scale back. And if you do a deep dive on this, all these like unbelievable runners and cyclists and different athletes across different sports that deal with foot and ankle injuries, they don't go away. These are things that you have to keep maintaining, and they just flare up when they want to flare up. And overuse is a big part of this, and it's unavoidable if you're a professional athlete.
From the 510, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, I'm not an NFL running back, but I've been struggling with Achilles tendonitis since 2018 when I was in the Army. It never goes away, and there's even days where my tendon hurts just sitting down. Those Achilles injuries are a snitch.
It's
not the word you use.
Flat shoes, like walking in flat sandals for an hour for some of these guys. Like if you just read up on it, all these marathon runners and everything. This is why like Hokas are very popular right now because they've got this big, the shoe.
Hoka?
You never heard of a Hoka?
No. I wear Vans.
Well, Carter knows what I'm talking about. These thick, they have good heel support because more and more people have all these foot issues and we're able to diagnose them. And again,
I've seen these. Okay. Yeah. These are exactly I've seen the
it's about heel drop and all this. And
the females love these shoes.
I'm just saying, like I've gone down the rabbit hole. I'm not pretending to be some expert. I'm not pretending to be some unbelievable athlete. But if you just go down YouTube, you can go on IG. There are doctors that talk about so many people that train that are elite athletes are suffering from what CMC suffers through. And for the people that unfortunately have this issue, it just constantly is flaring up on them, even when they are doing all of the proper maintenance to be able to try to mitigate these flare-ups. It sucks. It's how your foot is structured. It's how you land on the heel or land on the feet. It's pronation or overpronation, depending on what his particular issue is. There's wear and tear. And then I go back to, is this even avoidable? Like, I know everyone wants to blast Kyle Shanahan. Like, I know it's going to happen. People are going to blast Kyle Shanahan for this. They might blast the 49ers for this. It might just be unavoidable by how the genetics of his foot are structured. Again, I've gone down this rabbit hole 1,000 times. Everybody has a particular imprint on their foot into the sand. If we all walked onto wet sand and we put our feet down, some people have narrow, some people have wide, some people have high arches, flat arches.
Yeah.
It's how your foot is structured. And I just don't know. I don't think anyone is going to be able, even the doctors might even not have an answer as to why this is the way it is for him.
I'm glad you mentioned the doctor because we have our own resident doctor joining us in 15 minutes show, Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health, our 95.7 The Game injury insider, going to be diagnosing potentially the problem with one Christian McCaffrey and how he foresees his future in the NFL.
I mean, probably one of the greatest athletes ever in the Bay. This is like Steph Curry.
Yes.
Ask him about monitoring, strengthening, and maintaining his ankles. Now, he hasn't had the calf type of stuff, but like, has that not been something that he has been strengthening and working on for his entire career?
Absolutely.
Even then, we see him randomly on a cut. It's random cuts, the ankle just like rolls.
Yes.
And does anyone doubt the type of doctors, training, strength training, knowledge that Steph has on his ankle?
Dr. Rick Celebrini is highly regarded.
You play sports, you're going to get hurt. You're going to deal with different things in the maintenance. I don't know. I don't know if this was avoidable. Like, I don't think there's anyone to blame. And I know everyone wants to like blame someone this morning. And I know we want to like 2023, we knew this was going to happen. And look, I was pounding the table about usage and tapering back. I think we have to just come out and say, nobody knows. This might have been unavoidable.
Do you play him Sunday?
I don't even know. If he wants to play, I think you got to go with what he wants to do. And if the doctors clear him and he thinks he wants to play, I guess you do it. But thinking about like long-term health, I think we're beyond that. I think I think you got to just trust what CMC wants to do. I don't even know. Like, Joe, I don't even know if there's a correct
that wasn't a gotcha
action.
question either. It was just legitimately, I don't know what to do.
Joe, could his Achilles be hanging by a thread? Regardless?
It's not even just one. That's the thing. Bilateral means two. It's both of them. It's one particular one that's obvious. There's the calf issue. And Carter's like, do we know what calf it is? I was like, doesn't matter what calf it is. It's just one of the calves. As we're talking about Christian McCaffrey. 888-957-9570 is the number. Deal with the calf issue.
I mean, look, we can we can all be frustrated with the Niner health injuries the health and their injuries over the last decade.
But this one is so unique. Yeah, this one,
Joe, if you don't think they have the best doctors on the world, and if you don't think Christian McCaffrey has sought second, third, fourth opinions.
He went to Germany.
I just.
He went to another continent to get it checked out.
I've got a million different questions. The number one is, dude, I think we need to be prepared for life that Christian McCaffrey will never, ever, ever replicate 2023. And they're just going to have to evolve on the fly.
And how do they do that in 48 hours, we got Seattle Seahawks, 49ers in Seattle, Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald awaiting Kyle Shanahan, and all eyes to this guy, Brock Purdy, because when the running back goes down, if it was Saquon Barkley last night, if it was Derrick Henry over in Baltimore, all eyes shift to the quarterback now. There's going to be more pressure on Brock Purdy. Obviously, heading into the season, there was an insane amount, although I feel like we are kind of skating by the quarterback just a little bit. He is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. But even more so now, Joe, all eyes are going to be on Mr. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, to be anything but Mr. Irrelevant starting week 1. And they have an opportunity to set the tone against the division rival in their home turf. And by the way, I say turf because that's why I also might not play Christian McCaffrey week 1. They play on an artificial surface, Joe. It's not natural grass up there in Seattle, which is kind of weird because it is an outdoor stadium. You'd think it would be. I don't get it.
Joe, who knows?
But that goes part of this whole conversation. You have to start thinking about those things now. We were already talking about the touches, Joe, whether or not you give him over 300 or under 300. Can he even get to 200? Can he even get to 100 touches? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't even know if they still have all those prop bets up on the board on DraftKings. So they take those down dealing with this guy. I don't even know.
The hardest part about it, when Clay hurt himself, there was a definitive, he's out 6 months, a year, whatever the timeline was. You kind of just took that guy off the board.
Yeah.
And that sucked, right? But at least there was clarity in that sense. In this one, how can anyone know? He could feel great, and then all of a sudden, one play, like in the Buffalo game, one play, and he's off forever. I don't know, man. In the Bay Area, too, calf injuries. We saw this with Dre Greenlaw. Yep. We saw this with Kevin Durant. We saw this with Michael Crabtree. We saw this with Julian Peterson. It's just, I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach. And the hard part is that this team has to pick themselves off the ground right now. I'm sure there's an emotional down in that locker room, and they're going to have to find a way to knock off a divisional opponent in Seattle and play the guy who was the backup quarterback to Brock Purdy and the boy wizard who shut them down last year offensively and limited them to 150 passing yards in each of those 2 games. They've got a big matchup here, and they're going to have to find a way to power through this.
And listen, Niner fans, I wish we didn't have to talk about a Christian McCaffrey injury to start off this show today, because we were all excited. We were all pumped up at the Red and Gold Summit yesterday. It was a great time, and it still was a great time. But I'm going to be honest with you. Once that news broke, a little bit of the air was what left the area yesterday, and rightfully so. But it's not the end of the season. I think some Niner fans are feeling it, though. And if you are feeling that way...
No, it's not the end of the year.
No, it's not the end of the year. But some are feeling that way, though, Joe.
I just think we're very emotionally invested into Christian McCaffrey, and it's a huge gut punch on the eve of the season. That's all. And again, he might come back, and he might be good for stretches, but in the back of your mind, it's I don't know, man. This is tough. You could feel multiple things at once. I do not think the season's over.
It's not.
It's not. It is not over. They're not thinking that way. If you think these professional athletes think that the season's over, they might be bummed for Christian individually. They do not think the season's over. But it does suck because Christian wasn't just good. He was special.
He was special. He was a Hall of Fame talent, not even close.
He was special.
By the way, the season is not over for the 49ers. It's also not over for the Golden State Valkyries. Oh, it's just getting started, Joey. That leads us to our Golden State Valkyries, strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health, and our very own Golden State Valkyries in their inaugural season here in the Bay have clinched a freaking playoff spot with an 84-80 win over the Dallas Wings, coming back in the fourth quarter to take it from them and clinch a spot. They got some big contributions from Monique Billings off the bench, and just her second game back after missing a month due to an ankle sprain. She scored 11 and pulled in 7 boards, and this clutch stop late in the fourth quarter.
Berger holds now. Billings on her. She's attacking. Right angle, the spin inside the paint. Billings with a block. She's fired up.
Deuce Mason on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Valkyries basketball. Billings ballin', the Valkyries ballin', and I loved the energy of what the head coach had to say, Natalie Nikase. By the way, that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. But listen to this, what the head coach had to say. She kind of gave me Kobe vibes yesterday a little bit. Job's not finished. You can be happy, be excited, but let's relax a little bit.
We're not done yet. So maybe after season, after this all done, I'll reflect. But right now, I'm already thinking about Minnesota.
Wow.
I'm already thinking about the next step and how I'm going to make sure that they all recover tomorrow. What the plan is tomorrow with Kitley, because she didn't play. So I'm thinking about that stuff. To be honest, I think my opinion is, I think when you lose focus and you start to think about other things other than the present and where your feet are and what I need to make sure, Kitley is ready to go. Even, Caitlin didn't play a lot, so I got to make sure she's prepared. I got to stay present. I got to stay where my feet are. And again, Minnesota is up next. And I think that's why I think we've been able to do what we do, because we stay present. I really don't allow them to celebrate. They can, obviously. They can enjoy this. But I also keep them humble. Like, hey, y'all want to keep going? Y'all want to keep making great strides? Then let's stay focused. I'm a party pooper. Yes, I am. I know. I'll try to be better.
I love that attitude.
Coach of the year, by the way, in the WNBA.
It has to be.
Like stock unbelievably high right now with the Golden State Valkyries, more so than the Niners, Warriors, Giants. Stock at an all-time high. In their very first season, the Valks are going to the offs.
They're the darlings. And they really are the darlings of the Bay Area.
Are we going to go out to that playoff game, Joey?
I think I am.
I think I need to go.
Yeah, gosh, there's just the way there's been this organic drumbeat of the community to support this team has been one of the more special things, because I was just skeptical. Like, what's it going to be? Like, how are people going to connect to this? It doesn't have the longevity, the history. It's not established. Like, yeah, we love basketball here, but like, for this community to wrap their arms around this team and for this team to respond in the way that they did and come together so quickly, it's been a special season.
It's been just an overwhelming amount of positivity towards that franchise. And shout out again, Joe Lacob, the owner of that team, and the city and this entire region just embracing that team unlike anything I've ever seen before. And speaking of positivity, Joe, I'm going to keep the positivity going here, because wait till you hear what Tom Pelissero of NFL Network had to say yesterday in regards to Christian McCaffrey, because it could be some good news on that front.
Okay.
Do you need some good news right now on Christian McCaffrey? Would you like some?
There's the duality of I'm fired up for the season and it's not over, and I'm just bummed as hell for Christian McCaffrey.
Well, maybe Tom Pelissero on the other side will cheer you up. Plus, Dr. Nirav Pandya as well to talk about said injury. It's going to be brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's NorCal versus SoCal in the ultimate rivalry showdown. The San Jose Earthquakes take on LAFC September 13th at Levi's Stadium. This match could be the key to the Quakes' playoff push, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle. Catch a live halftime performance by Edgardo Nunez. And before the game, don't miss Fan Fest with Blue Demon Jr. in a live wrestling match. Plus meet and greets with world champion boxer Eric Morales and L3 legend Moises Munoz. Get your tickets now at SJEarthquakes.com and be there when NorCal brings the heat.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Up to $100 in bonus rewards available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
On 18, lights up. And we start to Christian McCaffrey on the outside, makes a nice catch, and a lot of room. McCaffrey might go. Being chased, cuts back inside the 10, and he's down inside the 5.
Bay Area,
Radio. What's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
I don't know if he is, Chewy.
You know, it's interesting with this CMC thing. I see a lot of people, everybody relax. Hey, look, man, had he played like 10 or 11 games last year, I would be a little more optimistic. But it's hard to feel optimism when he missed 13 games last year.
Yeah. No.
He missed 13 games last year. It's a gut punch.
And it's a unique injury when it comes to, the Achilles injury itself. Like, we've seen people tear, rupture, and we've seen that, Dre Greenlaw. Like clean tears and ruptures happen. But the tendinitis aspect of it kind of throws a monkey wrench into this and how we discuss it, because we don't really have a reference point. And that's what you were talking about last segment. It's like, if another athlete was dealing with this, we can just go to and I'm sure there have been, but maybe not as notable as Christian McCaffrey and all the wear and tear. God, we've been watching this guy since college.
I know.
Since Stanford. He was a Heisman Trophy candidate. Should have won, by the way.
And
Kevin Burkhardt on the call.
You don't want
NFL
any injury.
Fox. Yeah.
You don't want any injury, but like a broken leg, an ACL tear, that doesn't mean you're going to recover 100%. I mean, some people psychologically don't recover 100%. See Derek Carr, for example. Yeah. But at least there's some all right, he's out, and then you get healthy, and your body will somewhat heal up. Like, you get a feel for it. My early remembering of Larry Bird is him on his back underneath the hoop because his back was constantly giving out. And those are some of the last, which sucks. Those are some of the last memories that I have of him. And it was such a delicate situation. He would play well, and then the back would lock up, and he wouldn't play so well. And there's lots of guys that have had those types of injuries. I mean, look at Matt Stafford right now with what he's going through.
Yeah.
And I think it's real touch and go with it. And I think the most frustrating part is the unknown of the muscle injury, the degenerative injury, or all the speculation that goes into it. It's just hard to talk about it. It's hard to get a feel for it as a fan. And how could the Niners know what the right course of action is?
Here's Tom Pelissero. I teased this sound, NFL Network, NFL Insider, talking about the alarm bells not quite going off just yet in the 49ers organization in regards to Christian McCaffrey's calf issue.
I will say this cautiously. I do not get the sense, based on the conversations I've had so far, that there are alarm bells going off about Christian McCaffrey at this point. If there is any player you are going to take precautions with if he feels something in practice, it's the guy who's arguably your best player and missed most of last season because of a variety of different ailments. We also know that calf injuries can be tricky. At times they are precursors to Achilles injuries. McCaffrey had issues with both his Achilles last year. Again, I do not get the sense that this is DEFCON 1 at this point, but the 49ers will be back out on the field this afternoon.
So that's Tom Pelissero this morning, NFL Network, and that leads us to Dr. Narav Pandya, who joins us now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. But before we
I know
get
you're going to go to him. Let me respond to Pelissero.
Please.
I hear what he's saying, and I don't think anyone thinks it's over. But remember what happened last year? They were kind of quiet about the real injury. Then at the very end, we found out about it. And the next thing you know, he's out again for 10 weeks, right? So had this not been this team with that player and that injury, I would be way more optimistic, but it feels very much like last year.
It's not DEFCON 1, but it's not 5, where it's wait, 1 is like a nuclear war, 5 is like peace. Yeah, we're not quite in a peaceful situation. It's like a 4, 3. I'm not feeling good about it right now. How can you?
I'm more worried about the woulda, coulda, shoulda down the line than I am about this right now, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. So Dr. Narav Pandya, UCSF Health, R95.7 The Game, injury insider, I like to call him, joins us now courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Doc, good morning, and we appreciate the time. When you saw this report yesterday, and obviously it's been well chronicled, we have you on every week to talk about it. The bilateral Achilles tendonitis is something that Christian was dealing with last year, and now 2 days before the start of the NFL season for the 49ers, we have a calf issue. How concerned should Niners fans feel about this season for Christian McCaffrey, and particularly just in 2 days when they play in Seattle?
Yeah, no, I think definitely there should be a level of concern, and even though this may simply be precautionary and maybe it's just a little bit of soreness and they're being safe, anytime you have symptoms, kind of come up again with anyone who's had kind of this chronic injury like Achilles tendonitis, you get worried. So does that necessarily mean that he's going to be out for 7-8 weeks? I don't necessarily think so based on the reports. But what does that mean as 16, 17 games go along? If he's already getting some symptoms right now, what is it going to mean, week 5, week 6? And he's had nearly 2,000 touches in his NFL career. He's a running back, and his body is going to break down. So I think that we hopefully aren't seeing that process play out, but definitely I'm concerned about seeing this pop up so early in the season, given his injury history last year.
So what should they do, Doc? Like, how would you, I mean, obviously you haven't seen the foot. You don't know, specifically where it's at. But if you had to guess, like, what are some of the variances of what they could or should do?
I think the biggest thing is you have to manage his load. And I know we don't like the word load management, but I think that you have to take into account how much wear and tear has been on his body, what he's been dealing with. And we know that whenever McCaffrey has a huge season in terms of lots of touches, his body breaks down. So what can you do? Maybe you don't give him 20, 30 touches a game. Maybe you have 10 to 15. Maybe you're giving him, a little bit more rest during the week. So I think it's just basically having him isolated for those big plays and not just running him into the ground so his body begins to break down. And it's also when soreness pops up, you're going to be a little bit more cautious like this. So maybe that is what the team's doing right now, but you have to utilize him, yes, so that he's able to be there for the whole season.
Do you think he plays Sunday?
I mean, when you have something crop up out of nowhere this late in the week, I would not be surprised if they're like, look, even if it's a little bit of soreness, there's no reason to take that risk right now. So if he didn't play on Sunday, I would not be surprised, and that might be the safe thing to do as opposed to pushing it and then getting this cascade of inflammation, swelling, and then the Achilles start bothering him more.
Okay, so there's one side, like maybe he plays, but if he doesn't play, how long do you think he might be out and kind of clear of this? A week, 2 weeks, longer? Is there just unknown?
There's a lot of unknown with this because I think, as we all know, the calf, just like with the reporting last year, like, where is this, right? Is it like up more in the muscle? Then you'd be a little bit less worried about it and say, hey, like, it's like a weak thing. Let's see how you feel. But if you're starting to trickle down into like, ooh, those Achilles are starting to get, more problematic, then it could be a couple of weeks. So, it's hard to say without knowing exactly where it is and what he's feeling. But really, muscle a little bit up higher, not super concerned about it. But if it's starting to creep down into Achilles, I get a little bit more worried about it. And the biggest factor in all of this is, remember, he ended the season with a PCL injury, right? And, he didn't get surgery for that. So you don't want anything compromised in your body when you're coming off a ligament injury as well, too. So there's multiple factors that go into determining whether he's going to play beyond just this Achilles as well, too.
And Doc and Dr. Narapanji, UCSF Health, is joining us courtesy of River Islands right now in the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky. And the fact that their first 2 games are on the road and it's on artificial turf doesn't make me feel great, Doc. Doesn't make me feel very great.
No, and that's the other thing. Yeah, totally a huge factor for this is that we know that with lower extremity injuries, artificial turf, there's a huge several-fold increase of injury as well, too. So you don't want him coming off a PCL, having Achilles tendonitis, beginning of the season. Like, it's a setup for things to go wrong. So that may be another factor where they're like, look, you're a little bit sore. We're playing on artificial turf. And, hey, maybe let's take one more week off just to really make sure things are happening well for him. So, yeah, I think there are multiple factors that will go into what can we do to preserve his body and not get into this problem where that Achilles tendonitis, kind of flares up again. And then you're dealing with, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks.
Yeah. So there could be it's just straight up sore then is what you're hypothesizing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be the best case scenario. And, maybe 2 years ago, if he was sore, he'd be like, look, we're going to have you play. But it's like, look, we saw what happened last year. It's just a little sore. Everything's going to be fine, and he's going to feel great on Sunday. But in general, I just think we have to be ready this season, just given what he's gone through, how much he's played for these things to pop up. And it's really going to take careful management of him through the season to make sure he's healthy and able to make it through till December, January.
Doc, this is so unfair because I'm going to put you on the spot. You have $1,000, okay? $1,000. Okay. You have to put it on one or the other. One, he returns to some form of old Christian McCaffrey. And the other side is, no, he never even comes close. Which side are you putting the $1,000 on?
I'm putting it on the fact that he will come back to Christian McCaffrey if he's used less than he's used before. So if you use him in high leverage situations to score touchdowns and have big plays, we can see him. But if you're giving him the ball 20, 30 times a game, that's not a setup for Christian McCaffrey to play well. So you got to use him properly. I think he can get back to where he was before.
Okay.
Hey, Doc, great stuff. We really appreciate it this morning. Unfortunately, we're going to be probably talking about this all season long when it comes to that. And it's far too soon than we wanted to talk about this, obviously, just a couple days before the season started. But thank you so much, Doc. We appreciate it, man.
No problem. Good talking to you guys. Anytime.
Yep. There he goes. Dr. Nirav Pandya, R95.7 The Game Injury Insider, doctor over at UCSF Health. Oh, boy. All right.
Where do we go from here? I'm just going to start reading off some stuff, and I want anything that sticks in your craw, and you want to get in on that, you get in. Can he play week 1?
I don't want him playing week 1.
Okay, so you don't want him playing week 1 at all.
I think a softer landing spot would be next week against, I'm not calling them the Saints, they're the Aints. No, they're playing Spencer Rattler. Like, stop. Like, that I'd feel more comfortable over there.
Can the Niners afford it? Can the Niners afford it?
I think they can. This is why you got Brian Robinson.
I'm just asking.
That's why you got Brian Robinson, right? Like, I think
if he wants to play, I think you play him. I think you kind of got to listen to him.
See, if he wants to play, this is where you need to protect the player from himself, though, right? A little bit.
I think you got to do it. Honestly, I think you got to do whatever you got to do to win the game now. I think looking about long-term health for Christian is probably knocked down on my pecking order of how I'm running this. That sounds cruel.
Well,
if he wants to play, I think you play him.
I mean, not to sound cruel either, but like, is this the last season that like they expect Christian McCaffrey in a 49ers uniform? Like, kind of like, are they just going to view it like, hey, you know what, Kyle Shanahan, this is a guy that has historically, him and his dad, used up those running backs left and right, the Mosterts, the Jeff Wilson Jr.'s, the Breidas, the list goes on and on. Jordan Mason. Like, we could just keep going and going and going, Joe, like the Energizer Bunny, when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and his usage of running backs. Hell, they drafted one, I know, in the 5th round, Jordan James. Maybe he gets some action. I don't know. You got Garendo. You drafted him last year. Like, you've clearly kept trying to add to the well here, and you keep going back to Christian McCaffrey because he's a Hall of Fame talent. I understand that. But when push comes to shove, man, maybe you do have to just throw him out there and see what you got and just go through it and take the lumps. Maybe you're right. You're right.
I don't know. I don't even know if there's a right or wrong answer. I think we're just spitballing here. How does this change how you view this team heading into week 1?
I was under the assumption that Christian McCaffrey may not be that dude this year again. Like, that was part of like baked into the equation when we were doing our exercise yesterday at the Red and Gold Summit when Mark asked all of us, the win total, right? And I said 10. And I'm sticking with 10 wins still, and I think that will be enough to get you into the playoffs. I don't know if it's enough to win the division. I think it'll be enough to get into the playoffs in the NFC. That being said, I would have felt a lot better if they were in the playoffs with Christian McCaffrey. Now, my expectations is just get to the playoffs. It's a successful season. Now with this unknown with Christian McCaffrey, and maybe that's even strong when I say unknown, because Doc Pandya was just telling us it could just be sore. And maybe we're all overreacting right now. And you know what? That is a possibility.
But he hasn't missed any practices until now. And now he gets listed.
And he was limited. He didn't miss it, technically. He was limited.
Well, he was out there early and then came off the field. There's a Jennifer Lee Chan video where he's running full speed. Again, if you're looking for him to kind of not come up limp, but he kind of elevates a little in his route, I don't know. I don't know what to make. But, Joe, they kind of told me last year for weeks on end, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. He'll be ready. And then he wasn't ready. So it's hard for me to take it at face value that he'll be good to go.
Niner fans, are we playing Christian McCaffrey week 1, limited in practice yesterday with a calf issue? Dealt with bilateral Achilles tendonitis all of last season, basically. Are we playing CMC in Seattle week 1? By the way, I was looking it up because the World Cup is going to be next year. So a lot of these venues that are hosting World Cup events, they're all shifting to grass. There's no playing on artificial surfaces in the World Cup next year. So obviously Levi's already has natural grass, but like the SoFi Stadiums of the world, the Allegiance, the Lumen
SoFi
Fields
was already grass, I believe.
No, they were turf.
No, I know, but I thought they wore grass for the Super Bowl. I could be wrong. I thought they had grass for the Super Bowl. I thought they brought it in just.
They may have, but
I could be wrong there.
But again,
I thought they had already not, and it might have been a one-off event.
Sure, but that's what they're doing going forward.
I know Allegiant has grass, and they've changed it out a million times.
Correct. They have turf. They do have grass. They have turf for UNLV, who also plays there. So
I didn't even know that. Yeah, I didn't even know that.
So they do the Arizona Cardinals method. But I was looking it up because I was like, did they shift to grass already? So I looked up for Lumen Field in Seattle, and they do have it available, but it's only going to be available for the World Cup, not the 2025 season for the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, if you've ever been to Seattle at all, it's so moist and wet, like the ground gets chewed up.
I understand the maintenance aspect of it. It's going to cost them a lot of money, but again, when you're investing this many dollars in all of these players, you want to protect them. So when I have Doc Pongia saying, yeah, this turf makes it worse for lower leg extremities and soft tissue injuries, like I hate that. And now I have to think about that if I'm Kyle. I have to think about that if I'm John Lynch. Like, do I want to put this guy in that situation week 1 with that artificial turf? Because we saw it, felt like it took out like all the 49ers a few years back. Remember, what was it? MetLife Stadium? It was back-to-back weeks. Solomon Thomas,
Nick Bosa,
Jordan Reed, or is
Jordan Reed?
Yeah, Jordan Reed. There you go.
They might have been all in the same game, or it might have been back-to-back weeks. They played the Giants and Jets back-to-back.
It was horrible.
Who's got to step up in his absence? Is it Brian Robinson? If he does miss the game, Brian Robinson. Is it Kittle? Is it Brock? Is it everyone?
Well, we got Brendan in San Francisco. We got Oreo Cookie on the line. We got a lot of people I want to talk CMC week 1. Are we starting him or are we sitting him? Niner fans, 888-957-9570.
I don't know how you can't overreact to this, too. That's the other thing. Like, I see a lot of people like, you got to stay positive. Guys, I would if this was last year. Like, last year, I was, hey, man, CMC, bro, he's a dog. He's going to be ready. Like, he missed 13 games last year.
I'm still saying, like, even if Christian McCaffrey, like only plays in a few games this year, I still think they could win 10 games. Like, I'm talking about the schedule. I'm talking about Brian Robinson. I'm talking about Juwan Jennings back. I'm talking about Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle. Like, I'm still positive about this team, but it's hard to be positive about a certain player, and Christian McCaffrey right now is what we're talking about. Brendan, San Francisco. What's up, Brendan?
What's up, Brendan?
Hey, guys. There's a reason that Christian McCaffrey was still available at 6 in my fantasy draft, and I did not go with him. I would love to see him play as much as possible, as healthy as possible, but he is a year older coming off a serious injury. Week 1, maybe even week 2 in New Orleans, if he's dealing with something small, I want to see Brian Robinson. I want to see Isaac Guerrero. I would much rather have CMC healthy later down the stretch when we can win these easy early games. They gifted us with that 4th place schedule. Let's use it to our advantage and keep our dogs healthy.
Look, no one wants to hear this.
Brandon.
No one wants to hear this today. I don't know where Brian Robinson is in regards to, let's say they're in a passing situation and he is being asked to slide protection. Does he know all the protections? Does he know all of the hot route type stuff? There are lots of little football nuances because he was just acquired. I don't know what he knows for them to feel confident in how much they could put. Or do they have many options? No, they're going to have to play him a lot more than they want. But you do have to get up to speed with a lot of stuff that I think the average football fan maybe doesn't want to acknowledge. You get where I'm going?
I absolutely do.
One missed block can blow up a season.
It's almost reminding me, and I wonder if it's going to be the type of season, different injuries, different guys, but like he gives me the vibes, and I hope I'm wrong about this. I really do. Kind of those last years with Todd Gurley, like that 2018-19 season. But remember, Joe, like he was playing pretty well that season, and then he missed those last few games.
And then C.J. Anderson came in.
Exactly. It was the knee inflammation. Yeah. So it was just like, I don't know. And it's like we keep waiting. I was like, wait, these are playoff games. They're not playing Todd Gurley? Like, what the hell's going on? And it was C.J. Anderson. And he was first team All-Pro that season, and then it just kind of fell off a cliff. Now, it's not like for like the same thing, but I'm just trying to think about comparisons right now where it's just you had to monitor it and you had to protect the player from himself. And they were playing playoff games without their best player. And Todd Gurley, don't get it twisted, Todd Gurley was their best player on those Rams teams. He was incredible. You know what else is incredible? An Oreo Cookie at 7:50 in the morning. Oreo Cookie, Oakland. You playing CMC week 1?
Hey, what's up with it, fellas? Happy Friday. Happy Football Friday. Football weekend.
Let's go.
One of the best weekends of the year. You know how it is. But for the CMC, man, hey, he's going to play. To me, I play him. If the doctors clear him and he wants to play, he's going to play. Now, am I going to run him 20 times a game? No, I'm going to take it easy on him, man. Let him get in there. He's got some rest to kick off. But that's another reason why you play him, man. But, yeah, you get him with Robinson. We have a backup plan. So I don't feel as discouraged as, you guys are kind of making it sound out to be. I still think that a 9 to 10 win
season is good for us. I don't think that we're going to be making a lot of noise if we make the playoffs. We have a lot of young guys.
Oreo, I think there's two things. There's the individual of CMC that you're emotionally invested to as a fan, and you're devastated for him. But then there's the duality of we still got the quarterback and we still got the head coach, and I still think that they have adequate playmakers on that side of the ball to make it work. I still believe this team can be a solid team. So there's the duality of both things, the optimism of the full season and the full team. But I'm like super bummed. CMC isn't just good. He's freaking all-time.
He's special.
Yeah, he's a special player, right? Like, he's an all-time talent. And I don't know if we'll ever see all-time talent anymore.
888-957-9570. We got Bonte joining us in studio at 9 a.m. Bonte Hill,
Joe,
courtesy River Islands. Yes.
Like, Jordan Poole was a good player. Like, you know, and like when we never thought we'd get it back.
Pool parties. Yeah, it was
right?
fun.
Like, CMC was special. You know, we don't say that often. Can catch, can block, can run between the tackles, can run on the outside, unbelievable vision, unbelievable breakaway speed, unbelievable ability to contort his body to get extra yardage, unbelievable short yardage runner, open field broken tackler. What was the hole in his game? Like, he was as close to a perfect player as you will find in the modern game.
I mean, the hole in
injuries
that's the hole.
Exactly.
Right there. And that's the unfortunate part about all this. But again, the season's not over, people.
No, I don't think I'm saying that.
No, we're not saying that. I don't want people to get it twisted right now.
I'm just bummed.
And you can absolutely feel that way. The season is not over. Christian McCaffrey, it could just be soreness. And Doc Pond, you talked about that. And that's the best case scenario. If it's just sore and you hold him out just to be cautious week one, or are you playing him if he is cleared? 888-957-9570. Speaking of all these injuries, that leads us to the injury report. And in case you didn't hear the news, as we've been talking about for the last couple hours, the 49ers yesterday added running back Christian McCaffrey to their week one injury report yesterday with a calf issue. CMC was limited in Thursday's practice and was spotted on the field during warm-ups and individual drills during the portion of practice that was open to the media. McCaffrey was not made available to the media after practice. This all comes after a summer in which CMC was able to participate in all the 49ers practices without issue. And now, much like last year, his week one status is very much up in the air. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's going on with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. Again, Bonte Hill joining us in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Get his thoughts on this. Is he freaking out about it? Are you freaking out about it, Niner fans? And should you play Christian McCaffrey in week one? Start him or sit him on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Go on a culinary adventure at one of Europe's biggest food events coming to the Americas, Terra Madre. Discover more flavors to savor, more ideas to chew on, more voices shaping the future of food. Join chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower for tastings, pop-ups, food demos, and panels, all celebrating good, clean, and fair food for all. Terra Madre Americas, September 26th through 28th in Sacramento. Savor the journey. Visit TerraMadreUSA.com for more details. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The NFL is back. Watch the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers live from Sao Paulo, Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Only on YouTube. Featuring a halftime performance by Karol G. Watch it all live and totally free from the comfort of your living room, which if you turn the volume up just right, will make it feel like you're right on the 50-yard line. Tune in Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and kick off the NFL season. Only on YouTube. Certain local broadcasts available.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. I am. We had NFL football, regular season NFL football yesterday as the Dallas Cowboys do something that they're very familiar with for basically my entire life. They lost. Although the game started out with Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott. The hell was that? What?
One of the premium ways to disrespect someone.
Oh, it's also just absolutely selfish as just a teammate.
No doubt.
What the hell are you doing?
Well, you might as well, metaphorically spit on your teammates because you're kissing yourself right off the field.
And if CeeDee Lamb catches, just a cup of coffee or a cold, because he couldn't even do that yesterday, the Cowboys probably win that game. They did cover the 8.5-point spread as I welcome in you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Morning Roast. Spadotti, Shasky, we're rolling halfway home here on a non-payday Friday as we are reacting to the latest news, Joe, of Christian McCaffrey's calf issue.
We'll get into that very quickly. I just have a brief aside regarding spitting. My dad was a Hockaloogie guy.
Oh, yummy.
And he would always roll the window down and spit out the window nonstop. He was always like the stuff that was coming up. Now, thinking about it, it's probably because of his congenital heart disease that we found out that he had. But I carried that same thing over, and my wife thinks it's probably one of the most disgusting things that I do.
I had to stop doing it because I do, and I know you guys have seen the schnoz, so you can think about the boogers that are inside there. I'm sure this is also great content for 8:04 a.m. on a Friday. But Benny started to pick up on that, so I had to, just spitting in general.
Oh, well, that's a big thing. I didn't tell you. Yeah,
I can't do that anymore. So yeah.
All
it's
the
probably good that I
kindergartners.
don't. Yeah,
all the kindergartners. One of my buddies, Jim, his son Rye Guy, when he was in kindergarten, spitting was a big deal, and I'm talking about like as if he's spitting seeds.
Yeah,
and he's just all over and grabbing his junk.
Well, that's what we do as boys, man. That's just that's what we do. 888. I forgot about Hawk Tui. I forgot about Hawk Tui. Wow, is she still making money off that? Good for her if she is. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financial Leader. See, we're in a good mood, people. We're not completely down on the 49ers. I'm not saying the season's over or it's cooked or it's kaput. Christian McCaffrey might just be dealing with the sore calf. And maybe it's all okay. And maybe he plays week 1. He has 100 yards rushing, has a couple of touchdowns, and it's nothing to see here. I hope that's the case, Joe. I hope that's what we're talking about, because I would rather be talking about, this matchup between the Seahawks and the 49ers. We'll get to it. We got Bonte joining us in less than an hour in studio, and I'm sure
he'll yell at us and tell me how stupid I sound and, how smart he is and how pessimistic I am and I'm Sausalito Shasky and blah, 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 blah.
That's okay. Well, it's Burlingame, Bonte, and Sausalito Shasky. That's what we love. Did you figure out your name, by the way, for your league officially?
Oh, yeah, it's Butcher's Boys.
Butcher's Boys.
And let me tell you, playing all the Eagles that I have on my team that they auto-drafted.
Goddard played well yesterday. He got a lot of balls, right?
Yeah, Goddard played great. Yeah.
Well, why are you complaining about that?
Because Devontae and what's his face did nothing.
AJ Brown
looked great.
Yeah, well, it was one touch. By the way, the whole time, second half, AJ hasn't really even gotten a look here. I'm like, is this about winning or getting your wide receiver looks? I do think we get kind of lost in the sauce. Like, they're winning the game. They're trying to win the game. It was a defensive, adjustment in the second half. I don't know. Fantasy has adjusted the way people talk about players. I think it sucks.
That vaunted Cowboys secondary really stymieing A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. But Dallas Goedert played well. Sam Lubman has Jalen Hurts in our league. He had like 24 points, although his Eagles defense pooped the bed. I think they had like 1. By the way, we're talking about Christian McCaffrey. That's the big story this morning. Do you play him Sunday or not? Limited in practice yesterday. He's on the injury report with a calf issue. Tom Pelissero this morning, NFL Network said it's not DEFCON 1 just yet.
I will say this cautiously. I do not get the sense, based on the conversations I've had so far, that there are alarm bells going off about Christian McCaffrey at this point. If there is any player you are going to take precautions with if he feels something in practice, it's the guy who's arguably your best player and missed most of last season because of a variety of different ailments. We also know that calf injuries can be tricky. At times they are precursors to Achilles injuries. McCaffrey had issues with both his Achilles last year. Again, I do not get the sense that this is DEFCON 1 at this point, but the 49ers will be back out on the field this afternoon.
it sucks that a couple years ago, like, look, I know they're starting the season and we're optimistic, and I'm pumped for Ricky Pearsall. Like, right, I'm super pumped for Ricky Pearsall. I think Brian Robinson could be a great acquisition. But there is also the, like, oh, I thought, this was 2 years ago, we got Kittle, we got Debo, we got CMC, we got Ayuk. Next 5 years, even though I know the NFL is not like that, like, think of how quickly the outlook on the skill position guys for the Niners has been decimated in like 18 months. Debo gone. I don't know. I still think he can have a good year, but like he'll never be the same kind of player.
Yeah.
Ayuk, who knows? Like, I'm optimistic he can come back and be impactful. Jerry Rice is telling me to pump the brakes on that. I don't know. CMC, I mean, this sucks. Really, the only guy standing is Kittle right now. Like, the NFL, the not-for-long tag that we have given the NFL is really accurate.
So we've been talking about this all morning, obviously. It's the talk of the town. It's the talk of the league right now. If you drafted Christian McCaffrey in fantasy, if you're worried about him playing, his touches, all of that, I'm just focused on the Seattle Seahawks week one. Can they win this game with a limited Christian McCaffrey or no Christian McCaffrey? Absolutely they can. Absolutely they can.
I think the season was going to be hard with or without Christian, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
Like that's also why I'm talking about this. And I'm not being super negative about it, because I already thought heading into this season, and I think Niner fans should have too, and I think some of them did, in the back of your mind, it was like, yeah, we might not have Christian McCaffrey, or the version we have of Christian McCaffrey might not be good. Like, that was a possibility heading into the season. You didn't want to come to that reality this quickly, but here it is. And it's right in front of us. And the mortality of Christian McCaffrey is staring us right in the face. And it sucks because it's before the season even started. We couldn't even get through week one before this cropped up.
I think the hard part, so like there's like the optimism of the season, but the hard part is like we were really emotionally as a community, as a fan base, attached to this guy.
How could you not be? He played at Stanford.
Yeah, but
he was Heisman Trophy
and his dad
candidate.
played here.
Yes.
You know, and like there's all these ties to it. It felt like he was born to play in the Shanahan offense. And there's just certain things that you hear. Like, for example, right forearm strain for a pitcher.
Oh, God. Or elbow soreness. Just any sort of shoulder soreness.
You know,
oh, God.
Back for Iguodala. Knee. You know, like for certain players, like there are certain things like you hear them and you're like, oh, is that guy ever going to be the same? Like I remember the day I found out, oh, Matt Cain's got bone spurs and chips in his elbow. You're like,
he's done.
Have we seen the best of him? Is he ever going to be good again? Right. I remember when Tim Lincecum like, he's got to have hip surgery. It's like, what? Brian, like, and look, Brian Wilson having Tommy John a second time, like that sucked, and that felt like the end of his career. I get the sense, like, for a lot of Niner fans, like, you see this, and it's hard to not immediately go flying off the rails like, damn, is he ever going to be the same?
So
it's hard to like resist that temptation of going all the way to the extremes on it.
And what makes it more like, you know, kind of gut punching is we've had all these different players, media covering this team, all keep telling us how great he's looked this training camp. I mean, Trent Williams, the Hall of Famer, was just talking about it.
Christian looks fantastic. He looks like Offensive Player of the Year, Christian. So that's really, really refreshing to see, knowing that, you know, what he had to deal with last year, just a little nicks and knacks and, you know, not being able to do what he loved. To see him out there this year, 100% healthy, treating every play like it's his last, playing with his hair on fire, it really motivates the guys when you got a generational talent like that brings it to work in their practice every day.
All right, so that's a teammate. You know, teammates are going to gas up other teammates. Let's hear from the media covering this team. Matt Barrows, The Athletic.
I think he looks good. Now, he's not getting a ton of snaps, but when he's out there, he looks like Christian McCaffrey. He had one in yesterday's practice where he soundly beat Fred Warner down the field. I think Warner must have bitten on a play-action fake, and this was an easy score for a long Purdy to McCaffrey touchdown. And that Purdy to McCaffrey connection, short passes, deep passes, that's been available to Purdy in these practices, which leads me to think that, okay, if he's not back to 2023 form, he's pretty darn close.
All right, so that's Matt Barrows, The Athletic, covers the team. And obviously, he wasn't talking about yesterday's practice. This was from a week or so ago. So we heard from them, and let's hear from, you know, the national perspective, the guys that break down the film. Brian Baldinger with us literally this week, Joe, and said if CMC looks like he did a couple seasons ago, Niners are winning the West.
If McCaffrey looks like he did 2 years ago, I think San Francisco is going to win the division. Like, I think they're going to be that good. Like, I think he's that much of a difference maker. And he's that type of talent. And the offense, whoever Brock is throwing to, it will change if Christian McCaffrey is giving you 100 yards a game. If he's giving you 100 yards a game and then 100 and plus total yards a game like he did 2 years ago, then I have much fewer reservations about this football team.
So that's what we've been talking about for the last, couple months here with Christian McCaffrey. So that's why it feels like such a gut punch when you see the word calf, an issue with the injury report attached to him. Now, that being said, Joe, it could just be soreness. I'm going to let you respond and retort here in a second. I'm going to wrap up all this sound because we just had Dr. Nirav Pandya, our resident doctor here in Injury Cider, join us last hour, and he was talking about the workload this year for Christian McCaffrey on how to manage it after the news of this.
You have to manage his load. And I know we don't like the word load management, but I think that you have to take into account how much wear and tear has been on his body, what he's been dealing with. And we know that whenever McCaffrey has a huge season in terms of lots of touches, his body breaks down. So what can you do? Maybe you don't give him 20, 30 touches a game. Maybe you have 10 to 15. Maybe you're giving him, a little bit more rest during the week. So I think it's just basically having him isolated for those big plays and not just running him into the ground so his body begins to break down. And it's also when soreness pops up, you're going to be a little bit more cautious like this. So maybe that is what the team's doing right now, but you have to utilize him, yes, so that he's able to be there for the whole season.
Sam, let me ask you, you were on the show last year, and Joe, I know you were, listening to us flabbergasted last year. Right when they initially announced that he was going to be out week one, did we think it was a blip on the radar, or did we think, this is a bigger thing?
Well, they used the word Achilles, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they did.
Because it went from calf strain in the training camp, and they kind of poo-pooed it in training camp, but I remember Thursday, Friday, before the year started, that Thursday or Friday, Trent reported, everybody reported, and then I don't know where CMC's probably going to miss the game.
Well, Sam, remember Bonte, I think, was saying he was going to be joining us
in 45 minutes. Was it a game-time decision?
Well, Bonte literally said, he's like, I'm going to go into this season. If we get anything from Christian McCaffrey, it's going to be a bonus. Isn't that what he was saying?
Was that what he said?
No, because remember,
that's what I'm asking.
McCaffrey was a no-show for a lot of training camp last year, if I recall, because of this injury. So it's like there was kind of this. We kind of expected it, I guess, to a degree. So I think when it did happen, plus there was also all the Ayuk drama, all the Trent Williams drama. There was so much drama last year that when it did finally happen, it was just kind of like, oh, of course, like when it rains, it pours kind of feeling here. This, though, is so much different because, as we've been kind of saying these last few minutes, all the reports around him were very, very positive. And then this just comes out of nowhere, which kind of adds to the shock of it.
So I'm looking at it right now, and this is an article on September 30th of last year. And it was the word Achilles tendonitis in both legs. That's when that came out. We had already known prior to that there was an Achilles injury, but on September 30th, so a couple weeks into the season, that's when we found out why Christian had gone to Germany, and it was to deal with that bilateral Achilles tendonitis, which we finally found out. It wasn't just on one leg. That's when we found out it was on two.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It was crazy.
That was crazy.
No, it was. But so it was slowly. It wasn't just like we knew everything right away, as you're talking about. It was a slow kind of build to it towards the season. That's when it felt like, that was the ultimate gut punch when you heard that one.
Yeah, again, they're all different injuries, but a broken bone, you can get x-rays, you put a cast on it or whatever, and, eventually it heals or it's slow to heal, and you got to build the muscle and the tendons around it or whatever. This one is just so unknown. It's just so unknown. There's a feel element. There's an exertion element, a degeneration element, it's just tough to know. That's why I don't blame the Niners. I don't think this is on anyone. I think this is just sports.
This is just wear and tear.
No, but I think a lot of people are looking for someone to blame, and I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, no.
I think this is just unfortunate.
Listen, I understand 49ers fans' frustration when it comes to the injuries on this team because it does feel like the Niners more so than any other team.
Violent.
The sport is violent, but Niner fans feel like their team is specifically cursed, right?
Dumb football.
How Dre Greenlaw, tears his Achilles in the freaking Super Bowl. I believe this. Dre Greenlaw stays healthy or stays on the field, they win that game. Travis Kelce isn't going off. Like, Oren Burks doesn't have to go out there.
Best player on the field.
Yes.
He reminded me of KD in that finals game. He was the best player on the field.
And you saw immediately, and you were at the stadium, but we saw it on air, watching on our TV screens, Fred Warner just crying. Like his brother just went down. Like, I was like, oh, they're not going to recover from that. Like, how could you?
Well, and think about, Dre's career since all these other injuries associated to either the compensation or overcompensation of the Achilles. Like, it feels like they're all connected.
Okay. So Christian McCaffrey, let's say, he's not out. Let's just hypothetically, he's not there.
Brian Robinson can be a serviceable back.
I agree.
The question that I have on Brian Robinson, which I don't know the answer to, what does he know in the playbook? Does he understand the protection coverages? Does he understand some of the adjustments that need to be made at the line of scrimmage, like last second? You know what I mean? Like, because those are real things. One thing that McDonald really likes to do is disguise his blitzes at the front, and he likes to disguise who's coming and who's not coming.
Right.
And they like to play drop back games, and they'll show one thing, and then post snap it's something else. They did a great job limiting the Niners. If they didn't have that big Debo touchdown in the first game, remember Brock threw that bomb to him. He jumped up, he high pointed. It was one of the best plays of Debo's year last year. I mean, they were really limited in passing the ball last year.
They were.
McDonald does a great job disguising, some of their coverages post snap. He did it with Baltimore, different defense, and he's done it with Seattle in both games. So I don't know where Brian Robinson is in terms of the protections, because that's going to be really important against this front.
It is. So you're going the backup running back.
Am I going way too nuanced on people?
No, that's fine, because you fans' minds go to 1,000 different places. All right. CMC's not there. All right. So is that going to be more of a workload for Kittle, for Pearsall? Do they just go all pass happy?
Two tight end sets.
Do they go more two tight end sets?
Is
right?
Juice the guy because he knows all the protections? Yeah. Does he become the guy on third down in the backfield? I don't know. Brings
me to the quarterback. Brock Purdy, right? And there was already this expectation. He's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. This is a guy that's paid to be the dude. We like to think of him, if you're a Niner fan, as a top 10 quarterback, right? If he's not top 10, fringe top 10, I like to think he's a top 10 quarterback in the league. If you want to be talked like a top 10 quarterback, you want to be discussed like one, this is when you go out there without your other top dog on the field, your running back position, and you go out there and ball out, and you orchestrate, and you play within yourself, because that's what Kyle Shanahan and that's what Brock talked about this offseason. It's not trying to do too much to overcompensate with the loss of a running back like Christian McCaffrey, because that's what he did last year, Joe. He ran himself into too much trouble. And you're talking about Mike McDonald. He would love for Purdy to do that, because not only did he do that when he was the Baltimore's DC on Christmas, he did that last year in that game against Seattle at Levi Stadium. And obviously you're alluding to, he frustrated him in Seattle.
Joe, they moved the ball really well on offense last year. It was stalled out in the red zone, and then I thought that they made some adjustments as the year went on, and they isolated Kittle in the red zone much better. Yeah. And this is where, thank gosh, Juwan Jennings is back.
Well, you got to find your mismatches now.
Exactly.
Because Christian McCaffrey is the ultimate mismatch when he's out there on the field. That's what makes him so special. So feed your top guy. George Kittle, I'm sorry, there's not a quarterback in the NFL that can guard him one-on-one. It's just not going to happen.
I would isolate him or find creative ways to use him in different sets to get him going off the line of scrimmage. The other guy is Juwan Jennings. I think having a big-bodied receiver in the red zone with that catch radius, that boxing out ability, that is huge for them. So thank God he's back.
I mean,
thank God Jennings is back.
It definitely gave this game, and it's game one of the season. So obviously there's a lot of intrigue, but there's the intrigue is even on like a maximum right now.
We haven't even gotten into. You and I were prepared to talk about Sam Darnold. Brock Purdy. I poo-pooed Sam Darnold forever. Like, he was 10th. I couldn't believe this. He was 10th in MVP voting.
You had a great year.
That's just... Sam Darnold was 10th in MVP voting. That's an insane sentence.
Well, it ended so badly for him and the team.
Totally.
That we're all just kind of like, yeah, it's Sam Darnold. See, there he is.
He threw a touchdown pass against Seattle to beat them in week 16 or 17 to basically give the Rams the division. Yeah, it was incredible. It was like the highlight of his career.
Yeah.
He was so much better than I ever gave him credit for. And that's why I'm actually like, everyone's like, he ended the season early. I'm like, dude, I watched back that Viking Niner game. He kicked our butt.
Oh, he scored scrambled for how many first downs? His legs you got to worry about now.
I felt like he totally stuck the knife in me and twisted it. So I'm not going to sleep on him this time around. I still don't love him, but I'm not going to sleep on him this year.
Well, I think he was the best story in the NFL last year. I was happy and I was rooting for Sam Darnold because of all the crap that he had to deal with the Jets, who, as we know, dumpster fire, with the Panthers, as we know, dumpster fire. So for him to get an opportunity as a backup in San Francisco, kind of retool, reset his thinking, and to get a shot after J.J. McCarthy went down last year, that was exciting for him. But do it again. That's what we do. He got paid, so
and look, he had a great coordinator. He had great receivers. He threw 35 touchdowns.
He did.
I don't think you could just sleepwalk into 35 touchdowns.
No, now, is he that much of an upgrade over Geno Smith?
I don't know.
I think they're pretty comparable.
Geno was kicked the Niners' butt last year in that final drive. Minute and a half to go. He marched them all the way down.
Yeah. So
he night-nighted the Niners.
He did do the night. That's when the season officially was over.
That was LJ's first ever game.
Oh no, LJ! I was hoping LJ was gonna be at the summit yesterday, but you found a babysitter, so there you go.
We figured it out, and yeah,
there you go. Garrett's in Dublin, wants to join in the conversation. Garrett, good morning. You're on the morning roast.
My whole thing is if Christian McCaffrey isn't healthy for week one after the whole offseason of them basically protecting him and making sure he's healthy, we can't expect much from him going down the line after, taking multiple hits and multiple runs a game. So my whole thing is if he says he's healthy and he's ready to go, we got to play him week one and just see where we're at, because if we rest him this week and it doesn't loosen up or it doesn't feel any better, we're basically washed the rest of the year. And I think Brian Robinson, I think he can come in and he could step up and he could play well. We got Christian McCaffrey 3 days before we played him in our first game in Kansas City, and he did just fine. So I think we'll be okay, but I definitely think we got to give Christian McCaffrey a chance to go out there and see what he's got.
He was limited in that Kansas City game. God, there's a throw to Valdez-Scantling that's in my head that Mahomes made in that game. Might have been the greatest throw I've ever seen live in person. He flipped his hips and threw it Carter's nodding his head, 65 yards in the air. It was the most unbelievable throw I've ever seen. It was like John Elway meets Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers.
It was everything all in one. Yeah. And I've seen some great throws. But CMC, I remember walking out of the stadium going, he didn't play enough, but he didn't know enough of the playbook. He admitted it, and they could only use him sparingly. So I hope Brian Robinson knows more, but who knows?
Who knows? 888-957-9570 is the number. I think we're going to get the best version of Brian Robinson this season. I do. This is a contract year for him, too. If he balls out this year, he could get a fat payday after this season.
Do you want to pay a running back after everything
I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying the Niners are going to pay him, Joe. I'm saying he's going to be motivated to have his best season. Because he wants to get paid. So you're going to get the best version of Brian Robinson. I truly believe that.
I like him as a player.
I do, too. And I do like the fact that he's not as violent as Jordan Mason was last year. Because as much as we love those hits, Joe, it contributed to him missing a good chunk of that season. We're up against it. We're going to have Bonte Hill joining us in studio in about 30 minutes. Top of the hour, Bonte Hill, host for NBC Sports Bay Area. He's touching on Niners, touching on Giants, touching on Warriors, obviously. We'll touch on week one of the NFL season as it officially began yesterday as the Eagles, the defending champs, take out their hated rivals, the Dallas Cowboys. And it started off with Spitgate, Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott. There you go. He hawked Tuied all over that. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
Gain congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Not guaranteed.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
Brother,
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
Is that Sarah from Sarah and Vinny on Alice? Our sister station here at Odyssey? That's awesome. Honestly, if we're just going on vibes at the station, just in this building, Sarah is the best. She brings a smile to my face whenever I see her every single morning. She says my name. She says, how you doing? She has a big smile. It's awesome. We love Sarah and Vinny, quite frankly. And Vinny always, it's so funny because we're just talking about sports and we're reacting to the Christian McCaffrey calf issue heard round the world. Will he play Sunday week 1? Do you want him to play Sunday in Seattle? 888-957-9570. But it's funny talking to our boy Vinny over there at Alice because it's always just, oh yeah, those Valkyries, huh? Or, oh, I don't know about those Niners. It's just I've been talking about it for already 2 hours, Vinny, all right? You're just going to give me generic takes?
My favorite is when he was like, Julie Hayner's kid for the Saints, huh? I go, that guy sucks. You know, like I'm just such a jerk. I'm like, he stinks. I hope he plays against the Niners.
Jake Hayner. Is he even on a team right now?
Got popped for steroids, Vinny.
He did get popped for steroids.
He's like, but don't you think it's a cool story? I'm like, no. Like, I'm so jaded by sports.
Oh, he's back on the Saints practice squad. Don't worry. He's back there. Fresno State's own, Jake Hayner. I thought he might have been legit. I thought so, but...
Sports, man.
They thought Spencer Rattler and... What's his name? Tyler Shuck?
Sheeho, I think.
No, it's Shuck.
I think it's Shuck.
It's pronounced Shuck, but
it
it's
looks ridiculous.
Trough.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to learn it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, he is their future quarterback, and he's older than Brock Purdy.
And he might play next week. Who knows if Spencer Rattler stinks it up week 1 for Kellen
one week
Moore.
at a time, Niner fans.
All right, so let's focus on the Seahawks right now. You got Mike McDonald, head coach. You got Sam Darnold now, quarterback.
They traded away DK Metcalf.
They traded away DK. They got Cooper Kupp. Mm-hmm. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Who was a stud.
All right.
I do like Jackson
JSN.
Smith and Jigba's a freaking stud.
I love Ohio State receivers. I can't quit them.
Oh, they're all over the league. It's
the fact that Marvin Harrison was kind of underwhelming last year it was surprising to me. Maybe he's going to have a bounce back year. I don't know. He's a consistent player. Keeps his head down. He's fine. But Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to give you problems. Cooper Kupp, again, as we talk about McCaffrey, if he could stay healthy, gives you problems, gives you fits. You know all about him from his days with the Rams.
Yeah, I wonder where he's at. You know, just like physically and just in general, because he looked like a shell of himself the last couple of years. Because it felt like the physical wear and tear got to him.
It did, and the fact that they drafted Puka Nacua and he immediately took over the league by storm and had like the greatest rookie season ever for a wide receiver, albeit extra game. It kind of made them easy for them to just move off of him. But I'm looking at they still got Kenneth Walker III, the running back, who's solid. Well, we kind of anointed him really quick. He's okay.
He's another guy that gets banged up. I've seen a lot of Seahawk rhetoric that they think Zach Charbonnet isn't as big of a drop-off behind him as one would suggest.
And the guy I'm going to be looking at for the totality of this outside of the quarterback, as it always was the quarterback, this guy who's had some success in the past against the Niners, Leonard Williams. The guy's a beast.
Before you move on, Kenneth Walker, he actually reminds me of a smaller version, but he plays like James Conner, who has given the Niners a lot of fits over the years.
James Conner.
Physically, like I want to run into you. Oh, I could go out of bounds? No, I kind of want to just run you over. And I think that he has to learn how to pick and choose his spots, and that's why he's been so banged up. I like Kenneth Walker.
And they got, again, we mentioned it, they got pieces all over that defense. I just mentioned Leonard Williams. It starts probably with their nickel back, Devin Witherspoon, he's a beast. You got to be alert when it comes to that guy on the field. He's a ball hawk. He will get after you.
He'll play anywhere.
They have DeMarcus Lawrence on the defensive line now who can get after it, Byron Murphy II. So they got some dudes up there in this offensive line, Joe, that has a lot of question marks. Might be the ultimate question mark outside of really the health of Christian McCaffrey of this team is that offensive line. And what version of Trent Williams are we getting?
And they have a Kubiak running that offense now.
Yep, they do.
So, I'm sure that...
Kubiak. I like how we do that, though, because there's so many Kubiaks.
Well,
There are. That's just the Kubiak tree.
And it's from... There's, the offspring is somewhere in that Shanahan lineage.
Gary Kubiak, there's the dad, who obviously was a quarterback for the Broncos at one point, backing up John Elway for Mike Shanahan. Trickle-down effect there. They're all tight. And obviously, as you mentioned, Gary Kubiak, the head coach formerly of the Houston Texans, where Shanahan was an OC with his boy Matt Schaub as quarterback. It all comes together. We had Baldy on earlier in the week, Brian Baldy, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider. You asked him about Mike Macdonald, the head coach, and his defenses, and what makes them so damn good and so damn stifling, especially against Shanahan's offense. This is what Baldy had to say.
Mike plays this matchup zone. He sits on top of your routes. They read routes. They don't show you what they're doing until the ball is snapped. They sit in these shells, and they come out of the shell. It's almost impossible to get the ball behind you. They have chess pieces like Devin Witherspoon will be the Kyle Hamilton of this defense. They're going to move him around. He'll be in a lot of different spots. He'll be a designated blitzer. But they really understand formations, down and distance, and they freaking read these routes and these concepts with these matchup zones. And it makes the quarterback hold it. They're not sure. And at some point, they hold it so long that last year in Baltimore, they led the league in sacks and takeaways. It leads to sacks and it leads to turnovers is what it does.
And that was Baldy talking about the head coach and obviously the de facto defensive coordinator, basically, for the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Macdonald.
Well, when he was an assistant, because he's not on the offensive side of the ball, we just don't talk about defensive coordinators this way in the modern age. People called him boy genius, boy wonder.
Oh, like we do with Shanahan.
Yeah, exactly. But because he's a defensive guy, I don't think that he has been as hyped up as some of these other offensive coordinators around the league. If this were 15 years ago, I think he would have been a much bigger commodity that Seattle landed. And I think we would talk about him in a different way.
It's a great point. And it all comes down, and as you mentioned right there, to the quarterbacks and to the offense, because that's what we go to. It's the fantasy football aspect. It's Sam Darnold and it's Brock Purdy, right? And Sam Darnold is coming off a tremendous year. You said it. He finished 10th in the MVP voting.
Crazy.
It is crazy. But Brock Purdy, I'm still taking him over Sam Darnold.
I am too.
I'm taking him over Sam Darnold. I don't think that's some sort of a hot take. But, I will say this with Sam Darnold. When Brian Baldinger says the word elite, my ears perked up. This is what he had to say about what the Seahawks are getting in their new quarterback. No more Geno Smith. It's Sam Darnold show, and we're all going to be watching.
They're getting an elite player. Like Clint Kubiak, that system is very similar to Kyle's. That system, it goes back to Mike Shanahan, honestly, with Gary Kubiak, his dad, but the system is proven. He makes good decisions. He is very mobile. He can get through his progressions, and he has a good arm. They're getting an elite player. They just are. Look, you go to the Jets, you go to Carolina, you go to some of these places, you're not going to be successful. It can't be just about the quarterback. You have to have other pieces in place. He's got everything else in place there in Seattle. He's got a team that's committed to the run. He's got a team that has a good defense. He's got a bright young coach in Mike Macdonald. I think they're getting an elite player. They really are. You can talk about the last game of the year against the Rams. That there's a reason why their number one priority in the offseason was addressing the offensive line, and that's what they did.
Elite. Wow.
Yeah, Baldy's high on him.
He is.
I need to see more for me to buy in. That's just my prerogative.
I think he's coming off an elite season. That doesn't make him an elite player in my mind. So far, Baldy absolutely can feel that way.
I'm with you because you know how I feel. Like even like Jaden Daniels, you got to do it a couple years in a row.
Absolutely,
you've got to have elite seasons year after year. That's what really separates these guys. The thing that Darnold did do last year. Now they had a couple of injuries on that O-line. He held the ball. He was sacked almost 50 times last year. So that is 48. One element of Sam. He will move around in that pocket and change his platform to be able to throw downfield. He's more mobile than you think, and he will hold it longer than you think.
Well, and he's a big guy, too.
He
is. We do sleep. He's a big guy. I've seen some hits that Sam Darnold has unleashed on some smaller DBs, and they're taking the big brunt of it. So Sam Darnold's not a small quarterback by any stretch of the imagination. So there's a reason this guy was highly touted coming out of USC. I know we all kind of laugh at him. USC quarterbacks, we like to make it, they haven't really had success, all of that. But Sam Darnold, he does have the size. He has just enough speed for him to be mobile enough. He's got a great arm. He's got the talent there to throw the deep ball. We saw it here in San Francisco. You guys were at the practices. You all saw it.
Oh, he'll tantalize you with some throws.
Yes.
There's not a doubt in my mind. He throws a beautiful ball.
Well, and it's going to be funny how we view both of these quarterbacks that just got paid as the season goes on. Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy. I'm just looking at their stats from last year alone, Joe, and Sam Darnold had 15 more passing touchdowns than Brock Purdy.
He probably had, 150, 200 more dropbacks? How many more attempts?
So he had 545 attempts to Brock Purdy's 455. Now, mind you, Brock did miss some time, obviously.
That's true.
So
but 600 attempts is a lot of attempts.
Completion percentage, 66 for Sam Darnold. Basically 66 for Brock Purdy, 65.9. So pretty close, pretty similar there. The passing yards, obviously, it's going to favor Sam Darnold as we're going through the completions and attempts. 4,300 for Sam Darnold, 3,800 for Purdy. The yards per attempt was in favor of Purdy, 8.5. So I'm just going through the list. The interceptions, though, tied. Both 12 apiece. So they did turn the ball over probably more than they wanted to in the double digits there. But it was the one that you mentioned earlier that got my ears up, or caught my eye, I should say. The sacks taken. 48 for Darnold last year, 31 for Purdy. Let's be honest, Purdy didn't trust that offensive line. Felt like he was running for his life half the time. Now, like on some trouble, and he had to throw away and eat it. But Sam Darnold will give himself up. He will hold the ball for way too long. And that's why I'm looking at Nick Bosa to have a massive game this week.
We haven't even talked about Bosa.
We haven't talked about Bosa, and he likes to show out.
That's a great point.
And show up against the Seattle Seahawks, does he not?
You know he does. I've been thinking long and hard about like all the rookies that they have on defense, and like specifically the defensive line. Eric Armstead was a good Niner. It took him a couple of years. Now they had scheme change issues. They didn't know what position he was. But it took him a couple of years to really become an established good player. DeForest Buckner played every snap his rookie year, but I didn't know what he was. Like it took a couple years to kind of get a feel for how good he was. Mykel Williams, could he be a work in progress? Are we going to see immediate productivity in terms of stuffing the run? Maybe the pass rush is going to be a work in progress. Bryce Huff's the guy I'm looking at. And I'm like, can Bryce Huff flash a little in this game? That's who I want to see.
Interesting.
Yeah, like he's the guy. You traded for him. He's a veteran. I expect Bryce Huff to show more week one than even Mykel Williams because I haven't seen anything from Mykel. And I don't know, maybe Jordan Elliott and some of these, Kevin Givings, these
Gross
veteran,
Matos.
These veteran guys can give them some uplifting. I'm not expecting Alfred Collins to give me much, and I'm definitely not suggesting that CJ West is going to hit the ground running day one. I think all the rookies are kind of wait and see.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Bonta Hill joining us in the studio in about 15 minutes, courtesy of River Islands. Talking 49ers Seahawks week one. Christian McCaffrey, his status for week one, up in the air currently.
The guy that I'm circling, of all the young guys, I'm a big Marquise Siegel guy.
Okay.
I've just seen him in the preseason games. Yeah. I don't pretend to know like what he's doing in one-on-ones and things like that. I really like his movement. I think he's an unbelievable athlete. He's a sure tackler. He's got really good feel for, getting low and not getting juked in the open field. He doesn't over pursue. I like what I've seen from him, and I think he's the guy of all the rookies that I think is going to be the most impactful early on.
And I'm very curious to see what Jair Brown looks like, too, as we're talking about the secondary.
He scares me.
Again, we're talking about the question marks on this team, and there are a lot of question marks. You got your guy locked up, Diamador Lenore, but outside of that, it's a lot of unproven players. You mentioned Marquise Siegel, Jason Pinnock. I don't know what to make of this guy right now. Coming from the outside, Upton Stout. Another guy that I like. I like Upton Stout, what I saw. Again, I'm basing this off preseason stuff, though, Joey.
I know. Well, and Stout didn't play in the game.
Exactly.
Like, who knows? Like, Lucas was the guy who really popped. Like Pinnock, I haven't seen enough. I know Bonte was high. I forget if Bonte was high on Grant or Pinnock, but one of the two he predicted would be the starter. So I would love to pick his brain on that because I haven't seen enough. It's hard for me to have a feel.
Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore wants to join in the conversation.
What's up, Richie?
888-957-9570. And we're asking the question, should Christian McCaffrey play week one in Seattle? Limited in practice yesterday with a calf issue. Richie Rich, what's up?
What's up, fellas? Shafty, my dog. Good morning. Man, I've been thinking about this carefully, right? It's kind of I felt like it was a gut punch. One, because I'm hopping on an airplane Sunday morning. I'm taking off. I'm going to Seattle. I'm bringing my ass right back home Sunday evening. So I was pumped about seeing CMC with all this healthy talk. But I think that, the biggest person you got to protect him from it is himself, right? So if he's clear to play, you play him. I think that we got to get used to a new Niner offense where he's not going to be the workhorse, right? You brought Robinson in for a reason, not just because Garenda was hurt and fumbling. It's because I think deep down, Shanny knows that, you know what? He's getting older. He's fragile. So I think that, the new CMC look should be 10 to 11, 12 touches, right? Mixed in with Robinson. And come on, Kyle's the guru. He's got to get creative, right? Let's be real, man. Last year, our problem wasn't moving the ball down the field. The offense did good with a shell of Deebo Samuel, with no CMC. We couldn't score for crap in the red zone, right? So I think with Robinson and getting creative and using Kittle, I think we're going to be okay. And CMC is probably going to play 10 to 12 games, right? It's the defense. If the defense could do their job and Bosa could be Bosa and they could just be better, even a little grade up from last year, I think with the schedule the way it is, we're going to win 10 or 11 games. You know what I mean? But it's a big if. It's important, I think, for Kyle to be a real guru of this offense, do it the right way, be smart with CMC, and I think if he's creative, I think we're going to be okay, man. But I'm scared. I ain't going to lie. I'm scared.
I think we all are. I think we all are. Good call, Richie. You brought up Bosa. Tim Kawakami had a one-on-one with Bosa over the last couple of days, and he was talking about the number that Micah Parsons got. And I'm going to read verbatim what was on there.
Oh, God.
Bosa, great to see. It's great to see. I talked to Mike at the Pro Bowl. I said, you got to push the needle because wherever you're at the top of your game and you're getting paid, it's the opportunity and your responsibility to help the players that are coming after you. 47, yeah, he definitely pushed the needle. I said this to you 2 weeks ago. What did I say? I said he can opt out after 2026 season. So basically in March of 2027. They're going to renegotiate after this year. Bosa has it in his mind. He wants an extension now. He's going to have a good year this year. He's going to be ready to go, which is good. The Niners are going to reap the rewards of that. And if he plays well, he will earn it. He will deserve it. It's just, gosh, we're already here.
Do you buy that the players have an obligation for the other players, but that are coming after them when they're doing their contract negotiations?
They're a players union, and any dollar you take less is an excuse for another team to take a little less. And I understand why they would say that, and I get where they're coming.
But Tom Brady never had to do that. Tom Brady was the guy. Tom Brady's but he gets a pass. Yeah, but we're going to crush these other players that maybe want to help out their team. I just don't buy that.
Joe, not everyone makes every decision based off the most amount of money. Now, that doesn't mean that guys are leaving hundreds of millions off the table, but I've said this forever, and people can say I'm crazy. I wouldn't leave this market for an extra $100,000. I want to live in San Francisco. Now, you gave me $1 million. Okay, now it's something that I have to consider, but not everyone does everything for every last penny.
Don't, but I'm already tired of the negotiations. Because the Nick Bosa one, quite frankly, might have been the most frustrating as it dragged out and dragged out and dragged out. And he showed up in Pittsburgh and everything was okay. And I'm very curious about the season Nick Bosa is about to have. We're on him. Let's talk about Nick Bosa. What are you expecting from him this year, Joe? Have you been underwhelmed? No.
I think he's going to have a monster year.
Have you been underwhelmed by Nick Bosa?
The last 2 years have not been good enough. For a guy that balked the way he did to get paid, he earned the money. Two things could be true. He earned the money. He deserved to be paid what he got paid. But also, when you get paid, I believe there's an obligation of being a leader. And I'm not saying everyone needs to be rah-rah leader guy, but when you are the highest paid guy on the team, you have to carry yourself differently. You can't just be one of the guys. When he said, I didn't stop Devondre Campbell, that pissed me off.
Yeah.
That pissed me off. If you're a leader on this team and you're going to squeeze this organization for every last drop, you call out a teammate like that. You are a senior player on this team. Secondarily, you don't throw your coaches under the bus the way that he did. I thought that was weak sauce. You don't come in with this, I'm trying things out. He had multiple things that I have grievances with, but he's also worth the money. So he's a very complicated individual. He's not Fred Warner. I don't expect him to act like Fred Warner, but I expect him to act more like a leader than he displayed. I think that's fair.
Well, and this is the first time he's been showing up to OTAs. This is the first time he's been vocal as a leader. He's not a really vocal guy, but we had his dad on just a little bit ago, John Bosa, father of him, and obviously his brother Joey. And he's talking about, he's trying to take more of that leadership role now. There's a lot of unproven guys. There's a lot of young talent on this team. He's trying to take, these guys under his wing right now. The Bryce Huff who's coming in. Obviously, the first-round pick that they just got from Georgia. He's trying to help him out there. He's trying to be a different leader this year. And I actually at least commend that aspect of it because he needs to be. First and foremost, he needs to be the best player on the field when he's out there. And I haven't seen that enough in years past. When Micah Parsons is out there on defense, I expect him to be the best player on the field. When TJ Watt or Myles Garrett are out there, I expect them to be the best players on the field. I'm not expecting Michael Williams to be the best player on the field, Joe. I'm expecting him to flash a little bit because he's supposed to be a first-round talent. I'm expecting that, but I'm expecting Nick Bosa to be that dude this year because that's what you're paying him to be.
Sure.
So I actually am, like you, I'm expecting a DPOY caliber type of a season from him. But as we talked with Baldy earlier in the week, it's not just him. It's him and Fred Warner.
Yeah, they need to get contributions from Bryce Huff and the rookies and other veterans.
And the running mate of Fred Warner, too, that we had the question yesterday. It was like, who D Winners? That, like, we didn't really talk about the linebacking core at all yesterday. And I think that McCaffrey news like kind of broke right when we were having this discussion because this was going to be my pick. But Willard was talking at the summit about, who's the most important player that's not a big name? That's not like a made man. That's not Trent Williams. That's not McCaffrey. That's not, Brock Purdy. I said it's D Winners, whoever the hell the running mate is of Fred Warner. Because you can make the argument that the most important Niner, like that Super Bowl run, was Dre Greenlaw. Like the heart and soul of that defense was Dre Greenlaw. The attitude that they played with, him setting a tone physically, the emotional leadership, and it took a toll. And once he went out of that Super Bowl, you felt it, man.
Yeah.
And last year you felt it when he wasn't there.
The tough part on all these extensions, Bosa, Trent, now we'll see what happens. I think Kittle lived up to his contract extension.
Oh, yeah.
His first one. Because this is his second extension, third overall contract.
Right.
Fred Warner as well. But Ayuk, Trent,
Debo,
Bosa, like, man, that pattern of all of them kind of underperforming afterwards. CMC.
Yeah.
All getting extensions and not even coming close to the players that they were. Now, I'll give Ayuk a little more benefit of the doubt because he got hurt. Like that's out of his control to a degree. Trent got hurt too, but like Trent was sucking down IVs and he missed 7 games to end the year.
Yeah.
If Trent misses 7 games this year, we're in trouble.
Well, another guy that just signed a contract during the season last year that, again, we don't want that trend to happen is Deommodore Lenoir.
Yeah, good point.
That's like, I'm very curious to see how he's going to look after he, kind of had a low light during that preseason game in Las Vegas. It was kind of Genty's, before the season coming out party when he like trucked him a little bit. And it's just like, oh God, Dima, I hope that's not a sign of things to come this season. Now Genty, he's supposed to be a really good running back, top 10 pick. We'll see there. But I'm expecting a lot out of Deommodore Lenoir too. So you have 3 like legit quality all-pro caliber players at all 3 phases on defense. The defensive line, the linebacking core, and in the secondary. But again, Jair Brown, now the safety. Malcolm Mustafa is out, Joe. It was the limit for this guy a couple years ago. As we're going all around this 49ers roster leading into week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks, kind of the question marks and the expectations of this team. Obviously, the overarching theme today, Christian McCaffrey, his calf. We'll be talking about it. Bonte going to be joining us in a couple minutes here. But Jair Brown, what are you going to get from him? We mentioned Pinnock. The secondary in general has honestly, for the most part of Kyle Shanahan's tenure as head coach, that's been the number one question mark for me, has been the secondary. No more Charvarius Ward now, Joe. He's not here anymore. That's a loss.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the secondary. There's a lot of new faces. Like Renardo Green's a young player. Yeah. Showed a little last year. Made a couple nice plays, but I don't know about him.
Yeah.
How can you? So I don't know. They've done really well with these box safeties, but they've failed to find a free safety, a true free safety for years now. So where's Mustafa going to be at the end of the year? I just don't know. I don't know, but I trust Robert Saleh to get it right by year's end. I think they will be a work in progress. Did you guys watch last night's game? Did you see who is still hanging around the league?
Who?
You didn't see it?
Well, I watched the game, but just say
Cowboys? Defensive line?
Who was it?
Solomon Thomas?
Yes.
I couldn't believe that.
I don't think he's as old as you think he is.
Well, he's been in the league 8 years, drafted in 2017.
He's only 30. He's only 30, Joe. I say only, like...
How many... let me go. How many teams? He's been on the
Jets. Yep. It's not that many.
I hate when you do that. He's been on the Jets. He's been on the Cowboys. The Niners.
And then one more. Can you guess that one before the Jets?
New York Giants.
Nope. He was a Las Vegas
I didn't know that.
Raider.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You know what I do? He went there first before the Jets, huh?
2021. Yep.
Yeah.
He went there for a couple
He was
coffees.
injured, though. He was injured because he was coming off the ACL injury.
Yep. And remember, I think it was at the same season that Cleve Furl went over to the...
Cleve Furl?
That was a couple of years ago with the Niners. That's right. Arden Key. There's always been some cross-pollination between these two squads right now. What's Arden Key doing up these days?
How about Amari Cooper just retiring?
We didn't even bring that up.
Javon Walker 2.0.
What the hell? Well, Javon Walker got like shot up in the club and everything.
The Bears worked out a tackle yesterday who has not played in the league since 2021.
Was it Anthony Davis, ex-Niner right tackle who retired like 6 times? Who retired more, Too Short or Anthony Davis?
Oh, my God. Amari Cooper to retire from the NFL after signing with the Raiders.
I picked him up in fantasy, too.
Oh, everyone did.
I did. I was like, I claimed him. I was like, I'll take him. Wasted a waiver claim.
That's all right. If you drafted Dante Thornton, you feel better, by the way. If you drafted him, the rookie. There you go. He's going to be good. I'm telling you. The rookie for the Raiders, Dante Thornton.
Fantasy good or good?
I think both.
Okay.
He mossed someone, I think, in the Cardinals game, the preseason. Geno Smith threw a dime to him. Baldy's high. If Baldy makes a video on a rookie, that's like for like a 3rd or 4th round draft pick.
See, you youngins. Going back to me and Carter earlier behind the scenes, I was showing him all the 1940s and 50s 49ers.
Oh, yeah, that's what we
I want you to look up R.C. Owens. We call it mossing someone now. It's called alley-ooping someone. And R.C. Owens, the original alley-oop, that was his nickname, was a wide receiver / tight end for the Niners back in the day. R.C. Owens would moss people, but back in his day, they called it alley-ooping.
Alley-ooping. Okay. All right. What's the movie with, is it Semi-Pro with Jackie Moon? With, alley-oop. Remember, he's like, you can't do that. That's
travel.
Yeah, that's a travel. You can't do that.
Is that the funniest basketball scene, or is it Cable Guy when Jim Carrey is playing basketball?
That's not bad. My favorite part of that movie is when he just yells at the buses, everybody love everybody. So that's me when the kids are freaking out in the back. Nora's having a temper tantrum. Benny's having a temper tantrum. Everybody love everybody. As I'm frantic here, just trying to get through the drive-thru McDonald's, get these kids a damn Happy Meal.
I'm convinced the best basketball scene of all time is Teen Wolf. It's so bad, it's great.
What? It's not bad. It's awesome.
It's so bad, it's great.
So good. Come on.
Aged so poorly.
Space Jam. There's some good ones in there.
You guys in Space Jam, I don't get it.
Tom Pelissero, by the way, this is the latest this morning. Joe, are you still freaking out, Christian McCaffrey? You have a smile on your face. I think we're okay now, right?
Well, no, there's 2 things. I'm pumped for the year, and I'm just bummed for McCaffrey.
Well, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network said it's not DEFCON 1 just yet in regards to the calf issue.
I will say this cautiously. I do not get the sense, based on the conversations I've had so far, that there are alarm bells going off about Christian McCaffrey at this point. If there is any player you are going to take precautions with if he feels something in practice, it's the guy who's arguably your best player and missed most of last season because of a variety of different ailments. We also know that calf injuries can be tricky. At times they are precursors to Achilles injuries. McCaffrey had issues with both his Achilles last year. Again, I do not get the sense that this is DEFCON 1 at this point, but the 49ers will be back out on the field this afternoon.
And that was Tom Pelissero this morning. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
That's a cool
As
shirt.
the King walks in, who's that? Is that Floyd Mayweather versus Mike Tyson shirt, which is happening, I guess? By the way, Bontail joining us in studio, courtesy of River Islands guest line. Did I get through that read? Did I get through that?
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Good on
You can't hear him. He doesn't have
smarter.
He doesn't have his mic on
I
yet.
mean that. Like you look smarter.
You're listening to 95.7
Not
The
that
Game.
you didn't look smart already, but like Nahegan looks smarter with his glasses on. Looks significantly less smart without glasses.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app. Coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands, looking fresh to death. Bonte, there's a lot to get into. You're getting ready here, so I'm not going to throw to you just yet. We just heard from Tom Pelissero saying it's not DEFCON 1 quite yet on Christian McCaffrey, how the 49ers are feeling. But I'm not going to lie to you. We were doing the Red and Gold Summit yesterday, and when the report came out from Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, San Jose Mercury News, that McCaffrey was limited in practice due to a calf issue, people got a little upset.
Yeah, I actually tuned into the summit when that happened because I wanted to get Shasky's reaction and see his facial expression. And boy, that was priceless. I got to say.
Everyone was a little
put the glasses on because I heard you last hour, take a shot at me saying that I'm the smartest guy in the room. Listen, I'm not here to yell at you guys. I'm too blessed to be stressed. Oh, thank you, Spadoni. Number one, we don't know what calf it is. We don't know which calf it is.
Both were hurt last year.
We don't know. And they did beat Seattle last year without Christian McCaffrey in Seattle. They've won 3 straight there. But I know it's a different year, and there's a lot on McCaffrey. And look, I'm not here to say that you shouldn't be worried long-term about this. He's a, 31-year-old running back who's had a lot of wear and tear. If he didn't have the calf injury, you don't think the Niners was going to try to load manage him anyway throughout the season? They're trying to get through 18 weeks. Mm-hmm. And look, I've been in a lot of practices this year. McCaffrey, Trent Williams wasn't blowing smoke up people's butt. A lot of reporters weren't blowing smoke up people's butt. McCaffrey looked like the McCaffrey of 2023. He really did. I've been watching this guy since Stafford. He looked like that guy. So when it's a calf injury and the reporters weren't able to see it because he was a full go when the open portion of practice, so he walked off, and when they got to the locker room, he was already gone. I don't know what it is. But I'm not going to let it deter me from getting fired up for a big game against Seattle. And look, this is already a good defense.
Yeah.
This defense gave up, 147 points over their last 8? I mean, with these metrics that they all have and analytics, they were 5th in the league in giving up points per drive. So this is a really good unit that brings back 10 of their 11 starters. So it's going to be a tough game anyway. And now without Christian McCaffrey, if he does not play, and if he's ready to roll, then let's go. But you got Brian Robinson Jr. there, and this is why you trade for a guy like that who's capable of taking the ball and running it 20 times a game. Look, I'm not here to say you shouldn't freak out or whatever. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. But I don't know which calf it is. I don't know the severity of the injury. So I personally will not freak out about Christian McCaffrey yet. And again, throughout the season, you're going to have to load manage him anyway. So it's not a difference to me. I want him to be a limited participant in practice every single day, because when you see him practice every day, it's like Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice practices like it's a game. Michael Irvin practice like it was a game. Christian McCaffrey practices like he's going up against the Baltimore Ravens. So somebody's got to hold him back. And if he's nicked up a little bit, then hey, Shanahan, make him a little bit limited participant. And I think that was going to be the case all season long in the first place.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's still going to be like part of what made him so amazing was the ability to, stay on the field and be able to do all the different things and be in all the different formations and take on the workload. It's just
he was doing that though. Like this training camp.
I know that's why it's so disappointing.
But if he plays, he's going to do all that stuff. He's not going to be limited. If he suits up and he's on that football field on Sunday at Lumen Field, they're not going to limit Christian McCaffrey. He's going to be a full go. Now,
you don't think a small part of you is not worried about a ticking time bomb here?
I mean,
and just be real.
I worry about George Kittle.
Well, of course,
I worry about Fred Warner.
But
I
this
worry
is
about
pretty
Nick Bosa.
specific.
This is pro football, folks. No. People get hurt.
But this injury is pretty unique.
I had a fantasy football draft, and I'm freaking out about Saquon Barkley. Eagle fans are freaking out about Saquon Barkley because of the usage last season. And every time he gets up, you're like, damn, that's a tough hit. Wow, is he going to be okay? Oh, wow, he's coming out of the game. That's pro football, folks. These guys are ticking time bombs, man. It is a violent, fast sport, especially for a running back. So, personally, whenever I watch Christian McCaffrey run, without knowing this report that came out yesterday, I'm going to be watching Christian McCaffrey like, oh, man, is he okay? That's running back. That's life in the NFL, folks.
Well, that's why you got Brian Robinson Jr. You got some backup there. Then you're going to, if you have him in fantasy, Bonte, if you drafted him, I don't know how many leagues you're in, if you're in any 16-team leagues, you would be happy with Brian Robinson as the backup now, and he's going to be featured a lot more this season. And I think you're going to get the best version of Brian Robinson this year because it's going to be a contract year for him, too, to audition for other teams around the league. Not to say the Niners are going to double down and pay another running back, but I think you're going to get the best version of Brian Robinson and whatever version you do get of Christian McCaffrey. And I agree with you. When he's out there, like if he's suited up to play, he's going to play. He's going to go balls to the wall as much as he can. You can't go out there and not give your all, because that's when you get hurt. That's but that's what I'm saying. I think people are feeling like, man, now Christian McCaffrey is going to be just a shell of himself. I don't think anyone's saying that. But it was just the timing of everything. I think that just caught people off guard. That's just what it was.
You're getting ready for a week one opener. The vibes are good. Juwan Jennings gets an incentive lace deal. They give him some new money. He's going to be a free agent after the season. They're as healthy as they've been in quite some time heading into a season opener. So I get why people are like, oh my God, Christian McCaffrey, it's always something. Trust me, I understand that wholeheartedly. I'm not here to come down anybody's road saying you can't freak out. I know my setting is, I can't let it deter me from getting ready for Seattle. And when I see Seattle on Sunday, I see a defense that's returning 10 of their 11 starters, that's looking to take over the division. They feel good up there.
You can acknowledge that, like, even with CMC,
it's
fully
healthy.
A tough game. No, just the whole season. And yes, this individual game, extremely tough. It's harder without him.
It's harder without him. No doubt about it. And it's going to be a hard season. Like, everybody keeps talking about the schedule and how easy. Like, it's just it's everything. And I heard
who knows what the Bears will be week 13?
Exactly. Who knows what the Jaguars are going to be?
Awful.
Who knows what the Panthers are going to be? Who knows what the Falcons are going to be? We don't know what these teams are going to be. But, I heard Spinotti earlier say, hey, maybe you settle in Seattle for a soft landing in New Orleans Saints. Hey, folks, there's no soft landings in the NFL.
I know.
The Saints, they're no-name defense. I probably can't name 5 players on the New Orleans Saints right now if you take away the 2 quarterbacks. I don't know if I could.
Alvin Kamara.
No, who's the DN played at Cal? Cam Jordan. He's still there.
Chris Olave, and who's the other speedster? Shahad, whatever it is.
Is Taysom Hill still there?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. But guys are trying to make a name for themselves. So when they go up against the 49ers, some no-name on the New Orleans Saints sees Chris McCaffrey like, oh, I got a chance to get a woo hit. I got a chance to make a highlight film. I got a chance to make sports in there, feed my family. So there's no such thing as a soft landing. So if McCaffrey says, I'm ready to roll, and you know how Shanahan rolls, he's going to play on Sunday.
That's the part that's, it's alarming.
Pro football, folks.
I get that, but also this is one of the most special, unique players we've ever seen, and it feels like I just have this gut feeling. Again, nothing other than speculation. Like, probably never going to see anything close to what he was prior, and that sucks. That sucks.
Well, he did, but look, we don't know how he's going to look. We don't know if this is just a nick. We don't know if it's a strain. We don't know if it's they're all related to Achilles. I think we're kind of finding these things out with calf injuries. Everybody thinks Tyrese Halliburton in the NBA Finals. They're like, oh, calf. We know what's going to happen now.
The whole foot is connected.
I mean, it's all bad. So, but when he's on that football field, I didn't see a Christian McCaffrey that was a shell of himself. I saw Christian McCaffrey saying, oh, he's ready to roll.
Yeah, but if this that might be true, but that fact that this flared up, that's alarming.
Yeah.
Well, and that brings us to, like, who does this put more pressure on? Or is it even any more pressure? Because there's going to be a lot. It's week 1. So if he doesn't suit up, hey, you got Kyle Shanahan, you got Brock Purdy, you got George Kittle, you got Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings back. Now, what version of Juwan who's missed most of training camp? That's another area of concern a little bit. But again, it's not like Christian McCaffrey not being out there is just, oh, well, they're done. They're cooked.
No one says that.
But
it's a long term. It's a long term. He needs playmaking ability.
So that's why.
And that's the concern here. Long term, how do you manage him? And look, they were going to have to manage this guy in the first place.
Yes.
You give him 20 to 25 touches on Sunday, you better believe that Wednesday, limited participant. Thursday, limited participant. Because Christian McCaffrey is Christian McCaffrey. Well, if you know he's going to be ready on Sundays, then you limit him throughout the week.
And I think we were talking about this, and we had brought up weeks ago. They brought it up yesterday. It's like, not all touches are created equal.
Nope.
And so, like, where are these touches on the field? And what are the situations where he's getting, are these short yardage, head down into a pile of men? Are these out on the perimeter? Like, where are these touches? And I was interested to see strategically how Shanahan wanted to utilize them.
In the slot, maybe.
Exactly.
Passing game.
But he's a running back. You got to grow up between the tackles, man.
Of course he is. But he also likes to bounce it out to the outside. One cut upfield.
But you're going to take hits. Look at Saquon Barkley last night.
It's impossible.
Saquon looks amazing. And he took some hits yesterday. I was like, damn. I don't know if he's going to. He had some sick moves, but the way he lands, the way he gets hit in his back, I'm like, is he going to last 18 weeks?
I saw a stat that everyone lost their minds on Shanahan, playing CMC too much. I think Barkley had 22 less snaps last year than CMC, or maybe it's 21 or whatever.
Right.
Basically, they had the same amount of snaps. Right. Look, who knows? Like, I think there's no one to blame in this situation. Everyone's looking for someone to blame. I think it's just unfortunate.
Well, also, too, I did a deep dive on that because that was a big topic of conversation. I remember Baldy saying, hey, man, I don't think he's going to be this and that, and obviously what happened last season with Chris McCaffrey. But I looked at a lot of those games, and he didn't get a lot of carries late. I think we overreacted to that just a little bit. Now, there were some games where Shanahan should have yanked him off the field a little bit, but you also have to remember they only were dressing 46 guys on the football team. So it's not like you could just do mass substitution on NCAA football and switch out your entire offensive line and switch out your entire running back core. Guys got to play because you only dress 46 on game day. Now, I know it's a little different nowadays, but you had the 53-man roster, 7 are inactive. Guys got to play. You can't just mass sub everybody out there, but, it is what it is, and it's unfortunate, but we don't know yet. Let's hear what Shanahan says a little later today before we all freak out and lose our minds before week 1 of the football season.
And then, we had Doc Pondy on earlier, and hopefully it's just soreness, right? Like, and that's why Tom Pelissero was saying if it's just soreness, it's not going to be this major red flag, and, you hate that it's a calf injury, because if it was like, Oh, it was like a thigh bruise, something like that. Forearm.
Yeah,
I was like,
would feel a lot better.
It's just that part of the body with
Even
the injury
oblique.
history. Exactly.
Well,
so
oblique would have been tough.
Well,
I know, but it's different. At least it's a different injury.
Yeah, no, ankle sprains, hamstrings. I mean, injuries in football, man, they're all. I mean, even the head, he's going to get hit on the head left and right. He's got to catch with his hands.
I know, but I think the
pass catching.
But the fact, no, it's not about the injury. It's the fact that it's the same injury. I think that's the thing for me.
So who's going to be the best player on the field now if Christian McCaffrey can't go for the Niners offense on Sunday? George Kittle. So you got to feed the beast then, right? Do you change your game plan is what I'm saying. Do you adjust it if Christian McCaffrey can't go out there?
They like to mix up who they send at the line of scrimmage, and then after the snap, they really like to change whatever you thought was going to happen. Like that has been his hallmark, whether it was Baltimore or the Seattle game. So I don't know what they're going to do in this one. That's why I was bringing up B, and I would love your opinion on this. Like how quick up to speed is Brian Robinson regarding protections?
Yeah,
like
that's a good key.
You know,
That's a good
they
question.
might just end up using Juice or Farrell in those third down situations because he might just not be here long enough to know the protections. Like that's super nuanced. I'm not trying to get super dorky here. I just don't know.
Yeah, no, and also you don't want to leave Isaac Garindo as your third down pass blocking back. You don't want to do that. So it may be a little bit of Kyle Hughes check. I'm not sure how up to speed Brian Robinson is. I mean, when did that news break? A couple Fridays ago?
Yeah.
So he's had 2 weeks.
I don't know.
We'll see about that. But Hughes check is a good call on third down to keep him in to protect Brock Purdy there in the backfield because the Seattle's defense is good. They're going to be flying around trying to hit dudes, and I think this could be a low-scoring game.
Who's Witherspoon going to be on? Do you think he's going to be on Pearsall, or we think he's going to be on Jennings?
Yeah, they're going to move Pearsall around.
Kittle.
They're going to move Pearsall around. I'm very intrigued with that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, with Pearsall is going to be in a lot of motions.
Okay.
With the way I was looking at training camp,
Pearsall
was a guy going in. Plus, we didn't see Juwan Jennings. He was out of practice for 36 days.
So was he in the slot a little?
Pearsall was all in the slot.
Gotcha.
Sometimes he line out wide, then he'll come motion in. He's going to be the guy. Think about Wes Welker. Think about Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
Think about that when it comes to Ricky Pearsall. Juwan Jennings, I'm intrigued to see. This is where you miss DeMarcus Robinson, though, in a game like this, to get those big chunk plays. So I think this is going to be on the Niners defense. And I thought if Christian McCaffrey's full go, then the Niners offense, I will lean the other way. But if McCaffrey's not playing, I'll err on the side of caution. If McCaffrey's not playing, then his defense is going to have to grow up in a hurry.
Who's starting?
At safety?
No,
I hope it's Marquise Siegel.
Okay, so you're with me on Siegel.
Jair Brown, I've watched him all camp. Watch him in the preseason. He can't cover.
No.
He just can't.
Why is he the starter on the depth chart?
I don't know.
It started
Great
off
question.
so promising in his career, too. He had the pick in the Super Bowl. I know Baldy was so high on him. Tick Brown coming out of Penn State.
Baldy was the reason why we all were high on him, I feel like.
because we thought he was the heir apparent, right? And then it's just, last year was just bad, and it's been bad. There's just, like, Jason Pinnock. Like, I don't know what to make of him. Demo Lenore is the only guy I trust right now.
Renard Green to be solid.
We'll see.
He's a solid player.
We'll see.
He's a solid player.
What about Upton Stout? You've seen him. We haven't.
Well, I've seen him, and then he got hurt with the calf as well.
Oh, my God.
Look, you got to remember, he didn't play the preseason.
I know, because Chase Lucas was a revelation.
I don't care how Upton Stout looked in camp, whether he got burnt or whether he was a lockdown corner. You're a rookie nickel back in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, I still got PTSD from Mike Rumpf being a rookie on the San Francisco 49ers.
Right. Did you see last night? Dory Jackson was the weak link, and Dak went right at him for the first whole half.
So when you're playing in the slot in the NFL, think about just within the division. All right? Cooper Kupp, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. Yep. All right?
Marvin Harrison
Jr. and Trey McBride at tight end. Oh, you go down to L.A., you got Devontae Adams or Puka Nacua in the slot. They love to motion him in the slot.
Yep.
The slot game in the NFL is Trey. You go to Jacksonville. When you talk about Jacksonville, Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter.
Olave
you know what I'm saying? Think about Tennessee. Calvin really ain't no joke.
No.
You know, Houston, you got Nico Collins and your boy who just got hurt, Christian Kirk. He'll be back by the time they play the Niners. So playing slot corner as a rookie, he's going to have Robert Saleh was on point the other day. There's going to be some ups. There's going to be some downs. Buckle up.
So the guy we haven't seen, me and Joe, or any of the audience, is Mykel Williams. You've seen him. What are they going to do with him? Because I'm trying to be patient with him. Yeah. I remember Eric Armstead. It just took a couple years. DeForest Buckner, he was solid year one, but that team was so bad it was hard to get a feel on him. What are reasonable expectations for Mykel Williams?
Man, that's a great question because we didn't really see a lot of them after the Denver joint practices, right?
No.
We got hurt at the Denver joint practice.
We were all there.
He was on the other field. I didn't even see him.
You didn't see him. So, look, this guy's going to be really good against the run. But when they say on third down they want to slide them inside to rush the passer, and Trent Williams, and players and teammates are going to talk you up and say, hey, this guy is good, this guy is good. I'm intrigued to see now, the last time I saw Michael Williams on the field in a game was the Sugar Bowl against Notre Dame. I was like, wow, who was that guy? He flashed, contained well, funneled everything inside, rushed the passer well. But how much pass rush move? Does he have a good pass rush move? I don't know. How well does he use his hands to disengage from an offensive lineman? I don't know yet.
How healthy is he?
I think he's healthy now. He's ready to go. Yeah, he's been in practice, so that's a good thing.
What about Bryce Huff?
But Bryce Huff and Sam Okwuonu off the edge. Those guys are fast guys to help out Nick Bosa. So can you put Michael Williams and Nick Bosa on one side and run some games, run some stunts, run some exotic, do something exotic there on the front here? So it's a big game for these youngsters going up to Seattle. And that means Alfred Collins, too, who's also going to play a lot.
I'm glad you brought up Nick Bosa because we were just talking about him before you got in here, Bonte, and I'm expecting some big things out of him this year. I need to see a DPOY Bosa again. He's averaged 10 sacks in 10 games, so he's averaged a sack a game against the Seattle Seahawks.
And I don't know if you know this, B, but he could opt out. After next year.
Oh, that's coming.
Did you see the comments?
It is, right? Come on. I've been talking about this for 2 or 3 weeks.
Team Kawakami SF Standard.
Dude, as soon as Micah Parsons got traded with the money, and I don't know what I was doing. I don't know how I got here. I said, oh my God. Somebody, I think it may have been David Lombardi who tweeted that. I forget. I said, oh my God, Nick Bosa's totally going to have a big year, and he's going to stick him for new money next year.
Carter, what did I say to you 3 weeks ago? I walked in here before Micah even got the money. I walked in, what did I say?
That he was going to ask for new money.
It's the way.
The DN market exploded, and I know how he thinks. Like, I'm going to come into camp, I'm going to play every day, I'm going to kick butt, and I'm going to have a great year, and then I'm going to hold out.
Well, he showed up to OTAs for the first time this year. He's been more vocal this year. He's trying to be the Boy Scout. He's trying to be the Boy Scout this year. So Bonte, he's already set the tone.
Well, he's reached the pinnacle. I don't know if you know this. He said that this week.
Yeah, no, I know.
I've reached the pinnacle.
Yeah, I've reached the pinnacle
really
before.
Say that?
Yeah, he did say that. You should find that.
It was a little out of context.
I mean, it's Nick Bosa, but you know what? Y'all don't mess with the Bosa bros, man. Even Papa Bosa, I heard him come at Baldy said, I didn't really like things. And Baldy said, well, Baldy wasn't lying. Bosa needs to dominate backup offensive tackles. And he's not lying. Like, Baldy's not lying. Like, that's the problem, I'm laughing, but I'm not, because we funnel all this negative energy towards Brendan Ayuk and even Jawad Jennings, who I saw walking in the press box during the Chargers preseason game. I'm like, wow, the calf looks, I don't see a lip there.
It was like Jimmy. It was like Jimmy before
smiling.
Before the championship game.
Jimmy Garoppolo, I swear to God, that guy could have suited up against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hits me at the Eagle game. Jerry Rice comes running out of the field. Bonte goes, look at Jimmy strut. He's fine. He could have suited up.
He could have suited up.
He was loving every second of that game, by the way.
He could have suited up.
Yeah.
He walked with only Raj Mathai had a better strut
I love Raj.
before a game than Jimmy Garoppolo.
You're not lying. He walked on that field with the fours. I think he was wearing the Jordan 4s. No crease whatsoever. I said, this guy. And then you found out that, he could have been healthy for the Super Bowl. Well, that tells me he could have been healthy for the NFC title game. And I think the Niners brass was pissed off about that because they knew that Jimmy could have sucked it up for the team and at least put on a uniform. Oh, that guy.
Don't worry, they were going to reach out to Phillip Rivers. Remember that? That was the guy that was going to reach
Jennings, Ayuk, and contrasting it to Bosa. You were going somewhere.
Well, just that energy that we give guys. Even Trent Williams got a lot of heat last year for holding out and kept.
He did.
And Bosa did it, and we were all okay with it because we're like, I know, Shasky, you're like, he needs camp. And he started making excuses. I needed camp. And I was like, I don't want to hear it. You held out. You stuck the Niners for $20 more million than they anticipated giving you, and you stuck them, and then you start blaming Steve Wilkes and experimenting on things. So I don't want to hear, Bosa doesn't get half the heat that Jennings, Ayuk, Trent Williams got. Hell, even Chris McCaffrey, low-key, got some new money. We don't even know what happened there.
I was talking about this with Carter and Spadoni before the show. I said, he was a great player. We all love him. That extension is worse than Klay Thompson's. And I know a lot of people wanted to crush Klay Thompson. It's a horrible extension. Because at least Klay Thompson, everyone in the league was going to give him max money. Yep. And he won championships for you and hurt himself trying to win a championship. McCaffrey was already highly paid, and he wanted to get more money in the extension, and he's done nothing.
Yeah, they got an out this year, too, potentially.
Zero criticism.
It'd be a 13 or basically a $14 million dead cap if they were to move off of it.
Here's the irony. I would have gave him the money, though. I got to admit it. I would have gave him the money. No, I would have gave him the money.
He changed your offense. He's the guy when we were talking, when he got traded here, and we were having a dialogue. I said, Go get Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Forget the picks. Who cares? And everybody's worried about the injury history then. I think Carolina may have shut them down at times early to try to tank to get another pick, but this is the risk you take with running backs. Yeah. But I would pay Christian McCaffrey. I'd pay Saquon Barkley. I'd pay Derrick Henry. They're game changers, man.
They are.
When he's on the field, they change the game.
They do. And now that he's up in the air potentially week 1, we'll see. Shanahan talking to the media later today. Hopefully he does go out there because I would like to just see all the top dogs going in week 1. That's why this timing of the injury is so frustrating if you're a 49ers fan. But again, I viewed this season, and I wasn't even trying to be cynical at the summit yesterday, Bonte. I was just like, are we all really shocked by this? I'm not shocked. I'm not like we knew this was a possibility heading into the season that there's going to be.
It's the timing.
It's the timing of it. That's the only thing. It's just the timing of it. So I wanted everyone to take a step back and just say, hey, Christian McCaffrey's going to be dealing with this all season long, but I'm going to be focused when it's the snap, when it's 15 minutes on the clock, and they're going to be doing all the national anthem come Sunday in Seattle. I'm going to be focused on the quarterback. And I'm going to be looking at Brock Purdy and the expectations of Brock Purdy this season. And the other guy on the other side of the field, I'm going to be very interested to see what Sam Darnold looks like, who also got paid this offseason. Bonte, who's coming off an incredible year, or as Baldy called it earlier in the week, an elite season. He thinks he's an elite player, Sam Darnold.
He finished 10th in MVP voting.
Sam Darnold.
And then the last 2 games happened, right?
I know.
In
That's what I'm
Detroit
saying.
and against the Rams.
Look, I dogged Darnold, so I'm not talking no smack because he kicked our butt.
I will, because he's hit or miss. He's hit or miss. I did some radio up in Seattle earlier this week, and they asked me,
pick that name
is there a difference?
Softy Mahler, your boy?
Well, I don't like to bring that name up around here. We got funk. We got big beef.
I don't. You can continue.
Bonte's out here spooning with the enemy.
No, that's a Sasky special. I learned it from you.
Takes one to know him.
The enemy of my enemy is
They
my
asked
friend.
me, what's the difference between Jimmy or Geno Smith and Sam Darnold? I was like, I don't know if there is one. Aren't
We
they
were
kind of
talking
the
about
same
that.
guy?
They're basically, because one of them's they got not elite speed, but they got enough wiggle room to get you.
On Darnold,
Well, but
so I don't know.
They have good arm strength, but they'll take sacks.
Darnold can make throws.
He can.
He
Yes.
can. There is some sizzle that comes off. He can throw.
I rewatched that. I did this about a month ago. I rewatched all the Niner games. I'm sick. Darnold was so much better in that game than I remember. He climbed in the pocket. He ran for a first down.
Right before halftime.
Right before halftime to set up a field goal.
Yep.
He made maybe the best throw of his career to Justin Jefferson in the end zone.
He's done that. That's Pac-12 championship when he was at USC.
Right
Led a 99-yard drive against Stanford. I was like, damn, he made a throw out the back of the end zone. I was like, damn.
We also misremember how great Fred Warner was in that game.
Oh,
he had 2 red zone turnovers.
He helped save the game.
Oh.
Aaron Jones at the goal line.
And then the interception. He dove backwards on this interception.
But you got to get to this offensive starter, Spadona. Just looking at their offensive line, Abraham Lucas, he can be had.
He just got a new extension.
Charles Cross, he can be had. Yeah. That is a concern up in Seattle right now, is how that offensive line holds up. So, when we're talking about Nick Bosa has dominated up there in Seattle. He has to dominate again on Sunday at 125 up in Lumen Field.
Bonte Hill dominating the segment here in the River Island studio today. Not the guest lines, the River Island studio with Bonte Hill, of course. By the way, what's coming up the game is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Hey, we got some prop bets coming up on the other side. You want to do some prop bets, Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, as we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios? Relax. It's okay. I could say Laughing Monk. I could say River Islands. They're not going to get offended, guys. It's okay. All right? We'll do some prop bets on the other side, Carter, on 95.7 The Game.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto-pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
I saw San Jose Jazz fan yesterday at the 95.7 The Game 2025 Red and Gold Summit. It was fantastic down at King's Fish House. Westfield Valley Fair.
The white fish, whatever that was so
just
delicious.
Fried and delicious.
No, it wasn't fried. It was baked. It was so good.
Oh, well, it was like crispy, so I thought it was fried. I don't care either way. It was delicious.
Hey, I was happy for Spadoni, man. That was like a coming out party for Joe Spadoni, man.
What did I say to you?
Thanks, it really was. It was a coming out party, man. You held your own there at the summit. You
Only
did well.
3 bad takes.
Someone had to be the optimist of the show and of the program.
Jake Moody.
I got Jake. I believe in Jake Moody.
Listen,
all right.
Don't ever let nobody tell you that you got to take the other side just to take the other side.
I wasn't. I was genuinely trying to be optimistic for a guy that we all have just been crushing. I'm going to root for him until he misses it on Sunday, and then he's gone.
For him, we just don't have a lot of faith in him.
No, I think fans are rooting against him. Actually,
aren't kickers like closers though?
Yes.
Like, I don't care if it was Adam Vinatieri kicking for the Niners. I would feel a little worried about a kick.
There are 6 closers in the history of the game where I had 100% confidence, and it's like Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman. Like there's very few. Almost everyone else.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know about this.
I don't know about it. Yeah, no doubt. Kickers are like that.
All right, before we get into the prop bets that we tease, I do want to mention something that's awesome that's going on right now. Bay FC is in their 2nd season in the National Women's Soccer League, or as you call it, Bonte, the NWSL, and are vying for a playoff spot for this year. This Saturday, Bay FC taking on the number 1 seeded Kansas City Current at PayPal Park in San Jose, 7 o'clock, and needs a win to help them push for a playoff spot. By the way, their last home match, Bay FC's, was held at Oracle Park.
I know, Rocco went with his
Francisco.
daughters. Yeah, it was packed.
Over 40,000.
Yeah,
highest attendance record in the league.
Did you go? No, what did I have to do that day? It was conflicting things. I think I had to do the Giants game.
Yeah, Nevin was there. My boy Rocco brought his daughters.
Everybody and their mama was there, man. It was a great time. They just lost my girl, Super Z. Yeah. She signed with another team, though. But Bay FC, man, shout out to Emily, who helps run that place. They do it. Like, the women's sports out here is exploding.
Well,
like the Valkyries are the story of the Bay. Think about it. Out of all these sports teams, an expansion team making the playoffs, I don't care what league it is.
The most grassroots support I've ever seen from a team with no history, no connections, no nothing. And like it's not like they just drafted a bunch of local products. Like these are all people from all over the country.
Cast-offs.
It's
all
crazy.
over the world. All over the world.
The only thing I could compare it to was like the immediate success in Vegas for the Golden Knights.
Absolutely.
Like that's literally the only thing I could think of where it was such a community that just wrapped their arms around it.
But that was their first sports team.
Yes.
We've got so many, you'd think it would get lost in the shuffle, which makes it, to me, more special.
No doubt. And you know what? They're selling out. They're selling out, Chase. It's a party there. It's an absolute party.
My mom said it's as good as any environment she's ever been to.
Well,
I'm dead serious.
So a couple things. We could debunk the fact that Chase doesn't get loud because the Valkyries and the Warriors did that. So that was crazy. But also just they're going to get a women's Final Four soon. They're going to get players that come to the Valkyries. But also,
INSQ?
I start thinking about
she's a free agent.
I want Asia Wilson.
Oh, I'd like the MVP back to back.
I'm thinking big. I'm thinking big. Think bigger. And she played for Natalie Nicase.
I was just going to INSQ because she's local, free agent. I think Concord, I believe.
Concord, yep.
Walnut Creek.
Walnut Creek.
That is
Miramani High School.
UNESCO. I got correct.
Did I mispronounce it?
I said UNESCO one time and somebody texted me right away. It's UNESCO.
My bad. I actually ran into her at the Pac-12 championship game.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, she's taller than me.
Oh, there you go.
Much taller than me.
Shocker.
But also, I've been thinking about this because the NBA is going to start. We're having meetings at NBC about the Warrior season and all that. And I'm like, I'm not ready for basketball quite yet. They missed a boat. When they switched their calendar during the pandemic, and it started a few days before Christmas, and everybody said, well, it doesn't work in the summer. That's BS.
Totally agree.
Today's day and age, our viewing habits are completely different. I know when I was in Tahoe during that final series with the Bucks and Suns, the bar was packed, and everybody was watching it. It was cool to have basketball in the summer, high-level basketball. You could have gone in January, gone head up with the NFL, staggered your big games, and then in February, boom, we're full go. We'll all watch baseball and basketball together. You all do that, but it just feels like with this football season, are people really ready? We'll get ready for Warriors basketball.
You're spot on. Yeah. So I said to these guys the other day, you know where I stand on the calendar. I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That June and July and August, people go on vacations. No. We are watching on our phones everything. College football should start the second week of August. They would own August, get their season done a little early before the NFL playoffs so they don't get buried into the NFL playoffs. And I would stagger it. The NBA should own July. Why
summer.
They don't own June and July is beyond me.
You could have had the NBA Finals in early August.
That would be great.
People wouldn't have watched you as you're getting ready for training camp. You're watching the NBA Finals again because. Listen, the whole vacation thing, we live in California.
Yeah,
we can't just go on vacations like that every single week. Even Bonte Hill, the European extravaganza, it may not be happening until 2030. I don't know when that's happening
when
again.
he goes and covers the games in Paris.
The Amalfi Coast, please. By the way, due to a scheduling conflict at Chase Center, the Valkyries are actually going to be playing Game 2 of their first-round series at SAP Center in San Jose. The team announced that last night after they clinched over the Dallas Wings. So SAP Center, we've seen some Sharks action there, Bonte. It gets loud.
I know some people are going to come at me and say I'm selling propaganda on behalf of the Warriors and I'm selling propaganda because of my job. The Labor Cup?
Yes, it is.
Spadoni and I have been talking about the Labor Cup for years.
Yes.
We can't wait to go to the Labor Cup.
You thought it was last year.
I thought it was last year. And it's happening. And who knew that? First of all, they weren't awarded the team when they had the Labor Cup and announced that. They didn't have the Valkyries yet. Finally, they get the Valkyries, and who knew they would make the playoffs in their expansion season? During their expansion season, so it does suck. They don't get to play at Chase Center, but don't go crushing the, oh, man, the way they blew this. Like, calm down, folks.
It's a good point,
They found an alternative. They're going down to San Diego because, they're selling propaganda.
You're right.
There's nuance to this, Bonte. This is
we don't like nuance in today's sports.
It's an international stardom when it comes to the sport of tennis. Carlos Alcaraz, the greatest tennis player in the world, who's going up against Joker today, semifinals.
Right now.
Well, that's true. But I think he has more majors than him, right?
Yeah, he does.
So we'll leave it at that. But he's going to be there. Like, it's going to be a show out there. Is BG Tennis Nation going to be there, Bonte?
He will be out there.
Brad Gilbert?
Let's go.
How many text messages between the two of you?
Oh, during the Open? Oh, I always mess with BG. I text him. They had a great tribute for my boy, Lord, what's his name? Cliffy, who's been announcing.
Oh, yeah.
He's been announcing tennis since it started on ESPN. And they had a great. I was choking up. I didn't know who the guy was.
Cliff Drysdale.
Lord Drysdale.
Yes.
And BG was all over it. I was like, BG, maybe I'm getting old, and maybe I'm getting.
Well, you are.
You know, I am, and I'm getting soft, but it was a hell of a tribute to Lord Drysdale. But yeah, I was texting BG. He was like, that's my guy.
Mr. International, Uncle Danny says he sees you out at the AM.
I did see Uncle Danny. We talked it up. His daughter, he was going to Marquette.
I heard you were a little surprised they go 36 on Sunday.
I was surprised. It's like 36. I was rolling with Carter. We all were like, we're not staying for that. And she went to the Valkyries game that night.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And your boy Harrington was just he got destroyed on that last day.
Oh, yeah. Well, he gave a ball to LJ. That was pretty cool.
That's cool.
That was pretty cool. We had a good time. But before we get out of here, because I got to ask you your thoughts. The Dallas Cowboy doc. Tell me you watched some of it.
Oh, I watched it. I watched it in as soon as it got released. I didn't have any Giants.
You binged it?
Oh, I watched all 8. It took me 24 hours to watch all 8 episodes.
It's clearly slanted toward Jerry for a variety of reasons.
Doubt.
For a variety of reasons.
What a crook.
But he still doesn't come off amazing in that.
Did it bring you back, though? Because for me, it brought me back to the 90s to the fullest, and I thought it was amazing. When Michael Irvin's like, I had him on my wall. I had a poster of Jerry Rice, and he's talking about Jerry Rice, and Jerry Rice is like, yeah, that was a big play at the beginning of that 92 game, and people forget Dexter Carter fumbling. And
I forgot Mike Cofer missed the field goal. And it brings me back to Troy Aikman before the 2021 NFC Championship game when Joe Buck asked him, what determines these big games? And Troy was like, you just can't make the mistake. And I looked back at that game in 92 and I said, damn, they didn't make the mistake.
They made all of them.
The 90 NFC Championship game against the New York Giants.
They fumbled.
That year they won 7-3 in a regular season on a Monday night game. The week before, the Giants and Niners have lost.
The game I referenced a couple weeks back.
So the Giants had lost to the Eagles at Veterans Stadium 31-13 the week before. Niners had lost to the Rams at Candlestick. It was like 28-17. When I'm 99, I watched that at Go to Gay Fields. I'll never forget. So they won 7-3, whatever. In that NFC Championship game, the Giants were down 13 because I went back and watched it after the doc. I was like, I've been just binging old games. They had a fake punt. Parcells called a fake punt in that game to cut the lead to 13-12, and it kept them in the game. And I was like, damn. Yes, to your point, I did go back. And all the feels of those big games.
When Jimmy Johnson, it's like I walked the entire field, and poor George Seiferd's like, I just had whatever. Yeah. And I was like, and they knew exactly where they could cut and where they couldn't cut on them. Because I remember the way the grass looked on TV, and I remember how much coverage leading up to it. This field is underwater.
We're going to run these plays right in this area of the field. And it made me think about this with George Seiferd. I don't want to dump on George Seiferd because he's a city guy, but they made a mistake of not going to Mike Holmgren instead of George Seiferd. How many more Super Bowls did he win with Mike Holmgren being a head coach as opposed to George Seiferd? Because Jimmy outcoached him, and then Charles Haley coming in saying he was our micromanager. I didn't like him, and then they trade him to Dallas. And Jerry Jones says, you want to be a Cowboy, or did you leave your heart in San Francisco? Some of the lies Jerry has, I'm like, all right, he set the tone with the oil thing.
He was incredible.
We
can hate him all we want.
He's a great businessman.
He was incredible.
But he can't run a football team.
No doubt.
I'll say this with the Charles Haley thing, because obviously I was just a young whippersnapper. I was a zygote, as Dibs likes to say. I was born in 93. So like for me, I was going down like the history of the game, and it was really cool to see all that footage and the players talk about it. But the fact that George Seifert had the audacity in the Niners organization to try to help Charles Haley mentally by having him take prescription medication. And Charles Haley's like, well, they called me a manic depressant. I'm taking offense to that. I was like, well, Charles, you're doing some crazy stuff, bro. And I know in the era of mental health, I shouldn't have said that word. But
like, his three names?
Oh my God.
Charles, Chucky, and what?
Well, then he did get the help because he did fall in suit when he went to Dallas, because they were giving him some medication and they did get him on a regime and it helped him out. But also that whole thing was just like Bill Romanowski talking about. He's like, yeah, dude, I was a rookie and all that. It was great.
I swear to God, I watched it twice.
Jerry said he couldn't watch it. We had him on this week. He goes, I know I was
Jerry on yesterday.
Oh, he was great on that.
He goes, I couldn't watch it. It hurt him so much. Here's the other element, and I'm glad that they kind of established it. I still don't know if people understand it. Matt Hegan moved this market. He's like, I don't understand the Jet thing. And I tried to explain to him, the Yorks in general started off on the worst foot you could when you fire, quote unquote, Bill Walsh, and you don't win right away. The fan base turns on you. Jerry coming in and firing Tom Landry. Tom Landry was close to God in Texas.
I went back and watched some of those old footage of that press conference, and they cut it up.
It's crazy.
I love old press conferences.
I think he's worth multiple first-round picks.
Dude, he was unbelievable.
The Tom Landry, goodbye ceremony shut down the city. They said 100,000 people were there.
The Sports Talk Radio calls us. So
they ate breakfast at the spot he ate at every day.
The Mexican restaurant. And Jimmy tells him, well, I've been on national TV a few times. I'm not sure about this. And they were eating at the Mexican restaurant that Tom Landry loved. But then the Barry Switzer thing.
Oh, I love Switzer.
Man, you go back down to Oklahoma. So
they should have won. If Jimmy stays, they might have won 4 or 5 years in a row.
So Lorenzo Neal, I ran into him at the Charger game, and I was asking him about somehow, some way, him and Matt Lively started talking about the Cowboy doc and Barry Switzer. And Lo Neal went to Oklahoma to get recruited. And he was like, oh, it was a different world out there. He goes, and it's a story for off the air, but he was like, Barry Switzer basically put a mink coat on him and was like, yeah, I know Arizona's looking at you in Fresno State, but they're on probation because they never go to bowl games. And it was Barry Switzer. And you look at some of the things that was happening at Oklahoma, and then what was happening with the Cowboys, Barry Switzer had no control. No control whatsoever. And that's what Aikman was like, yo, dude, we're trying to win here. And they won the one Super Bowl, but Neil O'Donnell gave it to him. He should have lost that deal.
But I do come away from that doc, as we're talking about it right now, Bonte Hill in studio right now. I came away from actually kind of feeling sorry for Barry Switzer a little bit, only because I was under the assumption that the entire team kind of hated him. But really, it was Troy Aikman that just did not like him. Like Michael Irvin, loved that guy. Emmitt Smith, loved that guy. No, they all loved him. Deion Sanders,
Michael Irvin.
No, but I'm just saying, Bonte. Like the assumption I got was that the entire team hated him when it was really just one guy.
Players love when they could do whatever the hell they want to do. They love the substitute teacher.
Exactly.
Didn't you love the substitute teacher in class? I did. You get to play around. You don't have to do work and whatnot.
I didn't even like school, so yeah.
So there you go.
I admit it.
I didn't like school either, but
stay in school, kids.
But Michael Irvin, I didn't know he had a hit out on him. And Troy Aikman goes, I'm watching him. He doesn't even know I'm watching him. He's running sprints by himself, and he's practicing his touchdown dance. He's running, sprinting in, doing his touchdown dance. And then somebody sends me a video of him yesterday in Miami coaching up the receiver. I'm like, Michael Irvin is a gift that keeps on giving.
He's out of control.
But he's out of control,
Out of control. He said he put his first $1 million. This is in another. He sat down with someone. I think it was Shannon Sharp. And he goes, I put my first $1 million right in the middle of the room. So every woman who came into my house would see the $1 million check. And then, from there, anything went down.
Anything. You saw all the photos and how he got off that case is unbelievable.
Well, he was the president of the White House.
Insane.
The best line, though, is when he goes, Alvin, you go over there, I'm going over here, because you've been getting the ball all day on this route. And then Troy throws to Alvin on the quick slant. And that's the play to me that I'll never forget.
I'll never forget that play.
And because I thought the Niners were going to win that game. Yep. And when he hit that play and him to run, and Michael's running, that's my ball.
That's my ball.
God, dude.
Brought it up. They were getting haircuts at training camp. A guy cut the line. Irvin gets upset. He takes some scissors and tries to kill the guy.
Michael Irvin is.
Oh my God. He's lucky he got into press charges.
He's the first guy out of all the people talking about Michael Parsons. When that trade went down, I searched Michael Irvin to see what he had to say. And his reaction was like, oh my God. Like, oh. Michael Irvin being at a loss for words is a sight to behold. But that Alvin Harper play, I cried. That was the game that had me sobbing for days, Spadoni, because Alvin Harper was the guy. Michael Irvin did what he did, and Ennis Smith did what he did. But Alvin Harper and Jay Novacek used to kill the Niners.
Yes.
And the Cowboys lose yesterday to start off the season, so against the Philadelphia Eagles. Although I didn't think they looked horrible. CeeDee Lamb catch the ball.
Casilla was so much better than I remember.
Oh, Tony Casilla?
Dude, he
number
was,
75.
and then they brought it all back. I totally forgot about him.
Dixon.
He kicked our butt.
Dude, they were good.
And Charles Haley was just unreal.
All right, what do we want to do? We got about a couple minutes.
Spadoni, you got. I'm sorry, we get down memory lane, dude. And you got to understand, 90s football. It was just unbelievable. And then you had Matt and Summerall and
Monte. I was the one that kept wanting to talk about that doc more and more on the show because I thought there was some comparisons and contrasts to Joe Lacob and Jerry Jones, which leads us, Carter, into Fast Five. All right, and I'm going to start off because we got some special news that I'm about to reveal. So you know how we've done this every single Friday, Bonte in studio, 9 o'clock? Well, that's going to change. It's going to change. You know why? Because football's back. And Bonte is shifting to Tuesdays starting at 8 o'clock every Tuesday.
Oh, nice.
Bonte Hill in studio. So not only do we got Brian Baldinger every Tuesday, we got Bonte right after Baldy. A double BB gun, if you will. Yay! Baldy to Bonte. Can't wait, Bonte.
I think BB gun. I think A Christmas Story.
There you go. That's a great movie.
It's a
You
classic.
going to go or you want me to go?
You go.
All right. My final thought is this. You bring up that 92 championship game. I remember my dad came home, and you talk about where did you start talking sports?
I know where you're going.
And my dad came home and he slammed down his coat. And my dad's the biggest Joe Montana fan of all time.
I know where you're going.
And he said Montana wins that game. I was chanting for Montana to come into that game. I said, Dad, because I was 10 years old. Steve Young was my guy. He was my guy. I love Steve Young. But, obviously I didn't have the perspective of my dad. One of my first seminal arguments, sports-wise, where I was screaming at my dad back and forth, was that Steve Young was the MVP of the league, and they should have won that game. And, Dad, they missed this, and they dropped that. And, the first play, I remember that the hold was not a hold.
Guy McIntyre.
And that is one of the first sports arguments I had ever gotten with my dad where I felt like I was defending my guy against my dad. My dad, to his dying day, thought Joe Montana should have came in the second half of that game and would have won that game. He points to the third quarter as the reason we lost, and that doc brought it up.
Yep.
And I'll never forget. I got all of this. I started tearing up, started thinking about my dad. I miss you, Dad. I love you. And you know what? I'll give you this one. You were right. Maybe Montana should have came into that game.
It'll be fun to do Tuesdays, 8 to 10. I think we're doing 2 hours.
Let's go.
I think we're doing 2 hours. It'll be fun to do 2 hours.
Well, that's what 8 to 10 is.
Yeah, 8 to 10. We need to laugh because that game, they kept panning to Joe Montana in the second half.
The whole time.
They kept panning to him. And a video just got released. The first time I ever seen this video. John Madden was playing catch with Montana before a Rams game, and he started bringing it up on the broadcast. You guys should pull this. It's unbelievable. I miss John Madden. I almost want to. John Madden was like my dad. You talk about your dad.
I know.
Dude, John Madden was talking about, I was out there catching passes with Montana, and I wanted to see the zip, and I wanted to see the accuracy.
And the feet.
And he had it in the feet. And he goes, well, Joe Montana looked like Joe Montana. And so I'm guessing, because I was so young, with him saying that on the broadcast, the intensity of that situation, knowing that Montana won all those big games, he probably would have won that game because Steve Young was tight.
He was. He wasn't ready to beat that team at that time.
Another part of that doc for me, which was just crazy because I kind of knew about it, but Troy Aikman just, I forgot the NFC Championship game. I just don't have any recollection of it. I mean, he just concussed the entire
and he
game.
played lights out.
And he played, it was just, that's just crazy.
Let me ask you guys this, because we've had this argument, because Troy Aikman gave me nightmares.
I hate it.
Because Troy Aikman always made the big throw.
Yeah.
You still believe he's overrated after watching that?
No, it's just Emmett. I love Emmett so much, even though I hated him. Emmett never gets the love he deserves.
He doesn't. No, Emmett was amazing.
The
holdout was great.
Dude, he was so.
Charles Haley throwing the helmet saying, we got the best running back in football, and we're playing a rookie.
I've never seen Emmett get depleted, ever. It's like he was just he was balanced.
Dude, he was great.
He was great. He was great.
Emmett was amazing, but Troy Aikman, I was just like, he's cool, calm, and collected, and he's going to make the deep pass. He's going to hit that bang 8 throw to Michael Irvin. He's going to hit Alvin Harper on the deep post. He's going to hit Novacek. He's going to check it down to Emmitt Smith. That offense with North Turner was humming. I always feared Troy Aikman. I feared Troy Aikman because I always loved quarterbacks, and I was like, damn, Troy Aikman and look, they almost came back in that 94 NFC Championship game. Was closer than we all remember.
I don't think that was a pass interference. The play for me was Jerry before halftime making that sick dive.
Had to have it.
If they don't score there, they do lose that game.
They had to have it.
Who's winning the Super Bowl, boys? Who's winning the Super Bowl this year?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go Buffalo Bills. I just
What's
want
your matchup? Do you have a matchup?
Give me the Ravens or the Bills. I just want someone different. Please, God.
I'll go Ravens.
What?
I'll go Ravens Packers.
I'm with you.
Ravens
What?
Packers.
Because I gave 2 answers?
No, we know what's gonna. We all know.
Well, the Eagles are going to go back.
Well, no. We know who's winning this year.
The Ravens.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
No, they're not. They're not
Please, you guys all wait till
Even when they won it, they were frauds.
I have that drop somewhere.
The Rams were frauds. They stole that damn Super Bowl, man. They were. I can't believe they were. Oh my God,
Reds
Jimmy
are frauds to me.
Garoppolo.
Even though they won the damn Super Bowl.
I can't hear that enough.
You know how depressing it was walking back from SoFi Stadium with your dad, with Rocco, watching that game, when Jaquaski charged up that interception. I swear to God, so I will ask Rocco to this day. We both bent over and looked at the scene, and then we look up at the Jumbotron, and they're zoomed in on his face. Next play, Odell Beckham, 30 yards, plus Jimmy Ward, unnecessary roughness, tack another 15 onto it.
My dad, Chiefs Rams Super Bowl for me. Chiefs win it. Patrick Mahomes ties.
Rams, that's the
Patrick Mahomes ties Joe Montana with 4 rings.
I hate you. And also Terry Bradshaw. The part.
Put some respect on Brad. See, Shasky knows me. That's when I start yelling. When you start disrespecting the 76ers.
Well, he said Micah Parsons is one of the greatest pass rushers
of his generation. That's not a hot take.
Played 3 or 4 years. Can we get
of his generation?
Can we get 8 or 9?
I gotta go. I gotta golf. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. Steiny and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. I gotta go golf.
I love the long balls. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy 2, get 1 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 3. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 4. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
At Lowe's, save on job site supplies with MyLowe's Pro Rewards. Eligible members enjoy volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms, subject to change.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The NFL is back. Watch the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers live from Sao Paulo, Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, only on YouTube, featuring a halftime performance by Karol G. Watch it all live and totally free from the comfort of your living room, which if you turn the volume up just right, will make it feel like you're right on the 50-yard line. Tune in Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and kick off the NFL season. Only on YouTube. Certain local broadcasts available.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. It's a Friday, which means hopefully we'll be in a better mood than we normally are.
I'm on a high, a natural high.
Because
the summit.
His CD Lamb is sticky fingers.
Dude, that it's just disappointment city in Dallas, but not that. Just what we experienced yesterday again at the summit with the people. The love that was just thrown our way. And listeners and everybody that showed up and tuned in, we love you here at 95.7 The Game. I'll talk to Steiny about being a little tardy, but other than that, we had a ball.
I got to tell you, I thought
they did a video of you being late. If the brother was late, I'd be written up, but it's okay. Steiny, go ahead.
I'm walking around Bloomingdale's at 3:56 asking everybody under the sun if there's a 95.7 The Game broadcast. You know, nobody knows. I go into Dolce & Gabbana. They have no idea what's going on. I'm like, is there an outdoor area anywhere here? Yeah, go up to Gucci and take a left. And
you were supposed to valet. It was all perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? That's the other thing.
You're special.
That's the other thing. You know, just another event where I'll probably lose $100. You know, driving down to San Jose, parking. You know, I can't fill out an expense report.
Whitley had the best video of before we got there. Steiny, they were like, "What host to be the last one to show up?" Willard hurt me. I was his guest, but everybody else, the other four of them picked you, and then to watch you come in from Bloomingdale's is the greatest video that I've seen in a while. But we had a blast, and thank you, everybody. John, Alnetta,
Who's
Leroy.
John? Who's John?
The guy that gave me the Cowboy gift.
Oh,
and then the history of the Niners. Man,
yeah.
we got some great P1s.
Who the hell is John?
My man.
We did get some bad news last night.
We got cryptic
on Christian.
News. Cryptic.
What's cryptic mean?
Scary. Season ending. Can change the whole fortune of this thing. I'm being real. Go ahead.
I'd say more mysterious.
It's 10:04. You haven't mentioned my outfit. Come on.
How come you dress so nice, Goo?
Evan is my boy. He's going to Lil Wayne tonight. I'm going to Harding Park, and I'm helping MC.
I think it's Lil Wayne, if I'm not mistaken.
You got me there, Steiny. Lil
You
Wayne.
still won't listen to any song I send you.
Oh no, Mr. Carter, I'm getting ready to get into.
Look at you. But I'll be helping MC in the San Francisco chapter of Autism, and they're having their golf tournament, their annual Steiny at Harding Park. So I'll catch you at the cafeteria and then dip over there.
Nice. Sounds good. 49er fans, how are we feeling about the Christian McCaffrey news?
Damn.
He was limited at practice yesterday. Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media today about 1:30. We'll either have it live or we'll get it to you right away. We'll probably take it live, though, for sure. And we'll find out what's going on with Christian McCaffrey, whether it's a big deal or not, but it feels like it's going to be a big deal just because it's his calf and the injury he's coming off of.
Steiny, I mean, we heard Willard right before the breaking news sounded, at the summit, just talk about what he had looked like, McCaffrey, in Willard's eyes when he was out at practice. And he wasn't the only one. Matt Bear, everybody talked about how fresh he looked. But again, I kept telling you all, talk to me when he gets pounded on or guys are throwing him on the ground that weigh 300 and dogpiling on him. But this happened without him getting hit. So, Steiny, I hope I'm wrong, but I can't believe we talked about Juwan Jennings and again took for granted that they would have the Niners, the services of one Christian McCaffrey. And as you look at me in your Johnny Cash black polo shirt, Steiny, I'm starting to think if he's limited and he told you he could go, I would hold him out just for the sake of proceeding with caution.
I have no idea. Like, I seriously have no idea. I have no idea whether he can injure it further. I've got no idea whether he's 90% and can play through it. We have no idea the severity. So I think that's the part that really worries 49er fans. And, you know, I guess what I'm wondering is if you're a 49er fan and you hear this news yesterday, like, how do you get panicked?
Oh.
Because I got to tell you, like, maybe it's because, you know, I'm not a 49er fan per se, but I do feel like, yes, it's a big blow, but I feel like we're all assuming that it's kind of over for McCaffrey. It feels like most people are thinking this is going to be a serious thing, and now he's probably not going to play a lot this year.
And I feel like a window is coming shut if that's the case. Hopefully you're wrong. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
how can you not?
What window?
Of the championship prism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this was a Super Bowl team with McCaffrey, and I'm not sure. Obviously, it's not a Super Bowl team without McCaffrey, but you know, the bottom line is there's not a juggernaut in the division, and the 49ers, I don't give up on them possibly winning the division. I don't.
Can I ask you one of the biggest questions that came up yesterday, and we'll never know the answer, and Kyle's going to speak today at the summit. Do you think they knew something was going on when they got B-Rob from the Commanders? I thought to myself, of course they did. They didn't want to go public, or was it just good fortune that situation went bad, you know, in the nation's capital? And they were like, okay, well, we'll bring him to our team. But, Steiny, I've been around a few blocks in my life, so am I naivete to be thinking they didn't know something was up with them?
How many games did McCaffrey play last year? Yeah, so if my running back played 4 games last year,
damn, Steiny,
I don't care what the injury is. I don't care how old he is. I don't care what his history is.
Right.
It's like you better protect yourself.
All right. I got you.
For the following season. And, like, to me, I mean, if they knew something was wrong or if they didn't know something was wrong, to me, that's not important. What's important is
you did something.
They obviously felt like a guy coming off that injury and who played that few amount of games, you needed to get some support for him, whether it was going to be in the games where you divvy up carries to lighten the load for McCaffrey, or whether McCaffrey misses some games and then you have Brian Robinson there to take his place. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Jordan Mason comes to mind. You said at the summit too, and I agreed with you. He kind of held it down, can't catch the ball out the backfield like McCaffrey, but he's making more than Robinson. My bottom line is I don't know who's better, but maybe if they thought, you know, that McCaffrey was going to have this, you know, it'd be a question mark, whatnot. Maybe who's to say Jordan Mason's not still on the team? But that doesn't matter because they got lucky, because that's what it looks like now with B-Rob. But I'm going to tell you guys this. If it's just B-Rob, he's not a McCaffrey.
Nobody is. So they'll have to make do without him if he's hurt. We don't even know if he's going to miss Sunday's game. We have no idea.
How much of you believe that? Of your being believes that? Oh, Steiny, there's no doubt he's missing the game Sunday. It's Friday, bud.
Yeah, maybe.
Right,
I guess
he played 4 games. That calf was barking, whatever was going on with it. Oh, and you said the great Doc Pangea joined the morning guys, so we can get what he thinks about it.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Does this Christian McCaffrey news change your overall outlook for the 49ers this season? And for me, personally, it doesn't. Last night, we got to predict the number of wins we thought. I threw 10 out there. Then we got the news McCaffrey was hurt. And I'm not coming off 10. I'm still not coming off 10 wins. So it's not my way of saying McCaffrey doesn't mean anything. It's my way of saying I think the 49ers still have some other things they can do and can still, get to where they need to go. Coming up at noon today, we got Randy Cross, former San Francisco 49er. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in the face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Hey, it's Mark Willard, and our dog Penny means absolutely the world to our family. That's why I'm excited to tell you that on Saturday, September 6th from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about here. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early, bring patience, and maybe leave with a new best friend. Details at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
This weekend, Kohl's is giving away millions in Kohl's Cash in store. It's like you're getting free shopping money. At least that's what I tell my husband. Yep, you're just making smart financial decisions, one trendy sweater at a time. Plus, all month, enter our online sweepstakes at Kohl's.com for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Giveaway ends September 7th. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Christian McCaffrey's got a calf injury, limited him in practice yesterday, and now we wait and see what his status is for Sunday against the Seahawks. And this is what I was thinking, Goo, and this is, like, it's a little backwards, but this is why I think that Kyle Shanahan's a really good coach. All right. And it's because even though they lost McCaffrey, I'm not giving up on this team, or I'm not writing this team off. And this is a direct reflection to me of Shanahan, at least the way I feel about Shanahan. I feel like if there's any coach that can work around this and still get the most out of this offense without Christian McCaffrey, then Kyle Shanahan. And I get it. McCaffrey's dynamic. But this is where a guy like Kyle Shanahan earns his money. This is like he had 5 different leading rushers his first 5 years here in the Bay Area, and he may have to do it again with somebody other than McCaffrey. And it's not ideal, but I can't write off the season. I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah, nobody's asking you to, and I'm with you, and we talked about Kyle's brilliance, but the bottom line, Steiny, is you talked about what's on his resume, and rightfully so, but the bottom line is I feel like we watched this movie without McCaffrey last year, and I know you got some youngsters to plug up a lot of holes you had defensively. You couldn't stop a damn thing defensively last year, so maybe whatever, if you had Joe Montana and Jerry Rice and Taylor and the rest of the gang, it wouldn't have mattered offensively, but they went 6-11, and that shocked me because every Sunday I was like, just what you said, play that record, then in Kyle we trust, but some points and some junctures in seasons, Steiny, some things coaches just can't fix. And again, here we are on the cusp of week 1, days away. And I know last year it was the Jet game, and we were out there getting ready for Monday night, and then we found out he wasn't playing. So I'm with you. Until I see it, I won't believe it. But the bottom line is, I'll believe it, is right now I think this could possibly have the ingredients to have them having a repeat season of what they did last year in regard to record-wise. I hope I'm wrong, but we heard Jerry Rice tell the Morning Joes, for Brock Purdy, when McCaffrey's not out there, he's so great in the passing game and also the threat to be able to take it to the house. Naturally, does Brock Purdy try to overcompensate and do too much? And I feel like we saw a lot of that last year. So I need to slow down, Steiny. I know, put up the red sign for your boy, because we don't know if he's out come Sunday and after that. But I'm just looking at it like when that news broke and Willard told us what was going on, it was just one of those, you're telling me I got to take my Ferrari back to the shop? And if you got to do that multiple times, whatever car it is, you kind of know something's going on real serious under the hood.
Yeah, I feel like we talked a lot yesterday at the summit, and, people are asking each other what their expectations are for this team. We all seem to acknowledge that they're in a different place than they've been in the last 2 or 3 years. And, excuse me. And, somebody else, what's the goal? The goal is to make the playoffs. Ideally, you win the division. And now we learned that Christian McCaffrey was limited at practice yesterday. That's all we know. He was limited. All right, my expectations haven't changed with that news. I mean, I get it. He's an important player. He was limited yesterday. So the goal still remains the same, which is to try to win the division. And I still think they have enough to do that, even without McCaffrey. It's going to be harder, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
but I just feel like let's just go with the news that we have right now.
All right, but and you got to understand, you're my therapist right now, and I'm speaking for Niner fans. You look at Seattle, Steiny and McDonald, the defensive coach, 10 of 11 starters are returning. Bonte gave me some nuggets. Over the last 14 games, they've given up only 14 offensive TDs. So they got some continuity defensively. And I just say that to say, of course, it's the NFL. Nothing's going to be easy. But my 10 wins, that was including McCaffrey would be upright and maybe getting 300 touches. So I hear what you're saying. And this has the ingredients to be one of Kyle's best jobs as a head coach if somehow McCaffrey is not there. But, Steiny, I just ask you this because it's relatively new. But, man, what was last season? That was an opportunity for everybody, include the coaching staff. And I know Saleh wasn't here and Sorensen didn't get it done. But, man, how did they take on that task? And I think collectively they failed. And they had a season that only culminated in 6 wins. So I guess I'm asking you is if McCaffrey's not there or you got to treat him differently, what's changed?
Well, this isn't, to me, I don't care who the player is. Like, it sounds like, well, tell me if this is what you're saying. Yeah. I think, like last night you said 10 wins. And now you said, well, without McCaffrey, who knows? They could be a 6-win team again. Like, that's where I got to slow down. That's where I got to break from you.
Yeah. Okay.
Or from people like I get it. He's a big deal, but like if you're going from a 10-win prediction to a 6-win prediction because McCaffrey's not going to be there, then I don't know how good you were going to be in the first place.
Well, what about the passing game that we talked about? Not iffy, including Kittle, but let's exclude Kittle just for this conversation. Just that right there with no Debo. D-Rob is suspended 3 games. Steiny McCaffrey was going to be able to make that okay, and you be able to get by the offense and move the chains and bleed the clock.
Can't do that with Robinson?
You know what? Maybe you can. But how about you give me this and we put some respect on McCaffrey's name, who, again, Steiny, you said it at the outset. We don't know if he's not playing, but I just feel like it's Friday. I can't wait for Kyle to talk at 1 or 1:30. I think we'll have more of an idea. But, Steiny, I don't want to put any shade at B-Rob, but why did Washington let him go? Like, he's not McCaffrey, but maybe he can be under the tutelage of Kyle.
I mean, I'm looking at a running back that essentially he's rushed for 800 yards every season he's been in the league. And then the last 2 years he had receiving yardage of 368 and 159. So it looks like he's had 2 straight years of about 200 plus touches. Mm-hmm. Maybe he's going to get more this year now because of the McCaffrey situation. But what I want to know from 49er fans is, this hurts. It's a little bit of a gut punch.
So you're not mad at the fear? Like,
at what fear?
Like if I said, you know what, Steiny, I'd like to change my win.
Oh, go ahead.
If he's not available to 6 or 7.
Okay. And
but you feel like, they still got a chance.
I'm not changing from my 10 wins.
All right.
But I think if you go from 10 wins to 6 wins, because of the I think that's almost taken too much of the onus, responsibility, and accountability off the rest of the team. I mean, if you take McCaffrey off this team, are they a 6-win team really?
Last year they were.
Right, but they had other injuries last year. If you take McCaffrey off this team, are you telling me, well, Kyle's got a license now to go 6-11 or 7-10? I don't
see. That's it.
I don't
like
think so.
hearing that, but
even if Christian McCaffrey's not around, they need to challenge. Like, they need to be competitive in the division. They're good enough to do that. Would you have a problem
if I say, what if Steph was off and we kind of seen it?
McCaffrey's not Steph.
You don't think so?
Not even close. Not even close. McCaffrey's one of 11 guys on offense. They got other weapons. I wouldn't say McCaffrey's Curry. That's just me. But and you know,
real quick, Steiny, would you say Barkley's Curry for the Eagles?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because the Warriors don't have Jalen Hurts and Jalen Carter and Brown. You know what I mean? Like,
maybe I'm selling that everybody short. If we end up watching no McCaffrey, I hear where you're going, so I got it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not letting Kyle Shanahan off the hook. And, you know what? McCaffrey's hurt, so they can have another down. No, absolutely not.
But you understand.
You got your quarterback. You still have your quarterback, your franchise quarterback. You got a running back from Washington who's probably better than Jordan Mason. Is he better than Jordan Mason?
Well, he's done more than Jordan Mason,
He's
but
only
Jordan
been in the
Mason
league
gets
3
more
years.
money. All right.
I mean, Robinson's only been in the league 3 years.
He let some rookies beat him out in Washington, but I get it. They didn't want to pay him.
I mean, this is my expectations don't change dramatically.
Why
for
I'm
this
mad
team.
at myself is I'm not saying Kyle's off any hook, but for you to get there, it sounds like if I'm saying, oh, they got no McCaffrey, well, close the garage.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. And
I don't like that.
And what I guess what bothers me most about it is that when we're talking about the 49ers is, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and the other thing. We have no problem, bro. Warner and Bosa and Trent Williams and Purdy and Kittle and all these guys. It's like, okay, well, you lost McCaffrey. Those other guys don't go away. If George Kittle's a future Hall of Famer and Brock Purdy's your franchise quarterback and Bosa's still supposed to be one of the top 5 defensive players in the league, and Fred Warner's the best linebacker in all of football, it's like you got enough. You got enough to compete. Let's go to K Bueno. K Bueno in Oakland. What's up, K Bueno? How you doing, man?
What up, guys? Happy Friday.
Yeah.
First off, Steiny, dude, I got to give you props because I meant to tell you this the other day, but your frames are on point, my man. It's giving me Ruben Tishkoff vibes from Ocean's 11.
Yeah.
I'm watching you guys on YouTube. I'm watching, like you should be running a casino, my man.
Hey, how about me today? How about me today?
I'll get to you. That's Guru. Okay, dapper, my dude. Stay looking sharp, dude.
I appreciate it.
Just want to say, and speaking of being sharp, okay, the Niners.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the expectations for this year? Okay, with CMC, I mean, the optimist in me was thinking, okay, yeah, he's back to the 2023 form. He's going to be back at 100. He's going to be at that level he was. That's the optimist in me. But let's be real. Back of my head, and I think a lot of fans have probably felt the same way. Back of the head, like, okay, that calf injury, this isn't something that just goes away. This is not going to be the tendonitis in his calf there. It's just serious. It's something that it's managed.
Yeah.
So when we heard about him being limited at practice, I wasn't shocked. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't like to hear it. But it's also like,
right.
You know what? I had a feeling this is going to happen. So does it change my expectation for what's going to be coming up for the season? Not really, because I feel like, if I was going to get in my DeLorean and go to the future and look back at the season, I think McCaffrey would not be getting as many touches as we've seen from him in the previous seasons, just because they've seen what can happen. They're taking it cautiously with him. He's not a young buck no more. And, we got Robinson here as an insurance policy. I think it's looking back, it's a great trade because for cases like this, we got to control the touches because we don't want to run CMC to the ground. We're going to need him for the whole season. Now, it's definitely a red flag, but it's not a surprise either. It's like, okay, they're limiting his touches. They got to be careful.
Right.
So it doesn't really change what I expect from them this season because there's still a lot of question marks on defense. We got a lot of young dudes that got to prove themselves. Is Moody going to be are we going to have some torture football from Moody this year? I don't know. So that doesn't change my expectations. I think it's just a reality check, really, is what it is.
Yeah. Good stuff, K Bueno. Appreciate the call. I mean, yes, I think that's the way the 49ers had to look at it. you're optimistic and you're hopeful McCaffrey was going to be the player he was, but you know that in football you got to prepare for that not happening. And I mean, there's no other way to put it. Like, it looks like Brian Robinson's going to be a monster player on this team if McCaffrey's not there.
And then Garendo after him, you know?
And Garendo was a backup last year. So, you know.
But to his point.
You still have plenty of weapons, and this team still should be able to compete.
Yeah. And I'll go here, and this is too strong, but I brought Evan up at the summit. He doesn't know it. But when we were on the field, we were at the game. We were in Levi's thinking, you know, what's up with Christian? Game time decision. I still have PTSD from that. So to the caller's point, I almost want to give him credit. Tell me if I misheard, but it sounded like he was ready for this news. And
well, wouldn't you have prepared for it? Come on, guys.
But no, he's coming off an injury. 3 days away from the game. Right. We were at the summit, and everybody was proactive.
Well, so
and nobody's wrong.
But if he plays the first game, it doesn't mean he's playing 17.
Yeah, but Steiny, this is like all the reports where the Ferrari is roaring. Yeah. And now all of a sudden, we got to wait to call talk. Steiny, honestly, it's like, you are not perplexed at all at how that news broke at the summit yesterday?
Absolutely, positively not.
I'm floored.
He's coming off an injury. He played 4 games last year.
No doubt. I can't.
He's got a calf, and he had another injury.
Days away from Seattle. We assumed
what?
That he was going to be out there fresh as a loaf of Wonder Bread.
I mean, I wouldn't have assumed that. I mean, I'd have been very hopeful and fingers crossed. But
I thought there was not even a shot, partner, that he was not going to be
I got to be honest with you. I didn't think there was a shot in hell he was ever going to play 17 games. Like, I don't think that's within the realm of possibility.
I'm talking about one, though. I thought before even taking a hit, he was going to be readily available in Seattle, and maybe it was 25 to 30 touches. That's what I had on my metric in my chart. How's Kyle going to use him with Robinson in town? And again, he could get 30, but partner, I just think the way that news broke and who it broke about, and that calf still barking, and we're in the Bay. We've had a lot of calf issues here. So I'm just kind of, maybe I need to get some meds and relax, and he'll be out there. But boy, Steiny.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to, I don't know how many games he's going to play, how many he's not going to play. But I think any 49er fan that's been watching this team for a while knew this was a possibility. And, you know, this is another one of those things where there have been a lot of people that have called in here over the last year or two, and they've brought up that 29 is old for a running back and that McCaffrey's had some injury history.
He might be 31.
And this is the time that sometimes running backs start to break down. And like, that's just got to be put into the equation. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco. Right. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think you raised some great points, right? If we're all talking about this, for as stubborn as Shanahan is, and for as much as he ran CMC into the ground in those 2 years, which we can't go back and change, they know he's 29. They know that calves are a usage thing. They know going into this season the possibility that he's no longer the bell cow. He's a luxury, and it's going to be a constant management and monitor thing. That said, I love to think and have to think that they're fully prepared for what that scenario could be, and that they have a limited or an unavailable Christian McCaffrey, and how do they work their way around that. That's where you lean on Shanahan's expertise.
Right.
And the people that they have in the building, and the fact that they can get mileage out of guys like Breida, Garendo, Mostert. That's not a concern. It's just that with CMC, you're markedly better and there's no replacement. I will offer one sliver of a silver lining that could be a possibility. Could it be some gamesmanship? Is this a bruise? Is this a cut? Is this something that is really not an issue that just gives them a little bit of added oomph and a little bit of smoke and mirrors going into Seattle? I don't think it is. but it could be a possibility that it's a chess move and that this is all for naught, but something to offer up for the optimistic side of things when it's looking.
Yeah, I'm not
doing. Yeah,
no, I appreciate it, Steve.
I ain't mad at him, but Steiny, I don't think the Niners, as good as they've been and great as McCaffrey is, would go to this extent to, what's that get you, extra few yards or a couple? I don't know, but I won't say denial, but that's kind of, you wish it were that,
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Christian McCaffrey. What we know is he was limited in practice yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan will talk to the media today about 1:30. 49ers, of course, open their season Sunday, and now it becomes a question whether McCaffrey will be there or not.
Yeah.
My question to Niner fans is, all we know right now, I would say, is his status for Sunday is unclear. He might not play Sunday. That's all I know. Could it be more?
Okay.
Of course it could be more.
Yeah.
Could he be out for the season? I guess he could be in theory, but as of right now, I'm just looking at it from the standpoint that he might not play against Seattle. We'll see longer term than that, but in the grand scheme of things, we can still go out and win the division.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this to that, and Steiny, I would love, because you and I and all the rest of the gang here at 95.7 The Game, it felt like we were all on the same accord in regard to, I don't know what number to land at. So I get what you're saying long-term, win the division, but now I'm week to week with this team. And Dr. Pangia, who knows the body better than us, Donnie, I don't know if we had a sound, I wonder what his thoughts are about this news moving forward for McCaffrey and the ramifications.
Well, here's Doc Ponji. He was on with the morning show, Spadoni and Shasky.
I think definitely there should be a level of concern. And even though this may simply be precautionary and maybe it's just a little bit of soreness and they're being safe, anytime you have symptoms, kind of come up again with anyone who's had kind of this chronic injury like Achilles tendonitis, you get worried. So does that necessarily mean that he's going to be out for 7-8 weeks? I don't necessarily think so based on the reports. But what does that mean as 16, 17 games go along if he's already getting some symptoms right now? What is it going to mean, week 5, week 6? And he's had nearly 2,000 touches in his NFL career. He's a running back, and his body is going to break down. So I think that we hopefully aren't seeing that process play out, but definitely I'm concerned about seeing this pop up so early in the season, given his injury history last year.
All right, that's Dr. Ponja.
And Steiny, we hadn't even added, or have we, the new calf is the new Achilles. And if this is Achilles tendonitis, it's like an engine. And if an engine's on the brink or having problems, it can go. And we've seen athletes, that happens. Kevin Durant on line 1. So it's almost like time is not on your side. You can hope it is. And last year, all we were cheated. I felt cheated. We got to watch him play 4 games. And then when he returns, a PCL injury, on a Sunday night game against Buffalo. It's like, man.
Yeah, I'm I wonder how fans, what kind of, were people just assuming he was going to be the player he was 2 years ago?
I can say for me, I was.
Yeah,
That's where you're saying I went wrong?
No, I'm not saying you went wrong.
In camp.
I'm not saying, what's that?
Those were the reports in camp that he looked like he was back to 2023 McCaffrey.
Right, but I mean,
without getting tackled,
I don't know. I don't even feel like that's possible after you miss almost a whole year. I think once you miss a whole year, then you got some questions you got to answer. But to me, what's clear is I don't care what they were saying publicly. Right. They went and got Brian Robinson.
Right.
That can't just be a coincidence, right? I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday at the summit again. So it is what it is, right? And Steiny, you said, Goo, if he so happens to miss, because I'm just week to week now, and if he's not available, you still got Kittle, you got Brock Purdy with the new bag, you got your Jennings, you got Ricky Pearsall, a guy that's capable of being number 1, and you got Robinson. So let's see it.
You know what? This is a good point from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Tell you what, Brian Robinson should try to renegotiate his contract right now.
He might come up Jennings, though. Snake eyes.
Well, he also might get some incentives.
He's a free agent.
They signed him to a long-term contract right now. McCaffrey's not going to be around. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Christian McCaffrey was limited yesterday at practice, and we don't know his status for Sunday. Kyle Shanahan's talking to the media today at 1:30, so hopefully we'll get more info there. But my question is, with the news that we know, and all we know is he was limited at practice yesterday, does that fundamentally change your expectations for this team? For me, right now, right here, what I know, it doesn't change my expectations. They should compete, in my mind, for the division, and they should be up there with the Rams and maybe the Seahawks. And the fact that CMC was limited yesterday, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't change anything for me at this point. 888-957-9570. Don't forget, we got Randy Cross, former San Francisco 49er, three-time Super Bowl champ. He's going to join us at noon. That segment was also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Marianne in San Mateo. Aaron Hagan replaced my garage door opener motor, keypad, and remote control today. He was amazingly courteous and efficient, arrived promptly, and was super personable. I highly recommend him and R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
I never drunk around my kids when they were looking.
What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Christian McCaffrey, limited yesterday. That's the obvious big news surrounding the 49ers as their season opener looms on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks. And
I got to get something off my chest. Can I, Steiny, before we get back to it? Evan wasn't at the summit. We both come in and I can't remember a day where he said to both of us he was disappointed in us. And we had a little fun bit at the summit about knowing each other's life and family. And you missed my oldest child, Donovan. You said little Daryl.
I was wrong.
And that hurt. I called Donovan on the way home, told him it was on me. But I thought you knew me, man. I thought you knew your boy.
Well, why don't you tell the rest of the story to our listeners?
Well, they know you came late.
No, tell them the rest of the story, what happened this morning.
Well, then Evan asked, did I know your oldest? I said Mary Page. Yeah. And I said Grace, but it was Josie, and I got it wrong. But that wasn't on the game. We look bad. That's all. We look raggedy out there.
Oh.
I know your favorite artist of all time. Of course, I didn't get asked that. That's Dylan.
That's close, Dylan or Van Morrison.
You knew R. Kelly's mind before the allegations.
I wasn't going to even mention that name. I swear to God.
I told Lucas,
I was not even going to mention his name.
Evan goes, what about Tupac and Drake?
It's like saying, hey, who's your favorite football player? Oh, O.J. Simpson. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
But he was a football player. But go ahead, Sonny.
My point?
You know what I mean.
Remains.
Yeah.
I'm not going to utter that guy's name.
Shout out Donovan.
Dr. Narav Panja is our team physician, essentially, here at 95.7.
Help me personally.
And with a game Sunday, what do you do with McCaffrey, Doc?
When you have something crop up out of nowhere this late in the week, I would not be surprised if they're like, look, even if it's a little bit of soreness, there's no reason to take that risk right now. So if he didn't play on Sunday, I would not be surprised, and that might be the safe thing to do as opposed to pushing it and then getting this cascade of inflammation, swelling, and then the Achilles start bothering him.
All right, so he's saying if you want to be safe, you probably shouldn't play on Sunday.
Then that goes to the week. It's like one of my favorite songs, Donnie. It's on repeat. I mean, your thought process and mindset each week now is when it's too soon. And, man, he's an older running back, and I know we got a bunch of sound. What about Trent Williams? He said he looked like the 2023.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. All the people who are saying McCaffrey looked good, it was like 3 weeks ago. I'm just saying.
Well, and Willard said when he went to practice how great he looked, and that was before the breaking news. Man.
You know what? And I kind of forgot about this, but the 925 brings it up. They redid McCaffrey's deal last offseason.
Yeah, they did.
And he was the one that McCaffrey wants money, let's give it to him.
But he had that gravity.
Yeah. Do you understand it now? Do you understand now why? Okay. I mean,
I'm not mad at the org for doing it because they didn't foresee this.
Of course not.
And I'm not mad at C-Mac for saying I need some new cheddar.
Yep. They've.
What are you saying to us with that?
I'm saying he signed a new contract last year and he's played 4 games. That's what I'm saying. And what I am also saying is, they did what they did, but like the McCaffrey extension was the one everyone was like, well, hey, that's automatic. Oh, McCaffrey,
Slam
automatic.
Down.
You got to get it, man, automatic. Well, McCaffrey got his before Ayuk. Well, McCaffrey's McCaffrey, and McCaffrey we got to do. And all right, well, let's hope he can stay healthy. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm doing good, man. Thank you for getting me on. But I was going to say, I think the Niners, at some point, you got to start thinking about life without McCaffrey. He just, as great as he is, it's like we cannot go into every game, every season worrying about touches and, is he going to get hurt? Like, at that position, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. I think at this point, I know he's a big part of the offense, but we got to think about what eggs we put in what basket in. In this day and age in the NFL, normally, the league is set up for you to have success as long as your QB is healthy. Now, I know the Niners, it's kind of different where we kind of rely on the sum of our parts as more so than just the quarterback. But we got to start focusing on putting the eggs in the Purdy basket. Like, we need to make sure as long as he's there, we have a chance to win. And McCaffrey's not going to get any younger. I mean, he's 29. So he's he's just going to keep getting older and older. So what I'm basically saying, we cannot go into the season depending on McCaffrey being in MVP form and carrying this offense. I think those days are just, realistically over. So I don't know if that means spending a first-round pick on a running back or going by committee, but we see how McCaffrey has changed his offense since we acquired him. And if you look at the numbers with and without him, I ain't got them in front of me, but they're glaring. So without him, we kind of struggled. And he's not going to be playing forever. So that's just something they got to think about. I'm not saying this year or whatever, but it's the reality at this point.
Well, good call.
Yeah, appreciate you, Dave. Thanks so much.
And I'll say this, Steiny, real quick. I said it last night, and I'll recycle it. But, that 6-11 season had a lot to do with injuries. I understand that. But I also brought up the point of how much was it porous play, defensively mainly and offense at times. But, man, 89% of that 6-11 to me, partner, was starting the season without McCaffrey. And I just hope that's not what they're about to embark on again. I know where you're at. Like, the goo, put the pads on, go out there. You got star power. But damn, Steiny, that was a big part of that 6-11 to your boy.
Well, then we'll all understand why they go 6-11 this year. Seriously.
Nope.
I mean, if McCaffrey, like that, the one issue with a guy like McCaffrey, and Dave was on it, is like he comes to your team and everything changes and he becomes by far the most important player.
Facts.
That's the blessing. The curse is if you don't have him, then everything changes drastically, it feels like. So we'll see what happens Sunday, and we'll see how the 49ers, attack this moving forward. I'm just, does it cross your mind to start thinking about maybe we're not going to have this guy at all?
No doubt. And it's like a hen sitting on some eggs. I guess that's what I'm sitting on. That's what's next for me as we move down this road. And again, Steiny, I'm writing him off. I'm not going to sit up here in front. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think he's playing Sunday. Okay? But that's what's next. And the caller Dave mentioned it. Life after McCaffrey. I know it sounds crazy. It's too soon. I'm not saying you already hit a home run, right? Evan mentioned it. Robinson's a free agent. But if he knocks it out the park, and okay, let's say he's not McCaffrey, but he's the best version of himself, 1,000 yards, a bell cow, and him and Garindo hold it down. But I just watched a lot of sports I have in my day, and when you lose the dudes, the season the Niners had last year, or what happens until you can go to the lab and try to reinvent yourself. We talked about it. The receiving core, I got question marks about. And Pearsall, I'm excited, but can he hold it down? Now can they hold it down if they're without McCaffrey, that threat? That makes the job 5 times more difficult.
I mean, the other thing is, should they have seen this coming? Or
the
way I look at it is I think they did plan on seeing this coming. And that's why Brian Robinson's here. And again, I don't necessarily care whether, they found out McCaffrey might not be right, let's go get Robinson. Or at the end of last year, they said, McCaffrey only played 4 games last year. Maybe we should get some support for him this year. And we're working on it for a long period of time. But there's no way that this hasn't crossed the 49ers' minds. That's where I say, if you're a GM, that's negligent. I mean, you have to go into the season with your eyes wide open and at least put Christian McCaffrey under the question mark column rather than – I just don't assume you could ever – I'm not assuming Trent Williams is going to play 17 games and be the player he was 3 or 4 years ago. I'm hoping he stays healthy most of the year.
But can he give you 13 or 14?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that would be enough.
And can you win a game without him?
I mean, that's the other thing. I just, as of right now, we're just talking about one guy, McCaffrey. One guy they're missing.
Uncle Looney said this. Let me read it to you because I feel like you're saying it. Goo, 2023, McCaffrey was never walking on that field. He was never going to be that again. I think you may be thinking too highly of him. But how could that be if he only played 4 games last year, and when we seen him last, they were in the Super Bowl? I would retort that to Uncle Looney and anybody that had that mindset.
Well, I think most people, at least Mark Willard would say, the biggest reason the Niners were 6-11 last year was not their offense. Let's go to Big Smooth.
Our man.
Big Smooth's in Oakland. What's going on, Big Smooth? How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm well. Hey, so I discovered something yesterday from the summit.
Oh.
You guys are co-workers. You're not friends. Shout out to Houdini. You're not friends. Man, how am I working with you when you don't know my kids' names? You don't know my kids' names? How do you not know my kids' names?
Well, he knew the other one, Smoothie. Friends. He knew a couple of them. He just missed my odds.
Come on, Goo. You don't know my kids' names?
I know he is. I know all 3 of them. Oh, boy.
No excuse for that, man. No excuse. I'm sorry. You're co-workers. It's okay, man. It's okay to be co-workers.
Hey,
why does that hurt me? I don't like it.
I've only mentioned my kids 1,000 times a day. You don't know my kids' name.
Here's the way guys are. All right. Guys go out for a round of golf. All right. 4 guys go out for a round of golf, and one guy, Benny, just had a kid. All right. So we play golf. We play golf. I go home, and my partner goes, "Hey, by the way, how's Benny's little one?" And I'll say, "We didn't talk about the little one. Of course we didn't talk about the little one. Why would we talk about the little one?" I have no idea how the kid's doing.
All All I know is Willard and Dibs they completed each other's sentences. They knew everything about each other. I know what kind of car he's driving. I know his kid's name. I'm just saying, man.
Now, Smoothie, we're tighter than Willard and Dibs.
I feel like I'm pulling I really do feel like I'm pulling a guru here, but I kind of drew a blank, and I just couldn't think of the other child's name. I knew Darryl, and obviously Milan.
Darryl Jr. Darryl Jr. is a great guess. Could have said Darryl the second. That's a great guess. I was cracking up, man. You guys had me laughing, but you guys need to know a little bit more about each other, man.
We do, Smoothie. We know a lot about each other, man. We can't even talk about it on air.
Okay. Well, listen, McCaffrey, just let him run. Just let him run until the Achilles goes out, man. If he wants to play, let him play. You can't bubble wrap him, man. If it's gonna go out, it's gonna go out. I'm just saying, man. You can't protect him from the injury. It's just not that kind of an injury. It's kind of comes and it goes. All I'm saying is just let him run. If he wants to play, let him play. Worst case scenario, he's gonna blow it. He might blow that Achilles anyway. Go get you a replacement. Here's the great news.
Yep.
At least at running back is probably the easiest position. You're not gonna ever replace him. He's one of a kind. But you can get a running back. How many times have running backs caught lightning in a bottle? That's the best position, I think. You got a lot of free agents. You got people you can sign. Running back can be filled. That's all I'm saying. Not like him. Don't get me wrong. But you can find somebody to run in between the tackles. I think it's better to have to get a new running back than to have to get a quarterback or a receiver. I'm just saying that's probably the easiest position in the NFL. That's why they were not paying the running backs for a while. Remember? Right. Because they devalued themselves. So I'm just saying, if it has to be a position that's key, I think Robinson's going to do the job, gentlemen. You guys have a great one.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. And I'll take this opportunity to say congratulations to the Valkyries. Goodness gracious, what a season they are having.
This is incredible.
First expansion team to ever make the postseason.
Bang.
They're 5 games over 500. Chase is rocking. They're going to the playoffs.
Let's go. We got personalized jerseys. I can't wait for the playoff game. That day is going to be off the chisel.
Yep. Should be a fun postseason. Unfortunately, they're going to have to play their playoff game in San Jose rather than Chase because there's an event, the Laver Cup, which is at Chase Center. So they're going to have to play their playoff game in San Jose. The Laver Cup. Have you ever heard of Rod Laver?
No, I hadn't.
You've never heard of the greatest tennis player perhaps of all time?
That would be Johnny McEnroe, Boris Becker, Arthur Ashe.
But it's just maybe another sport that you don't know a lot about.
Okay.
Rod Laver, of course, the Aussie. He's a left-hander. Mm-hmm. And this thing has been scheduled for a while.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Wow.
What's a wow?
Just their season and their injuries. And they've just overcome Martin Luther King. They've overcome Burden. We got to get Nikasi on, man. We had her on one time. We got to get her on and say congratulations. How about we do that as a show? Get her on, talk to her.
You can text her.
I don't have her number. She told us to pull up. We pulled up, but we didn't. I let her coach.
All right, here's Dr. Nirav Pandya was on with the morning show this morning, I'm sorry. And this injury, he claims, is one that's probably going to have to be managed over the course of a season.
You have to manage his load. And I know we don't like the word load management, but I think that you have to take into account how much wear and tear has been on his body, what he's been dealing with. And we know that whenever McCaffrey has a huge season in terms of lots of touches, his body breaks down. So what can you do? Maybe you don't give him 20, 30 touches a game. Maybe you have 10 to 15. Maybe you're giving him, a little bit more rest during the week. So I think it's just basically having him isolated for those big plays and not just running him into the ground so his body begins to break down. And it's also when soreness pops up, you're going to be a little bit more cautious like this. So maybe that is what the team's doing right now. But you have to utilize him, yes, so that he's able to be there for the whole season.
McCaffrey kind of feels a little like me right now at my age. You know, you try to get into shape, right? Yeah. I'm going to do some running. I'm going to do some lifting. And then what happens is you get hurt while you're doing that. And then you got to take a break from running and lifting.
Hello.
And then you start feeling a little better a week or two later. And you get back to running and lifting.
Because you're healed.
And you start to get in shape. And then you get hurt again. Like that's kind of where we may be at with McCaffrey. We may have to start to think about him as something lesser than he's been.
And what did the great Doc say? Almost 2,000 career touches, Steiny? That's a lot on the body, man.
Yeah.
And if you look at the car, this is what concerns me. Even when he was younger, when you look at the Carfax report for 2 to 3 seasons, Steiny, he wasn't available. As great as he is, it's never been about when he's on the field. But now we're at a juncture to where and to Big Smooth's point, Steiny, do you just ride till the wheels fall off? Or is this your new reality?
Well, I feel
like it's like the Buffalo game. So you got to let them run, and then if something happens, you kind of been preparing for it. Not that you want it to, but
I feel
can't
like
run from this cloak and dagger that it feels like is over his health.
Well, I feel like if he's not 100%, he's not going to be the runner he was anyway, whether he pushes it to the limit or not. If he's not 100%, then obviously he's going to be less effective. What do you think about this? Is this mean-spirited? And I want to ask everybody this.
All right.
This is from Truth Hurts. CMC. Chronic medical concern. That's pretty harsh.
Well,
see, CMC.
That wouldn't have been funny when they were in Vegas when we were there for the Super Bowl, or when they were in Philly, for the NFC Championship game. So I'm just going J.J. Evans. It's been some good times. So let's not act like there hadn't been good times. Now that joke's funny, according to you. I didn't laugh.
I didn't say it was funny. I said, was it mean-spirited?
And that's your type humor. Because you're mean-spirited.
Yeah, I thought it was,
you don't mean everything that comes out your pie hole. You like to put people on, make them backpedal.
Not sure what that means, but...
It means I know my partner.
Oh, you do?
We took a hit yesterday, Steiny. Damn. Now they think other shows are closer than us, and we spend the most time together.
You're going to get so mad at me, but I could care less.
I do,
I
though.
couldn't
I
care less.
get that, but I do.
I don't care if people think we're not friends. Who
now
cares?
I feel like I want to tweet out what we've talked about, but I won't. You're my guy, man. Donovan, Little Darryl, and Milan.
Yeah.
All right.
You run into traffic today?
Oh, my God. What happened to Bart? Apple update? What are we doing?
Bart is really having a bad summer. There have been a few of these this summer.
To find out your way to work, I gotta, man, abort mission and come up with go back. So were you on your way to Bart?
No, I heard about it before.
Gosh. Yeah.
And then I'm jumping into the shower listening to the radio, and you just keep hearing the traffic's getting worse and worse and worse.
I heard the channel too.
And it took me a while to get into the city today. I don't like to drive into the city. And Bart's had a bad summer.
All right. It's this time of year where you're watching Sunday's game. I love this. I know where I'm at.
I'm glad you asked me that. And I'm hoping my buddy Dana opens up so I can watch the 49ers game with about 4 to 6 guys. Just having one or two cold ones. Camaraderie.
That's too many.
4 to 6?
Yeah, Bonte came in and said, I was speaking the gospel. He likes watching alone, too.
I got to tell you, I've come around on that. It's a sign of being a big-time fan.
Can you drink alone?
Of course.
Seriously. I think I have more fun that way.
Drinking alone?
Yeah. You get tipsy.
That's what usually happens when you drink. So.
Steiny.
No.
Big game. I'm going to check the line. I'm going to have a line for you. The Niners were favored by 1.
I thought it was 2.5.
Oh, they got up to 2.5.
I think so, Goo. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right.
I could have sworn
get
that
the current one, though.
I wonder if it's come down at all in the last day or two.
He's not playing, right? Even if he said he could go.
I hate this kind of
well, it's our new normal, so get ready
this
for
kind
it.
of speculation.
Yeah, get ready for it.
Should he play? Shouldn't he? I have no freaking idea.
Or
I don't know what
Big
the injury
is lobbying. Just ride into the Cadillac blows.
That's unrealistic if he's not 100%.
Well, it's week 1, so you should be 100. I'm going to tell you, Steiny. Hold on. How'd you do in fantasy?
What are you even
yesterday?
looking at?
The lines. Did you have anybody playing yesterday? I got 18 points, Barkley.
He did not, because I'm playing Steiny.
Did you have anybody?
Who do I want to win this
I
one?
had Saquon.
Hey, wasn't that great? Was it 62 yards? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, and a touchdown. He was fine.
18 points, though. That's what counts, Steiny.
How many did Saquon have?
He had 18 points.
How many did your guy have?
I had Saquon. I'm in 6 leagues.
you both have?
Yeah.
Oh, this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was confused.
1.5. Niners favorite by 1.5.
Who's got CeeDee Lamb?
Mike
stinks. He stinks. He stinks.
What happened?
He stinks. That's what happened. Dak Prescott. I tell you what, I moved Dak Prescott above Brock Purdy in my power rankings last night. If he had any receivers, he'd be good.
Oh, man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at noon, we got Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion, the Seahawks. Our Sunday's opponent, Christian McCaffrey, limited. Does it change your expectations for the season? Yes or no on 95.7?
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CMC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy 2, get 1 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 3. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 4. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025, and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
It was wrong.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, what you got, baby? A little bit unsettled.
Don't let them get to you and try to...
Who?
The fans are disappointed.
No, it's kind of...
They think we're not as close.
Fans don't bother me.
Oh.
Fans don't bother me.
But you got off Twitter, they do. There, I got you on that one. Checkmate.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. This is just a weekend where golf's kind of slipped through the cracks.
You didn't even golf Wednesday.
I know.
Why do you say it like that? You get what hip bothering you?
No, hip's great.
What happened?
Yeah, just I just didn't feel like rushing over to play golf on Wednesday.
All right.
But I got a bunch of guys who are on a golf trip. I got another couple guys that are out of town. So I got nothing going this weekend. I went to my new best friend, Carter Chickering, see if he wanted to get out on Olympic. He's not going to be here this weekend, unfortunately.
You got to invite Carter?
No, he's got the juice.
He asked me for the invite.
Dude, wow. Carter, real quick, Stein, before you finish.
You do that well. You invite yourself to places as well as anybody.
Are you saying I just
invited.
did that with Bonte?
With what?
Well, anyway. You drafted McCaffrey. Speaking to the mic for the 95.7 The Game League, how devastating possibly was this news for a pick that you spent a lot on?
Yeah, I think people are making a lot of it because I picked 3 starting running backs after him, too. So I'm like, it sucks, but it was a high risk. I knew it. And I have Justin Jefferson in my only other league, and that's why I left him for you. Is like, if he got hurt, I was done in 2 leagues.
Okay,
you know?
Before you go, forget fantasy. Would you play him if you're the Niners?
Not if you see a long-term future with him past this year, right? Like, even if you see one more year after this year,
you can see it, Carter.
don't.
I'll say you're dead wrong on that. No, this is medical. This is you could want to see his body's telling you the check engine light's on. So to Big Smoothie's point, I think I'm ready to ride the caddy until you got to come AAA.
If this is it, which I think they're looking at, like, this is your last ride, dude, like, then you're playing him.
Yeah. And he might even want to play, Steiny. You can't.
You can't play. I mean, if he's not 100%, I like that. Football to me is a little bit different.
Okay, give me this real quick. Was he 100% Sunday night in Buffalo before he had the PCO injury?
He kind of looked it. He looked great that game.
You know what? So we'll say he was 100 then. Like when he went out there at 89. It's crazy. Like this is altering. I don't know what, but this is altering. It's their future. That's
that's great. That's a great word. That's a great word. Does this alter your expectations? And my feeling is no, not yet. Not yet. I mean, again,
not yet.
Again, I get it. There's two sides of this. One is you can absolutely be concerned and be worried. I mean, there's no doubt about that. At the same time, he was limited at practice. So maybe it was just a super duper precaution, and maybe he may sit out this week and play week 2. I don't know. But Carter Chickering, ladies and gentlemen, could work for the San Francisco 49ers front office. And I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
It's because both the San Francisco 49ers front office and Carter Chickering had insurance policies for Christian McCaffrey. Who's your second running back, Carter? I know it's not Brian Robinson.
No, I have Cook, and I have Omarion Hampton, and then I have Ford,
right,
too, from Cleveland.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Way to go, Carter. Oh.
I gave him a compliment. He could work for the 49ers front office.
And then you backhanded him. All right, that's enough.
Like, here's my...
Just tell me I'm being...
You are.
No.
You're being.
No, because you're going the other way, and you're not doing it for the show.
I'm not doing it for the show. I'm absolutely not doing it for the show. They're still a 10-win team in my mind. They are. And I'm not factoring in McCaffrey not playing at all this year, Goo. I'm not factoring in McCaffrey playing every game this year. I don't know. But even with what we know right now, I'm still calling this a 10-win team. What? How about 49er fans?
Man, let's hear it.
If you had to give a prediction yesterday at this time, and now you have to give one today at this time, just on the simple fact that he was limited yesterday, do you really revise your win total?
Oh, hell yes.
I do not. Not for limited at practice.
But for the person who's limited, if it were Purdy or anybody else, Donnie, you're right. This is the Ferrari we're talking about, the Rari that only played 4 games. And Willard and every 49er reporter was saying he looked fresh, and I believe it. Something happened.
Okay.
We're 3 days away from the
Something happened. He got hurt again.
How, though?
Who cares? He's always 29.
That's what I'm saying, Steiny. That's called age.
Thank you. Don't expect Trent Williams to play 17
Father Time
games.
was in the bushes on McCaffrey. Everybody said he was looking fresh.
Yeah, Trent Williams.
That's why I was waiting on him in the bushes.
Christian looks fantastic. He looks like Offensive Player of the Year, Christian. So that's really, really refreshing to see, knowing that, what he had to deal with last year, just a little nicks and knacks and, not being able to do what he loves. To see him out there this year 100% healthy, treating every play like it's his last, playing with his hair on fire. It really motivates the guys when you got a generational talent like that brings it to work and in practice every day.
All right, Trent Williams.
So was he going too hard in practice? I did hear hair on fire.
Okay, let's say he was going too hard at practice. Okay, what's that mean?
It would probably happen in the game, but I'd feel better if it was happening in the game.
I mean,
and I got to say something. Darrell L. Johnson the first, and there's a second. Miss me with guys looking fresh in football without getting tackled.
My God.
That's like telling me how many three-pointers you made in practice.
My God.
That's just where I'm at.
This from the same guy who used the first hour and a half of the show to talk about Steiny. This is crazy. He was looking so good. Everybody said he was looking great.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
But now you're saying you knew they were lying.
You know, when Willard said it at the summit, I said, because he saw it when he went to the practice, I said, guys are not getting tackled. That's where the stuff happens. So now why I'm way more concerned is you weren't even getting hit and this happened. So, you got the sound you just played from Trent Williams,
Yeah.
Something was about to go or blow. And it sounds like the furnace, the pilot got lit. Because that's all we can think on, man. I don't like any of it.
Well, the other thing is, like, we've acknowledged you worry more about injuries than anybody else.
And I was correct on this first one. And
That's
you
right. So don't be surprised. Don't, like, if McCaffrey's health. Oh my God, Steiny, what if? Okay, guess what? You worried so much about it? He is hurt. Good job. So it shouldn't be a surprise. If you're worried about something and it happens, that means it's not a surprise.
Okay, but I took the intel of everybody that went out to practice or practices.
I thought you just said that doesn't mean anything.
Now I'm double back and saying that because Steiny, look at me. It doesn't now, right?
Say it. Trent Williams is a liar.
No, he's not a liar.
He is.
He commented on what he saw, but it wasn't really factual because he hadn't been tackled.
So Trent Williams, you don't think he can assess running back talent?
Play it again. It means nothing. It's hollow, sleepy. It's
Here's
nothing.
where you would go, like, you wouldn't say that to his face.
I wouldn't.
Trent Williams. How did he look in gym shorts?
But we don't want to see what happened.
That's not it. That one's it.
Christian looks fantastic. He looks like Offensive Player of the Year, Christian. So that's really, really refreshing to see, knowing that, what he had to deal with last year, just a little nicks and knacks and, not being able to do what he loved. To see him out there this year, 100% healthy, treating every play like it's his last, playing with his hair on fire. It really motivates the guys when you got a generational talent like that brings it to work and in practice every day.
Liar!
No, it's not lying. Nobody's being malicious. It's just like, this is who I am. I'm not ashamed of it, Steiny. Did you go a little too hard in gym shorts?
Oh, my God.
Because Trent mentioned that. Hair on fire. Could you say that for the game? Just a thought.
Shouldn't practice hard.
No.
Don't practice hard.
You know what I mean. Just preserve yourself.
So he was hurt for all but 4 games last year. He comes to training camp. Isn't that when you're supposed to push your injury, push it to see what you got?
Well, I can see how, especially if he thinks he's not hurt and he wouldn't have looked like Trent and Willard and everybody said. I get it.
I mean, here's the way I look at it. If you wanted Kyle Shanahan fired for running Trey Lance into the line 12 straight times, which you said you did, then you know what? You should want Shanahan fired for making McCaffrey go too hard at practice.
Now you're being Don Wrinkles? Ridiculous. Come on, Steiny.
Who else fell for this?
Baldy didn't. That's what that.
If I had to tell you who out of all 90 guys has looked the most impressive on the practice field so far through a week, slam dunk Christian McCaffrey. I've seen Christian McCaffrey working at full speed for several practices, and I was joking at first on day one. I'm not joking anymore. I think he might have gained a step. And over 2024 for sure. Comparing it to 2023 is going to be tough, but consider the fact that his body probably relatively fresh now compared to where it was in 2023, coming off of the long 22 run as well. I wouldn't surprise me if Christian McCaffrey is moving just a little bit quicker than he was in that sensational 2023 season. He looks like he's added a little bit of muscle, not like an alarming amount to where it would slow him down, but probably just to be able to absorb some of the physical punishment that comes over the course of the season. And I can tell you for sure that Christian is extremely motivated and extremely locked in. I know that he pays attention to some of the noise out there, and I know that he uses it as fuel. And he made a couple awesome catches the other day. I think he's running really well, and I think that he looks absolutely great out on that football field.
All right, that was David Lombardi of the San Francisco Standard.
Yeah, Dave's the man.
That was from a few weeks back.
But Steiny, there's an account on X. It's called Freezing Cold Takes. With the news we have now, after hearing that, it's like he saw that. I believe David. He saw that.
Why can't
now
you be?
Look where we're at.
Yeah, but why can't you be right? Something happened. Like he was good, and he got re-injured yesterday or 2 days ago. Like,
and
you might be right
right
about that.
No,
like,
but
we don't know if he got hurt or if
something
he's
happened.
sore. Like he's experiencing soreness.
But wouldn't
at this
that
point.
be different than was held out of practice?
Well, he was limited. He was limited. So,
and we're talking about a calf or Achilles, Steiny, which means it could go at any time. So it's not like, I got a headache. It's I'm feeling something down there.
Right.
And last year you missed 13 games. Well, you had the PCL, but I don't know how you remedy this. I don't know what you do.
You don't. You got to manage it. He's got an injury that's going to need to be dealt with game after game after game after game. It's going to have to be. It's going to have to be managed in some way. Just Curry has been managed over the course of his career at times. So I think the 49ers are just going to have to try to do that and see what it looks like.
And I know I said earlier I was having fun that he was going too hard, but I'm double backing, Steiny. He's busting his ass to make sure he can trust his body. And on the days that everybody went and saw him, that's what he looked like. So, again, I'm not saying he didn't look spectacular. And I guess when it's all said and done, he should be pushing himself to make sure he's ready. And then now something new happened. He felt something. But, man, Steiny, we saw with Durant. We just saw it in the finals with our guy in Indiana. Like Halliburton, this is nothing to play with. So I just don't know how you manage it playing NFL football and you need burst and you use your lower extremities. Like, Steiny, how can he get this to where it'll never be a concern again?
It's never not going to be a concern. It's just not.
That's serious.
It's kind of like, what's the Curry? Like, Curry's got some hamstring stuff he's got to constantly monitor. Here's what you do.
You have to manage his load. And I know we don't like the word load management, but I think that you have to take into account how much wear and tear has been on his body, what he's been dealing with. And we know that whenever McCaffrey has a huge season in terms of lots of touches, his body breaks down. So what can you do? Maybe you don't give him 20, 30 touches a game. Maybe you have 10 to 15. Maybe you're giving him, a little bit more rest during the week. So I think it's just basically having him isolated for those big plays and not just running him into the ground so his body begins to break down. And it's also when soreness pops up, you're going to be a little bit more cautious like this. So maybe that is what the team's doing right now, but you have to utilize him, yes, so that he's able to be there for the whole season.
And the scary part about that, from the doc is, Steiny, he didn't have a heavy workload last year. He got hurt. We thought he healed. He put in the work to come back. And now this is happening without that big workload.
James is in Oakland. Hey, James, what's going on, man?
Great show, fellas.
Oh, thanks.
I think we're in for a big surprise with the Seahawks because Sam Darnold, to me, I watched him practice for a long time. I always thought, for my fantasy team, he's always been good. And I think he's going to have a good game against the Niners. He's super tall. He can see everything. He's experienced, and he gets in the end zone. So the Niners are going to have their hands full, especially scoring, in my opinion, because Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall, they haven't played together all that well with my man Purdy. Even Purdy's got an injury on his leg. What if he tears something?
What's his injury? What's Purdy's injury?
Didn't he have his knee surgery before, right?
No, he's healthy. Yeah, he's scooting around
you
that
never
field.
know, though. I'm just saying you never know. I mean, he's not. You're right. You're right. He is healthy, but in my mind, that's
injuries coming, huh?
Guy. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know on that turf.
Hey,
if you don't slide,
let me ask you this:
you could pull a Garoppolo.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, James. Do we have to fire Buster Posey?
Yeah, I was just going to ask him.
We're losing you. You know what? Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing we're losing him.
Yeah, he was hating on Buster.
No! He was hating on Buster.
Yeah, how you like me now?
A while ago.
You can't call in and say a guy had a leg surgery. That dude's material, man.
Especially when he didn't. Like, it's just factually incorrect.
He puts me in a good mood, though.
This is Kyle Shanahan a few weeks back talking about the workloads of McCaffrey and George Kittle.
Yeah, I do. I mean, you always want to keep working and stuff, but it's such a fine line. Like, those guys, they're ready physically when it starts, but they know they got to get through camp and stuff so their bodies can take it throughout the whole year. It's really tough when the way those guys play on Sunday, they can always throughout the year get a lot of work on Wednesday and Thursday. So if you don't get that work now, sometimes you never can catch it back up. The problem is stretching it all out. So we got to be smart with those guys. That's why those guys do get some fed days. It's kind of naturally happened with these scrimmages because we've had 2 on, 1 off, then we have to travel. Now we have tomorrow off, and then we'll see how the game goes. I haven't decided with all those guys yet, but there's not a lot of time in the game either.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan talking about McCaffrey. I think it's interesting to note that it feels like football's different, where you use training camp to get into complete shape by week 1.
Facts.
And I think that maybe in basketball, for example, you kind of ease into it once the season starts. So maybe the way they were testing McCaffrey was this: they wanted to get as close to game speed as they possibly could.
Yeah.
And he felt something.
Yeah, no doubt. And isn't that how you want to do it if you're an athlete, Steiny? I know you used to be. You want to trust yourself, and you got to push yourself to make sure you can handle it.
Coming up at noon today, we got Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion. He was a member of the 49ers offensive line from 76 to 88. We usually have him on during football season, obviously.
He shoots it straight, too.
Yeah, he really does. He's kind of like me. He doesn't like the fans either. He ripped him once. He ripped the wine-sipping 49er fans
man, Randy.
One time. Tom Pelissero is a little more optimistic about the Christian McCaffrey thing, so let's sprinkle this one in.
I will say this cautiously. I do not get the sense, based on the conversations I've had so far, that there are alarm bells going off about Christian McCaffrey at this point. If there is any player you are going to take precautions with if he feels something in practice, it's the guy who's arguably your best player and missed most of last season because of a variety of different ailments. We also know that calf injuries can be tricky. At times they are precursors to Achilles injuries. McCaffrey had issues with both his Achilles last year. Again, I do not get the sense that this is DEFCON 1 at this point, but the 49ers will be back out on the field this afternoon.
All right, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network.
He said cautiously. I'm Steiny, I love what we do, but I can't wait to hear Kyle talk today. Like, I think we'll get a lot from him, I believe, about expectations for this Sunday.
I feel like we won't.
Well, you can't play with the system. You can't up it to a point, you know?
He's going to don't we kind of know what he's going to say? Like, go ahead. Ask me a question about McCaffrey.
Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
What's McCaffrey's status this Sunday?
We'll see. He's working through some stuff.
Did he re-aggravate the calf from last year?
I felt a little soreness. We're just being cautious.
How worried are you?
Well, it's next man up mentality always for our football team.
Does this change how many touches how you'll utilize McCaffrey, Coach?
We'll see about that. It depends a lot on how he's feeling and whether he can go. But you know how I am. If he's a go, I consider him a full go. And so the minute he steps on that field, I'll utilize him pretty similar to the way we've always utilized him.
Coach, before I get out of here, you going to see Lil Wayne tonight?
Got to be delicate.
I believe it's Lil Wayne.
Yeah, at the Shoreline. Our Evan Giddings is going.
You know, he named his son after him.
I'm proud that I delivered that years ago,
I do know
Evan.
that. I do know that.
That is incredible. Kyle got swag, man.
I'm trying to. I bet he. Where is it? At Chase Center or Levi's?
It's at the Shoreline.
Shoreline.
Yeah. Last time you been there.
Shoreline?
Yeah. I saw
15
Genuine,
years.
the singer there. Who'd you see? I was at a summer jam.
I can't even remember who I saw. Probably.
But you know you were there.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably like Neil Young, or it's probably one of 4 guys.
Sounds memorable.
What's going on with him today?
No, listen, I'm looking at you like.
What's going on with him today?
It must have been a bad show. We've had some bad shows. But if you don't remember, like Genuine, the singer with Pony Steiny, I saw women throw stuff at him, the garments. It was incredible. Like, I'll never forget, I saw an artist make an audience of women go crazy.
Yeah. Was that Usher?
It was Genuine.
Oh. Like, is he more I'll tell you who. I'll tell you women.
I want to hug you.
I'll tell you
man.
women love
Who?
Maxwell.
Yeah.
They do. Now, I've seen Maxwell. I bet you don't believe that.
With who? Not who performed. Who'd you go with?
With my buddy Travis Stanley.
2 men went to see a concert?
Yeah. It was at the Paramount.
Oh, my gosh.
What's your problem, dude?
That's like me and Relaford going to see.
He had an extra ticket. He said, "You want to check this guy Maxwell out?"
Evan,
I'm like,
help me out. Maybe I'm
You guys are the worst.
I gotta ask before we hit a break here. Did you know? Like, were you familiar with Maxwell's game before you went?
Not really.
Okay, then you're in the clear.
Did you regret it?
No.
Okay, so you had a good time.
He has an incredible voice, but
I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. That's the bottom line. You
my
guys.
man.
Randy Cross coming up in 10 minutes. If I can last that long today. That segment also brought to you by...
No, I'm laughing at Evan, but man, I got something to help you with that.
That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and also Caltrans.
Don't talk about that.
My mom, my papa, my daddy works for Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The Mission District, 59 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
118! Lights up! And we start 2. Christian McCaffrey on the outside makes a nice cut and a lot of room. McCaffrey might go. Being chased, cuts back inside the 10, and he's down inside the 5.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Interesting. I don't know when that was from, but clearly he was losing a step then because he didn't get in on that play. They caught him. They ran him down.
Just like slow-ass Miles Sanders had a touchdown for Dallas and got ran down, and they didn't score.
It was a 72-yard run.
Yep.
In the opener of 2023 against the Steelers.
Yep. I remember that
game. He had
game.
a $160 and a tug.
Good old days.
But they ran him down.
Sonny, do you know how far 75 yards is?
Apparently Goo doesn't.
Please.
Just saying.
Well, you're optimistic.
So.
First time for everything.
So, let me get this straight. Over the years, as we've gotten to know each other, the three of us, there have been some places where I've got a blind spot. Hip hop. You guys always make fun of me because I don't know who sings certain songs or what Kendrick Lamar's song is. You know, Lil Wayne, I'm not very familiar with. You guys talk about him, you exclude me, you laugh at me. Movies are another one. You guys constantly make fun of me because I don't see movies. And the one time that I do try to go out and experience something, this is what I get. Like, this is what I get.
Goo, you want to go or should I?
Hey, Devin, I'm not done.
Oh.
And so years back, a friend of mine had an extra ticket to Maxwell, and he's like, you want to come check this show out with me? I'm like, who is he? Maxwell. I've never heard of him. Oh, you should come. You'll have fun. And he did say there are going to be a lot of women there. I said, fine, I'll come, whatever. So I go, and I experience it. Okay. And you still make fun of me. So you still make fun of me, whether I go or I'm unaware. That's called a can't-win situation, guys.
Steiny, you can't win if you can't play. if you don't play. Last night...
I don't know what that means.
I'm about to explain, so take a seat. Last night, after we talked about Lil Wayne and your lack of knowledge in that specific realm, I sent you one song. Just one. It's about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That I think kind of represents his best. Did you listen to it?
Mm-mm. I had to do the summit last night. So I
Again,
did
this song was 4 minutes.
I did a 4-hour
This was
show.
like
seconds.
daytime.
You were late by 4 minutes, and you still didn't listen to the song.
No, I didn't. I didn't have time. I was preparing for the summit.
On your 2-hour drive in the car?
Yes, I was running material in the car.
In the electronic car?
Yes.
Dude, they got a video up on 95.7 The Game, our IG page. And they asked all 6 hosts who would be, 4, who would be late arriving. And you were picked 4 of the 5 hosts picked you. And they were right. Hey, man, look, I love that you went and had a good time at the Maxwell concert. I'm shocked that you didn't put more thought into a romantic outing.
I had
that
no
you thought
idea.
it would be okay with you and your guy going to see Maxwell. Like Rick James, I get it. It's not here, Rick. But, hey, you do you. You don't owe us nothing. You don't owe us a damn thing.
Let's go to Anthony in Vallejo.
Should we mention the Willie Mays doc?
Are we not going to go to Anthony in Vallejo?
A day before we had John Shea on to talk about it.
I'm just saying, we do try to include you.
All the time.
You exclude yourself.
It wasn't last Friday, me at the ship when you guys left. Me alone. But I'm okay.
One of the parts about this job and this show that I absolutely hate.
When we turn into you on you.
It, is that sometimes I just don't want to say anything.
Everything.
But I have to. You know why? Because you don't. You don't have to. I have to. Like, I have
I'm in trouble if it goes silent.
I have to get it, at some point I got to get into Randy Cross. But you know what? I don't feel like it now after you guys are doing to me what you're doing to me. That's fine.
It's your job. You want to pay the PG&E, you better get into it. Yep. Hey, Randy, how's it going? Because I'm feeling dandy.
Okay.
Dude, you are so
Hey,
sensitive.
925, you're an idiot. You're a flat-out idiot. On the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Steiny refers to 4 hours of talk radio as if it's 10-hour shift, doing hard labor. No, I don't, you idiot. It's not a 4-hour shift, you idiot. I get in here every morning at 7:45 to 8 o'clock.
Not today.
I'm here till 2:15. Then you know what I got to do? Watch these stupid games.
You're in a dream world, man.
I got to watch these stupid games so I can come in and talk about right.
You know how many people would trade places with you, man? No, seriously. I think
They
you need
would
a
change
refresher.
places with me until they saw my 401k and my paycheck stub.
Oh, the paycheck. Donnie, quit acting like you don't get that big chicken. The pay stubs. Money time! Money time! You get bread. We're in the 4th largest market.
This is Cowtown. This is Cowtown, this market. 4th largest, please. Chicago,
Dude,
LA on
your
the
guy
phone,
just months
New
ago
York,
saying we got
Miami,
action.
Philadelphia,
Back.
Washington, D.C.,
the city's
Atlanta.
Back. What are you going through?
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
No, this is the kids got a new term. Crashing out. That's what you're doing. I love it, Sonny. Keep going.
And that's what life's about.
My man.
Finding out about, we've just figuring out what kind of teammates you are.
Yeah, and learn your teammates.
Right.
Kids, the name of the kids, maybe that'll help.
Yeah.
Quit making everything about yourself. That hurt me, though. That's just, it was Sonny. I'm not mad at you.
You know, it's funny.
But people think we're not as close as we are. We're the closest. We're the longest running. I was just in the meeting the other day with a higher up here. I didn't bring this up. They brought it up to me. This will put you in a good mood. We are the longest tenured show here at the station.
Why would that put me in a good mood?
Because we got something going. They could have got rid of us, man. 8 years.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Steve Young.
Yeah.
Evan, you're special. This is Kanye West type of production right now. Talk to us, Steiny.
No.
When did it start?
I don't even know what this is right now.
Maxwell!
You guys are asses. You really are.
He sung this one, huh?
I have no idea. It was 15 years ago, you jerks.
It's like his number one song.
Yeah. Did you look over at your buddy? Thanks.
I tried to get to Anthony. You know what? Where's the boss when you need him?
Randy Cross, 5 minutes.
We'll see.
Anthony's the
man.
See.
We'll see if we get Randy Cross in here.
We're having an intervention, Anthony. Yeah.
I know. So first of all, almost afternoon, fellas. Happy Friday. And if Steiny was at the Maxwell concert macking, then it's okay. But I know he and his lovely missus have been together for some time, so you get a pass, like Evan said, because you didn't know who Maxwell was. That's all I got. But I would like to get my 2 cents about the Christian McCaffrey.
Take your time, baby.
Okay. So Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. He wouldn't be in the NFL if he wasn't. He clearly can do his job, but I don't think he's the type of quarterback to elevate others around him to the next level. And so that's why this news about Christian McCaffrey does kind of worry me. And I just want to give a personal experience with so I rolled my ankles so bad about almost 8 weeks ago. I'm talking grade 3 or 4. It bruised on the inside, but you can see it on the outside. I've been having a brace on for the last 8 weeks. I ice it every night. It's still a little swollen, and that's not playing football. This was jump roping and just staying in my shape that I do, and it still sucks, and I'm still kind of ginger. And so I think when you consider Christian McCaffrey, start, stop, change of direction, all that kind of stuff. When you think of a calf and you think of an ankle, it is definitely something to worry about. And everybody said last season it wasn't nothing to worry about, and then we went 13 weeks without seeing him. And so I think this caused a pause, and I do think that it changes a lot of things because he went to Germany, I believe, to do that treatment or whatever it was. And for him to come back this season, and I heard, the recording from a couple of days ago when the reporter said he looked great. I believe he looked great, but you look at that game last night, and there was with the running back on the Eagles, he did a cutback start-stop in the first half. In the first quarter, he was caught in the backfield, but he still managed to get 5. You need to simulate that as best as possible, and Christian McCaffrey is actually a bell cow. So if he's not able to go, or if he's not able to put complete pressure on it, I would definitely be worried because, like everybody knows, those high calf strains turn into Achilles tendon tears because all of the ligaments and those things, they all work together. They're all they all work from the top of the calf all the way down to the Achilles. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents. But it's good talking to you guys.
Appreciate it, Anthony.
Get better.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Again. And Bonte said it before he left us, Steiny, as he appeared on his show with the guys.
Well, then you can take it to the bank. What'd he say?
That there's 2 scoreboards. And
that's your line.
No, yeah. But he
now, that is one of your originals.
But Brock Purdy getting this contract, whether you like it or not, if he's getting judged differently, not from the team, but from the fan base. And I'm just telling you something If McCaffrey is not available, his job becomes way more difficult. Fans are not going to be like, oh, Brock doesn't have. They're going to be like, nah, you got them M's, and here comes all the jackals. So I'm just saying, there's a tree of jackals that can come out because of this possibility. If McCaffrey's not there, everything looks different. And I know their defense was raggedy last year, but Steiny, 6 wins. And the offense didn't look that great.
From the 707 on the Boxer and Gershon Work Injury Attorneys text line, Steiny, I'll switch jobs with you for a day. You couldn't do my job. 707?
Coming in here to see lovely Evan and myself.
Job.
Stop, Steiny.
You couldn't do my... You know what? You know who you sound like, 707, thinking you could do my job? You sound like Guru saying he could beat Lorenzo Neal in a race.
Oh, my God.
That's what it sounds like to me. Respect the professionalism, guys. Respect it. Randy Cross, we're efforting momentarily.
Randy.
This is some sound from a couple weeks ago. This is Matt Barrows of The Athletic talking about the McCaffrey, not his injury, the way he was looking a couple weeks ago.
I think he looks good. Now, he's not getting a ton of snaps, but when he's out there, he looks like Christian McCaffrey. He had one in yesterday's practice where he soundly beat Fred Warner down the field. I think Warner must have bitten on a play-action fake, and this was an easy score for a long Purdy to McCaffrey touchdown. And that Purdy to McCaffrey connection, short passes, deep passes, that's been available to Purdy in these practices, which leads me to think that, okay, if he's not back to 2023 form, he's pretty darn close.
All right, so that's some optimism from a few weeks ago. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Randy Cross, 49ers former offensive lineman, three-time Super Bowl champion, and he's also a member of the College Football Hall of Fame, class of 2011. Randy, how you doing? Are you excited that the season's here?
Oh, I'm really excited. I am really excited. I sort of enjoyed that game last night. It was a little more back and forth than I had anticipated, but it was fun to see it go the way they did, even with the weird twist at the beginning with Jalen Carter.
Real quick, because the big news out here, obviously, is with Christian McCaffrey. He was limited at practice yesterday. He obviously only played 4 games last year. I mean, you played in the league. What are your thoughts when you hear something like that with a player who was out most of last season?
Well, I mean, people have to remember the reason he was sort of limited early was from that sort of dual Achilles tendonitis that he got all the treatments in Europe and all that stuff from. But it was tearing his PCL was the reason he was out later. And now he's got some calf issues. It's just, guys have runs like that. And especially when you watch a player, when you flip on a Niner game, you flip on, pick the team. There are guys that jump off the tape at you, that jump off the screen at you, because they just seem, if it's, Bill Walsh used to always love to say there's no way to go more than 100%. Well, if these guys are going 100%, guys like Bosa, guys like McCaffrey, guys like Hutchinson in Detroit, guys like that, then everybody else has got to say, well, all right, I'm only getting about 90, because they just look different. And unfortunately, when you go that hard, that long, stuff kind of breaks down. And I think that's something he's going to have to deal with. It's never going to go away. He's not going to get any younger. But, I think you got to semi-plan for it, and having Robinson around is going to help a lot. And you got to kind of hope for the best and lean on your medical staff.
Yeah, no doubt, Randy. Always a pleasure to talk to you. I want to talk about, and I'm excited like the fans are, about Robert Saleh back, but man, things have changed in regard to what he's working with. But Randy, tell me if I'm barking up the wrong tree. If I'm looking at Bosa, 2021, 16 sacks, 2022, 18, and then 23 he had 10, and then last year 9. And I know there's not a lot of help up front, and hopefully that's changed with Mykel Williams and guys like Alfred Collins. But am I wrong to just say, Bosa, you are the help? I need you to be more demonstrative, or is it more nuanced than me just from afar, not playing the game like you, expecting Bosa to be more of a game wrecker?
I think it's an astute observation on your part. So I guess my answer would be yes and yes. Yes, you got to expect the world out of him because that's the level you're paying him for, and B, he has performed in the past too, so that's what you hold him to. But you did a really nice job of getting some other help in there in the last 2 years on that defensive line. So that's the biggest production holdback, I think, is if you can get the inside guys without blitzing, push the pocket into the quarterback, that sets up perfectly for what Bosa wants to do. Come around that end and chop and rip and go. So I think you've done that. I think you've addressed it. And now you just got to see how it works. And probably no better place to see how it works than going into a hostile place like Seattle, playing the Seahawks in a rivalry that's taken on kind of a life of its own.
Yeah. Randy Cross joining us on 95.7 The Game, former San Francisco 49er, three-time Super Bowl champion. Randy, the 49ers obviously have a great offensive lineman in Trent Williams. He's 37 years old. You played till you were 34. If you focus on offensive line play, would you be able to tell if Trent Williams has lost something? And if so, what kind of things do you look for with a player like that maybe slowing down?
Yeah, watching him over the course of the last few seasons, there's been nothing that would indicate, and I think there's nobody in the world usually, if you're a player that's been on a higher level, that's been multiple times All-Pro and multiple times Pro Bowl and like him thought of as highly as he is, they're in a bigger critic than himself. And I know, that was one of the reasons I stepped away when I did after Super Bowl 23 was, I'd been watching the tapes. I saw, what I was playing and how I was playing, and that wasn't what I wanted to put out there. So, and I think, money aside, because at this point, not that it doesn't matter to him, but he's pretty much set. So I think how he plays and how he's remembered is going to be highly important to him. And he'll have his, not only his own self-interest, but he'll be evaluating himself. And that's the bottom line. Nobody can do that for you. You got to be able to look at it and be objective.
Yeah, before we had John, I was telling my partner, man, Randy really shoots it straight. And I'm looking at this Niner receiving core, and I'm excited about Pearsall, no Debo, Ayuk's hurt. Randy, what did you make of Jawan Jennings in that whole contract situation? And I won't dare say what he tried to pull, but he was trying to get more cash. And his deal, he just signed a new deal not too long ago. What did you make of that? And does that penetrate the locker room at all when you see one of your comrades trying to get new chicken?
I don't think players really get into that, to be honest with you. I think it's something players have had to learn to be almost immune to. Because they know eventually they're going to be in that position. So I don't think it bothers, it's not something that occupies a lot of time on Brock Purdy's hit list, I'm sure. It's not something that, you're going to have most of the guys on that team worry about too much. If the bell rings and you're there, you perform, that's all guys care about, period. It's not about personalities. It's not about what you pulled. That's the only good news, bad news. Because if you don't perform and you pull crap like that, then you're going to have a problem.
Hey, Randy, how much time when you were playing did you spend talking to the kicker, if any?
Well, the first kicker early in my career was Ray Wershing, and he got there fairly early with Bill because he'd been at San Diego, and he and McKittrick knew of him. So he brought in Ray, who was a little bit different for a kicker, but he was ultra reliable. But kickers they're just different. That's what they do nothing but kick all day long and play with footballs. So, people say, well, they're kind of strange. Well, no kidding. They're just different. They have all that time to not only waste, they have all that time to kill before the end of practice when we actually need them.
I guess what I'm asking is the 49ers have a kicker, Jake Moody. He didn't have a very good year last year. His preseason was a little shaky, although he had some good moments, and it's clear that he's on a very short leash. And I was just wondering, is there any dynamic within a football team that you could help explain when a team's concerned about a kicker, or you don't even worry about that because it's not your job?
Yeah. You ever watch any golf?
Sure.
You ever see these great golfers that suddenly can't putt?
Yeah.
Or the guy that can't, that is constantly putting himself in tough spots. I mean, we've seen Jordan Spieth. He stopped making 80-footers and 50-footers and struggling to make 5-footers. And he's still playing pretty good, but he's not as great as he was earlier in his career. That's kind of what a kicker is like. And the guys that come back from those struggles, are probably mentally the strongest ones. The problem is with a lot of kickers, their ability to come back and prove themselves is usually with another team, because not many teams have much patience with, if you miss, they love you win or tie. You lose, you're going to get the wrath.
Hey, Randy, I got to ask you about the quarterback. Last year it was a mess record-wise, right? And it was a bunch of reasons they went 6-11. But Brock Purdy signed a new deal, had a great, start to his career. Is Randy Cross looking at Brock Purdy now differently, or has the expectation level grown, even if he's with McCaffrey or without?
I think the main thing that's changed about Brock Purdy is he's one of the richest Iowa State alumni out there.
There you go.
Outside of that, I would say nothing. The guy, I think he's a killer. I believe he's going to be better than he's been in the past. I think he's got plenty of room to improve. And it's only going to be a matter of what his protection, what his pockets like, and how his receivers get out there and get open. They start batting balls up into the air and batting balls down like CD Lamb. Then he's going to have some issues, and I think people are going to have to be patient. But I still believe he's one of the top 3 to 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
All right, Randy, here comes a little bit of a curveball. We had Chad Brown on, the former Seahawk, and as you know, he does some college football. And I have some ties to Tulane University, and I asked Chad Brown about Tulane. Of course, he didn't know anything about Tulane. I see you're doing Navy UAB on Saturday. Which one of those teams you think is going to come in second to the Green Wave?
The Green Wave, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was at West Point this last late December for that American Conference Championship game.
Yeah.
Where the Green Wave tapped out because it was a little too cold for them.
Hey,
tell the truth.
And they weren't really excited about catching that tail whipping they got from Army. I think it's going to be a great match between Tulane, Navy. I think UTSA is going to be pretty good. As always, Memphis is going to be tough. It's going to be a wild thing in the American Conference, though. They're sledding uphill, because if you're going to be a group of 5 team, the American specifically, you can lose 1 game,
right,
and still be considered for the playoff. You can lose 2 if you're over on the other side for the Mountain West. That's 2 if you lose to a really, really good team. So I don't know. I think Navy and them are going to be right there with Memphis and company, along with Tulane. Because, I mean, hell, Tulane beat Navy 35-0.
Yeah, they hammered them last year, Randy.
Look at my guy.
Now, of course, we have
Navy went 10-3, but they were MIA for those 3 games they lost.
Yeah, Tulane had a tough slog down the stretch too, but I like that coach at Tulane, John Sumrall.
Oh yeah, I loved his response. Did you see his response this week?
Yeah. About the helmets?
The best.
Yeah.
Oh God, Randy, don't egg him on, man. This dude's
wearing the white jerseys and recreating the whole Katrina thing, and I found that fantastic.
Wow.
I sort of became a little bit more of a fan when he said that.
Yeah. Any chance you got Duke, Tulane a week from tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not.
That's a big one.
Pretty good game.
Yeah, it's their quarterback's coming back. Mensa. He now quarterbacks for Duke. See, we got to get off though, Randy, because we're in San Francisco.
I got to
and
ask
nobody
Randy.
cares.
I don't know if you're big into predictions, but I got to ask you: Niners making the playoffs?
I think so.
Okay.
I think the Niners got an 11-6 in them.
All right.
There it is.
Hey, Randy, thank you so much as always, man. Really appreciate it. And go Green Wave.
All right. Hey, by the way, I am doing Cal and San Diego State in a couple weeks.
We got a quarterback out here, Randy, the lefty. We might have to pull up on you, Randy.
You're gonna have to learn how to pronounce his name, though, Randy.
What else is new?
Yeah, there it is.
All right, man. Have a great weekend, and really appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right, Randy Cross.
He's awesome.
3-time Super Bowl champ, 49ers offensive lineman from 76 to 88.
What are you going to do when it happens, though? When the boss calls you in and says you got to leave the green wave thing alone.
I was wrong.
Steiny, you pushing it. I love it.
Nobody
cares. I'm playing.
But people care about your Pirates.
Who?
That you bring up all the time.
Please. No, that was good stuff.
Go Green Wave.
11-6. Purdy, a top 3 quarterback.
I like Randy Cross.
I love him. He's a straight shooter, so I can't say that was a shtick.
Who we got?
What question did he say I asked him that was a student?
Oh, yeah. What was that?
Evan, I looked up at Evan. I hope he cut it. Yeah.
What was that question?
I can smell Guru's cologne in that suit. See, that's the type of stuff I don't like, man. Leave me alone. Best ever.
Of course, Tulane's got South Alabama tomorrow. We should be okay, but
what's the line on that?
We don't take anybody lightly.
South Alabama.
Down in the Big Easy.
Yeah.
Nothing easy in the Big Easy.
San Jose State has Texas.
And, of course, that game will be at Hancock-Whitney Stadium.
South Alabama is called the Gulf.
Dude, that is nasty.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
No, I just made that up because there's nothing but, you ever been to Alabama?
Never.
What was the lady's name, the caller that said she called into one of the sports talk shows and was famous after Bama? She says something.
Oh, the Roll Tide woman.
Oh, yeah, Roll Tide.
Actually, I shouldn't say I haven't been to Alabama.
Well, you just did.
Well, because you know what they say about Pennsylvania.
And that's not how that works.
You know what they say about Pennsylvania?
If it's anything close to Alabama, then...
They say Pennsylvania's Philadelphia on the east, Pittsburgh on the west, and Alabama in the middle. So I kind of have been to Alabama, if you know what I mean.
Who says that?
People from Pennsylvania. You get it? Like the middle of Pennsylvania is like Alabama.
Dude, you guys don't have summers like Alabama.
I'm done with the South after the Mississippi trip, so I don't want to hear them names. But dude, you need a jersey. Get one. I'm gonna get you. Your birthday's coming up.
I don't want to.
What number does Menso or what? What number did he wear?
I don't know.
What was your college number?
I had a bunch of them. Remember, I'm not married to numbers.
Are you? That's why you didn't make it,
huh? I wore a lot of different numbers.
I don't like that about your career.
Well, then,
if I didn't know you, I'd tell you a guy with multiple numbers wasn't a dog.
Then blame my dad. Okay? The number doesn't make the player, son. The player makes the number.
Mensa wore number 10.
I know.
Hey, it's your birthday, Steiny. You said you're throwing a party. I may get you a Tulane football jersey.
I have one. Don't get me a jersey. Get me like a sweatshirt or something.
No, a jersey. You need to...
You need a jersey.
Yeah, you need a jersey. Come on. You got one from Steph.
By the way.
Oh, my God.
Can we bring this up?
Please do.
I mean, if it's going to be... I'll tell you what. Before you bring it up, I've never seen this before, but I've got more support from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and the YouTube chat than I've ever had before.
In regard to what?
Some people are seemingly acknowledging you guys are up to something. But go ahead. What do you got to bring up?
I promise this isn't about Maxwell. Apparently that was a subject I didn't know needed to be broached. But who throws a party on a Sunday?
Sunday fun day.
Yeah, the team was kind of talking behind your back. No, we're gonna. I'm gonna.
You know what?
But you know what? We can't get loose.
What are you talking about?
We got work the next day.
Yeah, that'll be tough. Do the 49ers play on the Sunday?
I believe so.
Then you'll just mail in Monday anyway.
Stop.
Why not Saturday?
Let's go to the wee hours, baby.
Let's watch Tulane together.
Like, hey, how you doing? Welcome, Daryl. I got to see you later in an hour. I got to get ready for work.
The reason we're not doing it Saturday, and I hope this is okay with you guys,
we'll see,
considering it's not your party, is the band can't play on Saturday because their lead singer is going to be in L.A., but the lead singer's returning to the Bay on Sunday morning, so I'll be able to have a band at the party.
What? I'm there now. You got a band?
Yes.
Well, you should have led with that.
I might take Monday off. Dude, wow.
Maybe I will too.
How many people you think are showing from here?
Well, I made a list of people, and I've come up with 36. 36 people. We have a lot of food. And I'll tell you what.
People think I'm being cruel
honestly,
today. I'm not. I'm just like, 36, Steiny?
Is that not a lot?
Well, who the hell you think you are?
That's a lot of people.
Ronald Reagan? 36.
Well, it's friends of the whole family. You guys are.
I'm having some fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun.
My acting class, part 2, episode 2, later today, Evan.
Yep, 1:30, right before Shanahan.
Look how excited he is.
So, all right, Shanahan's talking at 1:30 today. No, I think that was taped.
Oh, I was worried.
I think so.
All right.
He's not.
Yeah,
okay.
Shanahan was on the TV in the studio, but it was from yesterday, so we're
before he got the bad news, huh? Probably. I can't believe that news broke at the summit. I thought it was Kuminga. I'm being honest.
By the way, let's talk a little bit about that game last night. Jalen Carter.
Can I defend Jalen?
Oh, no. No.
I'm going to defend him. Can I tell me when to go? And I'll shout out E40, and I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Dak was minding his own business, was behind his offensive lineman, spit, and I could see how Jalen, they were jawing or having words. I could see how Jalen Carter thought Dak tried to spit at him, but to spit in that man's face, you don't do that. You catch elbows and everything, beat downs with that. But Steiny, when it was all said and done, I think JC, and if you look at his college transgressions, I'll leave that alone. You kind of see with his mindset why he got in major trouble and dropped in the draft. I'll leave that there. But a little part of me thought, damn, ref, Dak did spit, and you could make the correlation that Jalen thought he was spitting at him.
But you wouldn't have ejected Jalen Carter. Oh my!
Austin in San Jose goes, Guru will never back Dak.
Don't you see?
Dak would have kicked his ass
again. Here it is. To. Again,
I'm just being honest, Donnie. I'm being neutral. I thought Dak spitting, even though Dak wasn't spitting on Carter, I could see how Carter thought, okay, I got to retaliate. Spit. It's one of the most despicable things you can do, but I do wonder if we're going to get something from the he spit in his face. You can't do that. And you let your team down. I resigned from the case. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Say your piece.
He was in the wrong. I mean, it's not even close. One spit landed on the AstroTurf, and the other spit landed on a guy's upper chest.
Yuck. I got you. Come on. What about the game? Entertaining? Except the lightning delay. 90 minutes.
What do you mean?
They had to pause the game for...
Well, It was lightning.
Yeah, but they were going up and down. My point, I get that, safety first, but I think, Dallas didn't score in the second half. Maybe a CD catches on a few ball, holds on to a few. How does your number one receiver have a day like that, opening night?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what. Prescott's got to live with a loss there, and that's not right.
And Brian Schottenheimer, whose daddy was looking down upon him from the heavens.
I am so sick and tired of the way people talk about quarterbacks in football. Dak Prescott was terrific last night. He puts the ball right in CeeDee Lamb's hands 3 times that I saw in the fourth quarter. Because I didn't watch the game because I was at the Summit.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, what more? Come on.
Can I give you a hot take I have about Dak?
How about after the break,
Okay.
Evan said.
All right.
Oh, look, you two.
You two what? You went to the concert.
Yeah, you guys are two teamwork guys. You guys are really working together as a team. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And Christian McCaffrey, obviously the big news. We'll be talking about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Go Green Wave!
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CMC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in the face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up.
Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Decision making was diabolical.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What is love?
No!
So, coming up at 2 o'clock today, What's Bugging You? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. And for the last four Fridays, I've gone up to the What's Bugging You, and I haven't really had one, and I've had to kind of concoct one. Now I have 2.
Look at you.
I've got 2.
That's a surplus.
And since one is sports related, I'm going to do that now.
Let's go.
I'll save the other one.
And I brought the gripe music.
I brought this. It's not really gripe. Well, but it is. I brought this up to you before the show.
Oh, I hope I'm not a part of it.
You're not. LeBron James is somebody who's been maligned at times over the years and sometimes can be a very polarizing figure. And I must say that between the time he came into the NBA and yesterday, I've always liked LeBron James. I like him a lot.
Yeah. A lot to like.
I think he's a great player. I think he's a good family man. I think he's a little narcissistic, whatever. I like him for the most part. But he's doing something that's bothering me. Have you noticed?
No, I have not.
He's beginning to post on social media golf videos. He's taking up golf. And I just can't help but think this is so LeBron. Like, you're not a golfer. Don't try to weasel into the NBA golfing community. Like, there's a certain segment of players in the NBA that love golf. And they got their group. And clearly, he feels like he's outside that group. So now he's taking up golf so he can be in that group with Steph and J.R. Smith and all those guys.
I truly
like that. It does. You're not in this one, LeBron. You're not in this one.
In year 100 of his career, Steiny, come on, golf. Man. Let him live.
I'm just telling you. That actually bothers me more than anything he's ever done in his career outside the decision.
But Steiny, it sounds like you belong to you're the golf club telling me I can't.
That's
you don't take
right.
my type. I don't like
That's
that.
right.
I don't like this gripe.
Let
him live.
He can live. Go play golf with Rich Paul and your buddies in L.A. You're not part of the NBA golf community. You know why? Because they're serious about it, and you're just trying to pick it up right now.
Steiny.
You're not. You know what? Get yourself a 10 handicap. And we'll talk.
Oh, Steiny.
LeBron, you're not in this one. You're not in the golf.
Shut up and dribble and don't golf. But Steiny has got some elements to it,
Sorry,
man.
LeBron, you're not in the golf community.
Did you see his stroke?
Yes.
Give me break it down.
Mediocre. Very mediocre.
Well, I can relate. Well, I wonder why that bothers you. Like, seriously.
Because it's like vintage LeBron wanting to horn in on stuff.
That's not gonna.
That's the point.
The golf element is not gonna supersede what he's the king. Let him golf.
He wants to be involved in like everything. Every single thing.
Well, obviously not. He just waited the year till he was 44 to start golfing. But let him live. That's all I would.
He is so
you actually watched that thing.
And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Go ahead.
I don't care. You know why he's golfing, don't you?
No.
Because of Steph Curry. That's why he's golfing.
But why now?
Because he's jealous of Curry. He just is.
Well,
and Curry gets
that.
all these accolades for being such a great athlete.
But
and now LeBron's got to show I can play golf. I can play golf.
If you were right, this would have happened 9 years ago. He would have picked it up like 7 years ago.
No, don't you get it?
It's winding down for him now.
Right. But right now, golf is huge in the NBA.
Yeah.
Right.
So he missed that train.
No, he's realized now that this golf community is like a clique within a clique in the NBA, and now he wants to jump in.
I don't see it that way.
I do.
Oh, D. Lou said Steiny's speaking truth. Don't you understand? It's almost over for him, so maybe he just really was like, okay, what if I did wait too late? But it's nothing that's going to elevate him. He's going to be in this group whether you like it or not, even when he's retired, but his career's almost over. I really believe like the dude's like, man, like me when I golf and thinking I'm going to beat this is something, but let him live.
He's picking up golf for the wrong reasons. He's picking up golf to be part of a group
that he's already a part of.
No.
He's already a part of it.
He's not a part of that group. He doesn't golf.
All right, let's see Butcher check. Let's see if he agrees.
I bet
with
you Butcher agrees. I will bet money that Joe Shasky agrees.
Steiny is 100% correct.
Thank you.
Regarding Braun, 100%. It's a click within a click within a click. All right, my question to you two is why now? He's almost done.
That's one of the reasons why, is because he's almost done. And two, he's starting to understand the realization that guess what?
Over.
Golf's more important to NBA players, some of them, than the NBA. Because nobody wants to compete. You know it. And you know what? And you know why? And you know why
you got some Jim.
You know why my opinion's got some credibility, Goo? Is because I'm not a LeBron hater. I like LeBron, but this is a bridge too far.
Whoa!
You're not a golfer.
It ain't shut up and dribble and don't golf.
That's not the same thing.
Jim Olay, I got to read this in the chat. Come on, G-U. Just like at the summit, don't you know your partner? Steiny is romantic about golf. This is what bothers me. LeBron is tarnishing that image.
Not really. I mean, no, it's because, anybody can play golf. I don't care about that.
But it seems like you do.
I don't care that you play golf, but then don't say, well, I'm going to the Olympic Club and then
Yeah.
You know I'm right.
I'll tell you if you're right.
So say it.
I just don't get what's in it for him.
What do you mean?
He is the lead. He's been the golf component ain't gonna make or break him. Let him enjoy.
And don't think for 1 minute Curry doesn't have something to do with this. Don't think for a minute.
What is that?
Anyway. That was going to be my what's bugging you, but
you got something else.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I do.
Quick 49ers update from Vic Tafer. Christian McCaffrey is warming up for practice.
How do you feel now?
Talk to me Sunday, right before kickoff. And we got Kyle.
Vic Tafer.
Remember Vic?
That's right. Okay. So there it is. Evan, say that again. He's a practice. Is he a full participant? Or?
He is in uniform and warming up on the field during early portion of Friday's practice.
Right, and they won't be there for the whole practice, so they won't know if he goes through everything until the end of practice when Kyle talks. So.
Real quick here,
that's a good sign.
That's a damn good sign.
Right.
So, what time you think you're going to do it? Say I overreacted.
You know what? I'm not.
Well, we all did. Take over the summit, and we don't know. I want him out there, of course, and they want him out there. We'll see. Red team, Guru completely missing what Steiny is saying. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you kind of.
I'm a minority, too. Things hit different. And when a white guy talks about a black, rich athlete playing golf, bothers him, my radars go off. And I know it's the wrong radar,
there you go.
But it's my radar, and allow me to process it. But the king is the king without golf. But you guys got me looking at him, though.
Oh, that's right. We got to get out here. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'll give you 5 seconds to make an ass out of me. Go ahead.
Zany glass is what you meant.
And then I'll Evan, you want to jump in here before I wrap it up?
He deserved it.
Shut up, Steve. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the fans.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. You said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can't let it die, can you? Can't let it die. Let's get nuts. Last thing on LeBron.
All right. No, take your time. A lot of people getting a kick at it, and Shasky sent us one more. I'm going to read it.
So LeBron's posting all these videos of himself golfing. And it's obviously, he's so thirsty to get into this group. It is unbelievable.
I did see the rain video.
Okay. And that's the other thing.
That's a little
That's the other thing. He sends out a video of him playing golf, and it is pouring rain. Okay, I mean just pouring.
Right.
First of all,
you showed me.
Nobody would play in that. No real golfer would play in that unless you're in Bandon Dunes or Ireland. That's the first thing. Secondly, like he doesn't even have any rain gear on. So he's like, it's like my father used to say, learn the rules of golf before you play. Like, get a rain jacket on there if you're going to golf. Like,
that looked a little,
come on.
I wish you wouldn't have showed me that video, but this is Shasky. I guarantee you, it irks LeBron that J.R. Smith is in the clique because he's a phenomenal golfer and he's nowhere to be found because he's not into golf.
I completely agree.
That is just amazing. You guys look at that. But the golf one looks a little thirsty. Like, LeBron, stop, man.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So McCaffrey, according to Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, Mayoko tweeted, Christian McCaffrey is working on a side field as the 49ers begin their practice. So there it is.
Yeah. Now that's different than, and again, Steiny, I don't have an agenda. We don't do agenda radio. But, well, let me ask you this. With that report before Kyle talks, because that's going to be my gauge, Kyle keeping it real or trying to Jedi mind trick us, him on the side, does that make you think, okay, he'll be out there in Seattle? Or you still like me? I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea.
All right.
I have absolutely no idea. I have no idea. JFA on the YouTube chat. Here we go. Golf aficionado Steiny. This is why golf struggles to grow the game. These so-called stewards of golf who look down on new players.
Wow, new players.
I'll tell you what, JFA. No, I'll tell you what, ring-a-ding-ding.
Quit gatekeeping, dude.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Hey.
We don't need to grow the game. We need to shrink the game.
But you hear what Evan said to you and Shasky?
What?
Gatekeeping.
That's right. That's right. You know what? You shouldn't be allowed on a golf course if you don't know the rules.
The rain would have got me, though. That's a bad look.
Well, that's just a choice. I mean, you can go out there without rain gear.
But, Evan, it's being filmed as well.
Well, he films everything. I mean, not just golf. It's like La Taco Tuesday and all that crap.
I didn't know if somebody had a water hose over the phone. It wasn't really raining, or he just wanted to make it look like it was raining. But, Bron, Steiny, he's the king, man. He's done nothing wrong on and off the court.
Well, he has.
Let him in the gate.
He's done some things wrong. I mean, please. He vanished in, this is what you do.
As a father.
You said on the court.
No.
He's never done anything wrong on the court.
Why I love LeBron and respect him utmost, Steiny, if I were LeBron, I'd be in the pen. That's prison.
Why?
I'd have 10 baby mamas. I would be the worst person in the world. I'm telling you, Evan, I know me. Okay? Some people are not meant to have stuff like LeBron was given. And what did he do? Be a great father. Start schools. I'm not telling you he's perfect. A good father.
All right. Well,
you don't see him out here cheating.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
And if you're cheating,
let me get this straight.
But you know what I mean.
Just for the sake of clarification.
I know.
Okay. Today, he's a great father.
And he's always
been. But a month ago,
okay,
because Bronny's in the NBA, can you believe he's doing that to his son? Why? This is not being a good father. Getting his son into the NBA. Well, is it good or bad?
Well, that's not being an absentee father. So that doesn't even qualify or constitute bad.
Have people criticized LeBron? Have people criticized LeBron for his role in getting Bronny?
Oh my gosh!
Okay,
yeah.
Well then,
but I'm looking at it through a bigger picture, real life. Forget balls. Now that you focused on ball, I'm talking about the man.
My point is if
and
you
he's never abused his fame.
That's fine, but all I'm saying is, you can't criticize, I've heard this a million times. I'm not mad at Bronny. It's LeBron. It's LeBron. LeBron, the father, what's he doing? What's he doing? Okay, I'm just saying. If you're, question him as a father for the way he's doing Bronny.
Do you have, in the grand scheme of life and how you could be a bad parent, trying to get your kid on your team is, you know what I'm saying? It's not even a misdemeanor.
It's normal.
Oh, yeah.
Well, but nobody acknowledges it as normal. Everybody thinks LeBron's doing something that other people wouldn't do in his position.
Uncle Looney Goo, you're not supposed to say that out loud. No, I've said it before.
Said what?
If I had fame. You see me get down.
You know what I mean? Sure. Let's go to Uncle Gene.
Gene's thanks for showing up last night too, Jeannie.
Hey, fellas. Sorry I didn't say hello to you.
Yeah, you
Steiny,
said hello to
came a
me.
little later.
Yeah, Steiny was late, but
Yeah,
we talked, Gene.
did.
He was there.
Oh,
Yeah, anyways. Yeah, and Matt kind of was like a firewall. I was trying to get to you, and he told me to sit down. So anyway.
Oh, the boss.
Anyway,
Yeah,
it's just a joke. I mean,
he runs hot.
Okay, so I want to take an opportunity to crow a little bit.
All right.
I don't know if you remember a couple of weeks ago, I predicted that the Valkyries would make the playoffs.
Wow.
And you put a lock on it. So here it is. They've made it. This is truly amazing. I mean, just looking at myself and my support for them. If you told me 2 years ago I'd be a WNBA fan, I would have told you were crazy. But just as I turned my wife on to the Warriors, she turned me on to the Valkyries. And I'm just, I'm right there. I mean, I've been to 3 games.
Oh, nice.
The excitement is as much as anything I've ever seen at a regular NBA game. So, and here's a really good news, I think. Joe Lacob is making money hand over fist. You know, he's got the Midas touch, right?
Yeah.
So I predict that in the off season, he's going to bring 1 or 2 big stars to the team. I mean, he can afford it. He wants to win. And so this year they make the playoffs. Next year, I think they compete for a title. That's my next prediction.
Man, I mean,
look at Gene. Stay hot, baby.
Gene.
Stay hot.
Yeah, they've
the Valkyries. It's incredible, man.
Yep,
it truly is.
They've clinched the playoff berth in the WNBA playoffs, and first ever team that's been an expansion team to make the playoffs. Pretty amazing, really. Really pretty amazing. And I'm serious because I don't know, like, where do you go from here? You already made the playoffs in your first year. I mean, man.
Imagine them winning a round. Then Chase could get that playoff game.
They do seem like the quintessential team you don't want to play in the postseason.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
He was there.
Yes, he was.
Yep.
Hey, Grandpa, how you doing?
Sakina, I'm picking up my girl from Grandpa Daddy's on the job, picking her up the kindergarten.
There you go.
Sakina, say hi, 95.7.
Hey, hello.
Say hi, Steiny. Hi, Guru. Hey, Cloud.
Hey, hope you had a good day.
Hey there.
I'm loving you guys, man. You know what? You guys are great. That whole crew at the summit, it's golden. It's golden.
Thank you, man.
Guys,
You're the man.
I was telling everybody that I don't watch sports all the time, but I get my sports knowledge from here. I get a little bit of Shafty in the morning. I get Goo and Steiny, and then I get Willard and Dibs, and I'm golden, baby. I'm golden. But listen, man. Look, McCaffrey, run him like a thoroughbred.
Oh, wow.
That is J-O-B. You know what I'm saying? Hey, protect him against himself, but if he says I can go, get cracking, bro. You're getting paid. All for this is J-O-B. Don't forget that. That's a job. You're getting paid a lot of money.
Wow.
Now, second, I'm serious. Let him go. And if he blows it out, he blows it out. Hey, you got to be tough. It is what it is, baby. This is life. Now,
yeah.
Steiny, Goo, Steiny and Goo, you both were correct about LeBron. Look, okay, be quiet a minute. Okay, be quiet a minute. Okay, be quiet a minute. I'm on the phone.
Come on, Grandpa. Get it under control.
I like his tone.
Hey, LeBron, come on, bro. You don't need to be on the golf course. You're putting a video, you're playing in the rain. Negro, come on, bro. You ain't keeping it real. Come on, miss me with that.
I'm with you.
But Steiny, LeBron, very noble man, bro.
Yep.
Let me tell you, that man, he has done more for black children. I'm telling you, he bought a bicycle for everybody in this school in Akron, Ohio. He put like 1,000 kids through college. That man, he ain't never stepped out on his wife. He ain't never had.
We don't know that.
No drama.
Not that we know. Not that we know.
Thanks, Grandpa Daddy.
No drama.
All right, Grandpa.
He's our guy. Oh, I love it. Real quick, I guess Bronny has a beautiful swing. Shasky's saying too, so he grew up playing the game, I guess. But yeah, man, let the guy live.
So, according to Matt Mayoko, Christian McCaffrey is not practicing with his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday's news, that's why this was such a reversal. I don't expect him to go Sunday.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk righteously brewed in the city. And Kyle Shanahan is going to talk to the media. He's scheduled to talk at 1:30. That's in a half hour. And obviously, Christian McCaffrey is going to be the center of attention. And hopefully we'll get some more, an update on what's going on. And we will be carrying that live at 1:30. So there you go.
I thought he was back practicing. I knew that was too quick, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, the 49ers open up their season Sunday in Seattle. You know the one thing
that's got a game tonight?
You know the one thing, and this is about the game, but it isn't anything that I've really heard talked about a lot other than by TJ Houshmandzadeh last night on Willard and Dibs. I didn't even think about this, but it seems obvious that everybody who's ever played in the NFL says, Seattle's different. Playing in Seattle is different because of the noise.
Yeah.
And
6 man.
TJ was talking about how the 49ers are going to have a lot of new players on defense. And, with the noise, they're going to have to make some adjustments. And he was kind of saying that's where, veteran teams have a little bit of an advantage because they've got guys who have played in that environment. And the 49ers are going to have some guys who are playing in that environment for the first time.
Yeah, and we talked
Something
about
to keep an eye on.
No doubt, Steiny, and it's always, I know they won the division up there years ago, but I told you earlier, in their last 8 outings, the Seahawks got 10 of 11 starters returning, man. They've only given up 14 offensive TDs, and I'm just saying they're getting better. McDonald's, I think, a defensive-minded coach. We know that from what he did with Baltimore. But, Steiny, I'm just like, man, this is not going to be a walk in the park, especially – if you have no Michael Jordan. And that's what I think McCaffrey is to this offense.
Let's go to Jesse in Rohnert Park. Hey, Jess, how you doing, man?
Good to speak with you, gentlemen.
Back at you.
I'm going to keep it brief. We talk about Purdy needing to earn his money. Shanahan needs to as well. We're in a situation, we lost our Jordan, as you just mentioned.
Yeah.
He needs to figure out a scheme to get an extra guy on the field in some way. Not 12 men, but getting a guy to do a dual role. That guy is Purdy. He's built like a running back. If we can see, and I hope you're listening, Shanahan, let's try it. Let's do this for the season. Run pass option. We have to use Purdy's legs. We need to get another weapon on the field. Purdy hasn't been running. He's very young, very durable. We've got to incorporate that into the game. That's what I'm watching for tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping for. Because I don't think McCaffrey is going to be what he was once. And I don't think Robinson can play that role. We need another distraction. We need another threat. Get Purdy's legs in the game.
Appreciate it, Jess. There's always a danger in that, obviously.
And I'll say this to that, Matt, before you go. I remember last year we thought it was by choice, but he was running because the pocket was closing and breaking down on him. But, I mean, he's not Michael Vick, and it sounds like the caller thinks he's Steve Young like that. And we know he's mobile. But, man, you don't want to put him in harm's way. But what offensive player, if they don't have McCaffrey, Steiny, is capable of doing more? It's got to start with your QB.
Yeah, I think that's a dangerous situation. In terms of if he tries to take too much on his shoulders, it ain't going to work. Let's go to Mike, Philmo Mike.
Our man.
What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
I love how you be introduced to callers. You be like, let's go to, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Let's go to Johnny in Stockton. What's up, bro? I love how you do that. It's hella funny. Anyway, though, but you is kind of hating on LeBron, though. But I understand totally where you coming from. I do get where you coming from, though. But I want to talk about McCaffrey in a weird way. I don't know, man. I feel some type of way, man. You took the money from us. Boom. You knew you wasn't going to be able to play. I don't know. But I know injuries happen, you know what I'm saying? But in a weird way, I just feel some type of way about that situation. And then we come up to the season, everybody talking high kudos, and then bam, you limited in practice when 2 days from game day. That's kind of peculiar. But, you just got to roll with the punches. I don't know what it was, but it just seems like we get a lot of injuries in training camp. And it's like, I never used to just see all these injuries just happen in training camp. I don't know if it's the staff. I don't know what's going on. People need to start training with Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice didn't get injured in the offseason.
I said that at the summit yesterday, Mike.
They need to do that regimen for real, because it's like it's something going on. It's like it's too much money out there. It's too much technology for this to be happening more often. It should get better with time, not worse with time. And so it's like, it's weird. Like, I don't know what was like, they say like they were trying to do things to implement more safety and, more, they do less, I like the bigger helmets. Okay, that's cool. They need to practice more, man. They need to build up some type of callus. And the last caller from Ronan Park, they do a lot of things at Ronan Park. And one of them things is smoke crack. You can't be putting Brock Purdy out there like that. Stay off the rocks, homeboy. Straight up.
Yeah, man.
Ronan Park's not. They don't do that.
Well, that's how Philmo saw it.
Yeah.
I just noticed Philmo didn't give me anything about my fit today, but when it's raggedy, he'll have something to say. But no fit check from Philmo, Mike. But can you tell the listeners I brought that up at the summit?
I don't remember.
When let me help you. But you remember the Maxwell concert when he was asking about what you took from this offseason, and I said guys like Pearsall showing up, young thoroughbreds, kind of with little nagging things, hammy. And I'm like, what are you guys doing in the offseason to where you're showing up and something's going on? A check engine light. It's nothing major, but it is weird. We've talked about it, and I don't know where they start. Maybe reach out to Rick Celebrini. I don't know, Steiny. What is going on, man? Like, I feel that call.
I always try to look at every point of view, and people are upset about the injuries, and I'm just thinking, okay, well, what happens if everybody comes in fat and out of shape?
Like the old days?
No, then will they suffer injuries more or less? The great Dave Cowens, the great former Boston Celtics center, used to say that all the time, that you can't play your sport 12 months a year.
And maybe that's what's happening then, Steiny. Maybe that's why Halliburton and the rest of the gang, maybe that's it. They're doing it too much.
Yeah, you got to give the body a break at some point.
Lord knows we do. Not Evan.
Yeah.
Means he's working. That's why I'm proud I'm still hooping. I don't even care for the son of a thing to go in the hole. I'm out there. And that's what life's about. I'm out there hustling. My man.
You don't mind if you ruin the game for 9 other guys?
Steiny, stop. That's why I wish you would just come watch me.
I won't.
Who said they would? Somebody said they would. I'm like, pull up with me. A little camera?
Oh, I said I would if you play at San Quentin.
Oh, you did. Myers texted me.
If you play at San Quentin, I'll come.
Yeah.
For sure. And that I do mean. For sure. All right, Christian McCaffrey, ladies and gentlemen, couple pieces of news. Yesterday, obviously, he was limited at practice, and today he is working on the side, not with his teammates. Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media in about 20 minutes. We're going to take it live to get you the update in real time. But
here we are again,
we'll see.
Man. Yeah,
we'll see. What would you predict? Here's my prediction. He'll leave it open-ended about Monday.
Sunday.
Rather. He will say, we'll see about Sunday, and we'll see about after that.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he's going to say.
And
he's not going to say, well, he's definitely playing Sunday.
I'm with you on how he's going to attack this, but the Guru computer has already spat out, Steiny, he ain't playing Sunday, and I don't know when he's playing. This is an Achilles issue / calf, which we know can blow and go like an engine in a Cadillac, an old Cadillac. I've been there. We've seen this. Halliburton, it happened, and he's a young buck. We saw Durant nurse this. Steiny, you can't, it feels like right now you just can't win this battle. You can maintain, but a running back with all the miles on his tread, Steiny, I don't see it, Bob. And when I say that, the 2023 McCaffrey.
And I think the 49ers knew this was a possibility, and that's why Brian Robinson's here.
Do you feel any type of way about what Fillmore Mike said, Steiny? Because I'm starting to hear whispers he took the money. He didn't know he was hurt like this.
I mean,
I didn't hear you.
Well, I'm certainly not going to accuse Christian McCaffrey of being hurt when he signed the contract, but I do know that was the one. Like I remember saying last year, okay, it looks like Christian McCaffrey was the number one priority, and there was no fanfare. We heard about Trent Williams wanting more money and holding out. We heard about Ayuk wanting more money and holding in, and McCaffrey was just boom. He was done right before the wedding, right? Did he have a wedding last year?
Good call.
So, yeah, it's a tough break there. All right, 888-957-9570. We got a bunch of stuff on the other side. Kyle Shanahan's talking at 1:30, but before that, we will have scene 2, I guess, of Goo's acting career.
I'm ready.
We'll do that on the other side of the break. We're going to set up a scene for Guru. He claims he's a great actor. And you guys can
I'm trying to do what Bron's doing with golfing.
The judge of that.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
Here we go.
Starting with a Week 1 NFC North rivalry between the Lions and Packers.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service. Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Sometimes you see something on Twitter, you're working 20 different things at a time.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me explain what's going on right now. Christian McCaffrey is not practicing with the team. He's on the side practicing. Kyle Shanahan's talking to the media in about 15 minutes. We're going to bring that to you live. And so you'll get the news as soon as we get the news. But it looks like we don't know if he's playing Monday at this point, Goo.
Sunday. I think I know.
Keep doing that?
I think I know. But I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, still up in there.
You think he's going to?
I don't think he's playing.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you see Brock Purdy's new commercial?
I heard about it. I didn't see it. What am I missing?
Evan turned me on to it.
On a personal text?
No, it was here in the office before you came in.
All right.
It was about 9:40, about 20 minutes before the show.
Anyway, I deserve it.
Show up 10 minutes later.
Please. I was here early.
It's a boot commercial. I guess he's endorsing boots. He's got some cowboy roots. You know what I mean?
So are you going to boycott him and say, hey, you're not a cowboy like LeBron's trying to get
No,
into
he is
golf?
a cowboy.
Well,
like he absolutely, he's a flannel shirt wearing dude.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have to pretend.
He's a cyclone for sure.
The one thing about Brock Purdy is there's no airs about him. Should we take the call and then we'll set up?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's go to Frank in Atlanta and then Guru.
Acting. Yeah.
Hey,
Frankie.
Frank.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Trying to figure it out, Frank.
That's good. That's good. This McCaffrey thing, man, we have to, you know, I don't want to say put the rat on the table, but we do. Christian, CMC has to become the threat and not the promise. We have to get to the point of we can get Christian McCaffrey to the post every week. In order to do that, we have to cut his touches down. Because Christian McCaffrey, as a threat, changes the way other teams have to defend us. Christian McCaffrey in 21 personnel can play the running back or the H-back. And from those two positions, he becomes more like Deebo Samuels, where him going in motion gives the tell to Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy on how the other team is trying to defend us. That opens up every other part of our offense. And it also gets the other team out of single high 8 in the box, which we have to in order to run the football. We want to be a running football team. So if you have B-Rob in the running back and CMC at fullback, at the moment CMC goes into motion, he gives the tell. If they do a certain thing, okay, on the pass play, we can check it down to him, and he's going to get you 7-8 yards if you make the tackle. If you don't make the tackle, it's a big play. So his best contribution for us is going to be 8 catches a game and maybe 6 runs.
So use him more through the air, yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, use him more as a threat and not so much a decoy, but if you do this, then we'll do that. And we can figure you out by formation and personnel package. We can get you out of, what do they call it, single high, 8 in the box. We can get you back in 7 in the box, and that opens up our running game. We have to get to the point where we can run Isaac Guerendo and B-Rob. So Christian McCaffrey learning that position and playing that position the majority of the time, then you can put him in the running back, and you can put even Kittles in the fullback, and he goes in motion.
Frank got you. That's a lot to process.
He's not Frank, bro. That was baldy.
There was a lot to process there. I do wonder if he's healthy, but you don't want to run him as much, then maybe you do use him more as a decoy or just a threat out there that maybe you might not go to. All right, last week, Darryl the Guru Johnson was touting his acting ability, and we played out a scene where we set up a scene for Guru, and then he had to be the actor, and the scene was your son came home with a D on his report card.
Little Darryl. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Well, the scene we're setting up right now is like this. So Guru and I were at the cafeteria, and I because I'm such a great friend to Guru, I had to tell Guru that his wife was cheating on him.
Yep.
His wife is cheating on him. And Guru, what I'd like is for you to act like you're walking into the house.
Yep.
I'm your wife, and you just found out I had an affair.
Yep.
Okay?
All right.
Here we go. You want me to say hello?
Just say, how'd your day go?
Hey, Goo, how was your day?
Really? Like, seriously, really? Like, I've been crying all the way. Ask me why I've been crying.
Why?
I've been crying about an hour. Because I just met with Steiny, who knows Terry. Terry for 143rd Street. Does that ring a bell? Well, it should ring a bell. I just talked to Terry. I just met Terry. And I thought we were holding. Let me just slow down. I love you. I loved you. And I thought you loved me. We got a house. I just bought you a car. And the world was going to be ours. And now Steiny just introduced me to Terry, who told me he's your lover. And this has been going on for 15 months. And you've been telling me you love me. You don't even got an answer. I see it on your face. Busted. Now, this is what I want you to do, because this is what I'm going to do. You see these bags? I'm out of here. I'm telling your parents. I'm calling mine and your sister. I'm telling her. Don't you ever, oh, Lord, help me. Don't you ever call me again. And when we sit down and tell the kids we're parting, you tell them what happened and why this happened. But I'm going to tell you this, man, I'm sick. I don't know what to do, but I know this. We're done. I think I got some, Grandy.
Now I got to give, somebody on the text line.
I feel like I really did a scene.
Now I got to give Guru a pep talk that says, you got to fight for your woman. You got to fight for her.
No, you're one and done. Calipari's now. You cheat her out.
Here's a real intelligent.
Oh, boy.
Here's a smart question from the 408. How is this sports related?
It's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, boy. Welcome to 10 to 2.
Guru acting should be a regular segment.
Well, McCaffrey may have to act on Sunday.
Oh, my gosh. Or they may have to act like they don't miss him.
Kyle may be acting in about 10 minutes.
I can't wait to hear this, man.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. If you're just joining us, once again, Christian McCaffrey he was limited yesterday, and today he's practicing on the side, not with his teammates. They play on Sunday, obviously. Kyle Shanahan's going to meet the media in about 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to bring that to you live. Obviously, we're hoping to get more clarity on what's going on with Christian McCaffrey and the San Francisco 49ers as they head into their season opener on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks. All right, that's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game, and it's also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Hey, it's Mark Willard, and our dog Penny means absolutely the world to our family. That's why I'm excited to tell you that on Saturday, September 6th from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about here. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early, bring patience, and maybe leave with a new best friend. Details at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
Start your wellness journey at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on all supplements with Prime through September 9th. Stock up on favorites during this biannual event. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson, justice for workers.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right. Kyle Shanahan is set to meet the media at any point in the next 5 or 10 minutes. When that happens, we're going to go right down to Santa Clara and take that live. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey is going to be the center of the conversation. Today, he is practicing on the side, and yesterday he was limited at practice. And with the 49ers season opener coming Sunday, the bottom line is we got to find out if he's going to play Sunday and if there's any news about what may happen after that.
And do you have a problem if I take it one step further? Have we seen the best of Christian McCaffrey? Because that's really at the core of this as well, Steiny. Have we seen the best 2 years in a row from him when he arrived here? Is that fair? I know it's.
I mean, I would say, yeah, of course. He's older for a running back. By the way, poor man Steiny.
Yeah, our guy in sales.
His last name's Steinberg.
He's big on the acting.
They called him Steiny back in New York.
His name's Dylan.
And it's poor man Steiny. Or little Steiny. Lil Steiny.
Go ahead. That's great.
He said, why? He said, she cheated. Why are you moving out?
Yeah, and you helped me write the script, the skit, so we need better writing. She should have been leaving. But people got some Mel Goosen. They got some good stuff here.
No, that was
Paul Newman. Paul Newman was a bad dude.
No, my mom had a crush on him.
Dude, man.
Big time crush. Yeah. Ernie Chavez, how is it acting when that's what happened after?
No, I wasn't married with T.O. I was just
he wasn't married with T.O., Ernie.
Yeah. Dude, why am I? It's crazy.
You are so weird.
No, I'm excited to see how.
The whole break, you're saying, Tiny, I can't wait. What's he going to say? This is going to be unbelievable. Dude.
There's no fun in this at all. But I've been around a lot of great speakers, Donnie. You can tell how serious it is without telling how serious it is. Just how he approaches, his tones. Like, man. And, Steiny, do you think we're going to see him in the next 3 weeks? Forget this Sunday.
Ask Evan. Okay. I have no idea. Ask him.
What's the question?
You think we're going to see?
Sorry, I was taking the book out of Steiny.
I got you. The first four, you get ready to see Lil Wayne. Do we see McCaffrey the first four games of the season?
Yeah, at some point, I think so. But I would like to remind Steiny as well that he was listed as questionable going into week 1 of last season.
And we were together. You and I were together.
By that, by our moment, literally talking to Cam Inman 5 minutes before he broke the news that McCaffrey was not playing on Monday Night Football.
Maybe that's why I'm invested in this, Donnie, and so are Niner fans.
Well, invested in it because this is a damn good player on their team, obviously.
Right. Who only played 4 games last year for you.
Yep. Yeah. This will be the question that we'll probably ask on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Is if Christian McCaffrey's a no-go for the season, how much does it lower the Niners' ceiling? Believe it or not,
for you, oh my God, where are you about to go with this? Because you know where I'm at.
I think it lowers their ceiling to any kind of playoff run is out of the question.
Oh, okay. That's how I feel.
But if they say Christian McCaffrey is out for the year, I am not saying, okay, well, now if the Niners finish in 3rd place in the NFC West, that's fine. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not there. I still think they should be competitive in the division even without Christian McCaffrey. I really do.
I get that. And, I'm going to be honest, I expected that last year, but it was different because I don't know when they thought he was coming back. And maybe we're reliving that again here. But, man, I understand they got a bunch of rookies. Some are going to make some great impact, on both sides of the ball, but mainly the defense. But, man, Steiny, that 6-11 let me know that without McCaffrey, things change. And I know we had the great Randy Cross on, but the bottom line is he makes everybody else's jobs that much easier. And, Steiny, I hope this is not something – if it's nothing and he plays Sunday, fine. But if you're telling me this dude might not be able to be counted on, how is that not a repeat of last year?
Well, I'll tell you how it's not.
How is Purdy not trying to naturally, not bad, organically trying to do more?
I'll tell you why it's not even close to last year is because Christian McCaffrey, as of right this minute, isn't practicing today. Okay? So last year, how many games did Trent Williams play? Like 11? What about Ayuk? He got hurt. What about Fred Warner, who wasn't the same player the second half of the season? So this is one guy. He's an important guy, but it puzzles
too much on him.
Well, it just puzzles me that when we talk about the Niners, we run down this list of players who are possible future Hall of Famers, and we got a quarterback, and you Purdy and Kittle and Warner and Bosa and everybody, and it's like, okay, if you really feel that good about those guys, then this shouldn't be like the killer. Like, you got to work around it somehow. And here's the other thing. We don't even know if he's going to be out for an extended period.
Well, let's do
this.
Of time. More pressure on Kyle if he tries to tip this job without McCaffrey.
If he tries to what?
Attempt to have a successful season without the services of one Christian McCaffrey.
Well, it's going to be harder, sure. Absolutely, I would think. But, is this going to be if they go 6-11, is this going to be the reason why? Are we going to say, well, we lost? Like, if you go 6-11 and you're pretty healthy and you lose just Christian McCaffrey, that's not an excuse. Like, that can't be one guy can't be the reason that you're a 6-win team.
Yeah. But, boy, you're going to miss him, Steiny.
And they have a running back that they got, I think, as somebody who was giving them some insurance. So there you go.
Yeah.
707 Niners smell like a 9-8 team. Sorry, not sorry.
But if you say that, then that could easily be 11. You know what I'm saying? If 9-8 could easily be 11-6.
Well, let's not forget.
Or 9-8.
And I'm just going to quote the great Tim Kawakami, who wrote this in the SF Standard. He predicted the 49ers to go 11-6, and he brings up the very accurate point. Not only is this just an easy schedule, he's calling it the easiest NFL schedule in decades. Decades. That's Tim Kawakami. In decades.
I got the Bears and the Giants being a lot better.
That's great.
I'm not arguing with Tim. I can't. No.
If you go 6-11 with this horse bleep schedule,
you can't, dude. Willard schooled you yesterday.
I'm doing it.
We're going off of last year's data.
If you go 6-11 this year, there is no excuse.
What if the Giants and Bears who you play are way better? What if they're this year's Minnesota? What about I'm just throwing that to you.
So you would go ahead and make excuses. Then they can be 6-11.
That's not an excuse. It's actual fact, though.
The fact is they have the easiest schedule we've seen in the NFL in years.
Right.
In years. And if you're telling me just because they lost a running back that they can now get away with a 6-11 season against that schedule? No chance. And I'd be hard-pressed to find a Niner fan who would be like, well, we lost McCaffrey. We're totally shot. Football teams can't operate that way.
I'm not planting my flag on that hill if he were to be gone to where it's to that degree. But I just hate the schedule game knowing what you don't know about these teams that's had free agency, drafts. Yesterday you brought it up, Atlanta. Steiny, I'm not saying they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going to be better. The Giants, Carolina maybe. So I get you. But you're going on the data, and so was Tim, of what they compiled record-wise last year.
Yep.
But I just leave that door open to, this team won 6 games last year. Be careful pointing the finger at what's easy,
Nobody's saying it's easy, but it's certainly not hard.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at that's the thing. Look at the Rams schedule and look at the 49ers schedule.
Well, where Rams will finish with a higher, better
exactly.
I got you.
That's exactly right.
All right.
So I don't know. We'll find out. The other,
read that 925. That's kind of what I just told you. Last year's.
Okay, I don't There's 7 teams on this schedule that stink. 1 or 2 may exceed expectations, but again, if you're telling me you go 6-11 and you got Jacksonville and you got Tennessee and you got Houston and you got the Giants and you got the Browns. And you don't have the Chiefs or the Bills. You don't have the Eagles. You don't have the Commanders. You don't even have the Cowboys. You got to take advantage of that schedule is all I'm saying.
Well, we'll see.
Evan, can you jump on here and just kind of give me a little update on the plan? We're just going to keep going right now until Shanahan starts?
So Shanahan has not stepped to the podium yet. They're wrapping up practice.
Gotcha.
Willard and Dibs are going to join you guys in a couple of minutes unless Shanahan comes to the podium right now. And then you guys are going to listen to Shanahan together whenever he takes the mic.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then I could call Will out for me being the guy that was going to be late at the event yesterday. Will, that hurt me, and I didn't get it till I was at home. But you got the award. He was walking from Bloomingdale's. I love you, pal.
I'm so old.
You got to be stronger than that.
I am ready for the weekend.
So am I.
By the way, I got nothing going on this weekend.
Well, you're going to be at Dana Sunday.
Well, we'll see.
No, we're going to hit a few corners after. That's Friday.
Oh, let me see. See if I can get this.
Yeah.
I just want to do this, too.
I can't wait to tell Will how he hurt me, man.
It's been this is Tim Kawakami. It's been mentioned a lot by me and others, but this is the easiest 49ers schedule in at least a few decades. Thanks to getting lined up against the A's. For instance, Guru, look at games 11 through 16 from November 24th all the way through the second to last game of the regular season.
All right.
Home against Carolina, at Cleveland, a bye week, home against Tennessee, at Indy, home Chicago. Even if the 49ers are a mediocre 5-6 at that point, they could still straggle and go 4-1 in this stretch.
But if you're 5-6, I don't think you have the ability to say you can go 4-1.
Well,
you can go 5-0, but I mean, are you really at that juncture playing that game?
Yeah.
Because you're pointing at yourself. It's the Spider-Man meme at that point. If you're 5-6 and you say, oh, we got Steiny, I mean, can you really do that, or you got bigger fish to fry?
I'm just saying, you think you're a pretty good team. Are we welcoming these guys in officially? Okay. I'll say this, and then they can, I forgot what I was going to say. All right, it's a crossover brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And then we got what's bugging you. Well, it's all on hold till Shanahan talks. What's up, guys?
Hi. What's up, Steiny?
I have an answer for you, Guru.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I called him out, and thank you for having my back, Dibs. Will, I watched that video after I got home. How was I the last pick to show up late?
You should be mad.
Don't look at me.
No, I know. That's why you have my back.
I nailed that ass.
You should be mad at Whitley Sandretta, who I love, and we got to. It was fun to tip a few at the.
Why mad at Whitley?
Because
you had a chance
Dallas
to choose any one of four.
This might be his
and
Dallas
I did choose Guru,
might be.
but what I said next got edited out. I said Guru deserves a big entrance. So he's going to come in here last because that's the show.
Wow.
That's the show. But that didn't make IG. That didn't make IG.
Well, what I said didn't make IG either.
It did. You said Steiny.
Yeah.
Right, but what did I say after that?
I don't know.
Exactly. It didn't make IG.
But does it change what you were? Because mine kind of changed the tone of what I was saying.
What I said was, Steiny is dealing with an electric car.
Yeah, no.
And he's dealing with a commute that is rife with traffic issues. And so.
Well, they have the same commute.
No doubt. Yesterday we did.
Same spot.
Do they both have electric cars?
No.
You know what?
She brought up
Do they both park in the same place?
Thank you.
They could.
Well, we didn't.
Don't you?
When
don't you get it, Willard? Don't you get it?
She brought up the commute, which is irrelevant in this case.
It's actually very relevant because their commute is different. You're wrong.
Why?
You're wrong.
Because where Guru,
I'm not wrong.
Guru, how far from here do you park your car?
200 yards. Right there at the parking garage.
I got one-on-one
and I was out.
I parked down at the Hilton because it's the cheapest I could find.
Right.
And
so
it's about 6 blocks away.
The commutes are different, is what you're saying.
Okay.
It takes me 15
blocks, which takes about 2 minutes and 38
That's
seconds.
Not true.
Oh,
it's an 8-minute
6 blocks.
It's an 8-minute walk to the Hilton.
Okay.
Not only that,
and Guru's got his walk has some minutes to it as well.
But he gets a 20-minute head start, and his car
10,
and his car's closer to 101.
And whatever. This is a stupid argument. Anyway, Guru, that's why
you lost it.
No,
exactly. That's why.
It's totally uninteresting.
Bottom line, I had Steiny. I won. He had Guru. He lost. He takes the L. WILLARD.
I mean, whatever.
DWIBS, Dwibs. Call me Dwibs the rest of the way.
Did you hear it?
I know victory lap 1-0 because you better victory lap now because the season's coming.
Let's talk about last night's pick if you want.
That's what I was talking about.
And,
1-0.
I'm talking about the IG win as well, so I'm actually 2-0. So
no one was playing that game, but Lucas had a wonderful line at the restaurant where we ended up last night. Wonderful line, even though it didn't work. I don't know if it'll tickle everyone else the way it tickled me, but Dibs went with your friend and a listener.
Alex,
your friend too,
Alex.
I got to meet Alex yesterday.
Yep.
So Dibs, they looked great. There's just two bald heads right next to each other at the bar yesterday.
Happily sitting alone.
Sitting alone. We tried to go one place. It was jam-packed, couldn't get in. So we tried another place, and we run into Dibs.
There we go.
Dibs has that look on his face, which I know so well, which is, oh, crap, I got found. Because he don't want anybody to find him.
Not so much about I got found.
You didn't.
It was more like, oh, God.
Exactly.
Really?
So,
you two?
So, and it wasn't just us two, because then Lucas and Willie, the station shows up. We're like, come on over here. Dibs barely turned around the rest of the night because he wishes that we weren't there.
My man.
But anyway,
untrue. I was having a very, very, very deep conversation with Alex. It wasn't about who was behind me.
You can do whatever you want. You did it at Cash Creek as well. It's all good. Yes. It's all good.
Yeah, 2 to 6. I'm your guy.
I know. I'm not mad at you for it.
5:57.
The funny thing is that so we're all sitting there, and the Eagles and Cowboys are playing, and Lucas looks at me and goes, I've never gotten to fade the Dibbers in person before. This was a first. We've never gotten because you won't sit and watch. You won't come out with us.
I went to your Super Bowl party.
You did. That was a long time ago.
Right.
A long time ago.
Subsequent to that, there isn't really opportunity, but so we're watching the game, and I'm on Dallas plus 8.5, and Dallas is driving. And I turned around for the first and only time, and I looked at them, and I was like, yeah, fade, huh? Yeah, fade. 2 plays later, oh my God, what would happen?
Lamb fumbled.
Whoever fumbled.
It was Miles Sanders.
Stinking
slow ass.
All of a sudden, he fumbles, and these fools behind me start doing fade.
Like Steiny when he showed up.
So they're clapping and cheering, and then the busboy looks at me. He's like, are you guys Cowboy fans? And I'm like, nah. I mean, are you guys rooting for the Cowboys?
How did you answer that?
I said, no. I said, who should we root for? It's the enemy against the enemy. And he's like, oh, my God, that was a little bit more aggressive than I thought, sir. Yeah. Like, give me my check.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
And then that thing turned into the Bush-Gore election where just there was lightning and everybody left. We're like, all right, let's go home.
CeeDee Lamb, catch a pass.
You get home from San Jose to the North Bay during a break.
How long did it take you?
Dude, straight shot. Whatever.
Well, yeah, you stayed a little bit.
Hour and a touch more.
Yeah.
No, we
good
waited
food,
up.
or did you even get to that
phenomenal.
point?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, we didn't. I had the King's Fish House food earlier in the day. Gotcha. That was great.
Yeah, it was.
And then we went to another spot in the mall, and the food was there. It was great there as well.
While we wait, real quick, I know it's Friday.
Was unbelievable.
I didn't have the bass.
Yeah.
I didn't.
That's terrific bass.
Shout out Kevin.
It was great.
Oh, that's
really
great.
Was.
Shout out Tyler.
Shasky and I split a piece.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you hear us rant on LeBron?
I did. I was on your side.
That's unfair.
Why?
Did you hear it?
I heard a piece of it, and then I got out of the car. It
is a fair question. Like, why does it bother you?
And,
like, it's not that you don't.
Shasky.
You might right. Like, I get where you're coming from. But whatever. Like, so he plays golf and he takes videos of it. Like, whatever.
Well, no, but the bigger picture is he's trying to weasel in to the golf community within the NBA.
To weasel in?
No.
Why?
Because.
Who are you? Why do you care?
Because he's
You're
a
not
weasel.
in there either.
Because he has to be a part of it. Like, he has to do. And you know why he's doing it? Because of Steph Curry.
You might be right, but like, whatever.
Why now, though, Dibs?
It kind of made it sound like you were the arbiter of golf.
I am.
The gatekeepers.
I am.
Yeah.
Dibley and I are on the same page. We don't want to grow the game.
Yeah, and now that you refresh me on the take, I like the take.
Thank
and
you.
You know what this is? It's the same thing as the new Warrior fan who goes to Chase in a playoff game and won't put the shirt on because, you're so cool. No, you weren't here for We Believe when this is all we had and everybody wore the shirt. But now you are some, and I won't use the phrase, but it starts with the letter D and it ends with bag. And you're that guy now who's at the Warrior game at Chase Center, and you're so cool because you can afford these seats and you won't put the shirt on. You're LeBron in golf is what you are. I'm with you, Steiny.
Those people have never bothered me. Do you want to know what I used to get bothered by in college? You know that person that knew that band when they just were going to little clubs, and then the band becomes huge,
not bad.
And that person, now the band's at Shoreline Amphitheater,
That's great.
And that guy that used to watch them in the club is like, none of you get to come here. I've known about this band. Shut up. It's for everybody. It's fine. Just let people have a good time.
There it is.
That's all.
It's kind of like you with Pearl Jam, where, you got in late, and,
I didn't. I got in early.
Were you there in Seattle when they were Mookie Blaylock?
I have driven to Seattle to watch them.
Did you see Mookie Blaylock, the band?
Did I see them live? No. No, I did not.
You're just a bandwagoner.
But I was early. I don't care that they became huge.
No, you weren't first.
I wasn't first.
No, you weren't.
I wasn't. I wasn't last.
You're like
year.
LeBron with golf.
You're actually
I was
after
about,
grunge.
I was about 28% of the way in.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what? Who cares? Everybody come along for the ride. Let's go.
Steiny went to a Maxwell concert with his male friend.
Good.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier.
Yeah,
Was that 15 years ago?
Don't come down this road for that either. Let them have fun.
Hey,
Let them have fun.
I heard this piece, and I wasn't sure what the context was, and everyone
go to rap concerts or rock concerts, but
if you go to Maxwell with a buddy, who'd you go with?
I don't know if you know him, Travis Stanley.
I do know
Travis
Travis Stanley
with
the Warriors. Yeah, exactly.
Look
of
at
course.
this.
Yeah. And if you have the chance to go see an artist, a good artist, no matter who you go with that person. Even though Maxwell is much more of a
romantic,
a little something, something.
Him.
I know the whole catalog. Trust me. Maxwell's much more of a let's hold hands and be romantic, but still, he's a good artist. Go see him.
Yep.
So we're doing it now. All right. It's time for the What's Bugging You segment. And I guess we'll just leave at any moment if Shanahan comes on. Okay. September's when rodents begin moving in. And if you hear scratching, it's already too late. Your home is their top pick, but a quick inspection now can save you weeks of headaches. Atco Pest Control stops them before they get settled, sealing entry points and removing active pests. Stop them before they settle in. Visit AtcoPestControl.com today and mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You, and you get 15% off initial services. Term conditions apply.
All right. Yeah, I'll start.
All right.
What's bugging me is my neighbor. He's selling his house, and it fell out of escrow because he needs a new roof. So he knocked on my door and said, hey, you had a new roof. Who'd you use?
Yeah.
And I told him.
Referral.
And he called the person, and then he came back the next day and said, well, that's a little expensive. Who else did you get bids from? I gave him 6 bids, 6 different people, and today I drove up the street, and his roof is getting done. And so I waved to the guy on the roof, and I said, who are you working with? And it was none of the 6 people that I had recommended. Hey, neighbor, you know what?
Yeah.
Don't come to my house again. I gave you 7 different options, and you chose option 8? Dude, you're bugging me.
That's pretty good. And the fact that you got to the bottom
Pack
of
your
it.
knives
Who
and
did you
go.
choose?
Dude, please.
I'll go. So last night, the Valkyries clinched, and this is an incredible season. We've been on the ride the whole time. Yeah. So this is not, it won somebody. It's just not, but I would be fronting and fake and phony like Joni if I didn't tell you this bothers me that when the day does come and they're going to have that one playoff game, that Chase won't be able to birth that. And nothing against the SAP Center. I get the whys, but can you remember anything remotely close like this?
Sure.
Give it to me.
The Warriors during the 75 finals had to play at the Cow Palace, or actually they changed the sequence of the games because something was going on in an arena. 1975. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Might be right.
And I think it was the Cow Palace, actually.
Oh, but still, it doesn't... You're am I wrong? Like, that's a bummer.
No, I think it's awful.
I want to even go to the game. Dibs, how would they just change?
They branded Valhalla, this whole thing. We've sold out every game, and then you make the playoffs, and we're out. It sucks.
Come on, Dibs.
Well, then, if you're going to have this take, and I love the take, but go ahead and point the finger where it should be pointed.
No,
Joe Lacob. He had no faith that they would be a playoff team. He had no belief in Valhalla. He had no faith in Natalie Nicase. If you did, you would have blocked out the playoff days. And let me just say this,
They
Mark.
didn't have the team yet.
But tomorrow...
They didn't have the team yet. When you get the team, they didn't exist.
You move the thing. And you know what? Next year, I guarantee you they will not have anything in September or October.
Now they got a team, but to his point, they didn't even have the team yet.
Right. So when you get the team, you call the Laver Cup and say, hey, yo, tennis. I mean, honestly, tennis? Jeez. Are you kidding me? Are you that thirsty for money? You go ahead and go to the Cow Palace. Get out of here.
We talked about Could Joe give him like a few milli and be like, hey, can you go down 1-on-1? I just feel bad for the team. It's all good.
When the best of intentions turn into a lump in your throat. Did I tell you the story on air or off about what happened with my daughter at the golf course last on Labor Day? Did I tell you on or off the air?
Neither.
Neither?
Yeah, neither.
I thought I told you this story. So anyway, a dad takes his 3 kids out to play 9 holes on Labor Day.
Let's go.
Like, this is my favorite day. Like, we're gonna go, and my oldest son works there, so we just head out there.
Bonded.
Right? Exactly. And sure, family dynamic. So are people gonna bicker and let me go first and let one of them's young? Okay, that stuff happens, but at the end of the day, I'm like, we're out here, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, we're gonna have lunch after. Right? Get to the last. Oh, never mind. All right,
it's that time.
Okay, good.
Kyle Shanahan at the podium in Santa Clara. Working on it. We're working on it.
I mean, if you didn't want to hear the rest of my story, you could have just.
I was into.
Don't just say stop the story.
All
right,
there we go.
You usually have to put that on the report, right?
Yeah, you are right. Yeah, you are right. Did not practice. Did not practice. I was looking at the wrong box.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable. Questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian Gus or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, I mean, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
Does Brian Robinson have a full connection to your offense, or is he still limited in what he knows?
I mean, he's trying to learn it all. I mean, he's working his tail off doing it, studying, but, he's been through 3 practices, so it's definitely not there yet. He'll get better throughout the year, but he's had a real good week.
Coach, with Christian's questionability and then Robinson being so late addition, how does that affect the game plan and what you're trying to do offensively, not knowing who's going to be back there? Or if Robinson's back there, he's ready to be back there.
I mean, I think Brian knows the game plan. You got it in this week. You don't have to know an entire offense. You got to know what the plan is this week, and he's repped at it. So if that's the situation, we're good to go with it. He's ready for it, and I know Isaac will be also.
Yeah, how has Isaac Grindo, he obviously missed some time in training camp, but how is his grasp of the system and the protections and everything, how has that improved over the past year?
Well, I think it's done. I think he's improved a lot. I mean, I think he started out pretty good at it. Isaac's a real smart kid, does everything well. Battled a number of injuries last year, battled one in training camp too. But I think he's gotten better and better since he's been here. I think everyone would always be further along if they don't have setbacks. I think it was tough for him missing a lot of training camp. But Isaac's doing good right now and continuing to get back at it.
You said Wednesday in relation to Christian's off-season, there was concern, like, I think you said arthritis, I don't know if you meant like tendonitis would still be there, and that wasn't an issue. Is that part of what's going on?
I didn't know arthritis and tendonitis were different, but that's just my lack of education on being a doctor. But no, he's just got a questionable deal with his calf.
I have a medical degree.
I can tell.
Yeah.
No, that's why you intimidate me with your questions.
How did Yetur make it through the week okay?
Yeah. No, it's good to go.
Yes. How about Juwan's conditioning throughout the week? Are you confident with him going into Sunday?
Yeah, real confident. I think Juwan's had a real good week. Got a number of good workouts over the weekend and stuff, which adds to the conditioning. We had our 4th practice today, so I think he's gotten better and better throughout the week, and I'm excited to see him out there on Sunday.
Will Christian do anything tomorrow, work out the calf or anything to see how he's feeling?
I'm not sure. I haven't asked that.
The James injury, is it possible McCormick could be called off the practice squad?
Yeah, if we needed him, definitely.
That's it.
Good? All right, thanks, guys.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Pretty short and sweet. Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, he turned me off.
Yeah, that was short and sour, I would say.
No doubt about it. Wow.
As opposed to sweet and sour.
Yeah, which is also delicious.
Chicken, or shrimp, or whatever.
That was brutal. That was freaking brutal.
Oh, he was in the mood, and I think we know why.
Right.
Yeah.
And just to clarify what he doesn't know, and hopefully he's listening, arthritis is something that afflicts the joints. Tendinitis afflicts, wait for it, the tendons.
Yeah.
Thank you. So when you have arthritis, as many of us do.
I got it in the knee.
No doubt. Yeah, and that's a joint thing. And when you've got tendinitis, like McCaffrey may have, it is bilateral Achilles tendinitis, the Achilles tendon. I'm not saying he has that now, but yeah, Kyle was not about to address or answer anything about Kyle. Guys, I'm not going to answer anything about Kyle and stuff, or Christian and stuff.
I think that in general, there's kind of that, we all know this, right? They're not going to be expansive on injuries. That's a normal week-to-week thing.
Right.
What the Niners are trying to do here, though, is act like this is just another normal injury situation, and it's not to all of us.
Yeah.
And so that felt very unfulfilling.
Man.
I would bet it did for me. Everybody out there listening, that felt very, very unfulfilling, and I get why the Niners are doing that, but I think that the Niners have to understand that the way Kyle just handled that is going to set off alarms for everybody.
And I appreciate that because mine are ringing, Steiny.
That's just,
how can you not take that for what you just heard?
I mean, even not only listed as questionable, but to say that I have questionable concern, I don't even know what that means. I have questionable concern. Like he just tried to not answer the only question that everybody wants answered. So which is a tough thing to do.
It is, and the only other question that they could have asked would have been, is Christian going to travel to Seattle? And, that at least is a yes-no.
Well, questionable.
Sure.
I don't know.
We'll see.
But at least,
that's what he would have did.
But if that was at least a we'll see, that would tell you that, whoa, it's a we'll see.
Right.
As opposed to of course he's going to travel and
get on the field in the morning and work out.
We'll see on Sunday how he's feeling, but that would have been the only definitive that you could have possibly asked. But, Kyle was so rapidly matumboing every question. That to me, Mark, I'm kind of with you where the tone of that makes me feel like last year all over again.
Yeah, I don't know what to think, but the Niners have to know that, and I don't know if this is strategic or not, whatever. That's going to make everybody feel worse.
Whatever
about
this
the situation.
That man is not looking forward to however they got to handle whatever this is around McCaffrey. And this is, after hearing him, not good.
It's new. The only thing I think news-wise that we got out of this is that whatever happened yesterday for the first time.
Man.
So I think that his tone is probably a function of his surprise and his disappointment with where we're at.
All right, real quick, if you're just joining us, Kyle Shanahan just talked to the media down in Santa Clara and obviously was asked about Christian McCaffrey, and here's all he said. Take a listen.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drill yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys, or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan.
I'm not going to say anything about Christian or any of our players' injuries. He used the I word.
Wow.
Injuries.
Yeah, I mean, look, and this is how I felt all morning with regard to kind of where the situation is. I mean, he probably not playing Sunday.
That's what I told Steiny.
Now,
Which Sunday?
Well, no, this one. And that's actually the exercise that I'm trying like hell to go through because I know
week to week.
Well, yeah, or just moment to moment. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be real with, like, listening to you, Goo, today, I get the concern, but it almost sounded like he's out for the year.
And in my heart, my gut,
right. And I know a lot of people feel like that might be the thing. We don't know.
Yeah.
The same way that everybody who might have been overly optimistic before, if I was guilty of that, I don't know that you can now be overly pessimistic. I share everybody's concern, but I don't know what this is going to look like 5 weeks from now. But it sure doesn't sound like he's playing on Sunday.
Yeah, I feel like we overestimate the way coaches deal with injury. Like, they kind of just want to be told, can he go, can he not go? And, like, I think he was probably, believe it or not, more annoyed that he was going to have to answer questions about McCaffrey than the injury itself almost. Like, I feel like coaches, he's going, all right, we got to go to Brian Robinson, but he's like, so now I got to go up there. I have no idea how long it's going to be, what it is. Only that, he's sore. It's like, is he playing Sunday? I don't know. Can he play in 3 weeks? I don't know. Like, that's all you can say. I have no idea.
And to your point, and to Dibs' point with the tendonitis now, the Achilles, he played 4 games last year. I'm just asking you all, because this is where I'm at, what's going to be different if time didn't heal it and you took all that time last year to come back? And I know the PCL was injured. That's where I'm like despondent, like, Dibs, maybe time won't heal what he has going on.
And we don't know if this is the same injury that he had last year. It could be a different part of the calf. It could be one calf. It could be the same. It could be different. And the other question, now that we're all batting it around, that I would love to have answered is Christian McCaffrey going to get imaging? Are there plans for him to get an MRI based on what happened yesterday? Or are you going to image it? And, what's the plan for, finding out just how bad this is?
I just don't think he's going to answer. I just don't.
No, that was a good indication.
He tried to do that like a Friday. Think about it. And this is, coaches, they're so formulaic. This is a Friday press conference. Friday press conference of a game week is... We're going to talk about the game.
Game 1.
And if you ask me about an injury, I'm going to give you one-word response. Questionable, doubtful, out, in.
And what is he now?
That's
questionable?
Questionable.
Okay.
Not listed yet officially. The official report hasn't been put out yet, but he will be questionable, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Unless he's out.
Which is exactly what he was last year for week 1.
Hey, man.
Questionable.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Yeah, and that's why, he's not... Their whole goal was to just get in and out of there as quickly as possible because they're not going to expand on injuries. They're probably still they don't know.
I agree.
But all the reporters got the message that this dude ain't feeling this right now.
He said it. I'm not talking about Christian, guys. And they're all like, it's the only thing we want to talk about. You can hear reporters going, how about you tore Gross Matos, coach?
Hey,
whatever.
Are you excited about Dominic Pooney's second year?
All of a sudden, someone's like, Juwan, we can ask about Juwan. Hey, Juwan. Yeah, Juwan's good. Okay, now can we ask another Christian question?
Man.
That's a tough room.
Man.
All right. Well,
when we see you Monday, they'll be 1-0 or 0-1, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Or 0-1.
I hate that you guys are leaving so quick because I really wanted to get your thoughts on Spitgate, and I actually texted you about Seinfeld and the second spitter. And
do we have to leave right now, Steiny? You got a couple minutes.
Dak didn't spit on him, but he spit.
So you agreed with, you could kind of see where Carter was coming from.
I could, but I'm
Carter not exonerating him.
He made a mistake in spitting on him. Dak spit first, and the fact that it didn't hit Carter, it tells me that, Carter needs to learn how to spit, but I just texted Steiny because he loves Seinfeld and the second spitter, one of the great episodes of all time.
Yeah.
That's all. You didn't see it. You didn't reference it.
I did not see the text until right before you guys came.
It's fine.
We didn't see the spit live either.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we were doing our thing.
And did the ref see it live, or did they have to go to the video in order to?
I didn't see it.
We were doing a show.
21-20 at half. That's 41 for all you mathematicians out there. The over's 47.
A fix? Fixes in?
It went
3
under.
points. Yeah,
exactly.
3 points.
Both teams conspired.
Somebody lost.
And was that 3 points a 58-yarder? Wow, nobody went anywhere the whole second half. How about teams
crazy.
just trotting people out for 58-yarders like it's nothing?
Yep.
That used to be, you wouldn't even
Oh, my
try
gosh.
that.
Exactly.
It'd be nice if the Niners had someone who could do that.
Maybe they do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, gents.
I know we
All
didn't
right,
there.
All right.
What a great week,
Try to
Steiny,
keep your
there.
dauber up.
It is.
Okay.
It's opening
Go Green
freaking
Wave.
weekend.
And where I want you to keep it up is on 95.7, The Game.
Good walk to the car.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Football Friday's here. And Steiny is right. The dauber is not going to be down. We are going to talk about this, though.
We have to.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And David Lombardi.
Obviously.
Thank
you.
Yeah. We
do it right on a Friday.
We, as an organization,
that's it,
have no clue if Christian is going to play football this year. But we have hope. I'm going for a bike ride. See you later.
He's questionable. Don't ask me anything else about that. You can pivot to your Tour Gross mottos.
Look, it's so hard. I know, and 888-957-9570 the number, okay? Let's talk it out. It's Football Friday. Football's here. The Niners are playing a game on Sunday with or without Christian McCaffrey. So, it gets tough. I know that especially in the world of sports radio, how everybody, even our callers, how people try to speak. They try to speak in these big, definitive, opinionated sort of ways. And the bottom line is we don't know crap about this. None of us do. I know that some of you now believe Christian is out for the year, and then some of us silly optimists think, week 2, give somebody 9 days. But we don't know. They're not going to tell us. There's only one thing that I got out of that conversation, and I will admit freely I don't know this either. But there's one thing that really sits in my gut that I feel. I can't tell you I'm right, but I feel it with all my heart, which is that he ain't playing on Sunday. That's how I feel.
And that's why I said which Sunday, because what I feel in my gut is it's more than just this Sunday. And Kyle sounded really down and dismissive and angry. I know you're going to play it again, and we're going to play it and play it and play it, and we can all pick through it like a Zapruder film. But what I heard Kyle say, and his words were not the same as his emotion. His emotion was frustration and not really anger, but just frustration at the fact that he has to answer these questions. And here we are 2 days away from the opener. And God, Christian looked so good in camp until 2 days ago. And now he's out, maybe?
This sucks. There's no two ways about it. Listen to this. And we'll play it for you right now. But I want count the questions. Count the questions. You all listen to sports radio. You know how this usually works. We play sound clips, and they're usually somewhere between about 10 to 45 seconds long. This one's 31 seconds long and houses about 48 different questions.
It's about right, yeah.
That tells you how Kyle's doing. Take a listen.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian Gus or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
Okay. That's it. Think of how many questions.
3 questions.
Yeah.
Including the one that preceded the opening comment.
Right.
So 4.
4 questions, 31 seconds.
Guys, I'm not going to talk about I'm not going to talk about Christian or any injured player.
Yeah, but Kyle, that's the only thing that we want to talk about.
Sure.
That's it. Like,
I mean, I like the question about Yetur Gross-Matos.
That was awesome.
Yep.
I mean, how hilarious is it? If I had said to you on Tuesday, hey, Dibs, let's predict Kyle Shanahan's Friday press conference, what kind of odds could I get for when we get to Friday, nobody even cares about Juwan Jennings anymore? Nobody even cares. No one's thinking about it.
Yep.
It's not a thing. There aren't any questions to ask. Nothing to see here. What kind of odds could I have gotten?
Probably about 40-1, maybe even more. But
because that's where we are.
Well, and the idea was Juwan's calf, and now it's Christian's calf. So what's the deal with all these calf muscles with the 49ers? And I know Christian had one from before, and Juwan's may or may not have been that serious. We won't know until he actually goes out there and plays. But the fact that we're sitting here on Friday, less than 2 days away from the kick in Seattle, and my gut tells me that McCaffrey's not going to play. And I think, you said it.
Yeah.
And,
I'd be
Shanahan
shocked.
hasn't said it. I'd be shocked if he
played.
Yeah, I'd be surprised even if he played in week 2 at this point.
Well, I mean,
that's me.
Right. And that's fine. I don't know, beyond, I really want to try, for me, I want to keep this day to day. And we will gather information each time. And so if you think this is going to dog him for the rest of the year or the rest of his life, I can't tell you you're wrong. Is he going to wake up Tuesday and it's like, actually, it's pretty good, and they're going to give it a whirl in New Orleans? Maybe. I can't tell you that's wrong either. Whenever he does play, if he plays, is it going to go well? Is it going to go poorly? I can't tell you. I'm going to try to go day to day with this because I think that that's what this is. Like, even those of us who are going to attach this injury to last year's injury, I think are almost both provably right and provably wrong. Like, sure, all of the ligaments and bones in your body are connected. Therefore, did last year have anything to do with this year? I guess by definition, yes. But we're also being like, but he had bilateral tendonitis. They haven't said a word about this one. I don't know where is it upper, lower? Is it tricky like Juwan's was? Was Juwan's even real? Is this one fake like Juwan's was? I mean, I don't know. And so if I don't know, that's kind of the way that I like to treat that, is like, well, let's try again tomorrow. But I don't think he's going to play on Sunday. And so we're probably not going to get any, the next opportunity for real information other than the idea of Christian won't play Sunday. If that is in fact accurate, the next opportunity for real information won't be until next Wednesday.
It'll be Sunday. I mean,
again, other than
Sunday
if he doesn't play,
right?
Like, you know what I mean? The questions after the game, Kyle's not going to get into, other than, hey, Christian didn't play, how'd that affect the game?
Right.
But he's not going to update you on the injury.
You might get an update if it's bad news, where he goes on PUP for 4 weeks, and you get to that same spot we had last year where, we were all set for the Monday night opener down there in Santa Clara. We're doing a live show, and all of a sudden, oh my, hour and a half before, he's out, and now he's on IR, or he's on PUP for 4 weeks, or whatever he went on. And so you could be in that same spot where, okay, today he went in there and he was limited and he couldn't go through it. And so I would imagine they're going to do imaging. And if the imaging shows that there's something in there, he might be put out for 4 weeks again.
Wouldn't you think they already did it?
They might have, but that doesn't mean
Christian McCaffrey walks
But that doesn't
off.
mean that they've made the decision, or it doesn't mean that they're going to announce it.
No, it doesn't.
That's my point about we're not going to know till next Wednesday. We might know before that.
I mean, I wish how would you draft the question to Kyle? And again, it was very clear, he was not going to answer it. But I want to know,
is he going to Seattle?
Well,
that's the question.
And that would have been an interesting one. But in the moment, because we've all been tracking this all morning, in the moment, there was this sliver of optimism for 6 minutes because he went out on the field with his helmet and his pads and his shoes and his pants and all that. He went out there. But then he just warmed up, and he did not join his teammates, the first string, for actual practice. Now, Kyle says did not practice. I have to imagine there was imaging done yesterday, and following that imaging, he dressed. He got dressed and went out there. Is that cause for some sort of optimism that the imaging did not show something awful? Also, if they did do imaging yesterday, we know that the national reporters have lines to this info that not everybody does. Tom Pelissero today on the NFL Network.
I will say this cautiously. I do not get the sense, based on the conversations I've had so far, that there are alarm bells going off about Christian McCaffrey at this point. If there is any player you are going to take precautions with if he feels something in practice, it's the guy who's arguably your best player and missed most of last season because of a variety of different ailments. We also know that calf injuries can be tricky. At times they are precursors to Achilles injuries. McCaffrey had issues with both his Achilles last year. Again, I do not get the sense that this is DEFCON 1 at this point, but the 49ers will be back out on the field this afternoon.
Yep, and Kyle will speak, but Kyle didn't really speak.
And he was out on the field, or they were out on the field, and he was not. And we don't know for sure if they imaged him yesterday or today.
No, we don't.
We have no idea of what the procedure will be. The fact that he went out today and tried again or didn't try again, he couldn't practice today, tells me that maybe now you look at it a little bit differently. And yeah, Tom said it's not DEFCON 1 yet, but let's see what happens after Sunday if he doesn't play and if they go out there and they lose to Seattle, where we are.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, if you want to grab some optimism from the fact that he went out there and at least, again, like he did some things on the side. He did not participate in practice. He's jumping around. He's running. He was warming up. So it's not like his leg's not in a cast, but I mean, everybody's concern is obviously warranted as well. I think the meatiest thing you got out of that was like, is Brian Robinson ready to just be the one this weekend? And Kyle was kind of like, yeah. learning on the fly as fast as he can. All right, so 888-957-957. I think the question of the moment is, how do you process and translate what you just heard from Kyle Shanahan? What does that mean to you? What do you think you just heard? And if you're just joining us, we'll play it for you again immediately coming up. But after listening to that, you feel a little optimism, a little pessimism. Do you feel nothing? Have you had too much to drink? It's Friday. I don't know. But 888-957-957 is the number. And we're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. Football Friday. Let's freaking go. Okay? It's Willard and Dibs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in the face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through September 9th. Snack on these crisp and juicy bites for a sweet pick-me-up. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
The NFL is back. Watch the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers live from Sao Paulo, Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Only on YouTube. Featuring a halftime performance by Karol G. Watch it all live and totally free from the comfort of your living room, which if you turn the volume up just right, will make it feel like you're right on the 50-yard line. Tune in Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and kick off the NFL season. Only on YouTube. Certain local broadcasts available.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Got to be delicate with those calves. I'm not a doctor, so.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Coaches are so funny. I mean, I've learned a little bit more about it. You know, you and I have been doing this for a long time. Lovely Christie's brother is a football coach.
Yeah.
Not a head coach, but he's an assistant football coach at Lehigh and has been many places before that. And so we talk about this a lot, like the way that a coach's brain works. And they, again, I don't want to paint every coach as exactly the same, but a lot of them really are kind of cut from the same cloth. And I think the best, if you want to put a face on what I'm talking about, think about Belichick. And I actually think these guys...
We're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, they are much more touchy-feely and emotional than they'll let on in front of a podium. But when there's a game on Sunday, like, everything to them is a yes or no question. Is Christian ready? No. Okay. Is Brian? Yes. All right. Got it. to the lab.
Totally.
And so the whole, let's expand on this and help us sort of feel a certain way and give us assurances or not assurances and tell us what is this going to look like in October. Their brain fries immediately and purposefully as soon as you start going down that road. So I think that's where Kyle was trying to keep it. Listen again, and then we'll take your calls.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable. Questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys, or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
Okay. So do you see? You see how he's trying to almost label everything. Well, what happened yesterday? Well, that was limited. What happened? Well, what about now? Questionable. What's your concern?
Questionable concern. Questionable.
Okay. All right. What do we do with that?
Well, we do what we do with it, which is we parse every word and we listen to his tone, and his tone was very terse and very short, and so we read into that he's frustrated and that he knows more than we know, and so we can leap to all these conclusions. And just hearing him and knowing the rhythm of the week, and the week this week is Tuesday they're off, Wednesday they practice, Kyle talks, Thursday it's Saleh and Kubiak and Purdy, and then today Shanahan again. And if you're the head coach and you're going through a week of preparation, I'm sure you don't want to do any of this, but the league mandates it. And so you've got a star player, a top end of the first round fantasy player, and everybody wants to know the answer. And honestly, the answer is not one that he can readily give. He's not a doctor. He's not a fortune teller.
Right.
And all he can say is,
I'm not a doctor, so.
Thank you. And, he was questionable. And what's your concern? It's a questionable concern.
It's almost
he's questionable.
Right. And this is not actually how Kyle feels, because he is a human being, but it's such an interesting way to ask it. What's your concern level? I bet Kyle's none, because that's not what I do. I don't do concern.
Right.
Concern, that's next week or the week after that, or the contract or the career or the what's going to happen for Christmas. That, I don't do concern. Is he playing? No? Go, okay. No, here we go. Let's go play the game. And yeah, they want Friday to be about the game. And sometimes Friday's not about the game. And I hate that. I hate that too. We did a whole summit yesterday that was getting ready for the games, and then half the summit wasn't even about the games. It's now all about Christian and his calf.
Yep.
And that's not what the coach wants. It's not what the 49ers want. It's not what we want, but you can't help where your brain is. That's what we're thinking about right now.
Well, when you're a fan and your fan brain is you want everybody all full bore, and you said it last week and you were right when you said it, all this talk about injury concerns, it's a bunch of hooey. They have no injury concerns. And then now, here we are on a Friday with a game 2 days away. Yeah, and now they've got the big injury concern, and it's Christian McCaffrey again. And when the official injury report comes out, and I know that they do one today, and I bet he's listed as questionable. If he's listed as out on Friday, 2 days in advance, well, that is alarms. And Tom Pelissero, you played the sound last segment. There are no alarm bells going off. So, yeah, if he's questionable, that tells me that he's going to fly with them. And then you go through tomorrow, and then you get ready for Sunday, and you check him out. And he either plays or he doesn't play. Yeah. But, if he is listed as out early, that to me would be alarm bells.
I agree with you. I'll also say this, though. Part of me thinking that he's definitely not playing on Sunday, if you watch football a lot and you do the fantasy and you're tracking injuries and all of these things, if someone doesn't practice on Friday, they very rarely play. It's not out of the question, but in general, Friday's the day. Wednesday, let's hold them out. Thursday, maybe we'll do some stuff on the side. Friday, I need to get my game plan in. Who's playing? Let's go practice. You miss Friday, you out. That's normally the process. So the fact that they're going to go DNP on today makes me think it's OUT for Sunday. So, but we'll see. We'll see. This is obviously a rare circumstance. Let's go to the phones. You listen to Kyle. How does that make you feel? What goes through your mind when you hear it? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Guru in San Jose. Hi, Guru. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, well, thanks for taking my call once again.
Yeah, guys. Guru.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm extremely distraught with, what I'm about to say right now. But after you guys released the news yesterday at the summit, a couple hours later, I got on the phone with my cousin. He's a sports medicine doctor.
Okay.
In Kansas.
Yep.
And drip, I guess. Yep. I got on the phone with him I said, did you hear the news? And he was like, yeah, I heard it. And it's extremely disturbing given CMC's injury history. And he was saying that obviously we don't know the details and we don't know the severity of the calf injury, but he said that he would be extremely surprised if he played on Sunday. And he thinks that the median outcome here is that he actually goes on IR after this week and misses actually several weeks just because of his injury history and the relationship between the calf and the Achilles. That's what he thinks. But he said, I would hold out hope to see if he practices today and what is the reaction online. So obviously you start off in the morning with the Palisade report, and then you see Christian McCaffrey dress, but not practice. And then this Kyle Shanahan press conference really dampens like any hope that, I mean, to me, like that's what it felt like, right? Even though he never really said anything, not really saying anything is saying something. Right? It is, yeah. You can make that argument.
Yeah, go
and so.
Yeah, go ahead, Guru.
So I mean, I just felt in that moment like, holy crap! Like maybe my cousin is onto something there.
I think, Guru, thanks, man. I think definitely that whatever your cousin's telling you, to me, sounds very reasonable. Very reasonable. And obviously our own Doc here, Doc Pandia, who comes on the station all the time, came on the Morning Roast and had some similar reactions. We'll play that for you coming up next. I will tell you, though, that, like, this whole idea of, like, are we reading Kyle for optimism or pessimism? Kyle and others around the Niners are going to purposefully attempt to do neither. Because they don't want to set an expectation, whether it be good or bad. They don't want to tell you he's going to be out for a while if he's not going to be out for a while, and they certainly don't want to make you think, no, there's a really good shot that he plays.
Right.
Like, we think he might play, and then he doesn't play, because that takes the whole public on this kind of wave.
Yep.
So, anyway.
Under promise, over deliver, sure. And I'm just looking at the NFL.com injury report that's been refreshed. He is listed as questionable. Jordan James, doubtful. Jordan Watkins, doubtful. And I know McCaffrey has spoken, Grandy, and I know that you've looked at some of the tweets and the things he's said.
Yeah, what do we got?
And McCaffrey is, at least he was, available in the locker room. This comes courtesy of Matt Mayoko, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. He writes that Christian McCaffrey says he feels great physically. He said he's proud of himself for feeling something Thursday and doing the smart thing, pulling himself out of practice. He adds, quote, I've been there before and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that.
Okay. That's an interesting quote.
And on our Twitter page, at 957thegame, McCaffrey was asked if he's going to play. I would imagine something along those lines. He said, quote, if you can play, you play. It's as simple as that. So kind of a non-answer there.
It is.
But he's speaking, which seems encouraging.
Well, that is actually, yeah, way to go, Lucas. Way to contribute. I like that, to me, of everything that was just said, the most important part is the unsaid.
The fact that he's speaking.
They let him talk.
Yeah.
And you remember my favorite moment, like, you know exactly what I'm going to say.
Totally.
Which is 3 years ago when Steph Curry was injured leading into the playoffs, the Warriors brought him right over to a live broadcast of Steiny and Goo, and they sat him next to Steiny and Goo, and nobody knew what his injury status was. And the second they did the interview, I go, oh, he's playing. He's playing. You don't talk to people when you're injured. Now, this is different because he's just in his locker.
It's different, but...
So I don't think he's playing Sunday.
Well, this is what McCaffrey said, according to Cam Inman. Nothing serious, I can tell you that. I feel like I said I feel great about where I'm at. Unfortunately, when you have an injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But like I said, I feel great.
Well,
McCaffrey.
Listen, to me, there's something there on two fronts.
Yeah.
It's what he's saying and that he's saying it publicly are both good things, and those go in line with the fact that he had a helmet and shoes and pants and a shirt and went out on the field and ran around today. Like, if it was super serious, would you let Christian go run around on the field today? I wouldn't. I get that they're not.
Nor would you let him talk after, right?
I wouldn't let him talk after.
Right.
Because now, to the point you just made about it, under promise, over deliver, or vice versa. Like Christian, his words are going to make people feel some sort of optimism. Add in, and I think this is an important one, your first two games are both on turf. So maybe that's the new goal. I don't know. Maybe they're like, how about home opener in 3 weeks? 2 weeks now. Maybe that's the goal. I don't know. But I do take from Christian both talking and from what he said that in this moment, and it's only a moment, but in this moment, this player and the 49ers are not of the belief that Christian is just not going to play football this year.
Agreed. And Cam Inman points out that he is questionable, and last year he was questionable entering the opener, and he missed 8 games. So there's that. But interesting what you said about the turf, and I think Spadoni said it yesterday during our summit, talking about the first 2 games on turf, and the Seattle turf is different than the New Orleans turf.
For sure.
The New Orleans turf might be the worst turf in all of football outside of where the Giants and Jets play.
Jets-Giants stadium
out there. So, but New Orleans is where that turf is like old school, maybe a half an inch thick, barely on top of concrete.
Is it still? I thought they got rid of all that.
They might have, but
I know it's inside, but they're not doing that anymore, are they?
Probably not like they used to when you had like the old AstroTurf, right? That was the old was the old surface. I'm sure it's better now, but still you're dealing with turf which is on top of cement.
25 years ago, you had turf surfaces in the NFL, and guys will tell you it felt no different than playing on your street. It felt absolutely no different than playing out in your front street. They don't have that anymore. I can't speak to what each level of turf is like. I think you're probably right that Seattle's is a little softer. Doc Pandia was asked this question on the Morning Roast with regard to the first 2 games being on turf.
Huge factor for this is that we know that with lower extremity injuries, artificial turf, there's a huge several-fold increase of injury as well, too. So you don't want him coming off a PCL, having Achilles tendonitis, beginning of the season. Like, it's a setup for things to go wrong. So that may be another factor where they're like, look, you're a little bit sore. We're playing on artificial turf. And, hey, maybe let's take 1 more week off just to really make sure things are happening well for him. So, yeah, I think there are multiple factors that will go into what can we do to preserve his body and not get into this problem where that Achilles tendonitis, kind of flares up again. And then you're dealing with, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks.
Remember, we're dealing with anytime any of these people speak. And this is a point I love to make about whenever everyone gets all ticked off about Steve Kerr's rotations, and they feel like somehow we talk about it as if Steve Kerr is the czar of the Warriors and nobody else is weighing in on this. He's just out here willy-nilly doing stuff by himself. Same thing here. Christian McCaffrey's legs are a multi-million-dollar investment for a multi-billion-dollar company. This is not something that Christian is just going to be like, well, I want to play, so I'm playing. Like, this is coaches and doctors and executives. Everybody is all in on this. So when one of them speaks, I tend to feel like they are speaking for many. This is a collective decision. And when I hear Christian say, I've been here before, and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that, it tells me that collectively the 49ers have told Christian, going forward, we can't be Mr. Tough Guy and push through this stuff. So I take from that, Christian, I bet, thinks he can play. And the 49ers are like, Let's wait. And they've got Christian on board now. So I don't know if anything definitive has been said about Sunday. Again, my guess is he's not going to play. I very much doubt it because listen to what he's saying. They are deciding that what they need to do is be very, very cautious and careful, which maybe they didn't do last year. Even though they waited 8 weeks, what happened when he came back? He got hurt again.
The calf, though.
Yeah, he got hurt again. No, I know, but
it was the knee.
But they're all connected. They're all connected.
I don't think that the knee injury was connected at all to the calf.
Well,
the knee just kind of crumbled on him.
He also didn't look right, even before the knee.
Well, he started looking good in that game. It's kind of like Ayuk when he got hurt. He was actually starting to play pretty well. And McCaffrey, the same thing. He was starting to show a little bit of burst. And that was a game that was in the snow. And his knee just gave out. I don't think that the knee collapsing, the PCL, had anything to do with the calf. And I'll defer to Doc Pondia as far as whether or not those two things are related. But I look at this, and you're right about, if it's a question of protecting him from himself, then maybe you have to do that. And you did that last year, and he missed 8 games. And by the time he came back, the season was largely already in jeopardy.
I've been here before, and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that. He pulled himself out of practice. He pulled himself out of practice yesterday.
Yeah.
He felt something, and he listened to his body. I think that's a message. I bet you could relate to that. I can relate to that. Like we don't do a great job of that as human beings. It's considered in our minds, it's considered soft.
Especially when you're younger. Yeah. Like now you're north of 50 and I'm closer to 60, and now it's a lot easier for me to pull the plug if something is like, it's easier now where, okay, I'm not going to push through something just because I want to show the world and be a tough guy. McCaffrey's not even 30 yet.
No,
he's a pro football player.
I'm with you in terms of deciding how I go about deciding what I am and am not going to do. But I'll give you, and this is the dumbest example of all time, but it's what it popped into my head. Go to last year, go to the knockout tournament. It was the exact same thing, by the way.
Yep.
My calf started barking at me. It was barking at me, but Dibs, I was hitting. And I got down to the finals. No, but I should have stopped. I totally should have stopped. Because who knows what was going to happen next.
Excuses.
Calves are tricky. No excuses. I was shooting well. I got beat. Calf had nothing to do with it, but it was probably stupid.
If there was a listener and not Grandy, you probably would have shut it down. Facts.
No.
Grandy's in there eating his turkey sandwich.
No.
Back-to-back titles.
I wouldn't have. Honestly.
You would have let Joe from Livermore get the W.
I really wouldn't have. I'm telling you, in our minds in these moments, it's not even that there was, he's a 49er. He's the best player on the 49ers. This is a big deal. There's a lot at stake. There's nothing at stake with what we all do. But if you're going for a run and you cramp up, there's something that goes through our heads as human beings where you're like, I can run through this. Why? I don't know. I don't know who we're trying to impress. Usually just ourselves. I don't know.
Sometimes you can run through it.
Yeah, sometimes. But why? What the hell did you get out of that? But that's what we do. It's who we are. Fight through it. It's kind of like it's what we teach. It's not even just physical stuff. It's anything. Fight through it. I think it's innate in who we are.
What's the nature of being human beings? Yeah. It's like you survive. Like being a human being or being an animal, being a living creature, there's a lot of just absolute survival. Like survive and live another day. And I'm not saying that this is life or death for McCaffrey, but in terms of being an NFL player, you want to go out there and you want to show and do what you can do. And sometimes you have to listen to your body, and that's what he's doing.
Christian says he feels great physically, and he's proud of himself for pulling himself out of practice. I don't know. That's kind of interesting.
Yep.
It's a little different.
It's different.
I don't know if it leads to anything optimistic, but that's, again, the most optimistic thing that has happened in the last 24 hours is that Christian spoke into a microphone. That's what I would say.
It's uplifting knowing that he's at least feeling good enough to go out there and face the reporters. And just the cynic in me is thinking about Jawan Jennings and thinking about Charvarius Ward, where last year in the offseason, McCaffrey was not in camp, and he got an extension. He got an extension back in June of last year, and Mooney Ward, you don't get any money. And then this year, you got Jawan Jennings. Well, we're going to give you we're going to give you a little bit of a dollop of money. But, you gave McCaffrey fresh money last year. You gave him an extension. Right. And since then, he's barely been able to play, and now he's hurt again.
But about the guarantees in the NFL. I think this is important to bring up to people because I am hearing some of this. Ooh, you Niners, you're so stupid. You gave him an extension. First of all, when they gave him an extension, I have no idea what the status of his health was. We have no idea. That all happened well before the idea of Christian really being hurt was even a thing. And he was coming off of being Offensive Player of the Year. So what dummy wouldn't have still wanted him on the team? Plus, there's an out after this year. Okay? So if Christian does not play football or he's not good anymore, Niners can go bye-bye right after this season. I know there's 2 more years on the deal, but their out comes after this season. So they can move on, and that's not gonna kill them. So I don't. It's
$14 million in dead cap.
Yeah, so whatever.
Fine.
They've got that. I don't think the extension. I don't think that's gonna hurt them. I don't think that's going to hurt them.
It's not going to hurt them financially, but if you're a player on that team and you wanted money and you didn't get it, and McCaffrey got $24 million and now he's hurt again, I'm saying based on what Charvarius Ward said last year, where he was feeling some type of way about the way things went last season, and now you're Jawan, and you had to basically go with hat in your hand to get $3 million.
Sorry, y'all, your name's not Christian McCaffrey.
Whatever, I'm just saying
Offensive Player of the Year.
Possibly is a thing.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll play it for you again. Kyle Shanahan and much more on the Christian McCaffrey situation. He is listed as questionable for this weekend, aren't we all, on Willard and Dibs. All right, and it's Mark Willard. I've been telling you about our dog, Penny, and our family. She means just absolutely everything to us. I want to shout out Atlas and Debo as well. Christie's Pets, they mean everything to us. And on Saturday, September 6th, this is tomorrow, from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. So maybe you can go get yourself your Penny or your Atlas or your Debo. Change your life. These are real, furry lives that we're talking about. Now, remember, there's only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs to go around. The day could get really busy, so please come early. Bring your patience. Maybe you'll leave with a new best friend. Here's where I want you to go get details. HSSV.org. HSSV.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
After my wife passed away, selling my house and moving on felt overwhelming.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Frank sell his house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
Now I'm closer to my family, and I feel great.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and stories from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Quarter 3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at stanfordbloodcenter.org/touchdown.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Wayne from Richmond. R&S is a great company. Have used their gate repair services over the years. Their technicians Juan and Eric are awesome. After installing new gates, parts, and sensors, they walked me through everything. Cannot recommend them enough.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you can check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
You know me so well, Joe.
Yep.
Definitely on a Friday. I never, ever, 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 ever am going to not wear a hat on a Friday.
You're probably a hat guy 9 of 10 days over a 2-week period, I'd say.
No, that's a little high. That's a little high. I almost never.
Okay.
Yeah, that's high. I never go a week with all hats. That's a no from me, dog.
I'll track it.
Track it.
I'll track it.
I didn't wear one yesterday.
That was at the summit.
Doesn't matter. It's a day.
And I said 9 of 10. So that would be the only day.
I didn't wear 5 days in a row last week.
We'll have to check it, and I'll track it.
I know these things.
And when you get a haircut, you will go no hat.
We ramp it up a little bit.
And when the lovely Christy, or the delightful Christy, as some would call her.
What did they call? I think they called her Fabulous Christy.
My guy Alex, he did everything but call her by the right name.
She very upsetting to her. She's like, you clearly do not listen to the show.
That's why he kept doing it.
I know.
The wonderful Christy, the fabulous Christy, the way above average Christy. I mean, he hit her with so many different monikers, but when she's around, you go no hat. In general. And again, I'm not trying to pretend like I'm with you 5 days a week, every week, all year.
Let's put it this way. I wear less hats than the guy we're about to hear from.
And who would that be?
Kyle Shanahan and stuff.
Oh.
Now, that's someone who goes 10 out of 10 with the hat. And he had the hat on today.
I'm so confused by your question.
No, it wasn't a question, Kyle. It's just a statement. You wear a hat even more than I do when you said this about Christian McCaffrey.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys, or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, I mean, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
Okay. By the way, my favorite one was the what's your concern level? And he goes, questionable concern.
Questionable concern. And that the clip we're playing is not.
What does that even mean?
Well, it's not the totality of what he did, and I'm not trying to call out Grandy or get him to retrieve this portion of it, but I'm just looking at the transcript that the Niners sent out, and it's opening comments, and he gives the injuries: Jordan James, Jordan Watkins, Christian McCaffrey. The first question is, was Christian limited in practice today or no practice? And the answer was, I don't think I have to say today.
I'm not telling you.
I don't think I have to say today. And the follow-up was, you usually have to put that on the report, right? Yeah, you're right. And then he says, did not practice.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong box.
When he says
he was looking at the Thursday
were you looking
box.
at a calendar and you were looking at Thursday? You got a game in 2 days, Kyle.
Lock in.
It's time to yak in.
It's time to yak in.
You gotta be. He was about to miss the plane tomorrow.
Perhaps.
He thought it was Thursday. I don't have to tell you.
Exactly.
Yes, you do.
You usually have to put that on the report, right? Yeah, you're right. Did not practice. I was looking at the wrong box.
All right.
What's in the box, Kyle?
As
Christian is questionable is what's in the box.
Yeah. Christian's future is...
Got to be delicate with those calves.
You sure do. They're tricky. That's right. They're tricky. All right. Can you gather anything from this as we all try to play investigative reporter? When he starts talking about Brian Robinson, does this sound like this weekend's starter to you? Shanahan was asked how much of the offense Brian actually knows.
He's trying to learn it all. He's working his tail off doing it, studying, but, he's been through 3 practices, so it's definitely not there yet. It'll get better throughout the year, but he's had a real good week.
Okay, real good week, but he's not there yet. It'll get better throughout the year, but he goes on with more about Robinson.
Brian knows the game plan. You got it in this week. You don't have to know an entire offense. You got to know what the plan is this week, and he's repped at it, so that's the situation. We're good to go with it. He's ready for it, and I know Isaac will be also.
Okay. Oh, you brought up Isaac as well. Could you tell us more about Mr. Garendo?
I think he's improved a lot. I think he started out pretty good at it. Isaac's a real smart kid, does everything well. Battled a number of injuries last year, battled one in training camp too. But I think he's gotten better and better since he's been here. I think everyone would always be further along if they don't have setbacks. I think it was tough for him missing a lot of training camp. But Isaac's doing good right now and continuing to get back at it.
Okay, so B-Rob, and he brings up Isaac somewhat unprompted. And you could read that as a coach being like to talk about all of our players because we don't really want to tip anybody off to the game plan or whatever. But RB3 doesn't usually really get on the field a whole hell of a lot, at least my experience in watching Kyle Shanahan game plans. So the fact that when he was asked about Brian, he wanted to throw Isaac's name in there as well, I mean, that's clue number 11, right? That they're probably planning to not have Christian McCaffrey this weekend.
It's a contingency plan, and certainly you have to have that and stuff. And so the idea that, he said good things about Isaac, and, in that answer you just played where, he's battled a lot of injuries, and he had another one this year in camp and stuff. And, Isaac's a smart kid, and he knows the system. But the idea about him even being able to stay healthy and be available for a game where they might need him. And the other one, and I don't know if we have the audio on your board, at the very last end of his press avail, he was asked about Sincere McCormick. Sincere McCormick.
Was his answer sincere?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't usually think that he is.
What are you asking exactly?
The question was about Sincere McCormick being called off the practice squad. Yeah, if we needed him, definitely. And Sincere McCormick played 2 games with the Raiders last year. 5 games with the Raiders last year. So he is a running back. And, I mean, if Christian can't go, maybe he gets elevated as RB3.
What does Kyle say to him if he does get elevated?
He says, welcome to the team. It's an elevation sensation.
No, he says, you're in, Sincere.
Cha-ching!
I mean, what do we do with that, Grandy? It's a Friday. So
I'm ignoring it. That's what I'm doing.
In that case, it's a 1. It's a 0. But on a Friday, it's a 1.
I don't care. I cracked myself up.
That was good.
I don't care.
You're in.
I don't
Sincere.
care what you think.
That was so bad, it was still bad.
Yeah, it's
Thank
crazy.
you, Lucas. Thank you. I did like your line last night.
Thanks.
I've never faded the Dibs in person before.
And how'd that work out for you all?
Well, we left early.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
And
I didn't know if you stayed to the end.
No, I left. I actually left before Lucas. He
Good
and
Lord,
Whitley
Lucas,
were.
How many fruity drinks did you have?
They were pie shopping when I left, or cake shopping. They were
okay.
deciding.
Yeah, Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, they were getting
sure.
some cheesecake, and so I had at that point I had bounced and eventually listened to the game, and I was going to say that's what's bugging me, but I know it's for safety and all the rest of it, but there might be lightning. Let's shut this thing down for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
and
that's for the
there's
fans.
no lightning.
No, but
Fine.
Dude, you're not going to have that drunk dude up in the upper deck take one right between the eyes. Right between the eyes! We're not doing that.
But we will overserve our fans and allow them to bludgeon each other to death, and we don't stop the game for that.
Yeah, that's a little bit more their choice, their action. Lightning seems like that was a little bit out of my control. You know what I mean?
It's all in their control.
No, the Lightning's not.
No, but overserving fans is, and yet they do it because of the corporate sponsorship that pumps billions of dollars into the league.
Does the fan not have any, role in being overserved?
They do, of course.
How are we supposed to know when you come to the concession how many you've already had?
Well, it's not even a question of that. It's a question of, having that be a part of the experience. And so, we're all for it. Come on in and get loaded. Sure.
No, not get loaded. That's up. If you want to be a moron about it, then be a moron about it. But I want to have a beer. I had one drink last night watching the game.
Whoa, crazy.
Yeah, I had a drink and I wanted to have a drink. I didn't want to have more. I was getting in the car later.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's up to you. Don't be a moron.
Sure.
That's all. Anyway, I don't think that those are in the same area code. Lightning and beer.
Right, but whatever. I mean, there's a threat of lightning, so
I do think that it's a sign that the Chargers are going to win tonight.
The Bolts.
Show me your lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Is the pick in?
The pick is in.
I can't wait.
You don't want to fade the Dibber.
No, yes,
Niners
we do.
pick too?
You don't want to fade the Dibber, people.
No, it's a double pick Friday.
Oh, yeah. They're all in.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to pick Sunday Night Football too? You don't have to. That's up to you. Bonus pick if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
Isaiah Likely is out. He's unlikely.
No, stop.
Just go to break.
Stop.
Please. That's a -1. Rare.
I am out.
So's he. That's what I said.
It's getting better.
All right.
We're
sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-9570. I can tell you, within the next 2 hours, David Lombardi will join us after practice. All practice is over, but after he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with at the facility. And Robert Turban is going to join us, former Seahawks running back, who's an East Bay guy. We've had him on the show before. He's fantastic, and he's a running back. So let's talk to him about the Christian McCaffrey situation and also the vibe as the Niners get ready to take on the Seahawks. Kyle Shanahan pretty much refuses to go into any detail, but Christian McCaffrey speaks at his locker and sounds much more optimistic. We'll kind of give all of that to you coming up next so you can compare and contrast. But with all of that now on the table, how you feeling? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members. Signature Select Chicken Split Breasts, Thighs, Drumstick Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. It's my bank. It has been for almost 7 years now, and I'm so glad to be a part of this bank, a good, solid local bank that cares about local people. I talked to so many people yesterday at our event down in San Jose, and many of them switched over to Fremont Bank, and they were thanking me, and I told them, don't thank me, thank Fremont Bank for being a part of our community. Fremont Bank is a local bank. It's not a big box bank, and it's a bank that actually cares about you and your savings goals. And if you care about your own money and your own community, then you should be a part of a bank like this, because Fremont Bank is exactly that. They started back in 1964 with one branch. Now they have 21 branches, all set out to support the Bay Area community. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank and they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. Your dollars stay local. They don't go to a multinational corporation, but rather they stay right here in the Bay Area. And if you care about the Bay Area, then you should care about where your money goes. And at Fremont Bank, that money goes right back into the community. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This weekend, Kohl's is giving away millions in Kohl's Cash in store. It's like you're getting free shopping money. At least that's what I tell my husband. Yep, you're just making smart financial decisions, one trendy sweater at a time. Plus, all month, enter our online sweepstakes at Kohl's.com for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Some exclusions apply while supplies last. Giveaway ends September 7th. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99. Plus, receive 2 times O Rewards points. Limit supply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why don't we bring you in?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We want to get back to Shanahan and McCaffrey. There were people on the crossover who feel like they got left hanging because I was in the middle of a story on the golf course with my kids.
Yeah.
I think in 30 seconds or less, I can wrap the story up. It's not the way I would have told it, but bottom line, we got to the last hole. My daughter, who barely ever plays, lined up on the last hole. She said, "Dad, should I use drivers, a short par 4?" I go, yeah, take your driver. But I joked because my son's good buddy who he works with, Richie, the groundskeeper, was standing down by his shack, which you can kind of see from the tee box. So I joked with her. I said, "Pull out your driver, but don't hit Richie." Whoosh, right in the back of the neck.
No way.
100-yard line drive right in the back of his neck.
100 yards away?
The second that she hit it, maybe 70, whatever, does it really matter?
No.
The second she hit it, I yelled, "Oh, bleep, Richie, 4!" No chance. He had no chance to move. They heard me, no chance to move. Whack. Right in the back of the neck.
Right in the neck?
And so what
right
was...
in the neck, the neck.
The neck. He's okay. It took some ice in a while because I ran over to him and he was wobbly. But
were Boxer and or Gerson notified?
Dog. Well, no. And everybody, you know what? Mm-hmm. Everyone's so sweet over there. Their first concern after Richie's neck was make sure this doesn't make your daughter give up the sport. Because we did it right. She hit the ball. We yelled for her. He was in a spot that, with his back turned, that, everybody did it right. Anyway, that's the end of the story. The story was, I hate it when wonderful intentions lead to a lump in the throat. So, anyway, I don't think Richie listens too much, but Richie, we love this man. We love this man, and everybody just feels horrible about the way that all played out. But,
and will your daughter be back out there?
Yeah, I mean, she was in tears for a while.
I bet, Coach.
Brutal,
that's not
brutal, absolutely brutal.
Especially when you catch it clean. And
clean.
Richie was that shack is to the left, I think,
way
right?
down to the left.
A little bit of a snappy.
Oh yeah. No, she doesn't play golf.
Of course,
it wasn't a good shot,
but she hit it on the screws.
She hit it hard.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, that's the end of the story.
Yeah,
that's the end of the story.
It's kind of like when a Major League Baseball player back in the day before the net would hit a line drive into the crowd.
Yes,
and it's foul ball. Okay, now you have to go up there and bat again.
Right.
And it's I can't until I find out what happened to the person in the fourth row.
Like somebody just got hit in the mouth.
Correct.
Behind third base. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. So anyway, that was the end of the story.
Ella Willard.
Yeah.
Line drive hitter.
Yeah. We'll see if she
Can she play
again.
left field?
Oh.
Seriously.
Oh, my God.
Anyway.
Brutal. But anyway, not quite as brutal as the news that we all got at 5 o'clock yesterday, which is that Christian McCaffrey was out with a calf. So, couple things. We're going to play the Shanahan for you again. Then Lucas is going to jump in with a synopsis of what Christian said at his locker today, because there's a little bit more that we haven't quite heard yet, and the audio's not great, so we're not going to play it, but I think the tone from Christian is really important in this conversation. Here's Kyle Shanahan back and forth about McCaffrey's injury and practice today.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys, or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
Yep, came up yesterday. So that's the bad part. But this day has already been this wave that we're riding.
Roller coaster.
At first it was, you wake up and you're like, oh, crap, everything's gone to hell. Then Christian runs out onto the practice field. And everyone's like, yeah, he's back. And then he never joined his teammates to actually practice. You're like, oh, that's too bad. And then Kyle comes in, and you're like, hey, did he practice? No, I don't have to tell you. Kyle, yeah, you do. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. He didn't practice. Ooh, Kyle's terse. He's quick with his answers. That doesn't make everyone feel good. But then Christian talks at his locker. And in sports, when you talk, that's usually a better sign than not with regard to injury, because injured players usually don't talk, right?
Yep.
When you've got something really going on, you don't talk. Think about Juwan on Wednesday afternoon. We all thought he would talk. He didn't talk. Why? Well, because there was about to be news that was going to break a couple hours later. Christian spoke. Lucas, what did you want to add from what Vic Tafur reported about Christian at his locker?
Well, yeah, Vic Tafur posted a minute-plus long video of McCaffrey talking about everything, answering questions from all the media. Unfortunately, the background noise, guys just changing and talking, it's a little bit unairable, the McCaffrey audio. So instead, I'll just do my own reporting on Vic Tafur's reporting of Christian McCaffrey talking.
I like that.
And a lot of it you guys already read, some of the quotes by Wagner and Cam, I think Cam Inman and some of the others that have been out there, and it's the nothing serious. This is, again, McCaffrey saying, nothing serious, I feel great about where I'm at. He referenced his own injury history. He said, quote, unfortunately, when you don't practice, it can get blown out of proportion, but like I said, I feel great. He also was asked about turf. You guys mentioned the fact that the 49ers play the first two games on turf this season. It's not something he's thought about and, quote, should be all right. The one thing that I did note that was interesting, he was asked about the calf injury last year, that this time last year he was dealing with this, and all the reports were he was going to be fine for week one. He was asked, is this something similar? And he answered, it's totally different. Pretty much it's totally different, and he hasn't even thought about last year. So I thought that was positive, that he didn't equate the two, whatever's going on right now with this calf injury and whatever he was dealing with last year.
And now we need to run all of that through our filter, because like from the horse's mouth is usually the last place to get news.
Well,
you
except
know what I mean?
for in this case, if it last year was bilateral Achilles tendonitis, which is lower calf, maybe this is an upper calf, which in fact is unrelated to what he went through last year. And I don't know if I guess I'll take him at his word, because it's his own body. And you're right. The fact that he talked today is good news, that he's not so badly hurt that he's going to go into a shell. But if he's saying that this is different than last year, maybe it is just a garden variety calf cramp or a calf something that is totally different from what he had last year, which was Achilles tendonitis.
Let's go ahead and compare this year to last year then.
Okay.
Let's do that, okay? Did Christian speak at all for 8 weeks last year?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I'd be hard-pressed to remember.
We're already up 1-0 this year on last year.
Right.
I think that is something. Is it everything? No. Is it significant? I'm not sure. It's something. That is something. I do think you can hang a little hat. Might only be a beanie cap, but you can hang a hat on that. Christian spoke. Now, what he said was also very positive. He said, I feel great physically. I've learned to listen to my body, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm proud of myself for sitting out of practice, because in the past, I would have pushed through that. And this doesn't feel anything like last year, and the fact that we're playing on turf, I'm not surprised. He was like, that never even crossed my mind, because that's the most anti-football player thing I've ever heard. These guys are not built that way to where they're like, no, I'm healthy, I'm ready to go. Yeah, but Christian, we're playing on turf. Oh, then never mind. I'll wait for grass. Like, that's not going to happen. He's going to want to play if he feels like he can play. I'll put it this way. When we were done with Kyle, I was 100% sure that Christian was not playing on Sunday. Now I'm 90. I'm
90 that he's not playing?
Yeah. But I'm gonna leave the door open because he spoke.
Bruno Mars.
I'm gonna leave the door open.
Yep.
Because he spoke and because of what he said. I still think that the tone of the whole thing is, hey, Christian, don't push it. And so I think that's what's going to win out. But I'm going to leave the door open because he spoke.
Yeah, I'm going to put it at a straight up 50-50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's super optimistic of you.
Super optimistic, and it's for two reasons. One, because he spoke, and two, because, and I take him at his word, if this is a different injury or a different ailment rather than what he went through last year, if this is just an upper calf thing where, I mentioned this yesterday during the summit, those of us who are a little bit older, sometimes you wake up and it's like, oh my God, I got my calf. It's a calf cramp or whatever it is. And you work your way through it. It's like, okay, it feels better. And sometimes you wake up, it's like, oh boy, this is a new ailment. This one might be 2 to 3 days. So I take him at his word. If it's a different thing, if it's not bilateral Achilles tendonitis, if it's just a calf that's maybe barking a little bit, he gets treatment today. He gets treatment tomorrow. You fly to Seattle, and you could be ready to go on Sunday.
Just some bookkeeping here to let everybody know how this is all going to play out because we've got everything firmed up. David Lombardi's going to join us at 4:15. He was out there today. He's watching all of this. He was in the room with Kyle. We'll talk to David Lombardi at 4:15. Robert Turban, former Seahawks running back and a Bay Area guy, East Bay guy. He is going to join us between 5 and 5:15. The guys have found a different version of Christian at the locker today. They're cleaning that up and working that up so you can hear it, and we'll have that for you in just a handful of minutes. So stay right where you are. We'll let you hear directly from Christian McCaffrey. Just kind of then peeling back and looking at this whole thing, processing what happened about 23 and a half hours ago when we all first heard this. Obviously, this is it is the number one news that we did not want to hear. But what I sort of, and this is understandable, but what I sort of don't really dig about the way we're all doing it is that if we were all the way over here, and not everybody was. I was. Trent Williams was. A lot of the reporters have been. Like, all we can do is tell you what we see. And Christian has been looking phenomenal. That's not really about the future. But now this happens, and I'm already like, there are a lot of people who are already like, yeah, when can we get out of this contract? He'll never be the same again. And you know what? You might be right. But I think the 49ers and all of us, I don't know, man. I think we're going to have to do this week to week, and we're going to have the stomach for it. He's probably, I don't think any of us forecasted 17 games for him this year.
No.
And that's probably not going to happen.
Well, you did throw out yesterday, it would be 17.6 touches a game, over 17 to get to 300.
And I prefaced that by saying this seems very unlikely.
Right.
But if that were to happen, 17.6 touches per game. Yeah, I don't think he's going to play 17. I don't really ever think anybody's going to play 17 in football. Like, you think Kittle's got 17 in him? You think Trent Williams got 17?
Hopefully.
You think Brock Purdy, I would say, has the best chance. Quarterbacks can sometimes and often do it. But even Brock didn't do it last year.
No, he played 15.
Yeah.
And he would have played 16 if game number 17 would have mattered. He missed one game due to injury.
No, he was injured in the Lions game, so he didn't play the last week. Would he have if it mattered? I don't know, but he got hurt. He got hurt in the Lions game.
Right.
So anyway, point being, though, quarterbacks have the best shot, right, because they take a limited number of hits each game. But, yeah, I wouldn't forecast 17 games for anyone, and certainly not any running back. That's why all of us have been freaking out to get as many as possible in our fantasy leagues, because those dudes go down. They take so many hits. But anyway, like, I've at least arrived at a spot. I don't know where we were at 5 o'clock last night. I don't know how y'all woke up. Like, in this moment, I don't feel like this is Christian is out for the year. I don't feel that way.
I don't either. I didn't feel that way yesterday when the news broke, and I thought that the news cast a certain pall over our Red and Gold Summit that was a little premature.
Yep.
Because we don't yet know the severity of what happened. We heard out with a calf, and it was, okay, it's a calf, which must mean the Achilles, which must mean that it's about to rupture, which must mean that he's going to be gone for the year and all the rest of it, and where's Garendo? And I actually was looking yesterday at our fantasy league, and Isaac Garendo was available, and today is when the waiver claim began, and he's already been claimed on waivers by somebody in our league thinking that McCaffrey's going to be out, and so now Garendo is going to move up and be RB2, which if McCaffrey's not out, Garendo's still RB3, but you claim him just in case because you feel like the news is so bad that, Garendo, we got to get Garendo. And I actually thought about it, but, I got a running back that I got my eye on anyway, so I didn't want to claim Garendo.
Oh, is it that Sincere guy?
I like Sincere.
You do?
I love Sincere.
You're pretty sincere.
You're going to need a handful of injuries to get to Sincere, but I'm more of a Quinshawn Judkins guy. If he can ever get clear of his hurdles.
He's got to actually be on a team first.
And avoid suspension by the league.
Exactly. It's going to be a tough little ride there. But anyway, here's McCaffrey in his locker, the thing in full. So this is from NBC Sports Bay Area. Take a listen. This is Christian talking to the media today.
I feel great about my physical condition.
What happened yesterday?
Nothing serious, I can tell you that. I feel great about where I'm at. Just unfortunately, when you have an injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But like I said, I feel great.
Does it feel different than it felt last summer?
Yeah, I've forgotten about last year. Forgot about the year before that, I'm focused on this week and playing Seattle on Sunday.
Christian, just kind of thing in practice where you felt something and you just want to be real cautious with it? Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to go into anything that happened, but as I felt like it was a smart thing to do to not finish the practice because I've been there before and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that, and I was proud of myself for not doing that again. And like I said, I went through a whole training camp, feel great about where I'm at.
The artificial turf is not kind to some players' lower bodies. Is that going to factor into the decision the next 2 weeks also?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, play on it once every, twice in 14 days should be all right.
Do you plan to play on Sunday?
I always plan to play. Hell yeah.
Love it. Great questions.
I always
solid
plan
answers.
to play. Yeah.
And I looked it up. Actually, the surface in Seattle is the exact same surface as New Orleans.
I think most of them are now.
Field turf Revolution 360. There are a number of different field turfs, and actually some stadiums now have kind of a hybrid of grass and turf.
Right.
But Seattle and New Orleans, same surface. So yeah, it's artificial turf. But as you were saying earlier, it's a different turf than what we remember growing up in, Houston and even Seattle, the old Kingdome, right?
Now that you've heard it, you want to move your line at all? Because I want to move my line.
I'm still at 50-50.
You're still 50-50.
Christian McCaffrey, in his mind, is 75-25.
Oh, no, in his mind, he's 99-1.
Of course. But I think the Niners are probably more of a 30-70.
I only want to move my line from 90 to 80.
Okay, so you're 80, he's not playing.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And there's no more doubtful in injury designations. There's
correct.
Out, questionable, probable, and those are the only three.
I think so, yeah.
Because doubtful, 100% of the time, if you were doubtful, you didn't play.
I think I remember one time in the history of watching football where a doubtful guy played. But yeah, doubtful pretty much means out. So, I don't know. Hearing him gives you a different feel. I do want to remind everybody, though, if I had a nickel for every time a player was like, I'm playing. I'm a football player. I'm a warrior. We get out. Let's go. Sit down. Here's your polo shirt. Watch the game. Like that
especially week one,
that
right?
happens a lot.
Yep.
It happens a lot. So temper any enthusiasm off of what Christian's saying. But I will say it this way. Again, the most important part for me is that he talked. And secondly, knowing what they all know based on what just took place, if Christian has got some sort of a significant problem or something that's of concern, he would be stupid to come out and sound that way. He would be stupid to say what he just said. The only thing he hesitated to answer was basically like there was that one point where he's like, like they asked him what happened yesterday. I'm not supposed to talk about it. Like they don't want anybody telling anybody what happened.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. So that sort of sticks in my head a little bit. But beyond that, you wouldn't take from anything else he said that there's any problem at all.
Right. You wouldn't, but, and this again, and I will never question the reporters who are in real time trying to like respond and ask. And you heard Matt Barrows, you heard Mayoko, you heard all the great beat reporters we have, and David Lombardi coming up later in the show. I want to ask David if this is the same leg in which he sustained the PCL injury. Because if it's an upper calf situation, could this be related to the PCL tear, which is posterior cruciate ligament? If it's the same leg as that, then yeah, this might not be the same bilateral tendonitis of the lower calf. This might be upper calf. If it's the same leg as the knee, are they related?
I wonder if anybody even knows that. I mean, unless somebody said something to reporters that we haven't heard yet, like, I don't even know if anybody knows which leg it is.
Right, which leg is it?
Well, Christian's, like, his answer might have been neither. I'm fine.
Right. Well, I mean, that question to Kyle was, what was it, and stuff. And
not going to talk about it.
He's not going to talk about it, but, can you tell us which leg it is? And he may not.
I don't think anybody asked. I'm not going to talk about injuries.
Sure.
What are you asking exactly?
I'm asking which leg it was, Kyle.
I'm still confused by your question.
Well, Kyle, he has two legs. It's the left leg or the right leg.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
I get that, which is why I'm curious. Is it the same leg as where he sustained a PCL injury?
I'm not a doctor, so.
Okay.
Yep.
And Grandy, that's a 5 out of 5 for you on the call and response right there. That was elite.
That's it. So.
All you were missing was
yeah.
Which is always, thank you. It's always my favorite.
I'm not going to talk about injuries.
I get that. And
that's normal, by the way. That's normal.
Right.
I mean, when did they ever be like, okay, so here's what Juwan. So Juwan feels something. It's about 73% of the way up his leg. And he says it kind of feels like somebody's biting him right in the back of the leg when he walks. And when he gets up from a chair, it really hurts. In the morning is the hardest part, but then it loosens up. I mean, we don't do this. We don't do this in the NFL. We don't do this in any sport. The line of questioning reflects the importance of this player. He is one of the what? I mean, he might be the most important non-quarterback in the league. He's one of them.
Yep. I mean,
he's definitely one of the top 10 most important non-quarterbacks in the league.
Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley.
He might be one of the 10 most important players in the league, period. Some would argue.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean,
some would argue that he's the most important Niner. I still believe, and by the way, what's you know what we haven't looked at yet?
The spread?
What does the spread do? That'll tell you what's going to happen on Sunday.
True, but I don't think that we are at the point yet where there would be movement.
But they know.
Yeah.
They always know.
During the break, I'm going to text Dr. Pandya, and he probably already is going to respond to me before I actually get there. Can a PCL injury and a recovery lead to this sort of a calf strain as a byproduct of getting better and, trying to work your way through that injury? Because that, to me, Mark, is where my head is now going.
Okay.
If it's a different injury than last year, which was Achilles tendonitis, maybe this is in the leg where he hurt the knee, and it's just, part of him like working through getting the calf back to where it should be with the bum knee.
It was 2.5 last night. Grandy now says it's 1.5. I've got it at a spot where it's only 2. It was 2.5. Now it's 2. Grandy is seeing 1.5. So there is
Niners still favored.
Right.
Okay.
So there's a little blip in the matrix.
All right.
But it's not huge yet.
Well, when it's time to fade the dibber, you guys decide what the number is.
Yeah.
The pick is already in.
Grandy's got the number.
Of course he does.
Yeah. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's not time to fade the dibbers yet. Let's fade the dibbers at, 4:45.
Yeah, the kick is at 5 from Brazil.
I know. You don't need 15 minutes to put the pick in, do you?
I got 3 picks to make.
No
the
problem.
picks are in. I'm going to go from 1-0 to 4-0.
Ooh, I'll bet you a lot of money that doesn't happen.
Yeah, you're probably right
I'll
there.
bet you a lot of money there.
A lot of money there. Haters.
All right,
building.
How does all of this, and it's a living, breathing thing. You heard Kyle, how'd you feel? Now you've heard Christian, how you feel? How does this change your view of this weekend? How does it change your view of the season? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back of the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey, it's Mark Willard, and our dog Penny means absolutely the world to our family. That's why I'm excited to tell you that on Saturday, September 6th from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about here. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early, bring patience, and maybe leave with a new best friend. Details at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women's society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow The C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
The NFL is back. Watch the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers live from Sao Paulo, Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, only on YouTube, featuring a halftime performance by Karol G. Watch it all live and totally free from the comfort of your living room, which if you turn the volume up just right, will make it feel like you're right on the 50-yard line. Tune in Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and kick off the NFL season, only on YouTube. Certain local broadcasts available.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Possibly.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Want to play a game?
Shall we play a game? Shout out War Games for those of you who partake.
It's just a matter of setting the baseline. If the baseline is when you woke up this morning.
Okay. 6:30.
And then I'm going to play two things for you. And then you have to tell me, do you feel more optimistic or more pessimistic than you did when you woke up this morning?
Okay. Yep.
You got your baseline.
My baseline is based on, are we talking about McCaffrey or life? Like, am I optimistic about life?
No.
Sports, man.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, okay, that's the baseline.
49ers, the football.
Sports, man.
Thank you.
My McCaffrey baseline when I woke up at 6:30.
I don't want your Kuminga baseline.
Okay.
I don't want that.
But all roads
lead to
Kuminga.
McCaffrey.
But not this one.
Nope.
My baseline is set for what I thought at 6:30 when I woke up.
Okay. So, and you can do this too. Where were you when you woke up? And then right now, especially based on these two pieces of audio, are you feeling more optimistic or more pessimistic about McCaffrey and this year? Like not just this weekend. Christian McCaffrey and football in 2025. After hearing these two things, are you more optimistic or more pessimistic than you were when you woke up? And if you haven't heard them yet, don't worry. Your boys, Willie and Dibby, we got you covered. This was the majority, no joke, of Kyle Shanahan's press conference. We were waiting all day for Friday night. We were waiting all day for Kyle to talk so that we could get some CMC info. And this is pretty much what we got.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drill yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian Gus or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, I mean, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
Yes, that's fair, Matt. Okay, Matt Mayoka with that last question. All right, so there's Kyle Shanahan, and I'd argue in that moment, most of us, I know I did.
Yep, me too.
Felt more pessimistic than when I woke up in the morning.
Agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
But then there was this. All those people who were asking Kyle's questions, they ran to a different spot at Levi's Stadium and they found Christian McCaffrey at his locker. Christian. Will you answer some questions? And Christian said yes. And then this happened.
I feel great about my physical condition.
What happened yesterday?
Nothing serious, I can tell you that. I feel great about where I'm at. Just unfortunately, when you have an injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But like I said, I feel great.
Is it not? Does it feel different than it felt last summer?
Yeah, I've forgotten about last year. Forgot about the year before that. I'm focused on this week and playing Seattle on Sunday.
Christian, just kind of thing in practice where you felt something and you just want to be real cautious with it? Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to go into anything that happened, but as I felt like it was a smart thing to do to not finish the practice because I've been there before and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that, and I was proud of myself for not doing that again. And like I said, I went through a whole training camp, feel great about where I'm at.
The artificial turf is not kind to some players' lower bodies. Is that going to factor into the decision the next 2 weeks also?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, play on it once every, twice in 14 days should be all right.
Do you plan to play on Sunday?
I always plan to play. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I always plan to play.
Hell
yeah.
Right, which will fire you up until you realize that means he planned to play week 1 last year too. And then he went to Germany.
Sure.
And the game is not in Germany. Some of the games are in Germany.
Right.
These games were not in Germany.
And I was doing some of the research, and apparently PRP, which is platelet-rich plasma injections, it's legal in the U.S.
It is, but I think at different levels, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And there are different things you can get in Germany with use of stem cells that can accelerate your rehab accordingly. And just listening to Christian there, this does not sound like that was, because like you said, when he was a late scratch for the Jets game Monday night, we were down there in Santa Clara doing our show, and he was out for 2 months, and he flew to Germany and back. This does not feel like that at all.
Agreed.
So for you and your question, I woke up this morning at 6:30 and thought, man, he's probably not playing. My concern was at a 7, and then hearing Shanahan, it went to an 8. And hearing McCaffrey, it's down to about a 4.5.
Okay, so you are more optimistic now than you were when you woke up.
And more optimistic than I was at 2 o'clock when the crossover kind of got interrupted by Kyle and stuff, and just his tone and just the way he answered it too, where
possibly
when he says, like, what's your concern level? Questionable concern. And he catches himself and he just says questionable, and then he realizes that
doesn't make any sense.
And so then he's like, I'm not answering any questions about Christian or anybody else who's injured. Okay? And the way I read that is you're pissing me off now. Because what's your concern level? And questionable concern. Your concern level's not questionable.
It can't be.
It can't be. You're either concerned or you're not concerned. And it sucks to be Kyle in these ways because Kyle doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to have to meet the media 5 times a week and answer questions that are going to be asked, and they're going to be asked by people who know he's not going to give the answer. So how does he give them an answer without giving them an answer?
Right. And the coaches, they don't want to give you an answer, but they got to do this. And they don't want to just sound like they're flipping you off. So you got to find a way.
Right.
That's why it's called coach speak.
And that's why
how you answer a question without answering anything.
But when he says my level of concern is questionable, and he's like,
incredible.
I'm sure he hears himself saying that. He's like, that's not what I meant. I'm not answering questions, okay?
Please, we don't even have to tell Grandy, make sure you have that, because we're definitely going to use that throughout the year. Questionable concern.
Right.
Concern is an emotion. So, what would it sound like if we did that with a different emotion? If you came in here and something had happened at home with the family, and I'd be like, "Are you sad?" And you're like, "Questionable."
My level of sadness is questionable.
Questionable sadness.
Right.
I'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
I'd be like, "Go home." You don't even know how to answer the question.
You don't even know if you're sad or not.
That's not.
Your level of sadness is questionable.
You're not allowed to do that.
Because
Yeah.
what he really meant is his status is questionable, but, his concern is questionable. I mean, he's questionable.
Right.
I mean,
he just
I'm not answering questions.
Yeah, questionable.
Right.
Questionable, that's his tag, and that's the only thing I'm going to give you today. He's
Exactly.
questionable. I'm with you, but mildly. I haven't moved as much. You put numbers on it. You said you woke up at a 7. Kyle took you to an 8. You ended up at a 4.5.
Yep.
I think I woke up at an 8. Kyle took me to an 8.5. And now I'm at a 6.5.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I would still put my chip in the corner of him not playing on Sunday. That's what I would put my chip there. Him talking has left me open to the idea that he might. I certainly hope that I'm wrong, but I got to think that maybe going into the weekend they do the same thing they did at practice yesterday. Dude, if you're feeling anything, don't push it. It's week 1. Don't push it. But he says right now that he's planning to play. Now, he qualified it with I'm always planning to play.
Hell yeah.
And he doesn't. He doesn't always play, as we know. So just because he's planning to play doesn't mean he's going to play. But, yeah, how can you not feel some sort of optimistic bump due to the fact that he spoke and because of what he said?
Exactly. And, looking at the situation where you could play him this week and hope for the best, and you could really think about resting him for New Orleans. Not that you're going to look past any opponent, but honestly, when you're facing the Saints in week 2, second straight game on turf, you do feel, I don't know, I know you do. I feel a certain way that, you could, you're not just going to roll out all the 2s, but maybe you think about, resting McCaffrey for both these games. If you're that concerned about it, you hope you get by Seattle, and then New Orleans, you're going to beat them no matter what.
Yeah, I don't see. They
don't see it that way.
I know that. Yeah, I think that we as fans, we do that a lot with the whole you could beat that team. If everybody was just hopping on their left leg the whole time. I just don't think that football coaches and players can afford to think that way. Bunch of trained millionaire nut job killer football players on that team too. They don't have a quarterback, and they don't have all of their stuff together, but they have a bunch of people who made the Saints. So you can't just be we're gonna, whatever, we'll just go kick them in the face. We see it every year. If it were that easy, none of us would ever get knocked out of survivor pools. You would never get knocked out. If games were actually like that, where you're they were good and they suck, so that's over. That's just not how it works. And if you look at it that way as a coach, you get fired. I just don't think you can afford to do that. I don't think they look past this weekend.
Agreed.
They have no idea who's going to be available next week.
And you said this yesterday on the summit, and you're spot on about Kyle Shanahan. He's not looking past the opening series against Seattle and even the second quarter or whatever. He's not thinking about New Orleans. He's thinking, okay, who's healthy? Who are my best players? Who can I win with? Let's go play football and try to win.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We'll go to the phones in a second, but the lovely Christy would like to add to the, hi, honey, she'd like to add to the conversation with regard to the questionable concern. She said, I think he meant he's not sure how concerned he should be yet. I'm unsure if I'm concerned or how concerned. Maybe. That's one way to look at it. I think that he went in there with the word questionable on his brain because that's the tag. The tag is questionable. So what's Christian? He's questionable. How concerned are you? Questionable. Is he going to play? It's questionable. Guys, I'm not talking about this. If questionable doesn't work to answer your question, then too bad your question is questionable. But anyway, who knows? Doesn't matter. It's a hilarious phrase.
Right.
Questionable concern.
And I'm with you. He had questionable locked and loaded.
Totally.
The question was, what's your level of concern with his condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
And he paused.
It's questionable.
But it was after
questionable concern. Right. I mean, really what he wanted to just say is Christian's questionable.
Right.
And we're not talking about Christian. We're not talking about injured players. Read the report.
Do you have that part clipped, Grandy? Just that part? You don't?
I can get it.
Well, here, the whole thing's 30 seconds. Here you go. I think he thought about leaving. I think that's what the pause was. Take a listen.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable. Questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys, or any of our players' injuries.
It's my favorite.
Is it fair to say, I mean, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
You know what? I heard something else in there because Mayoko there's a little bit of a double bang in there. He said, what's your level of concern? And then added with regard to his ability to play on Sunday.
Yep.
And that's what took questionable.
Right.
And then I think Kyle went, oh, wait, he asked me about my concern as well. Questionable.
And he starts with a classic Kyle.
Questionable concern.
It's questionable. Questionable concern. And then he hears his own words. He's like, oh, Kyle, this is Kyle. What am I doing and stuff?
What are we doing?
What we're doing is
so dumb.
We're not going to say anything about Christian, guys, or any of our players' injuries. And the one question that I would have loved to hear asked, once he says we're not going to talk about Christian, guys, it's already too late. And I'll ask David Lombardi this to see if he knows
12 minutes.
Which leg. Is it the same leg where he tore his PCL, or do we not know which calf is barking right now?
Yeah. We can ask him which leg.
Yeah. Because
leg?
Yeah, Dr. Nirav Pandya and I had an exchange during the break via text.
What did he say?
He said absolutely a PCL injury, which Christian had, can lead to subsequent calf issues.
I'm not a doctor.
It's questionable.
But
questionable concern.
Was he listening? Did you text him or did he?
He texted me before I even got to him because he is listening.
So
yes.
Doc, thank you for listening. Hi. I'm not a doctor, but you and I, there was a quick exchange earlier today, and I disagreed with you, where you were like, well, even if it was a different leg, you're like, well, then this would be totally unrelated to Achilles bilateral joyitis or whatever the hell.
Sure.
To me, I think it's very possible that all of it's related at all times, because if you favor one leg, you can hurt the other leg.
Amen.
And then the knee, and they're all connected, obviously. And I could be wrong, but I feel like it's at least on the table that anything that happens down there, knees and down, affects everything that happens down there, knees and down.
No doubt.
Okay.
You've seen my leg, and people love that video I did in the alley where I got water thrown on me 4 times, which was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary.
Many of the commenters are like, dude, what's wrong with your leg?
Yeah.
Because my left leg is basically crooked, and as a result, I have left hip issues, and my right knee has now developed some sort of tendonitis because I favor the right knee.
Yeah.
So, and I'm 57 and not in the NFL, but your point is well taken.
You walk 2 miles through the city every day.
Right.
You do it briskly.
Try to.
I watch you do it.
I got small stride.
And yeah, you do.
I gotta get moving.
But you're hauling, man.
Try to, yeah.
And it's not even. It's like, man, right?
No doubt.
I mean, so I'm like, oh, that's a lot of pressure on that right side.
And to your point about an actual...
I'm like, this is questionable.
Questionable concern.
Is he going to get there?
And you do have a questionable concern. Because, I don't know how concerned you are. It's questionable. But if you're a highly tuned professional athlete like Christian McCaffrey, yes, of course, everything is interrelated. And you had bilateral Achilles tendonitis, then you blew out your PCL, and now you have another calf issue. And he's had injuries before that. Christian actually said that in his...
Oh, yeah.
He's like, yeah, if you've got a history concern like I do, I understand where people might be more concerned than other people.
What were the 2 season-ending injuries in Carolina? It was torn ACL at least once, right? I think the very first one was a torn ACL. But he's had all kinds of stuff down there.
Yeah.
And now he's 29, and he's had multiple 300-plus touch seasons in the NFL. And we can lean back on the fact that he should be, in theory, rested because of limited duty last year. But I think that kind of gets offset by I'm also 29 and been doing this for a long time. Major touches in college, too.
That's right. Major
touches in college.
And that counts. And, if you look at The Saquon Barkley, same kind of thing.
Same thing.
Penn State, he had a ton of touches. And, you go on the internet and you can find all the injury history of all the players. And, McCaffrey, it was a hip back in 2016. It was an ankle. It was a shoulder. It was a thigh. It was a hamstring. It was an ankle. It was a chest rib pull. Then the calf strain. Then the Achilles sprain. Then the knee sprain. And now a calf.
Yeah.
So,
somebody 408 texted this in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line a bit ago. Sadly, this team will have more injuries than wins this year. Yeah.
Which team won't?
By week 2.
Thank you.
By week 2, they will have beaten even if the Niners go undefeated, go 17-0. They'll have more than 17 injuries by the time, certainly by the time September is up. Even the ones there's so much we don't even ever hear about. These guys are getting absolutely bludgeoned every weekend. They come in on Monday, they don't even practice, but they automatically come in so that everybody can get treatment because they all need it. Nobody's like, no, I'm good, coach. I've never felt better after getting knocked around yesterday and then getting on a plane across America.
Yeah, a little ice, cold tub, massage, and then Tuesday's off, and then Wednesday, deep
back
breath.
at it.
Here we go.
Yeah, and then,
back at it.
And for some of you, you have 24 hours till your next game.
Right.
Back at it on Wednesday, we play tomorrow night.
And the injury thing, you're right, but going into it, right now they've got Jordan James doubtful, which means he's out.
He's out.
RB4. Jordan Watkins doubtful, wide receiver 5 or 6 right now. Yeah. He's out.
Well, I think he would be wide receiver 3 or 4
eventually,
this
right?
weekend,
But
yeah.
and then it's McCaffrey. But other than that, everyone else is going to be healthy and good to go.
Outside of the Christian thing, the injury news this week is actually fantastic based on where we've been through the month of August. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. David Lombardi in 5 minutes. Hi, Leroy. Thanks for calling. What's good?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good afternoon, man. I enjoyed the summit yesterday. You guys are rock stars, man. My wife said it was like a concert, man. You guys were really, really good, especially all together. So thank you guys, man.
Well,
that was a fun time.
Leroy, thank you for coming. And you were just absolutely anchoring the left side of the facility over there. You and your wife were decked out from head to toe. You were very visible. You were a hell of a presence. So good job on your part, too.
Hey, man, it's 95-7 the game, man. You got to come out and show out. I just want to say, I was looking at the roster, and I was like, I just want to give some love to the guys that has been in practice, that has been going through all this stuff preseason, and that are healthy and that are ready to go. These are the guys that we got to give love and put our energy toward. And I was looking at a couple of guys like George Kittle. I was even looking at Farrell because I think Shanahan has to run that double tight end set and take some pressure off whoever's going to be at running back. And I also want to give some love to Ben Barch. I think he is going to be one of the keys to kind of sustaining the 49ers until we can get later in the season and get better, because I think it's going to be a tough go at the beginning. I always said we're going to probably go 2-4 in the first 6. I've heard some of you guys go 3-3. So it's going to be tough sledding. But I think if he continues to play well, which I think he is, he's becoming one of my favorite players, Ben Barch, on that offensive line. And if he can hold that other side down and Trent's holding the other side down, I think we can weather the storm early, even though it's going to be a little rocky. And then I think we'll get good later on in the season.
Leroy, you might be right. That schedule on those first 6 games is not that daunting. So, obviously it depends on who's in and who's healthy and all of that. But I'd be disappointed if they come out of this thing 2-4. I think even not at their best, they're going to be better than that. But we'll see. There's so many questions. I love, though, that he kind of brought up sort of some of the different players and what they might be doing. Like he brings up the 2 tight end set. This is one focus I have this year.
Yep.
Shanahan has some new personnel, obviously a different blocking tight end. You bring in Brian Robinson. I think there's a new level of creativity in his play calling that he now has the personnel to do. And I think the same is true for Saleh on the defensive end. Coming off of the most vanilla year that I can remember, you're going to see a lot more action, I think, that attempts to put the players in a great position to succeed.
Offensively, I buy it. Defensively, I think it's going to be a slow build to that because you got to really figure out early, if you're Saleh, who can do what on the defense because you have so many new players over there.
I hope to be liking it early.
Nice.
That's what I'm hoping for. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Hi, Steiny. And hello, David Lombardi. SF Standard is going to join us next. He was there. He was at practice. He spoke to Kyle. He spoke to Christian. He's going to speak to us next on Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the cow change? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC, CFC.
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Mark Willard, and our dog Penny means absolutely the world to our family. That's why I'm excited to tell you that on Saturday, September 6th from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about here. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early, bring patience, and maybe leave with a new best friend. Details at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
In San Francisco, it's 66 degrees and mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday. It's questionable. Questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'll tell you this. Whether or not we have David Lombardi on the show is no longer questionable.
No?
No. It's not even probable.
Possibly.
You don't have a questionable concern that he's going to show up?
He's in. He's in.
In, like, as in on town? On town, the best here. Niners reporter on town.
No, we absolutely are thrilled to have David because he's David, but also because he was there. And let's get the vibe of what Kyle had to say, what Christian had to say, what was happening out there on the field, as everybody has questions. And obviously, there's only so much that can be answered right now as they kick the can down the road till Sunday, 48 hours away. There's football. And joining us now on the River Islands guest line is, of the SF Standard, David Lombardi. Hey, David, what's going on, man?
I'm just driving back up to the city and glad that all practices are behind us. I'm really excited to finally cover a game.
There we go, man. There's a game, and I mean, look, I know you're a reporter, but I'm going to ask you here to use your gut instinct on that game right now in this moment as to whether or not you think Christian McCaffrey will be in it.
Yeah, he'll play on Sunday. I as soon as we saw him out on the practice field today, and listen, I get that people have PTSD, and what happened last year right before week one is something that is probably triggering that here ahead of week one this year, but there's more information that we have right now. When Christian came back last year, he talked about the Achilles tendonitis, and he said it was so painful that he had trouble walking to the bathroom. So when we saw Christian McCaffrey on the back practice field a couple hours ago, this was not somebody who was in pain. He was moving just as well as he had been throughout all of training camp. Then we talked to Christian in the locker room, and he said that it was something minor on Thursday and that he just didn't want to push it. In the past, he probably would have pushed it, might not have been all too smart, so he shut himself down on Thursday. And the Friday practice designation is such a relatively trivial thing because they're not doing a whole lot of practice anyway. It got to the point today at the facility where I started to really think that the 49ers are intentionally obfuscating here. But between Kyle Shanahan not saying anything, being ridiculous up on the
on the podium. And then Christian McCaffrey 5 minutes later saying, yeah, he feels great and he's ready to play. The questionable that Christian was out on the practice field in like wearing his helmet, and he participated in the greeting scrum. Like he had a handshake with Fred Warner. Guys who don't practice usually don't do that. And then he officially didn't practice. I mean, the 49ers were all, to me, it seemed that they were intentionally sending every single mixed message possible. And when that kind of stuff happens, I just use my eyes. And I saw Christian out there moving fine. I used my ears, and I was standing right next to the source himself. And Christian said that he felt great. And I combined those two things and asked me for what my gut feeling is. And my gut feeling is that he's going to play.
I love that, and your use of obfuscating was terrific. It's kind of a nice way to say that they were lying. I know that they weren't lying, but kind of a little bit of a little bit of a shell game, David. Obfuscating is a little bit of unintentional confusing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, they're not straight up lying. Kyle Shanahan literally said, "I'm not going to tell you guys." So obfuscating, what they're doing is they're creating a cloud, like the fog of war, right? And you think of it here, I think on paper, Seattle might actually have an advantage in this game. I really do. I think that Seattle played awesome defense to close last season. They might be even better on that side of the ball. 49ers, meanwhile, they're not going to be the same team Sunday that they'll be in December. They think they can get a lot better, especially defensively, over the course of the year. You're heading up into hostile territory. Everybody's talking about this easy schedule. This might be the hardest game, at least in the initial part of that schedule. 49ers might really benefit from every advantage they can get, right? It's just given the state of the team, the state of their development early in this season. So something minor happens to Christian McCaffrey on Thursday at practice. The first thought from the 49ers' mind should be, hey, let's absolutely make sure this guy is good to go. Let's make sure he's not putting himself at risk. So, yeah, you do go into bubble wrapping mode. But the second thought that crosses your mind, if you're a competitive person as the 49ers, is how can we potentially use this to gain a little bit of a competitive advantage, even if he is going to play, even if we're going to test him on Sunday morning and the chances are that he is going to play, how do we make sure that Mike McDonald can't dial up just the right run blitzes at the right time? Well, we give him multiple possibilities. He's not sure he's going to play, if it's going to be Brian Robinson or if it's going to be Christian McCaffrey in that number one spot. So from a competitive standpoint, it makes a hell of a lot of sense. And I'm not saying that an injury didn't happen on Thursday. Something minor obviously did happen, but you might as well just roll with it if you have to put Christian McCaffrey on that injury report. And I think that's what we saw the 49ers do today at practice.
David Lombardi with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. David, I'll completely buy everything that you're saying. I have no reason not to. But is there really such thing as something in that area of his body being minor after what has already happened in his career?
Well, I'm not a doctor, and I don't know exactly what happened. So it's really hard for me to answer that, but given what I can tell you is that I've seen with my own eyes how he was moving and warming up throughout all of July, August, and early September at these practices. And to the naked eye here, it looked no different today. So that's all I can really evaluate. And we don't know anymore, right? So that's what I'm basing my gut feeling on.
Do we know which leg it is? Is it the same leg on which he tore his PCL last year, or do we not know that?
Well, no, we don't know that, but this is a calf, so if anything, it's closer to the Achilles, right? And he had bilateral Achilles tendonitis, which meant that both of the Achilles were flaring up last year, which, based on what I've read, is a symptom of overtraining. It's something that, you push a little too hard in your off-season work, and Christian has talked a little bit about that this year, saying that he learned how to dial it back at the right times and figure out a way to increase the longevity. He repeated that today. He said, I still feel great after all of training camp, and I think that the way that he approached Thursday, when something in the calf did flare up, he said he was proud of himself because in the past he would have just continued to practice through that and play through that. But maybe that's what ended up leading to the Achilles tendonitis, that mentality in 2024. So he was proud of himself for knowing when to shut it down on Thursday.
Yeah, David, I was locked in on that comment too because I wonder if it gives us a window into how you think he and the team will handle his body going forward. If there's anything going on, they're going to be super cautious. Can we extend that to thinking that, I don't know, maybe they are looking for fewer touches, or maybe they will be conservative in certain games if he's feeling something? What's your thought on that plan?
Well, here's the thing. When we're looking at Christian McCaffrey's workload, we are only seeing the very tip of the iceberg. That's the only part that's above water when we watch the games. The Achilles tendonitis didn't, in all likelihood, come because of him getting 20 to 30 touches a game. There's a whole off season of training, where he's putting his body through way more than what we see on Sundays, if that makes sense. So yeah, you can cut it down 5 carries on Sunday, but if that's, only 5% of what's accounting for the wear and tear, because these guys are training at elite levels, right? They're putting their bodies through intense stuff through the off season. If that's only accounting for a small percentage of the total workload, then it may make fans feel a little bit better, but it's not necessarily going to lower some kind of injury risk, right? So I think that's the first thing to put out there, is that McCaffrey's talked about changes to his actual regimen in the offseason, which I think is probably more significant than whether or not he gets 18 or 23 touches in a game, right? That being said, I think that it's always a good idea on Sundays, if you have the ability to maintain offensive efficiency, it's always a good idea to keep your guys as fresh as possible. I mean, Bill Walsh even rotated offensive linemen back in the day, which is something that doesn't really happen anymore in the NFL, but he believed in that. And I think at the running back position, you've got a second starter now in Brian Robinson Jr., somebody with 700-plus yards in all 3 of the seasons. And also, he's caught 65 passes in his NFL career. I think that all the receiving efficiency metrics show that he's been much more dependable out of the backfield than somebody like Jordan Mason. And Mason was a great runner for the 49ers, but I don't think that he was an efficient receiver, and that really discouraged the 49ers from pulling McCaffrey off the field at all times, because they felt there's a huge drop-off in the receiving game. And now with Brian Robinson Jr., you could potentially talk about somebody with whom the drop-off won't be as big, and that could allow the 49ers to try to keep him pressure on those Sundays.
And maybe even allow him to play both simultaneously. Do you think that might be a part of the game plan, especially considering how thin they might be at wide receiver?
Absolutely. I think that, you heard Mike McDonald talk, the Seahawks coach, this week, and he said, there might be a lot of Shanahan disciples around the league, but it's Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers who have done this positionless skill position thing better than anybody. That's what has separated Kyle as a play caller. So obviously Mike McDonald is a defensive guru. That's something that's on his mind, is how do I defend an offense where I don't know where each piece is going to go? Is a running back going to turn into a receiver? Is the receiver going to take a handoff? And I think that if you've got both Brian Robinson Jr. and Christian McCaffrey in the backfield simultaneously, even if it's for just a couple snaps, that's a kind of formation that could put a defensive coordinator into a blender, right? Because both Robinson and McCaffrey have the ability to go out for a pass pattern, and they obviously both have the ability to take a handoff. And, just aligning both of them at the same time in the backfield opens up a whole plethora of possibilities that can give a defensive coordinator headaches.
David Lombardi, SF Standard. Interesting stuff on the McCaffrey situation. This is so why we wanted someone who was there at the facility today to hop on the show. Hey, let's get to a few other things affecting this team. Are we looking at a full complement of snaps for Jawan Jennings this weekend, or how do you see the wide receiver snaps going?
That's an interesting question. I think that Jawan has looked spry in practice, but I don't know where the conditioning level is going to be. So That's something the 49ers will obviously have to monitor because he didn't get to play in any preseason games, and he obviously was out for a month plus. They're much, much healthier at receiver than they were just a week or 10 days ago. Jordan Watkins is back out of practice, too. Now, I'm not really sure if he's going to be active because he's a rookie, and he did miss a month with a high ankle sprain. But they've gotten Marquez Valdez-Scantling up to speed. Robbie Chosen is on the team if they need to flex him up from the practice squad. I think they're definitely going to flex Russell Gage up from the practice squad. So, yeah, you might be down Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson, but the other guys are good to go. And George Kittle is good to go. You know, my gut tells me that Christian McCaffrey is going to be good to go as well, but we'll reserve final judgment on that till later. Either way, you still have weapons to work with if you're the 49ers. You may not have your complete A-list group of weapons ready to go, but you still have quite a few guys out there that could do some damage. And regardless of whether or not Jennings is at 100% of his snap load, you could bet that he's going to be an important part of the game plan.
The other side of the ball, David, is fascinating to me with a lot of new defensive players and the coordinator coming back into the fold. What have you seen out at practice that gives fans or should give fans some positive thoughts about this defense being better?
Well, it was hard to be worse than they were last year. We can start there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, by the end, the bottom had completely fallen out. There's nothing more embarrassing in football than not being able to stop the run. And that's exactly where they were as a team to end last year. So, and a lot of it last year happened with the injuries, but it wasn't just the injuries. It was the fact that they were an older defense. There clearly wasn't the same hunger that we had grown accustomed to seeing the 49ers play with. I mean, you could say that the Devondre Campbell situation when he walked off the field was a one-off, but then you also just hear about the frustration of Kyle Shanahan when it came to that Rams game and the 49ers were flying around early before Dre Greenlaw exited, and Kyle literally asked the team, where's this been all year? It just didn't seem that they had the juice last year, and this is something we talked about a lot because of all the games they had played the 2 seasons prior, and then obviously it ended in the Super Bowl with Greenlaw tearing his Achilles, but it just didn't seem that they had that vigor that typically had been synonymous with the 49ers defense in 2025 or in 2024. And so here in 2025, they said we need to get younger because we need to regain that contagious youthful energy. But you also don't want to get so young that you lose the skill that goes with some of the star players. So they made it a point to keep Bosa, to keep Fred Warner, to keep Deommodore Lenoir, and renovate around those guys. So you keep the pillars in there, and then you add the energy, and you hope that the youthful exuberance rubs off on the veterans as well. And by all accounts, the 49ers think that that's happened. Now, Robert Saleh said yesterday, you just buckle up and enjoy the ride. And I think that's the best way to put this. I think that there are going to be ups and there are going to be downs. And the ups and the downs are going to be more extreme than in years prior. I mean, last year was almost all downs, right? Especially after Nick Bosa got hurt for the defense. And I think you're going to see a lot of high-energy plays, some exciting blitzing this year. I think Saleh realizes he's going to have to be aggressive with this group. So I think those are going to be the ups, but I think you're also going to see some coverage busts, and you're going to see some of the extra blitzing turn into big plays for opposing offenses. So it's going to be a boom or bust kind of game, and the goal over the season is for the 49ers to tighten that up and see more booms than busts by the end of the season.
David, who do you think's going to get that other starting safety spot? You think it's going to be Marquise Siegel or Jair Brown?
I think it's going to be Siegel and Jason Pinnock. I mean, just having watched practice through the past 3 weeks or so, anytime those two guys have both been healthy, regardless of whoever else has been healthy, those have been the two first teamers. So, maybe they do something where they could put 3 safeties in the game. Maybe they have a few packages for that because Siegel and Pinnock are both very fast and they have coverage, like cornerback capability. Pinnock even was a cornerback when he first entered the league. Jair Brown is not cut from that cloth. He's a safety only. So maybe they can get 3 of these guys on the field for a few snaps. But I think that Robert Saleh wants speed at safety. And if it is Kinnick and Siegel, this will be the fastest safety duo the 49ers have ever started. Because back in the day, you used to have a strong safety who was more of a thumper. Now, I mean, both Siegel especially can thump, but both of these guys are fast. Siegel is the fastest rookie safety in the league. So I think Saleh wants that extreme speed, and I think that it'll be historic for the 49ers if those two guys do start.
David, real quick, I want to go back to your comment that you can see sort of a scenario where Seattle has the edge this weekend. Expand on that. Where do you see that?
Well, over the last 8 games of 2024, after the bye week, and they were in the first year with their new head coach as a defensive guy, they had the number 6 defense in football. I mean, they're number 6 across the board, pass, run, overall. And I'm talking advanced stats, not just yards or whatever. I'm talking about the numbers that are predictive of what's going to happen. They swapped out a couple linebackers. They made a change at safety. They return all of that defensive backfield and the linebacking crew that was successful last year. And they've added Nicky Manwuri, who should be kind of a joker in the secondary with a really, really impressive head coach. So Seattle has legitimate claim, I think, at a top 6, top 5 defense. Jaron Reed even said he thinks they could be the best defense in the league. So the numbers, I think, back that up, and the 49ers can't say that. They were number 29 or whatever it was, 10 last year. Sure, they should be better, but on paper, that Seattle defense is better than the 49ers. So, I mean, can San Francisco make up that gap with what Brock Purdy and McCaffrey and all those guys can do? Sure. And they're favored. I get it because they've got more superstars. But I think, like, analytically, this is a really, really tight, close matchup, right? Just based on the trajectory Seattle finished 2024 with.
David, really appreciate the time, man. Thank you for carving some out today.
All right, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, David Lombardi, SF Standard. I'll ask you again, if you were 50-50 that he plays. I was 100-0.
Yep.
Then we went to 90. Then Kristen spoke. I went to 80-20. Then David Lombardi came on. And literally the first words out of his mouth were, yeah, he's playing.
Right. Very dismissively. Well, almost like Bucky Brooks a couple weeks ago when you asked him who's going to win the West, and he's like, the Rams.
Yeah, hello.
The Rams.
So, David, one person, a reporter, his read, okay. And again, we were asking for his gut instinct, not an actual report.
Right.
But how does that grab you?
That grabs me in a way that I think he's going to play. And, David's a guy who I don't think that he was at Stanford the same time as McCaffrey, but close to it. I know he's been around McCaffrey throughout, his time with the Niners and maybe even back to the Stanford days. And David's not a guy who goes out on a limb unless he has a certain feeling about something. And just, hearing McCaffrey talk so confidently, and David knows McCaffrey a lot better than I do. So if he is so certain that he's going to play and McCaffrey's also certain that he's going to play, I feel good about the fact that he's probably going to be out there.
I mean, the only thing I'll really kind of lean into there, because I'm a big believer in this, this is why you grab someone who was in the room, because we can listen to it. It's kind of like getting a text message. You ever get a text message? You're like, why the hell is this person being such a jerk? And then you talk to him, and you're like, I didn't send it with that tone at all.
Right.
That's not what I meant. And so if you're in the room, there's a completely different energy and vibe to it. I think when you listen to Kyle Shanahan be that quick, rightfully so, a lot of us reacted with this oh, Kyle's mad. Kyle doesn't want to be there. Kyle's ticked off because Christian is hurt and the season is ruined, and Kyle just wants to leave. Maybe, and this is David's take, maybe this is just another coach being asked about injuries, and he sounds terse because coaches don't talk about injuries.
And they don't want to talk about injuries, right. And they actually don't want to talk at all for the most part. They don't want to be out there doing all these press availabilities. They want to be in the room, breaking down film, getting the game plan ready, and getting set to fly to Seattle and hopefully win a football game. And especially when you have to meet the media, knowing that the questions are going to be ones that you can't and don't want to answer.
This is a very, very big moment in the show is about to come up next. So where I would say we're about 20, 25 minutes or so from giving Robert Turban a call. Robert used to play running back for the Seattle Seahawks. So great analyst on this particular matchup. He's also a Bay Area guy, East Bay guy, and he's really, really good. Great conversationalist. So we'll have Robert in about 25 minutes or so. But coming up next, this is a 3-pronged Fade the Dibbers coming off of a season-opening triumphant victory.
A win for your boy.
It is a W.
Despite the hecklers at the place we were enjoying the game and enjoying a beverage.
Not going to lose them all.
No, I might win them all.
No, you're not.
I'm more likely to win them all than lose them all at this
you're
point.
Definitely not going to lose them all.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're definitely not.
Put some respect on the bet.
I'm going to bet against you winning them all also.
I'm going to bet with me that I'm going to win all 3 of these. You fade me if you want.
Here are your bets. So you're going to do tonight's game.
The pick is in.
The Niners game.
Pick is in.
And then the Sunday night game.
And the team that wins that game is going to win the Super Bowl, and that pick is in.
Damn. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Fade the Dibbers is next. So is Robert Turban on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's just Dan Dibley. No need to fade this because you're going to want to hear this, especially if you're thinking about covering your patio, or maybe you're going to build shelves to get yourself organized. Well, whatever your next project is, the products you use to build it, they matter, especially if you want it to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. Engineered for strength, these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options that Simpson Strong Tie provides. All you do-it-yourselfers love the confidence that comes from these professional results. So whether you're building a backyard retreat like me or just tackling your weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Go to goldenstatelumber.com and get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands and Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Look, I know you're a reporter, but I'm going to ask you here to use your gut instinct on that game right now in this moment as to whether or not you think Christian McCaffrey will be in it.
Yeah, he'll play.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I did not have that kind of a response on my bingo card.
Oh, he'll play.
At all.
Cuckoosh.
I mean, even if you're super optimistic, you'd be like, yeah, I got a good feeling about this. David was like, oh, yeah.
He'll play.
He'll play.
Why are you asking? Like, is Brock Purdy going to play? I mean, right? He can play. Oh, he'll play.
It's interesting.
It is. And I just wonder about the question I asked, whether or not it was the same leg as the knee injury, and he didn't know. And then he made it seem like it is the lower calf related to the Achilles, which I wonder about because Christian McCaffrey said that this is different than what those were. So we don't really know. You can have a calf injury that is up by the knee. Your calf muscle, there's multiple muscles in the calf, 3 of them to be exact. And so what muscle it is depends on where it's located in the calf.
He did point to something that if you go back to the start of the day, and when I say the start of the day, we're talking around the neighborhood of 12:30 this afternoon. At 12:30 this afternoon, something happened that gave me a big kind of juice boost with regard to Christian McCaffrey, which is that he put a helmet on, he put a jersey on, put shoes on, and ran out onto the field. Now, he did not practice, but if this was something, just imagine, let's put ourselves in the Niners' position. This is the biggest bleep that you could possibly have 3 days before the season starts. And if it was really bad, like, oh God, Christian messed up his calf again, would you send him back out on the field the next morning?
No, not with a helmet on and all the rest of it. And David even said he went out there and did the ceremonial handshake and the pre-practice routine. He's out there shaking hands with Fred and doing the thing. And then he didn't practice. So if he was really, really hurt, like, for example, Juwan Jennings out for a month with the calf, maybe the cash, whatever, you didn't see him running around out there. He was nowhere to be found. And so McCaffrey, he's too hurt to practice, but he still was out there to at least be a part of it.
More on this coming up, top of the hour, and right after that, Robert Turban, who's an East Bay guy and a Bay Area guy. I think it actually Fremont. Was it Fremont where he went to school?
Irvington High School.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Okay, so, and played running back and for the Seahawks. And so he's coming up in a little bit. We'll keep talking this all out with you, 888-957-9570. But we've arrived at a very, very important time in our week. We've given it a nickname this year. We just call it FTD, not the flowers.
Yeah.
Just FTD. Well, no, it's not a lock of the day, announcer guy. It's 3 locks. 3 locks in
3 days.
It's a triple threat. The Chiefs and Chargers way south of the border, south of a bunch of borders. And then the Niners and the Seahawks way up north of here in Seattle, Washington, followed by, we're going all the way to the other coast for Sunday night, the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens. Let's do all 3, and let's start with the game that is only minutes away. Grandy?
Chiefs favored by 3 versus the Chargers.
Just an even 3, huh?
Just an even 3.
Even 3.
I'd like to say that changes everything, but that changes nothing.
Whoa.
Because the pick is in. The pick has been in, and this is a team that I'm going to be fading, not like the Dibber, but fading like I said in my predictions, because I don't think that the Chiefs are going to have the year that they had last year, and you're going to give 3 points to the Chargers, and my guy, God, I wish he was on my team, Amari and Hampton, Offensive Rookie of the Year in waiting.
You think?
I think he's going to have a monster year.
Okay.
I think it starts tonight against Kansas City. I'm taking the Chargers, Superchargers, and the 3. Cuckoo.
Yeah, you ain't going to hear nothing from me on that one. Oh, shut up, Lucas.
Come on, Lucas, clap it up. It's the bit.
I'm gonna do you one further. The Chargers are gonna win the game outright.
Don't try to gravy train on me.
The Chargers are gonna win the game outright. Chargers are a better team than the Chiefs.
Such a one-upper.
Yeah, totally. Right?
This isn't your segment, man.
You're supposed to fade. You're supposed to clap it up and sing with Lucas.
I don't just fade like for no reason. I fade when I want to fade. I don't want to fade that one.
That was the bit, though, is you fade me and you're going to win overall.
I didn't fade you every game last year. I went with you sometimes.
You should have. Yeah. You should have faded me in the playoffs, in the fade-offs.
Oh, no, I did that. So I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me. Right, but not every time.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got 2 more chances. Go ahead.
I love it. I like the Chargers. So
me too.
We can go to the Niner game. The 49ers are going to be at Seattle, I believe, Sunday afternoon.
Niners are favored by 1.5 in Seattle.
And I believe I was rock solid last year on the Niner games, if memory serves correctly. I think I went 17-0.
So you only put a pick in on 16 of them. We missed one of the holiday games.
Okay. Yeah.
You were 7-9 on Niner games.
7-9.
Which is better than your overall record. So you were better on Niner games than the other games.
And similar to the Niners overall.
Don't recall asking you, Lucas, to chime in. Mr. Captain Fade a lot back there.
Anyway,
I was hoping.
Niners by 1.5, Dibs.
This one's easy. And, the spread is moving in Seattle's direction, but I don't care. I think McCaffrey will play, and it will be a close game. And I'll tell you what's going to happen.
God dang it.
I'll tell you right now what's going to happen. It's going to be close.
Now I remember this last year. I hate this part. God dang it.
Jake Moody, game-winning kick. Niners win. Take the Niners. Cuckoo.
The kiss of death last year whenever he did
Coup to the Koosh. I was 7-9 with the Niners.
Niners only won 6 games. He was actually better than the Niners in one fewer games.
The point is when he picked them, they did even worse.
He has the actual facts.
I know.
Niners win, Jake Moody game winner, Kukush.
Yeah.
There it is.
That sounds nauseating, but anyway.
And it's going to be one of those 38-yarders that, kind of snap hooks between the uprights. And it counts, and it's good.
Oh,
take the Niners, lay the 1.5, Kukush.
All right, and then the last game, Dibs, is Sunday Night Football. Ravens in Buffalo versus the Bills. Ravens, 1.5 road favorites.
Which is crazy. And if you're going to give me the Bills at home and points with people in the parking lot throwing themselves through folding tables, I'll tell you what, the winner of this game wins the Super Bowl. And the winner of this game is going to be Buffalo. Buffalo's going to win the Super Bowl. You take the Bills and the points at home. Kukush.
Hey, Grandy, what's the up-to-the-minute number in that game?
Kush.
1.5.
In favor of?
The Baltimore Ravens.
The Ravens are favored in the game.
Yes.
On the road.
Yeah, this is the worst Fade the Dibber segment I've ever seen.
Because you agree with all three.
Yeah, I did. Well, no, I don't. I remove I don't do the Niner ones. I don't bet on that.
Lucas?
Yeah. I'm not fading you and then picking against the foot. I do not like anything in my zeitgeist and my space. No negative energy. That's why I try whenever possible to bench fantasy players when they're playing the Niners. I would never bet against them. If I don't like it, I just won't bet it. It's a no bet for me. So, if you're gonna pick the Niners, you'll never hear me be like, I'm not doing that. That's bad juju. It's bad juju.
So you like Buffalo getting the 1.5 at home?
I do.
Okay, and you like the Chargers in Brazil getting the 3.
I love the Chargers.
And honestly, if you took yourself...
I bet the Chargers +3 a week ago.
If you take yourself out of the Niner fandom, do you have to be such a homer? Do you think the Niners will win against Seattle?
I mean, I picked them too, but I always pick them. Like I said, I just like...
But if you can just remove yourself from that and use your actual neutral brain...
It's going to be a hard game, and I don't even know if Christian McCaffrey's playing in it. So, no, I don't love the idea of laying points. I think it's going to be hard enough to win the thing at all. So, no, I would not bet on the 49ers this week.
And how do you feel about a Jake Moody game winner?
Nauseous.
It comes down to 3 seconds to go. They're down 21-20.
Nauseous.
And it's going to be whatever down from Seattle's 30-yard line.
I'll go sit in the car.
Right.
It'll be a 47-yarder for Moody to win it.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Snap, hold, kick.
Tell me what happened later. I'm not there.
It's good.
It's questionable. Questionable concern.
What's your concern, Kyle, about a possible Jake Moody game winner?
It's questionable. Questionable concern.
Right?
Possibly.
Hey, Steve Kerr, do you think that the 49ers can win in Seattle?
I do, but
oh god.
Yeah.
This one
I don't care.
David, no, he does. David said something that I think was, we're all kind of just wrapped up in the Christian stuff. David Lombardi said something that I do believe is sort of puppeting how the Niners actually feel, which is that they think they can be a good team, but it's going to take a minute. I think that's true. I think the 49ers coaches would even privately tell you that. I think that they've said things during this camp that lend to that. Where, remember when Kyle was like, look, the whole goal is to get better throughout the year and then see if we can sneak into those playoffs and be one of those playoff teams. Is he managing expectations? Maybe. But I also think from a factual standpoint, how could the 49ers, with this many young and new players on defense, how could they be at the height of their powers right away? I don't think it's possible. It doesn't mean they can't be good right away, but there's no question to me that if blessed with health and if things go to plan to some degree, this is a better football team in November than it is in September.
Should be.
Yeah.
Assuming that you have all these youngsters on defense continuing to start and play and all the rest of it. And the beauty of the schedule is if you get to December and you're still very much in the mix, the schedule gets a lot easier when you get there. And, I looked at the first 6 and I can't remember who said it, talking about, maybe they go out 2-4.
Yeah, it was one of our callers.
2-4 would be a disappointment, but 3-3, I think 3-3 is very much on the table. You go.
Oh, sure, it's on the table.
You got 4 road games. You've got Seattle on Sunday, which is difficult. You go to LA on a double short week, which is not easy, and you go to Tampa the next week, and both of those games you are underdogs in the look-ahead line. So those are 3 games you could lose. The other 3, I'm hard-pressed to find a loss in those.
You're at New Orleans,
Arizona.
You're home to Arizona, and then what's the other one?
What's
the 6th one? You talked about the Rams. You talked about, Rams,
it's
Tampa.
Jacksonville.
Right.
Home to Arizona, home to Jacksonville.
I mean, Jacksonville. They should win that game.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, Arizona can be difficult, but I'd be disappointed if they were 2-4. But if you look at the back half, after the bye, home Tennessee, at Indy, home Chicago, home Seattle, and you got Cleveland and Carolina before that. So even if you are, after 11 games, 5-6, you're very much in the mix.
The front half of the schedule is easy. The last half of the schedule is easier. Yeah, absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hilarious. It was exactly 24 hours ago that Mark Grandy hit the breaking news sounder. It was exactly 24 hours ago. He hit the breaking news sounder. We're moving into the second half of our show out there at
Red
the
and Gold
Summit.
Summit,
Red
yep.
and Gold Summit. Plus, the NFL season is just about to kick off. And we get the news that McCaffrey leaves practice and is limited with a, quote, calf injury. And in those 24 hours, the ebbs, the flows, the ups, the downs, to arrive at a spot where, as you just said, as you faded the Dibbers, like McCaffrey's going to play. And David Lombardi's like, hey, he's going to play. Like, the fact that that's where we've arrived 24 hours later is, I don't even know what the word is for that. In a way, it's comical. And I have no idea if he's going to play. But we've gone through basically 24 hours of most people I know are like, well, that's the end of that. That's the end of Christian McCaffrey. And by the way, and this is not part of my take here, but I might as well use about 15 seconds to let this one fly. Like, I'm in a group of people who has been saying all offseason, dude, he looks great, and why would we think he's going to get hurt? And anyone who thought that has kind of lightly been made fun of today. Lightly been made fun of today. Like, you got duped. You got duped, and you're kind of stupid for thinking that it was going to be okay. And that's how it felt for much of the day. And that might still be true. But we've arrived now full circle 24 hours later where I got 2 people, one of them on the phone who's a reporter, and the other one's my co-host who's sitting right in front of me. And both of them are like, yeah, he's going to play. He's going to play in 48 hours.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like, what do we, I don't even know.
Well, this is what we do. This is what we do. We get information, we react, and we overreact, and then we panic and we start to totally freak out, especially when it's something like this. Like, you have PTSD over his calf and over his Achilles, and so when he has a calf injury and Grandy hits the breaking news sounder, you immediately think the worst. But in reality, if you take it from the 30,000-foot overhead view, McCaffrey's not going to play 17 games, regardless of yesterday's report and today's commentary. He's allowed to, but he's not going to.
I would bet against it too, but
right.
He might.
He sure might. Yeah, darn it, he might.
He might play none.
He never has played 17 in his career. They haven't played 17 a lot. And 2 years ago, he played 16 of them, and he was mostly healthy. So
he would have played 17 if they had allowed him to.
Fine, but you look at it from the overhead view, and yeah, this is not a major thing. And I was even saying it yesterday where it's just a report of a calf issue. It's not the report comes out where he's got a torn this or a ruptured that, and you know what that means. He missed a practice. Can we all just dial it back a little bit?
Well, first of all, I think that's a very fair thing to say and a very fair question, which is like, can we just stay in the moment? At the same time, I mean, David said, I get that we all have PTSD. And my thought was, oh, so do the Niners. So does Christian. That's why they're handling it the way they're handling it. He admitted that at his locker, did he not? I've learned from pushing through in the past. That's PTSD. That's what that is.
Well, it's just recognizing your body.
Yeah, but he, like a different time, a different player, a different whatever, he'd be like, I'm going to run right through this. But why did he not run through it? Why did he not? If everything is so not big of a deal, why did he not practice today?
Because
Why?
it's a Friday practice and it's mostly meaningless, as David Lombardi said to us.
Except for almost always a Friday practice means you can play, and if you don't, you don't. That's the norm in the NFL. If you don't get in a little bit of work on Friday, you usually do not play. That's the norm in the NFL.
Right, but depending on the Friday, and this is the first Friday, and I would imagine that if there was going to be a game today, and an important game, a playoff game, he probably would be able to go out there and give it a go. So you just take extra precaution with a player who has a history of these injuries, and you hope he's ready to go on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But that's the exercise for me. The exercise for me, and I'll stay right there, and that doesn't mean positive or negative. I don't know if he's going to play. When the show started and I listened to Kyle Shanahan, I thought 100% he's not playing when we heard this.
Did not practice.
Was he able to do any team drills yesterday, Kyle, or what happened during practice yesterday with him?
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
What's your level of concern with his physical condition and his ability to play on Sunday?
It's questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian Gus or any of our players' injuries.
Is it fair to say, I mean, because he wasn't on the injury report Wednesday, that this is something that occurred yesterday?
Yeah, it came up yesterday.
As soon as you heard that, I'm like, well, that was terse, that was quick. They're hiding something.
Maybe.
Or they're worried.
And
or
David
whatever.
used the word obfuscating, which is basically clouding it or confusing it. And
nobody knows what that means, but yeah, you helped.
Yeah.
Good thing you're here.
Yeah, and he used
I'm like,
that.
He's obful what?
Stanford. He brought out the Stanford education on me, but I heard him, and I actually tried to dumb it down by saying, well, they're unintentionally lying. And he's like, no, that's not what I said. It's like, I know it's not what you said, and it's not really what it means, but just for the audience, it's kind of an intentional or unintentional clouding of the situation.
He almost made it sound like gamesmanship to a certain degree.
Right.
And maybe it is. I mean, we're not going to really know, obviously, for a couple more days. But let's welcome in someone who, A, played the position, B, played for the Seahawks, C, is a Bay Area guy. Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, is Robert Turban. Hey, Robert, thanks for coming on, man.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for having me.
We love having you on, and we told you this last time. Our audience loves it when you come on, man, because of your Bay Area roots. They love it.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I Bay Area, that's my home, so when you guys call me to hop on, man, it's always a yes, just because I want to tap into my Bay Area folks. So appreciate you guys.
Love that, Robert. What is your read? We'll get to the game. But what is your read on the Christian McCaffrey situation? And just to kind of take you through the last 24 hours, we get the word that he's going to sit out practice. Then he does not practice today. Kyle Shanahan goes through a quick and very guarded media session. But then Christian speaks at his own locker and kind of gives a lot of optimism to the situation. What's your read on what we're looking at here?
Yeah, initially, I'm not even going to lie, man. Scary was the word that came to mind. When it was first reported that McCaffrey was going to be questionable for this game, but I did, feel a little bit better when Christian McCaffrey did have an opportunity to speak to the media and speak for himself, because that's what's really important. When a guy can get to the podium and speak for himself, and Christian McCaffrey strikes me as one of those guys. It's not going to go up there and give everybody, like BS about how he's really feeling. But you have to have some kind of concern because, I mean, he's been healthy all off season, man. And this is very similar to last year where, everything was kind of good and then it got kind of funky and it was a little bit back and forth. And all of a sudden, he's out all year. And so, That's the scary part. It's just like, man, is this thing going to creep back up on us again, where maybe he feels good, but he's not good. And then he's out for the year. So I think there should be some cause of concern for the faithful out there. But if Christian says he's okay, I think you got to take his word for it.
How much can a player enact their own will in a situation like this where you're questionable, you might be good to go, you might not? Can a player influence a medical team and a coaching staff enough to be able to play through something like this?
Not in this particular time of the year. The game, the year is just getting started. Now, had this been like week, 15 or 16 and playoff implications are on the line or seeding is on the line, players then have a little bit more say in terms of, being on the field or not. But because the season's just getting started, a lot of that choice is going to be made by the coaches and really the medical staff. And if they don't really feel like, C-Mac can get out there and beat C-Mac, I wouldn't be surprised to see them sit Christian McCaffrey. And maybe they knew this all along. They wouldn't make that trade for Brian Robinson Jr. with the Commanders. And, maybe they were side-eyeing something was going on all along anyway.
Robert Turban used to wear the Seahawks uniform, played the position, Bay Area guy joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Robert, I want to just dig into your experience as an NFL player when you're injured, because I keep kind of taking some positivity, not from what he said, but just the fact that he talked, because injured players don't usually do that. What's that like in the locker room when you're hurt? Does the team usually just not even let you speak to the media?
Oh, yeah. No, I usually stay away from the microphone. The only time you get in front of a camera or you speak to the media is, pretty much on your own, on the outside. You don't typically go up to the podium, at the team facility or anything like that. It's a lonely feeling when you're injured, man, because everybody's going about their day-to-day. We got practice, we got meetings, we got meals, we got this, we got that, we got travel. And, you're in the training room and you're doing your rehab and you're trying to do everything that you can, to get back on the field. You feel like you're missing in action a little bit. If it's a serious enough injury, you're not involved in those meetings and all the day-to-day stuff. If it's, it's one of those injuries where you can get back in a couple weeks, then perhaps you can still be a part of the fold. But nonetheless, it's a lonely feeling, man, when you have those type of injuries.
Especially when it's leading up to a game like this in week one, rivalry week, Seahawks and 49ers. Does it take away a little bit of the thrill and the sting of a rivalry having this game be in week one?
No way. No, I think it heightens it. I think it's awesome. I think it's an awesome way to start the season. And we get to start the season with the guys that we hate the most. Let's go. Who's going to be able to gain that edge first in terms of the NFC West? All of the conversation that's been happening in the offseason, are the 49ers, are they back? Can their defense, can they, are they going to be as good as they used to be? Can they stay healthy offensively for the Seahawks? Is Sam Darnold going to be the guy that he was last year, right? Or can they get back to, the quote-unquote glory days of them, being a consistent top team in the NFC and all of these things? And so I think it heightens it. You start off week one with a bang of a matchup, 49ers Seahawks. I think it's great for the NFL.
Robert Turban is our guest here on 95.7 The Game. All right, let's dive into some of those specifics of the matchup and the players as well. Sam Darnold, will it translate? Wow, how many jerseys is this for him now? Is this 4? I mean, it's been such an interesting ride for him. How do you feel about the fit of Sam Darnold in Seattle?
Well, I think it's a good fit, particularly because of who his offensive coordinator is. Clint Kubiak. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, they've got a good relationship. I got a chance to talk to Sam Darnold during training camp, chop it up with him a little bit after practice. And, the offense that they're running, very similar, a lot of similarities to what the 49ers do, a lot of similarities to what Sam Darnold was doing in Minnesota. And then obviously, as we know, Sam Darnold, when he was with the 49ers, Coach Kubiak was over there too. And that's where that relationship really started to form and develop between, those two guys. And so, when you look at it from that standpoint, it fits them really well. They're able to have great communication amongst one another. Sam Darnold, he told me that there are, certain pieces of the offense that he ran in Minnesota that's not a part of Kubiak's system, but he's able to express like, hey, when I was in Minnesota, I liked this. And so then Coach Kubiak implements it and finds a way to involve those scenarios into the scheme of the offense. And so when you're able to have that kind of communication and there's no ego involved, Kubiak's like, man, this is my offense, forget what you ran in Minnesota. That doesn't exist. So I think because of that, they have real potential to have success this season.
Niners really struggled last year to stop the run. They were almost non-existent against the run. And the Seattle teams got Walker III and Charbonnet, and they actually drafted a fullback. What do you think about the Seattle run game against a young and emerging Niner defense?
Well, I think Seahawks are going to be intentional about running the football. But, they'd have to prove that that's something that they can do. I think they got a little away from it last season, and that was just kind of what their system looked like. But you get a fullback. They got a couple blocking tight ends that can really get it done. I think you'll see a lot of, like 12 and 21 personnel, two running backs, one of those being a fullback, of course, and a tight end, 22 personnel, 2 backs, 2 tight ends type sets, a lot of motion, and really being intentional about getting yards on the ground. Now, for Kenneth Walker, he's got to be able to stay healthy. Big question mark for the Seahawks as well. Their number one running back has been in and out of the lineup all summer, throughout training camp. Can he sustain himself throughout the season? But they got a backup running back in Zach Charbonnet that they feel really good about as well. So you'll see a nice 1-2 punch from Seattle, but they got to prove that they can run the ball. A piece of this offense that's unproven is the offensive line. And that's been a big struggle for the Seahawks for the last, decade or whatever. I mean, sometimes they're good, sometimes they aren't. What's always good for the 49ers is their defensive line, with the exception of last year.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good matchup to look out for.
I'm looking forward to seeing this fullback, Robbie Oots, 6'3", 274, converted tight end out of Alabama. What do you know about a 274-pound fullback, Robert?
That's like we were saying in the Bay, that's hella big. That's what yeah. But as a running back, I love it. I got a guy 270 pounds in front of me. He's going to be able to open up and create a lot of space for me to be able to run through lanes. I was impressed from what I've seen from Robbie Oots this offseason, this training camp. Got a chance to watch him in the preseason, of course, break down the film. He's not the most physical guy. I'll admit, he's not a guy that I haven't seen him just put somebody on their behind. But he is very intelligent. He knows where to be. He does make the block. He's great at making the adjustment in the middle of the play. And so I think he's a good fit for this offense.
Robert Turban, former Seahawks running back, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Robert, I want to dig into your running back history and ask you about what the Niners are doing in that backfield. Let's play like Christian is fine. I don't know if he is, but first of all, your review on Brian Robinson Jr. and your thought on what the Niners might be able to do offensively with those two at times sharing the backfield.
Well, Robinson Jr. is a heck of a player, in my opinion. I think he's a good back. He could be a starter for any team. And, I think the Commanders, them moving on from Brian Robinson Jr. doesn't really have anything to do with him and his skill set, but I think more to do with, how they're navigating the salary cap and their future assets and what they want to be able to do to be able to maintain success with their franchise. But if Brian Robinson Jr. got to take over as a number one back, the 49ers run game is going to be totally fine. He's a really, really good player. And with the combination of both these guys, I think, obviously it gives the opportunity to be able to keep Christian McCaffrey healthy. You can have these guys on the field at the same time, especially when you think about Christian McCaffrey and how he can, run routes and, do some damage out of the backfield as a pass catcher. And so it allows, then Coach Shanahan to even be more dynamic with his run game and his run back and his running back. So, they have a system where they want to stretch you wide, in the run game and be able to hit some play action off of that, create some motion and some, some trickery there. And I think they can do that with both of these backs in the game at the same time. So I think it really opens up the playbook a little bit for Kyle Shanahan.
And the playbook has to get executed by Brock Purdy, who is not yet the $53 million man. That kicks in next year. But this year, I mean, he's got that big bag waiting for him, Robert, but he's QB1. What do you think of Brock Purdy? Great year 2 years ago, okay last year, now entering a year where he's going to have to do more.
Yeah, he's a good player. You know, I think what he brings to the position for the 49ers is stability. 49er fans may not want to hear this, but, you know, I think it's very similar to Garoppolo, where Garoppolo, you know, maybe didn't do anything particularly great, but, you know, he brought a lot of stability at the position. He brought some consistency there. I think that the difference between the two, you know, Brock Purdy and Jimmy, is I think Brock is a little bit more cerebral at the position. You know, he's just as much of a winner, but when it really counts. You know, I think he can make more plays, you know, especially with his legs and things of that nature. So they got the right guy at the position. He's going to be really, really good for a long time. But, you know, there is that one question mark, though, is, you know, hey, when you got the guys that aren't available, Ayuk's not available, and, you know, Christian McCaffrey is questionable, and so we don't got the superstars around you, you know, can you still, you know, play the position at a high level? We know that about the high-level quarterbacks. We know that about Patrick Mahomes, okay? After they traded Tyreek Hill, and they've been working with average receivers, you know, since then. You know, can you still make those kind of plays? We'll get an opportunity to find that out this season.
Robert, you're in dangerous territory here with this Garoppolo comparison.
I felt like I was going to be, you know. All I'm trying to say is, look, Brock Purdy is clearly a better player. Don't get me wrong. All I'm saying is that he brings stability at the quarterback position for the 49ers in the way Jimmy Garoppolo did when he was the starter. That's all.
It's fair. You're all right. No, I was just saying you're in dangerous territory. You saved it. You saved it a little bit. What's your thought on the West, Robert? How do you sort of stack up the division as a whole?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm going in dangerous territories again.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, because I like the Rams. I mean, I think the Rams, if Stafford's healthy, it's hard not to like the Rams. You know, to come out of the NFC West as number one. And then I like Seattle, and the only reason I like Seattle over the Niners this year is, and trust me, guys, I'm not a homer. Okay, I'm not a Seattle Seahawks fan. I just support the team. That's it. You know, I know people there. That's about as good as it gets. All right, but the defense, I'm concerned about the 49ers defense, and I think eventually they're going to be really good. You know, it's one of those scenarios where it might take 6 or 7 games before they finally become the 49ers defense that we've been accustomed to seeing for a number of years, just because of all the attrition and the new pieces and guys getting back healthy. But the guys are there, you know, for Seattle, and guys are coming back. Uchenna Nwosu's back now, and so I think the Seahawks probably come in second, and then the Niners. And I don't know how you can believe in the Cardinals ever. So they'll be in last place, in my opinion, again.
Man, Robert, it's like me coming over to your house and saying, yeah, Washington High and Newark Memorial and American. I mean, these are all teams that are going to be better than Irvington. I would never do such a thing.
Well, you might be factual, but if you say something like that these days,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Back in my day, I'd look at you like you were a fool. So
fair enough. I didn't even go to Mission San Jose, and we'll go ahead and leave that one alone.
That's disrespectful, man. You just leave them off the list like that. They have some good players.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Robert, ton of fun to catch up with you. Great insight, man. Thank you so much for making some time for us today.
Thanks, fellas. Okay,
Robert Turban wore the uniform, Bay Area guy, played the running back position, and some good stuff to say there about Christian and beyond.
Right. And don't get distracted by his Garoppolo comp. And I think that he was talking about Jimmy at his best.
No,
and
I think he's talking about sort of like the tone of what that quarterback brings. Like,
right, and the tone of what that team was. Well, Jimmy at that time, if you can all remove yourself from the Jimmy that we think of now, at that time, Jimmy Garoppolo was great. He didn't lose games.
Super Bowl.
When he played, you won. And he didn't light it up, but he was good enough, like you said, to take you to a Super Bowl.
Stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 1 matchup between Detroit and Green Bay. Is starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Willard and Dibs, Robert Turban was on with us just now, and I like his insight in terms of what do you normally do. If you're an NFL team, you got coaches, you got a PR staff, you got all this. What do you do with an injured player? And he's like, they hide us. You feel like you're on an island because they hide you. They hide you in the other room, and they won't let you talk. So who knows, man? Maybe Lombardi's onto something, and it's what you and I said right away. Like, forget what Christian says and just think about the fact that he's saying it. The fact that he is at his locker talking to reporters suggests to me some sort of a relaxed vibe, at least for him, and maybe amongst the team as well, that they're letting him do that.
Well, certainly him, and the team for sure, because if he was really hurt, they wouldn't want him out there saying, like, no, I'm not going to play. I mean, I'm badly hurt. Kyle said what he said, and we're not going to talk about, Christian McCaffrey. I'm not going to talk about Christian, and yet the reporters half an hour later or 45 minutes later, all right, Christian, do you want to talk about Christian? And he seemed
like, I'll totally talk about Christian.
I'll talk about Christian. Here I am. And just looking at his face in that interview, he looked pretty relaxed. His demeanor was not one of being troubled or concerned with anything. He was chilling.
Yeah,
I'm a play.
I'm glad that you passed that along, because that's true, although our listeners largely cannot see obviously what he looked like. But here's what he sounded like from NBC Sports Bay Area.
I feel great about my physical condition.
What happened yesterday?
Nothing serious, I can tell you that. I feel great about where I'm at. Just unfortunately, when you have an injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But like I said, I feel great.
Is it not? Does it feel different than it felt last summer?
Yeah, I've forgotten about last year. Forgot about the year before that. I'm focused on this week and playing Seattle on Sunday.
Christian, just kind of thing in practice where you felt something and you just want to be real cautious with it? Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to go into anything that happened, but as I felt like it was a smart thing to do to not finish the practice, because I've been there before and I've been my own worst enemy in situations like that, and I was proud of myself for not doing that again. And like I said, I went through a whole training camp, feel great about where I'm at.
The artificial turf is not kind to some players' lower bodies. Is that going to factor into the decision the next 2 weeks also?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, play on it once every, twice in 14 days should be all right.
Do you plan to play on Sunday?
I always plan to play. Hell yeah.
I don't know how you listen to all of that and don't come away with at least a vibe of like, okay, certainly better than we've been feeling. And he used a phrase that we haven't highlighted yet. He said, when you have my injury history, things like this get blown out of proportion.
Right.
And I do think that is him speaking to what the 49er world sounded like starting at 5 o'clock last night.
How can you not blow it out of proportion when you consider his injury history? And so for him to say that, he's saying it knowing that is understandable from the fans, but he's also saying it like, guys, it's blown out of proportion, and the proportionality of this injury is that it's not super, super serious, and it's different from last year. And he even said, I've already forgotten about last year and the year before, and this feels different than it did last year, which is what led me to think that maybe it's not bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Maybe it's somewhere else in his calf. We don't really know, but his tone and his face, very dismissive of the severity of the injury.
Well, the only part of that that's weird to me is when you talk about, well, maybe it's not tendonitis, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And obviously they did ask, like, what happened? And he's like, I'm not supposed to talk about that.
Right.
Why not? Why not? I mean, again, I get it.
It's gamesmanship.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Like, you can take it one of two ways. It's either gamesmanship, as you say, or it's that, like, I don't know, something bad did happen, and I don't want to talk about that, but the vibe of the rest of the conversation was completely opposite to that idea.
And if it was something really severe, he wouldn't be out there talking about it. Because at the end, you played it, and they said, hey, you think you're going to play? Oh, I'm definitely going to play. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but then I always think I'm going to play. So, like, there's...
But if it was like a ruptured Achilles, for example, he wouldn't be talking and he wouldn't be answering in that fashion.
No, I don't think it's serious at this point. I don't know that anybody was even necessarily taking it that way. He went out to practice and ran around today. So clearly, it's not like, oh gosh, Christian can't move. I don't think anyone's taking it that way. What's happening is, in a very fair way, the fan base is thinking to themselves, this is predictive. And every doctor we've heard of says, this is predictive. Doc Pandia came on the morning roast. This is a concern. I mean, this is what he said.
I think definitely there should be a level of concern. And even though this may simply be precautionary and maybe it's just a little bit of soreness and they're being safe, anytime you have symptoms, kind of come up again with anyone who's had kind of this chronic injury like Achilles tendonitis, you get worried. So does that necessarily mean that he's going to be out for 7-8 weeks? I don't necessarily think so based on the reports. But what does that mean as 16, 17 games go along if he's already getting some symptoms right now? What is it going to mean, week 5, week 6? And he's had nearly 2,000 touches in his NFL career. He's a running back, and his body is going to break down. So I think that we hopefully aren't seeing that process play out, but definitely I'm concerned about seeing this pop up so early in the season, given his injury history last year.
So, like, even though we sit here, you and I sit here right now in what feels like the most optimistic moment of the last 24 and a half hours, at the same time, if you ask any fan, hey, if Christian plays Sunday and subsequently the Sunday after that and Sunday after that, like, do you think that at some point in the next month or two he's going to limp off the field? Everybody's like, yeah. I mean, wouldn't you bet on that? And again, it's the NFL, and he's a veteran running back. So sure, maybe that's unavoidable. But I think that's sort of that's the middle ground of what we're talking about. Even if we all walk away today convinced that Christian is going to play this Sunday, I don't think anybody feels great about the full season. And that's a fair reaction to what happened yesterday, in my opinion.
It's a fair reaction to the reality of who the player is. And just hearing you say that, I was thinking about Steph Curry. And when you think about Steph Curry this upcoming year, can you honestly think or believe that Steph Curry is not going to have at least one episode, if not one or two, where he rolls the ankle? And luckily now, when he rolls the ankle, it's usually a minor thing because he sprained his ankle so many times that you can only stretch the ligaments so far. So even last year, there were moments where you watch Steph just roll the ankle and you thought, oh God, there it is again. But you realize that Steph Curry with a rolled ankle, it's not like it was back early in his career because he's done it so often.
Yeah.
So for me, it's similar to that. The expectation for Steph Curry is not that he's going to play 82. You hope he can play 70. 65 is more likely. And if he misses 17 games, some of those will be load management, and some of them will be he tweaked this or he tweaked that.
Yeah, like I can sort of feel myself get to a spot potentially where I'm like, okay, maybe he is going to play soon. I don't know if it's this weekend, next weekend, whatever. Maybe he is going to play right away. But I'm now, maybe going to watch Christian McCaffrey the same way I watched Trent Williams. And as you're saying, the same way you watch Steph Curry, where it's just this omnipresent thought. I usually don't because it's the NFL, and I sort of figure everybody is in pain after every play. And so these guys are tough, and they battle through all kinds of things. But sure, a 29-year-old running back is kind of like a 35-year-old quarterback or a 36-year-old offensive lineman or a 34-year-old wide receiver or whatever.
38-year-old point guard?
Yeah. And so maybe you do have to watch those guys that way and just assume that it is likelier. They're all likely.
Right.
They're all like all
it's
of
football.
them.
So yeah, you're right.
They're all likely.
It just depends
to walk
on
off at some point.
Fred Warner last year, fractured ankle, and I don't believe he missed a game. And that's a little bit different. And Depends on where the ankle fractures, and he played through it. He didn't have his best year, but part of that was circumstantial because when he came to stop the run, he had a lineman on top of him every play because they couldn't take away the lineman and they couldn't stuff the run. So every player, every position is different. You mentioned Brock Purdy a couple years ago where it took him half the year for his arm to kind of get back to where he wanted it, and yet they were winning all those games anyway.
That's the thing. I mean, I don't know that we really realize how much difficulty guys are going through. Go back to Brock Purdy actually just playing football at the NFL level. You'll remember this. Was it, I think, his second start? Go down memory lane with me and check me to see if I'm correct. He gets thrown in the first quarter of the game against Miami, right? Jimmy gets hurt. He gets thrown in. He's down 7-0. Niners go out, win that football game. Then his first start is against Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Bucks, and the Niners blow him out. 4 days later, they're in Seattle, and Kyle Shanahan admits way after the fact, as close as a couple hours before the game, they're like, I don't think this guy can go. He had like a broken rib or something like that was going on, and they didn't know if he could play. And then Kyle admitted, we put him out there, but we fully expected he's not going to make it for 4 quarters. Let's see if we can get a half out of him. And he made it through. But none of us knew that when it was going on. I think the Niners won that game 21-13 or something like that. It was kind of a grinder on a Thursday in Seattle.
21-13.
Okay.
And it was a broken rib and an oblique injury.
There you go. These dudes are going through crap like this all the time. All the time. So I know Christian's history. I know he's 29, but is that any different? Is that any different this weekend? Or are you like, yeah, whatever, it hurts a little bit. I can feel it, but like I'm not going to miss a game. I don't know if you play him the same way, but that's probably how they're going to do it.
If he plays, you play him the same way. And that's where last year became such a thing where 8 weeks he missed with the bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And now this is not that. And so if this is not as bad as that and he's going to play, if he plays, you're going to play him the way you always play him. And just that Seattle game you're referencing, McCaffrey had 26 carries for 108 and 6 catches for 30.
There you go.
32 touches. And that was partly because Brock Purdy was somewhat limited.
Yep, and 32 touches a game equals a pace of like 600 a year.
That's close to
I think that's like what. That. Yeah. Hey, we're in a little bit of a pickle. It's Friday. Kurt in Hayward Hills is on the line. We have less than a minute, though, Kurt. So can you do a speed round of Kurt in Hayward Hills?
Hey! The two boys.
There they are. Willard Dibs, the two best sports boys in the Bay Area and in town.
Kurt, we love you. We've got 30 seconds. What's your take?
Well, you know what? 30 seconds is enough to tell you about Purdy and Ricky Pearsall. That's what it's going to be at Seattle. Those two guys and the defense. It's a shame about Christian McCaffrey because he's a dynamic running back. He's the best in the league, but we can still win without him. We still could beat Seattle without him. And the defense is going to play big. It's going to be a defense battle. Hey. But it's Purdy to meet quarterback with Ricky Pearsall. That's what it's going to be.
Kurt, what do you want to say to Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold, get out of here!
Hey, there it goes, Kurt.
He's a little runt.
Special guest coming up who we ran into right at the end of the summit yesterday. Who wanted to call into the show. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans, and this is Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy works for Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard. I want to tell you about our dog and then tell you why we're talking about our dog. Our dog, Penny, she means absolutely the world to me and my kids, our family. And on Saturday, tomorrow, September 6th, from 10 to 5, it's a special day. Maybe you can have that kind of a relationship at your house. Habas Law is teaming up with Humane Society Silicon Valley. and covering every single adoption fee for the entire day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about. There's only so many pets, puppies, kittens, cats, dogs. The day is going to be busy. So we invite you to come early. Please bring some patience, and then maybe get lucky and leave with a new best friend. All of the details are at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
It's NorCal versus SoCal in the ultimate rivalry showdown. The San Jose Earthquakes take on LAFC September 13th at Levi's Stadium. This match could be the key to the Quakes' playoff push, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle. Catch a live halftime performance by Edgardo Nunez. And before the game, don't miss Fan Fest with Blue Demon Jr. in a live wrestling match. Plus meet and greets with world champion boxer Eric Morales and L3 legend Moises Munoz. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com and be there when NorCal brings the heat.
Stock up on home essentials at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off 7th generation select cleaning supplies with Prime through September 9th. Freshen up your space for a clearer mind. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi's Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com.
If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The NFL is back. Watch the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers live from Sao Paulo, Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, only on YouTube, featuring a halftime performance by Karol G. Watch it all live and totally free from the comfort of your living room, which if you turn the volume up just right, will make it feel like you're right on the 50-yard line. Tune in Friday, September 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and kick off the NFL season, only on YouTube. Certain local broadcasts available.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Willard and Dibs on a Friday on 95.7 The Game, and this is a special guest for all kinds of reasons. You know the person, Brandi Chastain, and we got to run into the person yesterday at our big event out there at Westfield Valley Fair, chance meeting with Brandi Chastain, which leads to this conversation today, the day before a huge day for Bay FC. So first and foremost, here on the River Islands guest line, Brandi, thank you for coming on, and it was fun talking to you yesterday.
Yeah, it was great to meet you. I believe in kismet, so for me, I think that was a very serendipitous moment, and I'm super grateful that there's some space and time for us to talk about Bay FC here on your show.
So let's do it. Yeah, big game tomorrow is what we're told. Why don't you kind of start by just educating our audience a little bit about what's been happening this year for Bay FC and why tomorrow is such a big day.
Yeah, of course. So we are in our second season of the NWSL. We're playing at PayPal Park down in San Jose, and we were an first expansion team and to make the playoffs last year in our first year, just like the Valkyries just made the playoffs last night, which was so exciting.
Yep.
And now we are midway through our season, getting into the latter half of our season. We will be hosting the Kansas City Current, who right now sit in first place. And we are in search of that playoff bid. And so 3 points is essential for us. And so we need all our hometown fans to show up, get loud, be excited, cheer on our team, and help us make it to the playoffs so that we can win some playoff games, because we are hosting the championship game on November 22nd.
Ooh, incredible. I mean, hopefully you guys can be in there, much like the Niners in the Super Bowl as well. And I wonder, Brandi, about, not that you're drafting off the Valkyries, but the Valkyries in their first season, they're going to the playoffs now, and they've been super popular, and you got 40,000 fans out at Oracle Park. How much is this a part of a new kind of renaissance of women's sports here in the Bay Area?
Well, I'm just going to say we women who love sports and who play sports have always known that women in sports are valuable and that the commodity for women in sports has been present. I've been preaching about women's sports for probably about 45 years now. So it's not a new thing. But what I do love is that people are coming around to it, and, you know, that is great. I'm not going to get mad at anybody who's now saying, I love women's sports. So I think there's value. I've been to many Valkyries games. Of course, I've been to all of our games. And it is such a great time. It's family-friendly. It's friend-friendly. It's sport-friendly. It's competitor-friendly. And we just know, I've known for a long time that women's sports is the deepest, richest well of talent that's been untapped. And so people are finding out about it. And again, like this show, I really appreciate people who are willing to give it a chance.
Brandi Chastain with us. Brandi, look, you're obviously you're the centerpiece of one of the most famous moments, especially of all time in women's sports. And to what you just said, you've been working on this for a really long time. Can you let us in? Like, what is that journey like? What have been the peaks and valleys? What's your perspective on where it is in this moment?
Well, I'm only going to give you a perspective from mine, which is through the lens of soccer. And I will say that, you know, we've had to battle our federation. We've had to battle the sports landscape. We've had to, you know, knock down some perpetual and historical and traditional thought processes about women's sports and what it should be and how it should exist, and, you know, just build up how it is and what it does do and what it offers, and and we don't have to be like our men's team. We don't have to compare why is the women's team better than the men's team for the U.S. national team. We don't have to do any of that. We encourage people to come out and watch this game. I think the thing that we have that's different when I was growing up and then coming through my journey with professional soccer and the U.S. women's national team is there was no infrastructure. There was no league. There was no place to play. There was no national team. There was no Olympic Games. And so we basically were building it as we were playing it. And so I think why this team and this game is so important is it shows the value of tremendous hard work and dedication and perseverance and resiliency to make something happen. And so I'm very proud. I want to continue to support the women who engage in participating in athletics, whether that's recreationally or at the professional level. And I also want to tell them that, there's other avenues within our ecosystem where they can become managers or coaches or physios or, marketers. Like, there's a lot going on in women's sports that maybe people don't realize. And we're here for the real thing. And we want to showcase the best of the best. And that's what's going to happen on Saturday.
Yeah, and referees too, if I may just add on to all the things. Yeah.
Yes, and referees.
I'm a referee, Brandy, so that's kind of where I default. And, as a former player, I'm sure that you are less inclined to highlight the officials.
I love me some referees. Come on.
Sure, and I'll check your record of yellow and red cards later. But for now, we'll just go ahead and leave that there. But the idea of the Men's World Cup coming next year, is this a great time to not only highlight women's soccer here in the Bay Area, but all soccer in order to get, some of the casuals on board with soccer in general?
Well, the World Cup is unlike anything else anybody's ever experienced. If you weren't here in 1994 to experience that World Cup, you're going to see something you've never seen, and you're going to be in crowds that are just the most passionate crowds you could ever imagine. And to be honest with you, I've always also said that I'm not trying to pump up women's soccer. I'm trying to elevate soccer. So men's soccer is coming in 2026. We are right now in the process with the Bay Area Host Committee of putting in our application, our bid for the Women's World Cup in 2031.
Yes.
What I love about our area is that we are sports rich. We're knowledgeable. We love sports. And I want everybody who has not had a chance to come, either didn't have a chance to go to Oracle or hasn't had a chance to come to PayPal, come and see it. And especially this weekend, because we have the number one team in our league. They've been champions. They have a great roster of players. And we are really thirsty for that win, and we really want the backing of our community. So this is a great weekend to show up.
Brandy, real quick to that end, just to give fans who maybe are new to this a little flavor for tomorrow. Like, give me a player on Bay FC that's really had a hell of a year, and then give me that person on Kansas City that we need to root against.
Okay. For Bay FC, I think, two players stand out. They're at the back and the front of our teams. We got our goalkeeper in Jordan Silkowitz. She has been having, her first great season with us. She's made some national team training camps, and she's been doing a really great job. I think she's kept us in a lot of games. She's kept a lot of balls out of the net, and she makes it really exciting. So I think, that player makes a huge difference. We also have Rachel Kudananji from Zambia. She's our 9, and she plays up front, and she's in and around the goal. She gets a lot of chances. She works her tail off, and she does it with the most beautiful smile on her face. You can tell how much she loves the game and the sport. So we've got a young cadre of midfielders that have just come out of college. Bebar, Huff, we've got Shepard, we've got Dorian. We've got a lot of good players that are kind of the nucleus of this team that will be here for a while. And those players, we love to cheer for them. As far as Kansas City goes, They've got a lot of players who I would like to not root for.
Yeah. How about all 11, Brandy? Yeah, let's go with all 11. Yeah.
How about we just cheer for us and we're really super quiet and maybe an undertone of like, boo when they get the ball.
Okay,
I like it. Yeah.
The Bay Area fans aren't much for booing, but we're going to allow it in this case.
Yep.
Or just like we're not really cheering for them. We're not really not cheering for them. We're just not really. We're going to pretend like we're not interested. How about that?
Let's have everybody turn their backs when Kansas City has the ball. All right, no, that's a good table setter. Bay FC, the number 1 seed, Kansas City Current, PayPal Park, San Jose tomorrow night. This is a big one. Brandy, what a delight to meet you yesterday. Give us a ring anytime.
I appreciate it, guys. And to anybody who comes early, I'm out in the parking lot having a little bit of a tailgate. Stop by and say hello. Let's get some high fives. Let's go.
I love it. Brandy Chastain, thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Yeah, Brandy, what a chance meeting. I thought she was going to say, come on by early, let's have a cocktail out there in the parking lot. But she said a tailgate.
Sure.
Which might mean a cocktail.
It could. And so
what a fun chance meeting.
Very fun. Yeah, it was awesome yesterday.
By the way, if you did want to get tickets to that game, bayfc.com. Bayfc.com if you want to go check that game out and stop by and see Brandy in the parking lot before the game.
And getting more and more popular with every passing day.
Light a candle at 10 a.m. on Sunday. It's the start of it's my new league year.
Oh, yeah.
10 a.m.
That's right.
On Sunday.
7 hours.
Granny, what are you about to do? What are you going to do next?
Basically a whole hour of this radio station from when Shanahan started talking. So we're here, Shanahan on McCaffrey, you, Steiny Guru, you two, Steiny and Guru react, and then the beginning of your guys' show as well.
What a journey. What a journey it's already been.
I love it.
It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Busy.
What about Sunday?
Football.
Oh, stop it. Want to do it on Monday?
Lots to talk about. Wouldn't miss it.
Fade the Dibbers.
Yeah, you won't.
All right.
You shouldn't.
Not this weekend, but I might on Monday. All right, for Dibs, for Grady, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Oh, man, I mean this time. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs.